they'd be beheaded. Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, here with you for the next 3 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Victor Caratini. So here, I'm watching. Okay, so Hader gives up the run. Loperfido strikes out. Singleton grounds out weakly. I'm like, it's over. I go brush my teeth.
There's a man on second due to the extra inning.
Yeah, obviously. I go brush my teeth, and I look down at the phone, and it says, update, score update, and final from Houston. 10-9. What the hell happened?
Yeah.
Went back and watched the Caratini. How about? Okay. Yeah, that was only two parks in America would that be out.
Oh, what was the other one?
New York.
Yeah.
The Yankees.
Right field,
yeah. They got a short porch in right
I mean, it was front row Joe.
Yeah. It was maybe Boston. They got a short right field there too, maybe. But there's only it's not out in a lot of places.
It wasn't far enough to the line to get out in Boston.
Yeah, maybe not. So, man, did they need that win? Listen, I have not been. I know there's a lot of people out there. Joe Espada sucks. Joe Espada is not. You know what? Joe Espada almost messed that up. Joe Espada, first of all, I'm not even sure that you bring Hunter Brown back out for the sixth, let alone after the triple, let alone after the homer. He's still out. Then he strikes out, and then he gives up. It's like, what did Joe? You got after the first inning, and he gave up three. Everything else is lanyap. Everything else is a bonus from Hunter. You don't keep him out there in the sixth to face after the triple.
Well, he's getting to third time in the lineup, which is a lot of times you avoid that, and he didn't. Hunter was actually pitching really well at that point
until he wasn't.
Well, the pitch count was still low. I get bringing him out for the sixth if you can save a bullpen a little bit, and Hunter's throwing well. You want to get him an extra inning. That's the problem is he didn't go out on a good note. As soon as you're right. I would have had somebody up ready to go quickly, and Joe waited. I mean, he just waited.
Waited way too long.
He just waited too long until it became 5-3, and that was unfortunate because then Hunter Brown goes out on a negative note.
And then he's got a runner on, and then he brings in Montero.
Montero couldn't.
Yeah. Montero's actually been good this year.
Yeah,
so we
that
got to give him.
wasn't good yesterday.
No, it wasn't good yesterday. It's just been, and so it's 8-8, and you're like, oh no, not extra innings, please, not extra innings, and because they suck in extra. That's the first time they scored in extra innings this year.
Yeah,
4 games.
Yesterday was kind of yesterday was a microcosm of the whole season. You had a bad first inning from Hunter Brown, then you have two of your bullpen blow it, and put you in a hole again because of Montero and then Josh Hader, which, Hader was actually pretty good. He just gave up that one hit. It just so happened that one hit came on 2 outs, top of the ninth, and a man on second because you had the extra inning man on second base. And, of course, that shot off the wall is gonna bring a run in. So you had a little of everything going on there, but you also had things that haven't happened this year, like Alex Bregman hitting his first home run. It was a good shot, too.
Yeah.
John Singleton hitting a rope into the second deck. I mean, an absolute rope. Got out of there, and, it was the fastest time out of the park, I think, all year in an Astros game. Then you had
Singleton's? It was a rope.
It was a
and
laser.
He pimped it, boy.
Yeah. The bat went flying immediately.
I loved it.
And then you had Caratini with the walk-off 2-run homer, something. Well, Caratini's had a home run, but so it was nice to see him come up and get that big hit. So you had a little of everything, things that have happened all year, things that haven't happened at all at any point of the year. Yesterday I knew yesterday was eventually going to happen. It had to happen yesterday. There's been a lot of talk about it, and people were waiting, and when is it going to happen? And then yesterday, obviously, everyone just locked in on Euphoria dropping with Kendrick Lamar's diss track against Drake. And that's what everyone was waiting for, either Euphoria or Alex Bregman home run. Like, which's going to come first? is Kendrick going to release the diss track, or is Alex Bregman going to have a home run?
Well, which and
it happened that Kendrick actually beat him to the punch. Yeah, it happened the same day. Everyone had been waiting. Like, is it going to be Bregman? Is it going to be Kendrick's diss track?
Well, which one was
Drake?
Which
one was more brutal?
Was it? Is it Kendrick or was it Abreu DFA? Which a lot of people.
What's that?
Was it Kendrick or was it Abreu DFA?
Everyone's waiting for that day also.
Yes.
Is it going to be a DFA? And it's not a DFA. Abreu is not a DFA. It's just a 10-day. We're just going to let him relax in Florida. He's going to go work on things. Dana Brown said Abreu was
Well, he did get a demotion. He's still in the organization. He accepted his demotion.
Yep.
He says he's coming back, but he did say, now, he's not delusional like Micah Parsons, and we'll hear that
Drake.
in a little bit.
Yeah.
Or Drake. We will hear that in a little bit. But he did say, man, I've stunk. I've just stunk. And I feel bad for my teammates. I feel bad for the organization. I feel bad for everybody. And you know what? Listen, Joe Espada addressed the situation after the game, okay? And everybody agreed that it was probably the best thing for. And listen, Dr. Loperfido came, and he seems like he may have cured John Singleton because Dr. Loperfido got John Singleton to actually hit a home run. How was that? That was pretty cool. That was pretty neat. But it was a little bit surprising. I think we didn't have Abreu as the guy that was going to be out when Loperfido came in is because we didn't think he would accept being demoted. And he did. He accepted it, which is a little bit surprising.
You don't have to, and that's the designated for assignment. Like, you don't have to accept it. He's the rare guy who accepts it because usually they just take their money.
No,
and
they
go.
just take their money and go. And he wants to act. It's kind of refreshing, and it is.
Yeah,
it's admirable for
Did you hear
Abreu.
Blum talk about it?
Yeah,
on the broadcast, Blum talked about it's
really
he
neat.
wants to do right by the organization and by himself.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't want. Listen, he has stolen money. He hasn't stolen money.
Whoa,
he hasn't stolen money.
Well, now John's doing a diss track on Abreu.
No.
Who's stolen money? You take
insulted him a little bit.
Well,
he
has taken a lot more money than he's been worth. Let's just put it that way.
John, we don't want to hear you say stolen no more. John won't get it, but other people who've heard it know what I'm saying.
So it has really worn on him. I can imagine he's just, you can't sit in the locker room with your boys every day, day after day after day after day after day, and just stink and it not affect you. So he's going down to work on stuff, and Dana Brown says it's not about his bat speed. It's about that he's just missing pitches. All right, so that's one of the
I'll be
things.
honest, we don't care.
No,
he
is coming back.
Yeah,
just so you know.
Okay, well, we don't care. We'll take as long as you need.
It was a little disappointing that Joey Loperfido couldn't do anything in extra. I thought for sure he was going to drive in the run.
Joey Loperfido's first at bat, he hit the ball pretty hard to center field out. Next one, he had was
2 RBI
loaded.
Single.
Yeah, 2 RBI single. It dropped in front of center field, and his parents and Julia Morales was up there with his parents. Really cool, full inning of work that they talked to Joey's parents. I think the next inning, and it was really cool. But yeah, would have been awesome. It would have been awesome if Joey Loperfido had come up with a hit or a walk-off home run in his first game.
Oh my gosh,
I was really hoping for that.
Yes,
I was really hoping.
I thought he was going to be heroic. He struck out. It's what Joey Loperfido do. Okay. But it was still he did drive in a couple of runs, which is something that Astros don't do. So that was great. That was great that Joey Loperfido was able to come through on a 1-for-5 night, and he did contribute to the win. That would have taken over as the worst loss of the season. That would have taken over as the worst loss of the season.
You think so?
Yes.
I was thinking about it. I mean, that's not a good team, but you've lost to plenty of bad teams. But, I mean, the way that you do it, with coming back from Hunter, then putting that big lead on him, you think you're cruising.
Up 8-3.
And then Espada keeps him in too long. Then Montero comes in and is a turd. And then Hader would have blown the game. Like, that would have been Hunter Brown, bullpen. And, it sucks is that Hunter Brown was actually pretty good yesterday. So, it had the earmarkings of being a really, really painful loss with some of the same culprits popping up. And then what would have been bad is that Singleton and Bregman get home runs, you take a big lead and you still lose. Like it would have been like, Hunter Brown got out of that first inning and actually, went to work and got himself together.
Actually, the celebration when Caratini came around, I was a little surprised. It wasn't nearly as euphoric as I thought.
Yeah. Well, the thing I took away from him was watching in slow motion Joey Loperfido jumping and like how happy and excited he was to be part of the big team, and he's gets to see a walk off in his first game. I thought, man,
and he contributed.
Yeah, it's got to be a cool feeling for him. And he played left. He played left field. Joey Loperfido could end up getting the ABs for Chaz. Chazzy could be in some trouble here. Chazzy could be in some trouble because he's getting outplayed by Jake Myers this year. Of course, Jake Myers tries to bunt. Nobody's on. They're in the middle of a hot inning. Jake tries to bunt. Okay, strike one.
Did you get a call from your dad?
No. Then he tries to bunt again. Like, what, Jake? Nobody's on. What are you doing? He's 0-1 and he tries to bunt again 0-2. Then what about when he got a single and he rounds first so hard that he almost gets thrown out at first too? Like, come on, Jake.
So they got the win, and I'm going to say this: the Astros have had the best backup catchers so far in the last 2 years. Last year was Yiner, who was awesome and should have been the starter. This year, Victor Caratini has come up with some big hits already. How about this guy stepping up and coming up with the big swing? And Espada talked about not only how he's contributed with the swing, but he's a leader in the clubhouse already.
Offensively, he just got a short, simple swing. He's got a good game plan. He always puts good swings on the ball from the left side. And that's aside from leadership and, his ability to receive games, call games. He's just been a nice addition to our club.
Yeah, that's big what he did last night. This team needed that badly. After coming back from the dead in Mexico and the way that this season started, and if they would have lost this game and especially another home game, goodness gracious. Victor Caratini came up with the biggest swing of the season so far. And we'll see whether or not, it propels them, all of this. Because the thought was now that they're going to, there's a possibility they feel like they can turn this thing around. That's the kind of win last night that possibly could. It would have been an awful, awful, awful loss. But it wasn't. It was a win. 713-780-3776. We got a lot of stuff to do. There's a lot of stuff that we need to talk about this morning. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. Right now, I'm talking about Free Reign Coffee. I'm talking about starting your day. I'm talking about it because it's awfully important. It is just so good. And you got their best sellers at Free Reign Coffee. American Dirt. This is the one Cole Hauser drinks, Rip from Yellowstone. Bold, earthy notes with a smooth and satisfying finish. If you love a French roast, this is your brew. Homestead, 100% Arabica, Arab blend with comforting chocolatey notes. No Homestead is complete without it. Mestano, okay, Colombian coffee, strong enough you wake up in the morning. I love the Texas pecan because, well, Texas and pecan, I love that. That is great stuff. Whatever it is that you like, you've got a full body. I'm telling you, the flavor is just different. It just hits different at Free Reign Coffee. 975coffee.com. Use promo code ESPN20 for 20% off site-wide. 975coffee.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Still talking NFL draft, and there's some interesting notes here about our Houston Texans. So overall ranking of, and here's a couple of them. Warren Sharp did his overall rankings, and he gave the Texans a B+ for their draft. A lot of people are high on what the Texans did, despite not having a first-rounder. But here's ESPN, and Matt Miller put out the best values. Best values. He feels like Rome Odunze was the best value overall. Picked at number 9. Mm-hmm. He got Caleb Williams second. He's got Marvin Harris in third. Xavier Worthy, he has the 4th best value for what you got.
Okay, yeah, he got him pretty late in the 20s.
Who do you think the best Texans value was?
Best Texans?
By Warren Sharp and by Matt Miller.
Wouldn't be the first one. Probably wouldn't be. Oh, well, Stover went in the 4th. I had him in the 3rd. Let's see. Who was the second pick of the second round? It wouldn't be Blake Fisher.
No, and actually, Warren Sharp said he was the riskiest pick.
Blake Fisher?
Yeah.
There's, a tackle in the second.
You liked him a lot.
Yeah.
And Mel Kiper even said if he was there next year, he would have been one of the top tackles in the draft, right? If he'd have stayed in college?
Yeah, he would have been a first rounder.
He would have been a first rounder next year.
Yeah, he would have been a first rounder. So, yeah, I wouldn't. I'd say probably maybe I'm forgetting another player. Is it Cade Stover?
No, it's Kalen Bullock.
Oh, yeah, I'm not. I don't agree with that.
Well, he says this. It says Matt Miller. He was my top-ranked safety. Not a big striker or hitter, but his ball skills, 9 interceptions, and range are beautiful from a deep safety alignment. And his addition will allow Jimmy Ward to thrive in the slot.
I like all that.
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that, but I like the range and all that. But he takes bad angles to the football. He's very feast or famine.
Well,
if you have
he and Jalen Petrie are going to have fun back there.
Well, if you take a deep safety and he's inconsistent in terms of how he plays on, deeper than the deepest and stuff like that, that concerns me. And
Warren Sharp felt like
up.
that was the best pick that they made too, the best value pick.
Value, I would say.
Where did you have Kalen Bullock ranked in safeties?
Let me see. Safeties. You got to remember now, I also think he should be given a shot at corner. So, but let's see. Safeties, I'll look it up right now. I had him, where's my grades, guys? There it is.
Oh, are you doing grades now for the
No. For the players.
Oh.
I had Kalen Bullock 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually 5th because Oladapo is hurt. So I have him in my own personal grades. I had him 5th. Nope, 6th.
Yeah, I'm 6th.
Yeah, I had Tyler Nubin first, and Daedric Taylor Demerson from Texas Tech 2nd, then Javon Bullard 3rd, then Jaden Hicks 4th, then Cole Bishop 5th, and then Kalen Bullock 6th. So that's how I had it. I had a 4th round grade on him personally. Bullock, I like him, but I thought he would go in the 3rd, though, is where I projected him based on teams. So that's where he went.
Well, I hope those guys are right and you're wrong about it.
Yeah, I hope I am too. The way I thought it would go was Nubin 2nd round, Bullard 2nd round, Hicks 2nd, which he didn't go there, Cole Bishop 2nd, 3rd. Then you've got Bullock 3rd. So that's how I thought it would go. And it went similar to that. Hicks was in day 3, though. And I think Javon Bullard was 2nd rounder. So, but I do like. I like Bullock. I like Bullock. There's certain things I really like about Kalen Bullock. I just, in watching him, and I got this confirmed with a couple other teams too. I don't think I wouldn't see anything. This is a concern. The one thing you look at, he's got good size. He's got good speed at a 4.48 40. His 10-yard split is a 1.51. I'll tell you why that's significant. That's really fast. That just shows you his ability to trigger and range over the top. And that's one of the things that those guys love, and I do too. I put quick burst, smooth strides to cover ground over the top. Very fluid, swerving and swiveling from deep pedal. Transition quickness to stay connected to man coverage. Upscale ball hawking talent when eyes are properly balanced. Plays with range, rise, timing, and body control of a receiver. Uses his length and feel to affect passing lanes and catch points. Triggers hard downhill, looking to jar catches loose from wide receivers. Minor weaknesses are can be manipulated due to route jumping tendencies, inconsistent eye balance, fails to diagnose run plays at an adequate pace, guilty of poor pursuit angles and missed run fits, fails to wrap and finish ball carriers as the last line of defense. Runners and receivers can push through him for additional yards. So my whole thing is that he's got to, like, if you're going to be last line of defense, you got to tackle better.
Right.
You got to take smarter.
Well, USC was not exactly a stalwart defensively.
For anybody from their defense to get drafted in the third round is a miracle.
There were a lot of guys
And that's
who
for 2
he
years
had
in a row.
to tackle,
Yeah,
right?
for 2 years in a row.
Because he was the last line of defense, and there were a lot of guys who were breaking the last line of defense. So what we've learned, though, what we've gleaned from Nick Caserio the last couple of years, and maybe this is going forward if you're still doing draft stuff going forward, is that he likes he likes ball skills.
Yeah.
Lassiter is a guy that's got ball skills.
Yeah, he wants guys who make plays. That's good.
Yeah, that's right. Bullock is a guy who has got ball skills, and so does Stingley. I mean, he likes guys that are good around the football.
Ball production. So he's also got height, weight, speed. Weight is okay. It's like 188, 190. So the weight's not great, but he's 6'2", and he's got long arms, 32.5 arms for a safety as long. So he wants him to be fast, long, and with ball skills. Fast
isn't necessarily the thing because Lassiter's not fast.
No, but that is Stingley.
Yeah.
And it is Bullock is fast is relative. It's a relative term. You're right. That's not, but what you get there is ball skills. Like he's ball skills and toughness as a run defender. It's never going to be just one thing. He wants you to have two elements that he really likes, and or at least for the first 3 rounds. And you see ball hawking and speed and instincts for Bullock. With Stingley, we know there's a lot. There's a lot to like. That's why he was picked early.
He doesn't even care if you get hurt all the time.
I think he'd rather you not.
Well, probably.
He was banking on. I would say that he was banking on those 2 years at LSU being like outliers.
Not so much. Not so much.
I think he was thinking, we don't think that's going to continue to happen here.
Yeah.
Because remember, one of the years was people just thought it was Stingley just checking out on the season because he didn't want to get, because he wanted to just get to the pros. But he did end up having a surgery on his foot, though.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought he just quit. Just said, well, you know what? I'm going to go to the pros. I'm done. I'm done here.
It could be both.
I'm done here. I won a natty. I'm done here. We're good. We're not as good anymore. I'm out. And that's what it felt like. Of course, that could be totally off. You're right. He did have surgery on a foot, so maybe he was actually injured. It just felt like that he was done. And he won a natty for LSU, or helped win a natty. So was he a freshman? No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was a freshman when
he was
when
a
they won the
freshman.
national championship. That's right. So anyway, just maybe Kalen Bullock is going to be the guy that comes out of this thing. I think he's going to be on the field a lot because
he's got talent and skills. He just has to get better as a run defender. I mean, that's just the bottom line is
he and Jalen Petrie.
If you're the last line of defense and they get up to you, you got to make stops. If not, it turns into
it's going to be risky business. Those two on the field at the same time.
Why are you everything's going to be fine with Jalen Petrie?
Jalen misses a lot of tackles.
Everyth's going to be fine with Jalen Petrie. He was
Jalen
fine
misses
the year before.
a lot of tackles.
He's still learning
especially
to play
when he blitzes. Goodness gracious. I mean, he comes free all the time in the backfield, and he misses almost every time. And then
fine.
He takes a lot of bad routes as well. It's a lot of bad routes. So we're going to be him and Kalen.
I don't want to see that. I need good routes for the football.
You're talking about routes.
John has got diss tracks on Jose Abreu and Jalen Petrie. John just released a diss track called Bad Routes. Bad Routes to the Ball. Broke GPS. Said his GPS to the ball carrier is not good.
Bootleg ways?
You missing tackles. You always miss. Same stuff that you did at Baylor.
726 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 713-780-3776. What about Tyrese Maxey last night?
Oh, man.
I mean, look at the guys now that are in the middle of the first round.
I'm trying to watch the Astros because good things are happening. We got home runs happening for people who never hit home runs this year. and my son runs in, "Are you watching Maxey? Are you watching Tyrese Maxey?" I said, "No, I'm not watching Tyrese Maxey. He's got 40 points. He scored 6 in like 4 seconds."
So this is another guy drafted 19th,
Yeah.
right?
Late.
I mean,
Well, mid-first
look at
round,
the
I
guys
guess.
now.
Well, it's not.
Alpi, Tari Eason. I mean, there's guy after guy. We're starting to get to a point where now all of a sudden there's some hidden gems in the middle of the draft.
Let's divide Tarisin from Maxey and Alpi. Let's wait a bit.
Well,
we're talking.
You got to stay healthy.
Yeah, and Maxey.
Well, I don't know. I'm going to tell you this, Del.
I know what they say.
The organization.
Well, that's fine. But I just saw Maxey score 7 points in the last 30 seconds to save a playoff series.
And I saw Tyrese
Eason did that too.
Warriors.
I saw
That's
him
his
taunt
most
the
famous thing
Warriors,
this year.
and the Warriors come here and smack the Rockets around while he was watching. Let's relax. He's a find, but Tyrese Maxey
He's a find.
might
Just wait. Oh, don't
Just
be
wait for
disrespect.
what?
Now all of a sudden you got diss track on Tari Eason?
I'm just telling you.
Did you just diss track Tari?
Are you dissing?
I'm just saying maybe after watching Tyrese Maxey do what he did, we don't put Tyrese just yet in the same.
Yeah, yes, that's releasing
category.
the track on Maxey right there. The way you're doing.
No,
that.
that's what you're doing. 727 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Put some respect on Tari Eason. All right, put some respect. On my man Kent Jones. Okay, put some respect on. I'd like to call him the mortgage nerd, but you can call him Dream Rate, okay? Because that's what he is. He's going to work his tail off. I'm going to guarantee you this, okay? Because you can't make a lot of guarantees in the mortgage game. They got to say, don't say this and don't say that. They're gonna. Okay, what I'm going to guarantee you is that Kent Jones is going to work his tail off to find the best mortgage for you. Be that a Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac, FHA, VA, whatever. He is going to shop your loan. He is going to work it so that he gets as many discounts as he possibly can for you. You're not finding that with the other big guys. They just don't have time. You're just a number. You're just a number for them. And they make so much money that they're able to put their name on multi-million-dollar bowl games. Well, Kent Jones ain't doing that. I'm going to tell you that right now. He doesn't have the overhead that the other guys do. And you're not going to get the attention that Kent Jones is going to give you when he's doing your loan, when he's doing your mortgage. If you don't have a broker, you're doing it wrong. Okay, 75% of the people don't have brokers. Shop your loan. This is the biggest deal you're ever going to make in your life. And Kent Jones is here for you to work that deal for you. So, Dream Rate is the ultimate mortgage hookup. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, 975loans.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
it's important for Mother's Day that you do something special for, you might want to do it for your own wife. She's the mother of your child, and this might be a great opportunity for you to take care of your wife with a Mother's Day gift from Zadok Jewelers. You want to go find something that's really incredible and something that you can really latch into is something that she's going to think is special. It could be a tennis bracelet, could be a brand new watch. It could be a necklace with the latest designs from the biggest designers and brands. It could be something that they will do for you customized right there at Zadok. They have people in store who customize. They have their own line of jewelry. I mean, it's incredible. 28,000 square feet of store, 2 levels, and it is packed with the most incredible jewelry, rings, watches, necklaces, earrings, just anything you can think of, and they can even customize what you're looking for from Old Family Heirlooms. Get her something great for Mother's Day. Whether you want to say thanks to your mom, you want to do this for your wife, Mother's Day is coming up. Do not miss out. Show her how special she is, and they do special better than anyone else. Zadok Jewelers, Z-A-D-O-K, Zadok.com. They're at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, over 4 decades, right there on Post Oak, and they are waiting for you. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard at Zadok Jewelers.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Before we get to Ryan here, nice story on Feldarius Payne, the undrafted free agent that the Texans signed. He has a 16% pressure rate, which is, in this story anyway, especially from the inside, that is first-round material. How did Feldarius Payne just slip through the cracks for everybody?
I don't know.
For those of you who don't know, he's from Virginia Tech, a tackle, and he's got unbelievable moves inside.
Defensive tackle, yeah.
Yeah, to defensive tackle, to get to the quarterback. Some of his film is tremendous.
Yeah, well,
and yet he went undrafted.
Yeah, he's 280 some pounds, which is small for a defensive tackle.
Oh, so is Aaron Donald.
Yeah, I know. And at 47 years old, everyone should be able to throw no-hitters like Nolan Ryan did. But it was the similarities. So I don't know. I found him because his testing was good. He didn't go to any All-Star games. His testing was really good. So I said, let me look at him. I'm like, holy crap. This guy's he beat Florida State, the brakes off Florida State. It was unbelievable. And he had good sack numbers, tackle for loss numbers. He was disruptive. I asked around, and he's like, he's a little bit of a turd or something like that, was one team told me. But nothing bad, nothing too bad, maybe just a little attitude problem. I don't know, something like that. Because I can't figure it out. He was at Nebraska previously. He was a transfer to Virginia Tech in the portal. All I know is as a football player, he's 100% draftable prospect because he's so quick off the snap. And I tried to make sure that the Texans knew who he was. I tried to do my best to, when I found him, to make sure they knew who he was, and a couple other teams. Because to me, like, I know he didn't play in the in bowl games. So maybe when I say bowl games, like East West Shrine Bowl, Senior Bowl, and any of those, he didn't play. But his testing was good, and he's very disruptive. I didn't know where the Texans were on adding 285-pound players. My guess is that's one of those guys that they thought wouldn't get drafted, but they had a draftable grade. Because I know some other teams who didn't draft players, they signed into priority free agent contracts. One of them got $210,000. They paid him $210,000. This one prospect, and I said, "Why didn't you draft him?" And he said, "Because we were able to just pay him like a draft pick and draft a player."
Yeah.
Because we knew no one was going to draft him. And Feldarius Payne, I think the Texans probably just said, "Let's just wait until he's a free agent because no one else is going to take him."
I'm watching the Florida State highlights right now, and he is. I mean, he's in the backfield the whole game. So, and he's got a great. It sounds like a Mockendale name.
Feldarius Payne sounds
Feldarius
like
Payne.
It's
Phelda. It's Feldarius Payne.
Well, it'd be better if he turns into a good player, and then we change his last name to Pain.
Right.
Feldarius Payne.
Right. Well, he is. I mean, he's got a great Mockingdale name. I'm pretty sure David had him on his list, and he was a real football player, turns out.
Yeah.
Ryan, let's get him in here. Ryan, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys. Got a question. After the draft, my team, the Cardinals, had one of the best drafts for obvious reasons. They had a multitude of picks. But if you look at what they did last year, getting their starting tight end, getting their left tackle, Kyler's getting healthier. This year, they obviously got Marvin Harrison. They got a good running back in Benson. They got their edge rusher, their corner. So it looks like they're putting all the pieces together. Can you see them being the Texans of this season? Because they kind of slowly but loudly built a tremendous roster after this from a starting standpoint. I just want to get y'all's thoughts. Could you see them making a significant bounce back? It's obviously going to be all on Kyler, but if he's healthy, I could see them doing some real good things this year.
Nah, I don't. I'd never see Kyler as C.J. Stroud. So when he's healthy, he's done okay stuff for half a season, and he craters usually the second half. And that's with D-Hop. I look at their roster. The roster's actually not very good. They have done like Zach Pascal. I mean, they've done a good job of not Zach Pascal. I'm sorry. Look at the wide receivers. I like Marvin Harrison, but Greg Dortch, Michael Wilson's really a special teams player. Tajon Palmer, they just drafted Chris Moore. Their wide receiving core is still very, very light. They added Jonah Williams at left tackle, who I don't think is a true left tackle. But Paris Johnson is who you're talking about. He's the right tackle right now. We'll see if he stays there. They brought Will Hernandez came over from the Giants. Wasn't good over there. Froholt's just average. I just can't see it. Darius Robinson I like, but he's not an impact player like Will Anderson. The defensive line, they still need more pass rushers. They switched to the 3-4, so they need to find pass rush. They didn't really find that level of pass rush, honestly. They still got a long ways to go. I don't see them being the Texans. I really don't.
Well, and plus in that division, that's going to be – the Texans are in a different division now. Texans were playing the last play schedule in one of the worst divisions in football. They've got to deal with still – the Rams have bounced back, and the 49ers.
Yeah. I actually I like some of the things they're doing. I'm with you, Ryan. I just think they're a year like you – it's not going to be this year, but maybe the year after they can. But Kyler's got to show me more than he shows.
Listen, nothing against Cliff, but he wasn't right for them. Steve Keim was not.
Right.
They needed to clean, and they're doing a better job.
Hey, Gannon was competitive on a regular basis.
Yes.
I thought he was going to be a joke.
He was weird to start with, but he actually turned out to be a pretty good coach last year.
We were making, on the draft thing I talked about, I said, on the draft cast that we did, I said, when I first saw Jonathan, we were talking about Dan Campbell, and everyone went after Dan Campbell's press conference. We're going to bite him in the knees and kick him in the nuts and jump on him.
I don't know if he said
scratch him in the face and all that stuff.
Right.
And everyone kind of made fun of him. Now are you making fun of him? Jonathan Gannon. One of the first things we see is he goes to Buda Baker. He goes, pew, 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 pew. And Buda's sitting there
and what about? Did you guys take a bus here?
Yeah.
Or what?
The whole thing.
What?
I like to think of was, oh my God, this is going to be an epic failure. And you know what? It wasn't.
Well, here's the deal. The odds came out yesterday. Playoff odds.
Well,
so Ryan,
your
team, the Arizona Cardinals. What do you think they are to make the playoffs? Plus minus.
Well, they're plus like 500.
325.
Okay.
Plus 325. Which is one of the higher ones, okay?
To not make it is what, minus 600?
To not make the playoffs is minus 450.
Oh,
so for those of you who don't know what that means, if you bet $100, you win. If they make the playoffs, on them making the playoffs, you win $325.
That's actually,
if you bet $100 on them not making the playoffs, you win about $20.
Actually, I figured it'd be more like minus 600.
Yeah. But
they're getting better. I don't know if I'm all in on Seattle. We're giving San Francisco a free spot. I get that. But Arizona versus Seattle, Arizona versus the Rams. Aaron Donald's not there anymore, but Kobe Turner was really good in the middle. But Puka, the Rams, I think the Rams still have too much as long as they're
the Rams they were rejuvenated last year. And then to San Francisco.
Not having Aaron Donald's a big deal, though, John.
Yeah, that is true. What do you think the Houston Texans are to make the playoffs?
Yes, minus 10,000.
No.
Oh.
That's a lot.
That's in my mind.
Playing a first-place schedule?
I'm already figuring out how we're going to beat the Chiefs in the championship game.
I don't know if you saw the quarterbacks we played last year.
Yeah, they got to play us. Let me tell you what. Maybe you didn't hear. The Texans aren't the circle game anymore.
Maybe you didn't hear.
Texans aren't circle. If you're going to say the Ravens, if you're going to say something about the Ravens, keep it in your mouth. There was no Tank Dell. Maybe you didn't hear. Tank is recovering.
Lamar in my mouth.
I mean, I'm not even interested on the offensive side of the ball. Who are the Texans going to use to cover guys?
Who do we have to cover?
Oh my God, are you kidding?
Oh, the great
Kamari
Odell
Lassiter?
Beckham's gone.
Why are we talking?
Stingley?
I'm not talking about the Ravens. Just go
And
through
Bullock,
the schedule.
Kalen Bullock?
Oh no, I'm so scared of Nicole Hardeman.
Desmond King?
I'm so scared of
don't know
Rasheed
nothing
Rice,
about
who may be in
covering.
prison. I'm not afraid of anybody. Everyone else's receivers are catching cases. Ours are just catching touchdowns.
You're looking forward to the C.J. Henderson, Okuda versus Waddle and Hill
May
thing?
I remind you that we
forward to
got. Let's see. There are 3 first-round corners in our secondary right now.
Hashim Thabit was a first rounder in the Rockets too at one point.
It doesn't change the fact that we've got 3
Johnny
first-rounders.
Flynn was a
We've
first
got
rounder.
3 first-rounders.
Yeah, first rounders. What does that mean?
We have 3 first-round cornerbacks. Name it. Show me another team that has 3 first-round cornerbacks in there. We've got a second-rounder in there. We've got Jalen Petrie was a second-rounder. It's just our secondary is loaded with draft capital.
Yeah.
Well, even if it's other teams' draft capital?
Jimmy Ward, I don't remember where he was drafted.
Oh, he was a high pick.
Yeah, I'm just count where they got drafted. It doesn't matter.
The Texans?
We've got 2 first-round left. We got 2 first-round tackles. We got a second-round tackle now. We've got a first-round guard in Kenyon Green.
Shaq Mason.
Shaq Mason was later for the Patriots. Our center, Juice Scruggs. Our team is made up of first and second rounders, basically. That's it.
Nico.
Kenyon Green.
third
C.J.
rounder.
Henderson.
Oh, but one of the best values ever.
Sure.
Nico Collins.
Sure.
Tank, great, unbelievable value.
If Kenyon Green plays up to his
where was
draft
Joe Mixon
slotting,
drafted?
another first
I started talking about.
Was he
I
second?
think he fell after the.
No, he didn't. Well, that came out, but it had happened.
I'm talking about defensive backs, and now we're back on the offense.
Yeah. First rounders.
Why did
Loaded.
you guys? Okay.
What do you think the odds are for the Texans to make the playoffs?
Minus 250.
Minus 190.
Okay.
That's it.
I think value don't make the playoffs plus 155.
Yeah, he was second. Joe Mixon was second rounder. 48 pick.
Plus 155. Not make the playoffs. Might be some value
Throw that
there.
money away.
Might be some value.
You can throw that money away.
744 ESPN 97.5 and
If
92.
there's anyone who's been more afraid of the Texans schedule than you, I'd like to meet him.
No, not. There's no one. John Daspit, is he afraid of their schedule?
John Daspit's not afraid of anyone. John Daspit goes up against all lawyers from all sides. He's a personal injury lawyer who has to fight for people's rights. Really, I mean, I hate to call them rights, but that's what they are. You have a right to compensation for injuries when someone else's negligence has put you in a bad position, has injured you, has created a need for a hospital bill and a need for medical attention that lasts beyond, just that single time. A lot of people have to go through physical therapy. I saw a guy, man, when I was in Danny Arnold's place, I felt so bad. He was a listener too. He had been in a really bad car accident, and his knee was just unbelievably swollen. Just you could see it. And I asked what happened, and this had happened years ago. Like, it had happened years ago, and this is something he has to live with now, a reduction in his mobility, a consistent swelling. He's going through physical therapy. Who knows for how long he'll have to go through that. And I felt terrible for him. But this is what can happen to you. I want to just make sure you know that. It's going to be loss of life. There's some awful things that happen, and John Daspit wants you to know that if something like that happens to you, no matter how bad it is, he's going to be there to fight for you. He's going to get you all your hospital money, all your physical therapy money, all your time missed from work. There's going to be consideration for all those things. Some people may not be able to work anymore in their activities because of the physical nature of it, and they have the injury. Like I just said, John Daspit will account for that and get you paid for that because someone else is the one. It's their mistake that ended up costing you and potentially your family. Make sure you have John Daspit on your side. He is amazing. 713-CALL-NOW is the phone number. 713-CALL-NOW or go to DaspitLaw.com.
I got an air team coming to the house tomorrow, as a matter of fact, to check out. They've already come over. They looked at my air conditioning units, and it's bad. So I got to replace them, and they're going to come and they're going to measure. We're going to see if we're going to do 1-speed, 2-speed. We're going to see, and then you can get deluxe as well. We're going to find out what exactly I need, but Air Team has not been any pressure. There's no pressure whatsoever into buying a more expensive. They don't care. What they want you to do is have the most comfort that you can possibly have. They have great rebates going on right now, a warehouse full of equipment and parts. They've been around for over 35 years, 70-plus full-time employees. They know what they're doing. They're going to do the best job for you. Air conditioning, this is a great time for you to check out your air, to make sure that you're not losing Freon, that everything is working right, because if it does go on too long and you don't fix it, then you're really going to have problems. You're really going to have to replace. That's what happened to me. And so now every year you should have maintenance, at least every year, maybe twice a year you should have maintenance, once to check out the heating, once to check out the air. So you're looking for that kind of company, airteamltd.com. airteamltd.com, 713-956-TEAM, 713-956-8326.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. How about Tillman is talking about bringing the Comets back?
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. WNBA's having a little moment right now with Caitlin Clark coming in.
Maybe if they could get Caitlin Clark, that would be great.
That's what he needs.
Yeah,
Caitlin Clark.
I mean, we're not going to have.
The Comets. It's his decision. He could easily bring the Comets. Well, I say easily. I don't know about. Well, if there's going to be a time where there's enough momentum to push it in that direction, and women's basketball, Caitlin Clark. It's easy to see now if you just pay attention, but maybe for some they'll have to wait to figure it out. But this is a momentous thing just happened over the last 2 years, because everyone knows there's a lot of people now who know about these players who are going to be coming over the next 2 or 3 years. So. Now, will it carry over? Will more people, if they get 10% of the people to stay and watch women's basketball, just 10% of the people watch before, it's a huge win.
No,
it's a huge win.
Listen, that league is actually it's probably more economically feasible than it's ever been. Yeah. Listen, she is a phenom. Can you imagine every building that she goes in this year is going to fill up?
Yeah.
I mean, if she was coming here to Houston, wouldn't you go to the game?
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, she is, and yet look at what she's making. I mean, she is going to pay for herself 1,000 times over for the league.
Right, for the league. Because everyone else,
but she's getting her Nike money and all that.
Yeah, she's supposed to make over $40 million this year.
Right.
So she's fine.
I'm not worried about Caitlin's money.
Yeah, Caitlin's going to be fine. She's got multiple deals already. Her money is going to be made by is going to be made with endorsements. But yeah,
and that's great for the league.
Yeah,
I mean, it actually is.
Jordan was a big deal, but Jordan became bigger as his career went on.
She's walking in like
this
that.
is like Zion. This is like Victor Wembanyama. This is like LeBron coming in. When LeBron came in, it was a really big deal already because LeBron had been on Sports Illustrated cover, which is a big deal at the time. He had been on ESPN. Like they were broadcasting his games. And he physically was a freak. He would just look different than any other, high schooler coming out. So Kobe had some of that, but not nearly as big of that. So, yeah, you're right. It's going to be – the WNBA's never been in a better place, I think, from a feasibility standpoint. The question would be, if you add another team, okay, you dilute the talent base a little bit. And then that could hurt a little bit. But I do think that the Comets were fine here. The Comets at the very beginning, and they were winning. It was when they had to move to where Les Alexander said they can't come to Toyota Center. I'm done with them because that wasn't a great time for the WNBA. They're just trying to get off the schneid basically. Now, after about 20 years, they're in a much better place than they had been. They've got bigger names. The product is substantially better. And if Tillman wanted to bring them in, why wouldn't he want to? He could fill out. When the Rockets aren't playing, he's got a chance to sell tickets to the venue.
Yeah.
Why not? And we know the
he's got
salaries.
a chance to sell tickets. Listen, he's cashing in now when Caitlin Clark is coming into the league, but she's only going to be here once a year, if that, whatever. But
what if you had a team coming back and you had Paige Becker, because you'd be an early draft pick as a expansion team. You had Paige Becker's coming to your team. That'd be a big deal. Not as big as Caitlin Clark.
Well, if you get a name like that, yeah.
Yeah, if you have an early pick.
Paige is going to be, yes. Paige is going to be a big name coming out. Are there other ones? I guess we'll see whether or not
Juju Watkins in 3 years.
Yeah.
You had the other girl who's
that's
a
another
freshman.
thing. You got to wait 3 years.
You had the freshman. Well, it's not. You don't get a team overnight.
No,
it would take a couple years, I think, before you had.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it would. We'll see. I mean, it is there. We'll see. I mean, Kate, listen, we've never talked more, and it's never been bigger, women's college basketball, than it was this year with Caitlin Clark.
Well, it's also a mechanism.
Is that sustainable?
Well, no, it's a mechanism also to advertise his restaurants. Let's all remember that too, because every
if anybody
TV,
is there,
because he also has Space City. Yeah, I think people would be there. I mean, how many? If you got 10,000,
are you going to see Elena Delle Donne when she comes to town?
I mean, I don't go to a lot of games.
Are you going to see Brittany Griner when she comes?
I don't go see Pat Mahomes when he comes to town.
Yeah.
I don't go see, I'm probably the wrong person to ask. I would go see Caitlin Clark because I looked at going while she was at Iowa.
Caitlin Clark really moved him, okay?
Well, because I'd never seen anyone. I don't know,
in places I've never seen.
No, I'd never seen anyone. Show me a women's player who's ever played like this in history. I've never seen it.
Yeah, there are more on the way. You mentioned Juju.
There are definitely more on the
Juju. If you're talking about
age,
women's basketball's gotten way better.
Juju's
That's
like
why
a Paul George type as far as how she plays the game. So if you're talking about athleticism and the way they play, I don't know if they model themselves after men playing, but some of the skills and the movement you'll see it mimics what we see on the NBA.
So they play like a man, Del?
No, the movement is more. The movement has, but it's been like that for a while though, Del. When I would see play, I'm like, man, this doesn't look like it used to look.
Yeah,
Caitlin looks like Steph.
Yeah, the whole set.
That's why I would go watch her.
Yeah, that whole set shot where it looks like they're trying really hard to get it to the rim. The stuff we see in our heads, that stuff is over.
That stuff's over. They have a fluid jumper.
Bob Cousy ball's over?
I mean,
it wasn't that bad.
It wasn't as bad as Bob Cousy.
So Mason can't beat them anymore?
No, I even asked Mason, I said, could you beat Caitlin Clark? And I was waiting for him to. He goes, no. I'm like, oh, okay.
Well,
I said,
finally,
would you score on her? He goes, yeah, I'd probably score like 7 on her.
He wouldn't score on her.
She'd beat him 11-7. I said,
she's not a great defender.
You're not getting it back.
She's not a great defender, but he wouldn't score on her.
WNBA talk. Yay. Shut up.
How tall is Mason?
6'3".
Yeah, he's tall.
He still couldn't back her down though. He couldn't score on her.
Oh, he's too light. He's too light. Like he weighs more than her. He's probably about 170, but she just braced him up. He's light in his legs.
Mason.
He wore an elbow sleeve on his knee for a knee sleeve. I'm like, bro, you got an elbow sleeve on your chicken ass legs yesterday? And Sebastian thought that was the funniest line that I put on him for years.
I wish Dell would hike his leg all over y'all's WNBA talk the way he does when y'all say anything good about Houston teams. Do you hike your leg up on? Yeah, you always do. You always do bring the negative side.
Well, because you guys are so over the top.
Okay, all right.
You think you're a counterbalance?
Yeah, I'm trying to be.
You're the weight on the other end of the scale.
Because
it's
crazy. Listening to Lance talk about, hey, I don't care who comes into town.
That's right.
It's
I'm
nuts.
fearless. Listen, some of us are fearless now because we have a quarterback. That's my quarterback. Have you seen him on all these podcasts?
You feel good about that?
Yeah. You know what? I know that he's doing podcasts. He's thinking about football. Usually I don't say, have you seen my guy on all these podcasts? That's a great thing. But for me, my guy's having a great offseason on podcasts.
Do you want him to be around Micah
He's
Parsons?
He's winning a lot of podcasts.
Okay, let's play the sound of he and Micah Parsons talking about
basketball?
Them being in the NBA. Right now,
my guy's also realistic.
Yeah, right, he is. He's not like your son.
He knows what a bunch of clowns that some of the Cowboys can be. Watch, he takes a shot at Dallas.
Yeah, he does.
We come back.
Time for you to talk about Maestro DeBell, though.
Let's talk about Maestro DeBell. This is no joke right here. Maestro DeBell, is a tequila that came from Tequila, Mexico, and it is huge in Mexico, and it's getting bigger and bigger in the States every single day. My place, Riel, the restaurant, they carry 3 different bottles of Maestro Dobel, and there is Maestro Dobel popping up in restaurants all over the place. You can find them wherever they sell fine liquors. You know, if you've bought tequila before, but you're not a big tequila connoisseur, you go get your tequila and maybe you do shots because you're pre-gaming. Maybe you just have it for your margaritas. That's probably most common what you're doing. But might I suggest upgrading your tequila? Might I suggest upgrading to a tequila that you can sip and enjoy the delicious flavors of the tequila? Yeah, tequilas have different profiles, especially if they're well done and distilled properly, like Maestro Dobel, and they're aged properly. You get something completely different, and that's the Maestro Dobel difference. Whether it's Reposado, the Añejo, the Cristalino, the silver or the smoke silver, there is a tequila that's right for you for all your cocktails, and especially as a sipping tequila. It's Maestro Dobel. Wherever fine liquors are sold, you're going to find Maestro Dobel.
Time for me to talk about the Insperity Invitationals this week. Is today the 1st? You can start going out there. Yeah, today's May 1st. And you can start going out there now, absolutely free. The Insperity Invitational, proud to continue its tradition of offering free general grounds admission. You're invited now today through Sunday to be out there at the Woodlands Country Club tournament course. The Houston Insperity Invitational, presented by United Healthcare, is at the Woodlands Country Club. Watch 78 of the best PGA Tour champions, players of all time. We're going to be out there Friday. Can't wait to be out there. Dell is clamoring to go, but right now I don't think you're going to be able to go, Dell. I don't think you're going to.
No, I have other responsibilities.
Yeah. So if you want tournament information, you can get the tournament schedule, ticket info, player field, events, tee times. Go to insperityinvitational.com. insperityinvitational.com. We got the best senior players, the champion tour players in the world right here in Houston, well, in the Woodlands. So let's get on out there. insperityinvitational.com. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance and you at 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. Our Astros won. But wait, we teased this. Let's get CJ in here first. Let's do so CJ and Micah Parsons for some reason are they doing a regular podcast now, or is multiple times they're on together?
I don't know if it'll be throughout the season.
No,
but,
I don't co-sign that. You can't do that. We're not doing it during the season, CJ.
Well, I mean, it's
on Tuesdays. That's what Micah does.
We're not doing this anymore.
Well,
this is an off-season thing only.
Micah says a lot of things that he really should just keep to himself during the season.
You don't want to be mixed up with Micah Parsons in season.
No.
Outside the season, picking teams, talking about basketball, that's fine. But I have not given any permission to start doing this stuff during the season at all. I do not co-sign.
Excuse me?
He has not.
I don't for the city of Houston.
CJ needs.
I speak for the city of Houston. We're not for this in-season podcast stuff.
Do you?
With Micah?
I don't think you speak for the city. I don't think you've reached the level where you can say you do that. Cal throws up the H2. Doesn't mean he speaks for the city.
Do you see what's going on right now? I'm putting up one of my H's.
Well,
now I speak for the city.
So they've been doing a lot of stuff together, getting to know each other really kind of well, actually. And now they're starting to throw
good.
shots.
It's dumb guy, smart guy.
Yeah.
They both have kind of like one guy says the reckless stuff and the other guy puts them in check.
So when they were both asked about playing in the NBA and how many points they would score, what you're going to hear first, I believe, you're going to hear Micah Parsons saying that he would average a lot, and CJ being a lot more realistic.
How much would each you guys score in an NBA game?
I'm averaging 20. I would say I would be lucky to hit a 3 or 2. I'm realistic. He calls himself a shooter. He's a cowboy. He's a cowboy. He's naturally delusional.
So
Micah said he would average 20. And
Micah said he'd average 20.
It's more a video thing. You watch CJ's face and he's incredulous.
He starts laughing. What's
he's talking about?
Yeah.
And then at the end he goes, he's a cowboy. He's naturally delusional.
So yeah. And CJ said, I'd be lucky if I get a 3 or a 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. And CJ is a good player. I mean, we saw that in a celebrity game.
And yeah, he was a good high school basketball player.
Yeah.
He hit a game winner over Jaime Jaquez when they played. I don't know if they're rivals, but they played a game against each other in high school.
Is he right that you're naturally delusional if you're a Cowboy or a Cowboy fan?
Do they draft naturally delusional players, or when they get there, do they become?
They become because it's so overhyped.
But what if you're both? What if it can be both too, though?
What do you mean?
Well, like Micah already was extra.
Yeah, he's extra.
We knew that.
Yeah.
We knew that going in. He was Mike is exactly who we thought he was going to be going in. He's an alpha.
Yes,
he's an amazing football player. He's the guy who's going to be the loudest guy in the room. He legitimately probably believes he would score 20 a game. And my quarterback says, "Nah, I get 2 or 3."
I might make a 2 or a 3.
Yeah, that's it.
Right.
He knows, like, he's a good basketball player, but he has respect for the other. Micah just naturally has no respect for anybody. Like, yeah, if I golf, you probably ask Mike, what could you, if you spent 2 years playing golf, what could you shoot? Like, I don't know, 68, 69? No, you couldn't.
Yeah.
You wouldn't break 80.
No.
If you spent 2 years playing golf. It takes time. You know, I hate when people don't have respect for the incredible feats and features of other people. It's hard to do the stuff that different people do, different sports do. You know, I can see, and some of people will say, well, you say you could do stuff all the time. Yeah, I think I could, but I don't think most people could, because you got to be willing to work at it like I'm willing to work at it. I work at 2 jobs at the same time. I have a work ethic that's incredible. So I think that's something you have to factor in. Was Micah Parsons going to work as hard as me?
And humble, too.
Mm-hmm.
Great work ethic and humble.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just telling you.
Humility is not your strong
Never
suit.
toots his own horn.
Yeah.
I mean, you know how hard it is to sit in a chair for like 12 straight hours? It's hard.
That's hard. There's no question.
Well, it's the peak of laziness. You can't even get up.
Mm-hmm.
It is hard to be that lazy.
I got up just fine when that food came yesterday.
Yeah, I bet. Highway
How was
Cantina.
that food?
It was great.
Good, really good.
The taquitos are great. They brought so much
Bacon
food.
wrapped shrimp. They brought in a ton of food.
Like 2 gallons of margarita.
2 gallons of margaritas, Campechano. Yeah, I got into it. I broke into that margarita. And then our girl Charlotte, she goes, "Don't mind me." She started pouring I'm the only one walking out. She's standing there by herself. She goes, "Don't
our commercials
mind me."
are going to be all out of. How are they going to be a little out of whack this week
great.
now?
I don't know how she handles her
queso,
margaritas.
cappuccino. We had
Enchiladas.
guacamole. We had beef enchiladas,
It was
beans,
a
rice,
spread,
bacon
man,
wrapped
from
shrimp.
Highway
You see, that's
Cantina.
how you do it. Only you do it at 9 a.m.
Well,
Yeah,
Next time.
I would prefer.
What's the name of the?
Highway Cantina. They're our featured restaurant of the week. And speaking of that,
Food was really.
it was
food
great.
Was really good.
It was great. We're going to give away a $25 gift card at 8:15 to caller 5. Caller 5 at 8:15 wins a $25 gift certificate or gift card to Highway Cantina. They brought great food yesterday. You'll enjoy it if you get the chance. Go over there and eat. Before or after games, they'll get you squared away.
Yeah.
8:15, caller 5.
There you go. Looking at some questions back, because you know what? We talked for months and months and months about the NFL draft. And just back for a second, okay, on some of the stuff. Your favorite prospect to team fit, Lance? Prospect to team fit. Who got a guy that's just perfect for their team?
Well,
and I'm going out on a limb here.
Okay.
Bo Nix.
Well, you are on a limb, but I think that's a pretty good. See, I think Bo Nix and JJ actually ended up in the perfect spots.
I think J.J. McCarthy, yeah.
I think J.J. McCarthy ended up in a great spot for him. And I think Bo Nix, it's not all the way there yet, but I think Sean Payton is the perfect head coach for him. If he's going to be an NFL player, it'll be at Denver. I would agree. I think Roma Dunze is uniquely suited for Chicago because he's coming in with Caleb. They really vibe together. They already like each other a lot. They're West Coast guy or Pac-12 guys. He's a ball winner, but he also has a really low key. He's a fun player. Malik is a dog, and and Marvin's kind of quiet and an introvert. Roma Dunze is hilarious. Have you ever said, "Hey, pull up Dell, pull up"?
Not as hilarious as Keon Coleman.
He's just South Louisiana hilarious,
Well,
where he doesn't even know he's hilarious.
He don't even know he's funny.
Can you pull up "All Souls Have Perished"? Just type in. I want you guys to hear this because we heard it. Just type in Roma Dunze and "Souls Have Perished." I want you to hear this. He's very smart. He's very funny and likable. So I think he and Caleb Williams, who has that kind of laid back personality, I think they're going to work great together. They come in together, so you got the Troy Aikman, Michael Irvin type of vibe, at the beginning of their career. And then on top of that, you add the fact that he is good at getting above the rim and winning contested catches. And I just think he's going to be a great addition for Chicago. I think that was a really, really good fit. I'm trying to look at other perfect fits. I think Byron Murphy in Seattle, he steps into a defensive line with Leonard Williams and Jerron Reed. And so now Byron Murphy gets to just play right there in the nose, and he's got two great – they're playing 3-4, so he's got two guys right next to him who are like Pro Bowl caliber players. So now his life is going to be – it's going to be good there in Seattle. I think that's a really, really good one. I thought Jared Verse really felt like a Wade Phillips pick. I know Wade's not with the Rams anymore, but when he got picked, because he's tough, he's explosive, it felt like somebody Wade Phillips would have picked when he went to the Rams.
Dallas Turner to the Vikings. Good spot.
Yeah.
On that turf, they just lost to Neil Hunter, so he's going to be the guy.
Get off quick, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking at
those Grenard too, right?
Who's that?
They signed Grenard, right?
Yep.
And they signed Grenard, so they got right off the bat, man. They got a couple guys that. Grenard needs to prove it a second year, and Dallas Turner, he's probably, whether he knows it or not, he's going to be compared to Will Anderson because he's coming out of Alabama, and people are probably subconsciously going to expect him to have a big year too. So there's some pressure on him, but yeah, I think those guys are good fits. I'm a little worried about Malik Neighbors in New York because he's got the shaky quarterback situation. I would argue that the head coach situation may not be great if the quarterback situation isn't good. I don't know how long Daboll can last if he has a bad year this year. I don't know what's going to happen with their quarterback. And then, that's a rough – you got to be able to handle the media being they're going to scrutinize you. if you don't perform the way they think
It's
you
not.
should.
It's not very unlike when Odell got there. Quarterback situation is shaky,
Right.
and you're in a big market. Of course, you can become a star there too.
Yeah, you can become a star.
Yeah.
Odell became a star there.
Yeah.
Things were going good.
How many
over there.
of these-
Joe Alt to the Chargers is really good too.
Yeah.
With Jim Harbaugh, I
Yeah.
mean that's really.
How
really
many
good.
of these quarterbacks will be starting by mid-season?
Let's see, Caleb, Jaden, by mid-season. I think Drake May will.
I think Drake May might even start the season.
I think
Penix is the one that won't for sure.
yeah, I mean all 5 of them could be.
5 of the 6.
There's a chance that only 4, either Drake May or maybe JJ McCarthy plays behind Darnold, maybe. I mean,
Are you kidding?
Well,
you
he
know
doesn't-
what that fan base would say?
yeah. I mean, Bo Nix should probably.
Does Kevin O'Connell have to win soon?
Oh. No, I think when you get a quarterback, you're good. Although when you get a quarterback, the clock
You can
ticks
get
on
your
your
fire.
job.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have Rome Odunze? Here's Rome Odunze. He was asked. Do you have it, Del? Okay, hold on.
Let's do it on the
we'll
other
play it
side.
on the other side. I'll give you an example of this kid's personality.
All right.
He's really fun to talk to because he's just a very normal guy.
All right. You know who else is fun to talk to? Doc Manavis. She's awesome. She really, really is, and she's going to help you out. She's really smart. She's Yale smart. That's smart. And she's got a process that is way better. I mean, I don't understand how doctors are still, in good conscience, how they're still performing surgery on an enlarged prostate. It's ridiculous because you don't have to go through that pain. It's basically painless. It's an IV. Yes, there is some process. You have to get an MRI. You have to make sure that it's not cancerous, but you have to get the ultrasound, the MRI. You have to make sure that everything is great. But it's just an IV. It's about 45 minutes. Then she'd like you to sit around for about a half an hour. That's a long lunch, and you have you're decreasing your prostate. Are you kidding me? When other doctors are telling you that you need surgery to do that? No. Do not do that. If you're looking for the best way, if you're going to the bathroom a lot, if you can't stop all of these symptoms of you having an enlarged prostate, there's only one place to go if you do. All you have to do is go to 975prostate.com. That's 975prostate.com.
So if you're playing underdog, you got a chance to play. You got a chance to play the playoffs. Basically, you're watching playoff basketball, and you have a chance to play higher or lower on a series of statistics. I'm going to give you an example. I've always talked about this, but I don't think you understand. Jason Tatum, for example, higher or lower than 27.5 points, 42.5 points, rebounds, assists. These are all higher or lower. 5 assists, 10.5 rebounds. How about 2.5 three-pointers made? How about 0.5 steals if you're looking for that? They've got a scorcher on 35.5 points, meaning it will pay 2 times the amount if he hits over 33, if he hits 36 points or more tonight. And they have these on all the players. I didn't even go down the list of stats that they had. I like to play a lot of scorchers because the scorchers are multipliers, and you can get to huge payouts very quickly, 40 times, 50 times, even 100 times your original play. This is all real money we're talking about, and it's completely legal here in the state of Texas. Pick between 2 and 5 players. You can win, depending on the scorchers you use, you could win up to 100 times your original play. There are features in it where they've got a flex feature, which is basically insurance, where you can win 2 of 3 or 3 of 4, 4 of 5. The payouts are lower, but you also can lose and still win. So this is a great opportunity for you to play along with these playoff games. Throw some baseball in there too. While you're watching your playoff basketball, you maybe want to watch a little baseball. Throw baseball in there. You can mix and match your sports if you like, but do it with Underdog. Lance is the name that you're going to use, the promo code you're going to use. They're going to double your first deposit up to $100 when you use promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
820 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Astros win last night. Victor Caratini, one of my people.
No, he's not.
Through.
He
yes,
speaks
he is.
Spanish. Did you see the post game? He had the interpreter there. He speaks
He was
Spanish.
speaking Italian. He
No,
speaks
he wasn't speaking Italian.
Spitalish. He speaks.
No,
yes.
He's not one of your people. I knew you were
It's
going
Spitalish.
to try to claim him. I thought you might have
He is.
something, and then after I saw him speak, I'm like, oh, John doesn't get to
she
claim
asked him in English, and he answered in Spanish.
Yeah.
But I think that's because he's Italian. Yeah.
I didn't know that's how we got from point A to point
no. But
C.
he didn't even have to have the interpreter
He
ask the
understands
question.
it. He understands that he just doesn't speak it as clean.
Yeah.
So he just used the interpreter.
Which is, I think, it's a sign that he's probably Italian. So he came through with the biggest hit of the season last night. You can't lose that game. And Joe Espada, I know that there's a lot of people out there that are not big Joe Espada fans right now. Granted, they started the awful start. But I have not been anti-Joe. I didn't like. I mean, dude, I know this. I don't even know that Dusty would have let Hunter Brown start the sixth. But after the triple, it would have been over for him. After the triple, it would have been over.
Oh, Dusty would let guys go too. Dusty would be slow to get guys up in a pin. Going into the sixth, you should have had somebody ready to roll.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, somebody should have been ready to roll.
You got way more after the first inning, and he gave up the 3 spot. You got way more out of Hunter Brown than you could have possibly imagined. And listen, Dusty did do this. He wanted guys to leave the mound feeling good about themselves. Hunter Brown did not feel good about himself after that. You know, Dusty did do that. Dusty made sure. A lot of instances you were like, I totally disagree with you. There were a lot of instances that Dusty had a quick hook, a really quick hook. And with the younger guys, not Verlander, not Fromber, but the other guys didn't have any they weren't staying in the game.
Right.
And Hunter Brown was one of those guys that needed a good outing, that needed some confidence.
Yeah, it would have been nice.
It would have been nice if he didn't. He gave up a 6 spot at the end when it was all said and done.
Yeah, it would have been nice for him to get out of there with 3 runs, 5 innings, 3 runs would have been good. But even if it was 4 runs and 5 1/3 or 5 innings, 4 runs, it would have been better than what happened. it seems like we get there. Now, Hunter can have some really, really bad games, but it seems like we're doing this a lot with Hunter Brown, with Arrighetti. Take away that inning and that inning, and it looks really good. Well, you mean like they got people out? Yeah, they're supposed to get guys out. But, I mean, I don't know. I kind of walk away feeling I shouldn't. It was 6 runs in 5 innings, but it's just weird. I remember Hunter Brown striking people out and getting people out, and I just thought, well, this feels like I put SOS in the first inning, same old stuff.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, well, maybe not. He'd gotten 13 or 14 out in a row.
Well, I put out there first inning after the 3-run shot. I said, are we sure that JP was the right guy to send down? And you know what? JP was actually probably a little bit better. Not much, but a little bit better than Hunter had been. But it turns out about where you landed in the rotation or whatever. Listen, Hunter Brown needs to clear his head. Hunter Brown needs – I don't know. Justin Verlander is right there. I know Miller and Murphy are there, but Justin Verlander is right there. That's your hero. Maybe Justin can help him straighten this out, but he has not been. He is not good. This is not a starter for a team that's going to compete for a World Series. He's the next guy out. Javier comes back. Hunter Brown's got to go, right?
Yeah. He had a good outing with 6 runs in 5
instead of
innings.
Arrighetti?
Well, I mean, both.
Well, no, there's only one Javier coming.
Hold on a second. Christian Javier, Fromber, Justin Verlander, Renel Blanco. Is there somebody else?
Arrighetti.
There's no one else?
No, that's it. Unless you bring J.P. France back.
Hold on, let me think again. Javier, okay, Verlander, Fromber, Javier,
Renel
Blanco, and somebody. Where's Urquidy?
Urquidy is not here yet. He's not now.
Is he thrown off a mound yet, or has he played any catch?
He's not playing catch. He's just hanging out.
Where's Garcia? How's Garcia doing?
Yeah, that's not.
McCullers?
Is
he getting close?
Not coming. He's not walking through that door anytime soon.
What about?
Boy, this is
Charlie Morton on the team.
He was DFA'd.
Trying to think, is there anyone else?
Man, this is so amazing, guys. Abreu's DFA'd. J.P. France is DFA'd. Hunter Brown's got to be DFA'd.
Well, there's a difference between optioning and when you send them to the minors and DFAing, where basically their career's over.
Well, yeah, whatever. Same thing.
No, it's actually
listen.
Designated for assignment is not the same as you got options on them.
Designated for assignment. He's assigned to the Sugarland Skeeters. That's what DFA'd is.
DFA is you have no options left. You're like, well.
No, he's designated for assignment. You DFA'd him. Well, you
didn't DFA him. That's different. You sent him down. You can bring him back up.
Well, yeah. And bring him back up.
DFA is basically if you get DFA'd, you're done.
If you're a veteran, you're done. But if you still got options, that's what you call it.
Yeah, you call it options.
Yeah, you option them to.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
right. You don't designate them for assignment.
Well, here's the deal: is J.P. France might be back up if Javier comes up and you option Hunter Brown. Then Arrighetti is just still struggling.
4-man rotation.
Maybe you're no.
We're going to the 4-man.
6-man rotation.
We're going to the 4-man.
We're not doing. Maybe you bring JP back.
This idea of a 6-man rotation so you can get worse starters in is the worst idea in the world. We need a 6-man rotation so bad pitchers pitch more.
Yeah.
No thanks.
Yep. All right, let's get Chris in here. Hey, Chris.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hashtag free Raheezy. Hey, Lance, what do you think about Kenny Powers going to the Jets, man? How do you think about that?
Kenny Powers. Who is Kenny Powers again?
Danny McBride's character from Eastbound and Down.
No, we know that.
I know that, but
what?
Is there a player who looks like Kenny Powers?
Yeah, I know he's referring to that. Let me check. And I know he's called him before, and he said something about Kenny Powers before too. Let me see who the Jets drafted. Who he's referring to as
Kenny a free Powers. Agent?
No, I don't think it was a free agent. Let's see, the Jets. All right, let's see if I can figure out who Kenny Powers is. Should not be hard. Let's see. They drafted Braylon Allen, Jordan Travis, Isaiah Davis. No, I don't know. Olu Fashanu is how it's pronounced. It's not Malachi Corley's not. I don't know. I don't know who.
He may have just been talking about Kenny Powers for whatever reason.
Is Danny McBride a Jets fan?
There was somebody who reminds me of Kenny Powers in football, but I don't know.
Doesn't look like a Jet if I look at their draft class.
No, I don't see any Jets.
I don't think Quantez Stiggers reminds you of Kenny Powers.
You know his story, his dad, he was going to go play college at Lane College, and then his dad got in a really bad accident and died. The kid was super depressed, left college in 20, didn't play football in 21. In 22, I think he went and played somewhere.
Didn't he play in Canada?
For a little bit. In 23, he played in Canada. He was a Toronto Argonaut, and they allowed him to be drafted out of Toronto from the Toronto Argonauts because he had never played pro football. So they drafted him from the Toronto Argonauts, and he's a pretty good player. He got drafted in the 5th round, which is about where I thought he'd go, 5th or 6th, and he's a pretty good little player. Quantez Stiggers. He's got a really, really interesting backstory. Sad, but it's hard to get there.
Somebody tweeted me or us his name and said, "Be careful." Okay, be careful.
Just wait, Lance, when you have to break down the Noah kid, Noah K.
Noah K.
I mean, I can say it, but I don't want to.
No,
I can't.
It's his name.
I know.
We all
I'm
have
not
to be able
saying
to.
it. I don't want.
We all have to be able to say his name.
What if the Texans get him?
Well, then we'll be
I'm
saying
not
it all
doing
the time.
a draft. I'm just going to say Noah the K word.
829 ESPN 97.5, 92.5. I'm talking about hoops right now. On the other side, let's talk a little hoops because ProDunk.com is the best way for your kid to start. Hey, you know what? You get your little girl in the driveway. She was watching Caitlin Clark, and she wants to play basketball, Dad. You get her out there shooting, right? I mean,
hey, remember when everyone wanted the next Tiger Woods?
Yeah. Now we want the next Caitlin Clark.
The dads thinking they were getting money. Did you see the money she got paid from Nike?
What? And you know what? How about just paying for college?
That's an
if your
investment.
little girl can shoot, even your guy, it's shooting is of now anybody can shoot. Can they make them? That's the key. And if they've got a pro dunk, and you are going to have your kids practicing and practicing and practicing.
Let them dunk. Don't let them bring. You always tell them to bring the goal down. Listen, you're not getting to college trying to dunk.
No,
Austin.
But you still can't.
Aiden, get out there and shoot threes.
Well, when they're 6 years old, 7 years old, 8 years old, they can't reach the 10-foot goal, so you lower it for them so that they get a good shooting eye.
Yeah,
and then as they get older, they raise the goal back up to 10, and they get a scholarship. You want your kid to have a scholarship or not? I'm not guaranteeing it. All I'm saying is you got a much better chance.
Pretty good chance they will if you get a pro dunk.
It's better than without it.
Yes.
That's all I'll say. It's much better with than without. That's because you got the Pro Dunk, the best goal ever. ProDunk.com. That's ProDunk.com.
Aqueduct Plumbing Company for your needs. If you have a house that's over 40 years old, you're going to have corroded pipes. Here's the problem. 40-year-old house, I had it. You've got the metal they use for that is going to rust, then it's going to corrode, and it's going to lead to leaks. It happens to every single – it's undefeated. It is going to happen to you. They made that with what they had available. Now they don't make it the same way anymore, so you're not going to have those issues. But when you need a repiping job, did you know that they can do that for a standard, 3-bedroom, 2-bath house? They can do that for like $5,500, which is way, way less on a repiping than a lot of the other companies. And even if you have something much bigger, they've got very reasonable prices for you. This is a big job, but you have to do it once as long as it's done properly. They get under your slab, and they're very careful to get everything out and then replace it with the elements that are not going to break. They're not going to crack. They're not going to have problems. If you have the old metal as well, it is going to, when we have the big freezes, that's when you have the burst pipes underneath your slab. And trust me, I had a leak beneath the slab, did not know it, and it caused some major issues with water coming through the slab and ruining my floor. You don't want to be in that scenario, trust me, or you end up with that terrible floor guy named Willie like I had that caused me all those problems. Don't get Willie either. Get Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's the one that you need to get. Check your hydrostatic testing to see if there's any leaks right now. And better yet, have them repipe it before it becomes an issue. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
I'm obviously doing some background checks on some of these stories on News of the Weird right now. Dave & Buster's to allow customers to bet on arcade games. I want to go to Dave & Buster's now. We can gamble on the games right there?
Huh.
So can you watch two people play Tekken and gamble on who's going to
bet
win?
on them?
Well, me and Uncle Freddie used to gamble on double dribble.
Papa shot?
No. We would gamble on what was the two where you had the two NBA Jam. So we would go after we worked at Papado after our shift was over. Me, him, and Harold would go over to there was a mason jar or something like that had an NBA Jam in it, and we would go in there and we would gamble on, you might get Olajuwon and Kenny Smith versus Chris Mullen and Mitch Richmond. So we would go gamble we gamble on video games. We just, that's how the Arizona State basketball scandal back in the 90s, the point shaving scandal with Headache Smith. That all started because he was playing video games. They don't talk about it a lot in that 30 for 30 documentary, but he was playing video games against a guy who was had a connection to the mob. And this guy would come into the dorm, play video games. I think they were playing double dribble and some stuff like that. He got into a hole, like $5,000, and this guy, Headache, told my friend G.J. Hunter the story because they played overseas together. And this guy connected him with the mob, like, hey, you don't have to pay this debt off if you. It was like right out of a bad, ABC after school special. The player starts to shave points to take care of his gambling debt that he has from video games, and that's what it was. That's how he first got started shaving points, or he was supposed to be shaving points, because it was to pay off a gambling debt that he had from video games.
That's what happens.
So, yeah. Gambling's been going on, but is Dave & Buster sanctioning it? Is it you're just going to have people dumping?
I mean, there's nothing better for kids than learn how to gamble early on on video games. I mean, or you could be a really bad gambler, learn and be a bad gambler.
Are they going to have a sports book?
See, this is what I don't like.
Let's
so
hope
when
so.
I used to go to the Buffalo, I guess at first it was Sports Pal, so then Buffalo opened up his own place, Buffalo Jimmy. There would be guys in there playing pool. Mark Cavalier. I remember there was a game with Robert Hamburger. That was his real name, and I think it was Mark Cavalier. So in what's it called where you buy like NCAA tournament teams?
Calcutta.
Calcutta. So you can do a Calcutta with players. They had a big tournament.
Yeah.
And so people would buy.
People are buying
they
them.
would buy the pool. They would buy pool players.
Buying people is excellent.
But what happened was they had an issue with this, because Buffalo would tell me. I had no idea this would happen. If somebody was like Mark Cavalier, whoever the player would be, they would basically kind of do a secret deal where they would dump. They would dump to the other guy, because the guy who was stake horsing the other guy in the Calcutta would give him a little, hey, here's $500.
Yeah.
Here's $500. Just dump this match.
Mm-hmm.
And they would dump matches. So you have to worry about people dumping games. You'd have to worry the same thing. If somebody's paying me, I'm dumping.
Yeah.
I'm going to dump my game.
Absolutely. I would have done that this weekend, but nobody was paying me, okay, at the member guest at Highland Pines. Instead, collected the cash. That's all. That's all we did.
Wait, you weren't gambling?
Yeah, you bet. You it's a Calcutta.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah.
Do the police know about this?
Yeah, the police know. Yeah, the police know about a Calcutta at a private club. Yes, they know about it.
They know it's illegal.
They don't know.
Was there a rake?
No, it wasn't a rake.
If there was, that'd make it illegal.
It would be illegal. That's right. House, don't take my money. Don't take my cash. Okay. Anyway, I played.
I'm sorry. Keep talking. I got to go get a coat.
I know it's freezing in here. It is freezing in here. 713-780-3776 is the number. Well, he couldn't do that during the break, but
no,
he decided
he was overcome by the cold.
It is cold.
I know
it is cold.
I bring my jacket every day because I gotta go in there from 10 to 12.
I'm Roughneck Johnny now.
Well, hey, update the logo. How about that?
Yeah, well, I'm not buying the new stuff.
Okay.
I'm not about that life.
All right.
Now.
You're sort of Roughneck Johnny.
Yeah. Jason, who listens to the show, I played golf with him yesterday at Highland Pines. As a matter of fact, he joined us out there. He was gonna play, and he X'd me. Is it Xing? Is that what you're doing now? Is Xing people? Posting. He posted, hey, I'm gonna go. Well, we'll be there too. You come play with us. That'll be awesome.
Is that the place that reminds you of Georgia?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where you're going next week, May 7th, Al.
We'll see.
No, that's where you're going.
No,
it's not we'll see.
No, I'm still in conversations with the people in charge.
We're not negotiating. There's no negotiations
I'm
here.
negotiating. You're not negotiating. It had nothing to do with you.
Yeah. And, by the way, Eric Layden will be here for the rest of the week, actually. The 7th, Monday and Tuesday. Lance is gone all week.
No, I'm here Monday.
Oh, you're here Monday?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were gone all week.
I'm here Monday.
Okay, Tuesday we're out at Highland Pines.
Just Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Why are you going to miss that show when you love going out to the golf courses?
I don't mind
of all the shows to miss.
How far is it?
It's up in Porter. It's a little ways.
Friday we're going to the Woodlands.
Yeah.
So I'm going to the.
Actually, that's further than Porter. Oh yeah.
I'm going to the Astros with my boys tomorrow. Not the fellas, not my sons. So I'm going with the fellas. Today's Wednesday. Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I told my wife, I'm like, maybe I need to get a hotel out of the Woodlands so I don't have to wake up so early. You're not getting a hotel to go. That's like 45 minutes away, right? For us driving?
It's a good 40.
Aw, 45 minutes?
Well, it's...
Yeah.
You have to drive 45 minutes to work?
It's actually closer than Carlton Woods when we drove up there.
It is?
Yeah, it's closer.
How are you going to survive driving 45 minutes to work?
Well, that's also in the Woodlands, actually.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. But Carlton Woods is
I don't know. It's going to be hard.
Stop crying.
Yeah. How far do you drive from League City?
He's got to drive. He's got to ride up to Porter now.
I need a hotel
Does he really?
room.
He does.
How long is your?
That's gonna be a ride.
You don't have to go, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. God,
He goes, 45-minute drive.
You gotta drive.
Every day it's a 45-minute drive.
Dude, you're got about an hour.
I don't care about the drive per se. It's all the work I have to do.
Oh no, we got to get this call in. It says McCullers and Dell.
Oh.
Lance McCullers and Dell.
Well, it's not like a comparison. He wants to talk about McCullers and me.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I got you.
Well, I don't know what he wants to do.
What? Get Scott in here. Hey, Scott.
Hello, fellas.
Let's go. Yeah.
I would love to hear Lance say all the players' names now as Milo. I would like to tell y'all how much the show, what Dale brings to the show is awesome.
Oh.
And I would also like to know how many people don't know who the hell Lance McCullers is in the ATV commercials. They know Pena and they know Brick. and how many people don't know who the other guy is?
If you just started watching baseball over the last 2 years, now you would know him from the World Series. I mean, he came back.
But I don't know. If I'm him, I saw the commercial, and actually, me and my wife were watching the game, and I'm like,
The one in Spanish?
They need to take him out of these
The
commercials.
one in Spanish?
The one
they do in Spanish?
Yeah, no. No, he's sitting on the stairs or something, and he's looking all dapper. I mean, it was like,
Why do you want to pocket watch Lance McCullers?
I'm not pocket watching him. I'd like to watch Lance McCullers pitch sometime. That's what I'd like.
He's getting ready.
I'd rather watch him pitch than be on all these commercials.
Trust me, he wants to pitch.
Apparently, he's well enough to be in commercials.
Yeah. He doesn't have a broken back. He doesn't have a colostomy bag.
Oh, I know.
He's just literally coming back from an arm injury.
He'll
be
really like to see him pitch sometime as opposed to pitching products.
Now,
I'd like to see him pitch in baseball.
Did you see the one where they speak in Spanish? It's him, it's Bregman, him, and Jeremy Pena. Couldn't we have actually had a real Spanish speaker in there, a native Spanish tongue in there?
Right.
Like Urquidy.
Are we appropriating?
Well, I'm asking, like Urquidy, because you know what? If you have somebody like sometime trans community gets mad if there's not a trans actor,
right?
If there's an actor, a black actor, whatever, if a character, we always hear about, hey, why didn't you actually get this kind of character for this kind of role? Why, in a Spanish speaking, do I not have?
Is this the equivalent of blackface?
Jose, I did not draw that distinction. I did not draw the parallel there necessarily. Okay. But I'm saying, where's Garcia in that commercial? Mm-hmm. Where's Urquidy in that commercial?
Look at his.
Where is Jordan in that? Does Jordan not like chips and hamburgers and hot dogs?
Yeah.
In Spanish.
It's so funny you asked where's Garcia. Yannick Garcia just popped up for whatever reason. For whatever reason, Yannick Garcia is part of my this. I don't know.
So I'll tell you
why.
Well, John, it's because it's called an algorithm.
Well, no.
And
it's actually Clay Travis actually put it out.
You said I don't know why this is in my. Well, it's yours now.
No, it is. It's
the algorithm.
It's a Clay Travis trap, is what it is.
The algorithm knows you.
It says
it's a
Mexican
trap?
weather girl celebrates a big day. No, it's actually
what's
Outkick.
Her big
it's
day?
on Outkick. I don't know what. Oh, it's her birthday or something. I don't know.
You didn't read the story? You just looked at the pictures?
I never read the stories, Lance. Don't you know this from News of the Weird?
I do.
I never read the stories.
I do. Headlines and pictures. That's it.
That's it.
Headlines
I'm pretty
and pictures.
simple in that
Headlines
way.
and pictures.
Time to talk. Oh, I'll tell you how I am so
Did you
pissed.
see the Sydney Sweeney documentary is coming out?
No.
Are you going to watch it?
Documentary?
I was lying. I just want to see how easy he was to honey trap.
Okay.
He said yes.
Probably.
If I said Sydney Sweeney's book is coming out, will you read it?
No.
He's not reading.
Is it a picture book?
It's a biopic. It's not a biopic. It's a biography of Sydney Sweeney. You going to read that?
Yeah.
No. It's a picture book of Sydney Sweeney. You going to read that?
Yeah.
Yes.
That seems like it's something that's interesting.
Wow.
I'll tell you this. You know what else is interesting is have you gotten your property taxes yet? Oh my gosh. It's ridiculous how much more they're charging this year than they did last year. And it's illogical that your house in value would appraise for that much more. It's what the government does. They continue to do this to us. You have until May 15th to file a protest. Let Ownwell do it for you. Let Ownwell go and destroy the government. They do it all the time. They beat the government all the time. 86% of Ownwell's customers save on their property taxes. It's ridiculous what the government that says your house is worth. Let Ownwell protest it and fight it. An average saving of $1,148 for you. And that's a lot of money every year. Here's the deal, too. If you don't protest it, if you don't fight it, it's just going to grow. You let them do that. Then they're going to do it again next year and try to gouge you again next year. Don't let them do it. There's no upfront cost. Either you save or it's free. That's a guarantee. If you don't save, you don't pay. So there's nothing to lose here. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
QC Kinetics, QCkinetics.com. That's the website for you. Go to the website and take into account everything that they can help you with. It was a real game changer for my wife. It can be a game changer for you as well. Go to the reviews, read up on what QC Kinetics is about, who they are, how they work. You'll see the responses are great. The ratings are very, very high, and that's because it's regenerative medicine. It's non-surgical ways to treat hip and knee issues, for example. Now, it can work in any joint that has arthritis or chronic pain. Chronic pain stems from chronic inflammation, and inflammation happens a lot of times when there is a lack of tissue. It's been worn away, or it's damaged tissue. You know, regenerative medicine, it targets that area and will regenerate new tissue and restore damaged tissue. That brings the inflammation way down, and it brings your pain way down. Also can improve your mobility. Give you a chance to go out there and play golf, play basketball, play tennis, pickleball, run, jog, bicycle, whatever it is that's causing you problems. Maybe you're just having a hard time sleeping at night because you wake up in pain, or you're in pain at the workplace and you can't even think about it. And you're already, I need to get this shot. I need to have a surgery. I need to have pain medicine. I mean, listen, we can take all those things right out of the mix, go right to regenerative medicine, and take advantage of this amazing technology that pro athletes have been using for well over a decade. It's QCkinetics.com, non-surgical therapies that actually work, QCkinetics.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's get La Raza in here, and then I've got something interesting to do with the Texans and fantasy football. Let's get La Raza in here, though, first. ¿Qué pasó? La Raza. ¿Qué pasó, mi hijo?
Hello?
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 You're not
gentlemen, hello?
Hello, you're on.
I think and by the way, I think the picture is coming from.
That's right.
You heard from.
That's right. Word on the streets is we got a picture.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Buenos días, gentlemen. ¿Cómo están?
Bien.
Bien.
¿Y tú?
Sorry.
Café con
So,
leche.
you guys were talking about, like,
how people get offended and about like the line culture. I think they did a skit on Saturday Night Live with what's his name? The one that's in Barbie.
Yeah, Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling did a Cuban accent.
Yeah, I
thought
saw it
that
on
was
Saturday Night
hilarious,
Live.
man. Yeah, I mean, they're like, hey, hola chico, que pasa chico? And they're like, once you date a Cuban woman, you become Cuban yourself. Like, what? Like, that's hilarious stuff. And then Kick, I think Kenyan plays a black Dominican. And that's pretty funny because even Dominicans that don't even say they're black. There's a comedian named Garvey says, hey, I don't know why Dominicans say they're not black. Hey, I know black. I'm Dominican, baby. I'm Dominican. You see what I mean? We don't find that funny. We don't find that offensive. We find that funny, bro. That's hilarious.
And you know what's funny is Jose Lima once told us Jose Lima was Dominican.
Oh, in West Virginia?
And he goes, I was in West Virginia. I was the only black guy. And we said,
you're not black.
And John goes, you're not black, Lima. In West Virginia? I'm big time black.
Yeah.
Hey, but I had a question though, like real on the NFL draft. Lance, I don't know what round.
I don't believe that you have a real. I don't believe you have a real question.
Okay. Yes, he does.
I'm being serious.
Okay.
Look, I'm being serious. On one of the drafts, I don't know what they were. Somebody had selected somebody, but why do they have to talk about like the past, about domestic violence? Like this man has survived physical, sexual abuse, or has gone through like his dad abandoned him at the age of 3. Well, why do you have to bring up these negative, like things? I'm like, this guy, we don't want to hear these things about these gentlemen, and like, oh my God, his mom used bleach on his eyes, or he came adversity or whatever. I'm like, what is cool? Why do they have to be so hard on these guys like that, man? Like, we had to need a dark past, dude. What the hell?
That is true.
I didn't hear any stories about somebody's mom using bleach on his eyes. I didn't see that. ESPN did take a lot of heat a few years back for T. Higgins. Well, I'm not watching any of their broadcasts. I don't know if they still do it. I doubt it's that bad because they took so much heat for saying that T. Higgins' mom was in prison.
He was getting on everybody. Oh, this kid's a good kid. You guys got to bring up he's a bad or whatever.
But I don't know where those reports even were. I don't even know what he's talking about. Maybe on draft. I guess Ian Rappaport said this was one of the reasons he might be falling in the draft. But I don't know. Did the draft have any stories like that about the adversity that somebody had overcome with their parents?
But even you earlier, Feldarius. Well, I heard he's kind of a turd. What?
Yeah, I'm just saying that
ugly.
In passing here that I was asked, like, why would he have fallen? And that's why. But he's talking about when they said T. Higgins' mom, his mom is in prison. She was selling drugs. And he had to grow up on his own and blah, blah, blah.
Well, it tells you about character, though.
Yeah, but you're also putting family business out that is embarrassing to the kid. Like, a lot of people really didn't like that. And I know ESPN's intention, and it was T. Higgins. That was 5 years ago. Their intention was, hey, we're trying to show this is a good thing. We're talking about him overcoming adversity. But they're not thinking that that's an embarrassing thing for the kid potentially.
Yeah.
That's unless he talks about this all the time, then you're bringing a story out that may be very embarrassing to him. Maybe he doesn't want you talking about it. And the internet really was pissed. A lot of people were really pissed with ESPN for doing that. And that's La Raza's talking about that kind of stuff. I think there's overcoming adversity stories you can tell, and some guys wear it as a badge of honor. So if they're publicly talking about it, then it's fair game. But he may have just wanted to say somebody had bleach in their eyes. I mean, there's a chance that he just wanted to take an older story.
No, I think he just made that up on the fly.
Put bleach in their eyes. That would burn if you had bleach in your eyes.
He kind of made that up on the fly because he was like, he was just trying to think of some instances.
Right.
Bleach in the eyes is if you overcome that.
Too much.
Your mom did that to you? You overcame a lot.
Honestly, we should
First
talk
of all,
about
your
that.
mom didn't love you much. And secondly, what about your eyes?
Well, wait a minute. What if you – hold on a second. You ever heard of – did your mom ever wash her mouth out with soap?
No.
I didn't either. But
I got
did know,
slapped quite often.
Well, I did know a babysitter one time who tried to wash a kid's mouth out with soap when I was little. So I know about that. So wash your mouth out with soap. We've heard about that, right, for saying stuff. Maybe bleaching eyes if you catch a kid watching porn or something like that. Or maybe they're looking at booty girls like you were looking at.
I wasn't looking at booty girls. I got Clay Travis assaulted my eyes.
Yeah, with who? Yannette? Maybe.
With Yannette Garcia.
And maybe their computer, maybe a mom is, she's trying to do her best. She's a single mom. She's got a kid that's rowdy. I mean, like a U, like probably.
No, you don't put bleach in anyone's eyes.
But
That
what
blinds
if-
them.
but hold
it
on.
blinds
But
to them.
let me just speak for the women who may put bleach in eyes.
No.
What women are
What
those?
women are
The bleach-eyed people.
arrest them.
I don't know.
Arrest
But
them.
maybe they're thinking, oh, this
Do
is
not
like
even say that because
you can't put soap in the eyes. Maybe
you don't put bleach in
What
anyone's
about a
eyes.
drop? And you
They
say,
will be blind.
This cleanses your eyes from what you were looking at. That happens in Appalachian Mountains, probably.
Does it? What do moms do for dudes who snitch on their boys? Like that? Aren't you watching Booty Girls on your laptop? What do moms do to those guys who snitch right on their boys?
Yeah, right.
No,
like
the
you.
moms don't
like
even think about that.
Yeah.
They
Moms
should.
don't think about it. They
No.
want to make sure their sons
out
are
here
looking at
snitching.
booty girls.
Yeah. Peanut butter in your eyes. That's what they should do.
Are you following Ice Spice on Instagram?
No.
Because she's a straight booty girl.
That's your
See,
girl,
that's
not
your
ours.
girl.
It's not my girl.
You're obsessed with ice.
It's not
You're
my
obsessed
girl.
with a couple women. You bring up all
She has
the
no
time.
talent.
All right.
No, she's the one.
This is a quick
She has
one
no talent.
here.
She stinks.
And when we come back,
Like Joel
I saw a
Embiid?
girl at the airport trying to look like Ice Spice. She literally had
See,
the same kind of wig. Like, why are you looking like Ice Spice? Pick somebody else.
no.
Now, Sexy Red also come out. She has no talent either.
So when we come back,
Told you
real
Cat's
quick,
fine.
I
Told
a
you
little
Cat's fine.
fantasy football quiz for you on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, I'm talking about HR&P. I'm talking about my peeps over there. I love Mike Holly and Chris and Robler, Mike and Plotkin and all the people over there. They're just, it's great. You will get to know them too. I've talked about this before, that it's locally owned and operated. It's not some gigantic company, national company, that puts its name on an admin company that is just, you're just a number. They're just trying to, you're just a property. That's all you are, as opposed to a customized plan just for you that will perfectly fit your business, that is actually going to save you money, because they are going to, obviously, they're in the payroll business. So they charge you for payroll. But you win on that one, because if you try to do it yourself, it's more expensive. Second, they have the technology. It's second to none. The HR, they will do it better because you don't need an HR department. You have HR&P. Third, they give you options on all of your benefits packages, whereas the other ones, the big admin companies, don't. They do all of that, and they make money on that, and HR&P doesn't, because they're not in the benefits package business. You're looking for the best way to get your payroll to your people along with HR. All you need to do is go to hrp.net. hrp.net, 281-880-6525, or hrp.net. So I was thinking about this. Okay, fantasy football rankings came out. In what order would you draft Houston Texans in fantasy football?
So probably Stephon Diggs 1. Golly, this is hard. Man. Nico 2. Tank 3, CJ 4.
You don't even want to draft Joe Mixon?
5.
He's the highest ranked right now.
Well, yeah.
Of all the Texans.
I take it back because, there's only a certain amount of starters, so you'd probably take him ahead of.
What will they do?
Yeah, you would probably I take it back. I would take him second, and then CJ would probably be fifth just because there's so many quarterbacks you can. And he's not a running quarterback, so he doesn't have.
Well, he's actually ranked ahead of Tank.
He is, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I thought about it.
So here's the order that they're ranked as far as
okay
where you should draft him. Joe Mixon 1, Nico 2, Stephon Diggs 3.
You got Nico ahead of Diggs, huh?
CJ 4, Tank 5.
Okay.
Then Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, I think I would take. That's about right. I would probably take Stephon. I thought about Nico, but I would take Stephon. Stephon's going to get a lot of targets.
So yeah, he is because
he's quick. He's the quicker throw. And
but
so I think he's
okay, what are they going to do around the goal line? Joe Mixon?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. This is my concern: is that you're going to have Diggs bitching and crying if he doesn't get the ball.
If he doesn't get touchdowns,
it's not going to be. It's probably not going to be a lot of because the X wide receiver on that side is going to be Nico Collins, and that's not a great position. Andre Johnson was too. It's not in this offense. It's not going to remember they don't throw a lot of back shoulder fades and jump balls. So my guess is Tank, the best options around the goal line. I don't know. Joe Mixon is definitely a good option, but Tank got open so much. But I really think that the greedy bird looking for the worm is going to be your boy Stephon Diggs because he's got a contract to earn next year.
Yeah.
Don't mess our stuff up. Do not mess our stuff up.
So does Alex Bregman, but that's not working out right.
Yeah, but he's going to be complaining.
Yeah.
Bregman's not asking to get more at bats.
That's true. So, what do you think the rankings are for wide receivers coming into this season?
I mean,
it's interesting.
CeeDee Lamb 1.
Yep.
See Jay Jetta 2.
No, Tyreek 2.
Tyreek 2. Okay. Justin 3. Even
Jamar 3.
Jamar Chase 3 with Joe Burrow coming back.
Justin 4. I think
Rookie
it just makes sense with a rookie quarterback.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it probably.
It does. That probably
with Kirk
makes sense.
Cousins, Justin probably be still 1.
It makes sense.
But CD was.
I'm really interested.
CD was awesome last year.
He was.
As far as overall goes, it is. Let's see. Hold on one second. It's Christian McCaffrey 1, and then it is. Hold on. Gosh dang it! What happened to it? Positional rankings. Here we go. It is Christian McCaffrey 1, and then it's CD Lamb.
CD, yeah, because
CD Lamb. Yep. It's Joe Mixon is the 12th ranked running back, and here it is: Christian McCaffrey, CD Lamb, Breece Hall is 3. Breece Hall's got to stay healthy. And Aaron Rodgers has got to stay healthy for Breece Hall to be up that high.
Wait. Breece Hall's not 3 in draft.
3 in the draft.
What?
Yeah, ranked number 3 overall.
Breece Hall?
Breece Hall. Yeah.
I mean, he's got to stay healthy.
He's got to stay healthy, but I don't know if I'd take him third. I would take Tyreek third.
He was really good in his limited.
Jamar Bijan Robinson is ranked 6th now with Kirk Cousins.
I don't know. The one I'm looking for is Bijan's fine, but I'm looking for Kyle Pitts to finally.
Kyle Pitts has moved up the ranks.
Finally show up.
He's moved up the ranks. It goes here: Christian McCaffrey, CeeDee Lamb, Breece Hall, Tyreek Hill, Jamar Chase. These are just someone's ranking. So Jamar Chase, Bijan Robinson, Justin Jefferson 7, Amon-Ra St. Brown is 8, Kyron Williams from the Rams
That's
is
unbelievable.
9.
Out of nowhere.
A.J.
That
Brown
feels like
is
that
10.
could be a little bit of a Damian Pierce bump, though, because he had a big year. We'll see if he does it again, because he is a third down back, too. Like, he blocks well, he catches, and Kyron Williams he was really productive last year. Really, really productive. He was one of those guys who came off the waiver wire who probably had an impact on people winning leagues. Dude, what do you think his stats are last year? Kyron Williams. Do rushing and receiving stats. Do rushing yards and touchdowns, receiving yards, touchdowns.
I don't know, 1,200 yards rushing?
No, less than that.
Less? 900?
1,100.
1,100. Okay, 1,100 yards rushing.
Yeah, 1,144 yards rushing
If I'm going to say 450 yards receiving?
No, 206.
206.
He had 32 carries, 32 catches. How about his rushing touchdowns? Oh, let's just do total touchdowns.
Total touchdowns, 11.
15.
Mm-hmm.
12 rushing touchdowns.
Wow.
He started 11 games, John. 11 games, ran for 1,144 yards. What would he have done? What would he have done with more carries? Look at the rookie class. You had Puka Nacua. Yeah, and this is on the same team. Well, no, Kyron wasn't a rookie. That was the second year.
Yeah. but that same team.
He was a Pro Bowler. He was second team AP, second team All NFL. Dude, this is insane. 11 games started. He had 1,144 yards rushing and 12 touchdowns. I mean, he averaged 95.3 yards a game. That led the NFL. I better put some respect on his name.
That is, I don't know
Maybe
if I
he should
take
be higher
him
than
ninth,
Brees.
though.
Maybe he
I
should
don't
be
know.
higher than Brees.
A.J. Brown is 10th. I don't know if I take him ahead of A.J. Brown. Saquon is 11. Garrett Wilson. Jonathan Taylor's 13th.
Saquon.
I don't trust Jonathan Taylor as far as I could throw him this year.
I don't trust him or Saquon.
Or Saquon.
Everyone wants Saquon to be the superhero. Maybe he will. I mean, I had him last year, and he was fine. But Saquon Barkley, if you've had him in fantasy leagues, he just ends up disappointing you.
Jahmyr Gibbs is after that. Then Puka. Puka's the 8th receiver. As big a year as he had, he's still 8th. Devontae Adams is behind him.
Yeah. Well, who's going to Devontae?
Who's going to throw him? Who's going to throw to him? 713-780-3776. You got a question? Keith has a question about QC Kinetics.
Okay.
What's up, Keith?
What's up, Keith?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? So, Lance, is QC Kinetics, is that stem cell research? I was just wondering.
They do PRP and stem cell, yeah. My wife had to get stem cell because her knee there wasn't cartilage. There was just a little bit of cartilage, which is what stem cell latches onto, and it creates more. So, yeah, they do some stem cell too. You have to be pretty bad to be in that area, but yeah, they do that as well. So, yep.
There you have it. The answer is yes.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why they have a high success rate, is because if you need it, they can do it.
Did you DM Keith and tell him to call in so you can get another free
I did
commercial?
not. I don't know, Keith.
Get another commercial.
My wife did say stem cell is a little bit painful. She's pretty tough, though, but it also helped her get through the Boston Marathon.
All right, and finally, we haven't talked much about CJ. How do you think the quarterbacks are ranked?
Running quarterbacks early, so you get Lamar and Josh Allen.
Josh Allen's
at the
1.
top. Josh Allen's 1, probably Lamar's 3.
Jalen is 2.
Yeah. Lamar 3.
Patrick Mahomes 3, Lamar 4.
Oh, yeah, Pat Mahomes.
Joe Burrow, Anthony Richardson, C.J. Stroud. I would not take Anthony Richardson ahead of
If
C.J.
he plays all year, he's going to get rushing yards. He'll have 8 rushing touchdowns.
If he plays all year is the big thing.
It's a big thing. So let's say he runs for 700 yards and 8 touchdowns. That's that's like a ton. Those touchdowns are 6-point touchdowns, not 4-point touchdowns. That's a really big deal.
Yeah.
That's why it's always running quarterbacks who are the best options. But, yeah, Anthony Richardson, ooh, you're taking a gamble.
How about how much everybody was down? I've had Jalen Hurts on my team 2 years in a row now. How about how much everybody's down on Jalen? But he's still – I'd take him ahead of Josh Allen if you want to know.
You mean as a fantasy option?
As a fantasy option.
Well –
the touchdowns.
Josh doesn't have the same passing. Like,
No.
He's going to be harder to throw. He'll run more, which is great, but for fantasy, but it's not great for the Bills.
No, and Jalen isn't a great thrower, and yet the touchdowns that he scores,
the tush push is unstoppable.
It's unstoppable. It's unstoppable.
Brotherly shove. We got to get out of tush push.
Yeah, I don't
Brotherly shove is much better.
What rookie would you take first in fantasy?
Probably Marvin Harrison Jr. Got Kyler throwing to him.
No. What rookie quarterback would you take first?
Oh, rookie quarterback? Ugh. I would say probably.
I think I'd take Jaden first.
I'd take Jaden.
I think Jaden's going to score more. He's going to run more.
Yeah, I'd take Jaden. He'll run more. Caleb doesn't run as much as he should. He's got chances to, but he wants to play hero ball, extend, keep looking. Dude, go get 8 yards, run out of bounds, and let's go.
Yeah.
Let's get to the next play.
Yep. 9:15 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. You need to talk about Vanderford.
Vanderford Air, the air conditioning company who cools you, and they do a great job of making sure that your home is cooled the way it's supposed to. If you're going to be paying these energy bills here in the summer months, you want to make sure you're cooled. There's nothing worse than having these big $400, $300, $400, $500 bills coming in, and you don't even feel comfortable. Your AC is running nonstop. Well, chances are you don't have an efficient unit. You may need to have something fixed. You may need a new unit. For those of you with units that are 15, 16, 17 years old, maybe even older than that, you know it's getting time to make that investment. And what better way to do it than with a company like Vanderford Air, who doesn't charge overtime, they don't charge for emergency visits, anything like that. They just get out there within 24 hours and get the job done. So if you need something that's fixed, they'll fix your AC system. Right now they're doing checkups on your AC system so they can check up on everything, every part of the unit, and give you clean bill of health on what it is. And if you have issues that could have something that could become an issue, they just alert you to it. If you need something fixed, they will fix it for you. They can show you the price for fixing, or if you want a new unit, because a lot of times you're just putting a Band-Aid on old units, they can do that as well with 0% financing options available. Just ask about the no cash or the cash payments and blah, 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 the financing. They've got that for you. But most importantly, get a unit that makes that makes sense for your home size-wise. Not too big, not too small. Vanderford Air, a company you can trust. 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL.
This is a bunch of bull shirts. That's what it is. I love that name. Bull Shirts. Over 40 years servicing Houston with Bull Shirts. They're an industry leader since 1980. Top-notch quality and service. Screen printing, embroidery, promotional items. Does your business need T-shirts or polos or hats or protective headwear, koozies, cups, mugs, whatever it is? Bull Shirts has been doing this forever, okay? Golf accessories. You need trophies for whatever it is, your Little League or your whatever kind of tournament that you have, whatever it is. They can do it all. But a lot of it is advertising. And Bull Shirts is just a one-stop shop. It's so easy. They've been doing this forever. They know how to do it better than everybody. You're going to get great pricing on it. If you need any kind of promotional item or any kind of anything that you need embroidered or stitched or promotional or screen printing, whatever, Bull Shirts is here for you. Visit their website. bull-shirts.com. That's bull-shirts.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What are we playing? What's this for? It's for Joey Loperfido?
Joey.
No. The Astros sent someone to swim with the fishes.
Who, Abreu?
We'll send you down to Florida. Maybe you don't come back.
That's not it. He's coming back. I mean, I miss him already.
Why? What about him do you miss? The open shirt? The tied goatee?
Yeah, I liked all that.
Okay. Did you miss him playing baseball?
Go down.
I didn't really miss him playing baseball as much.
Let him work on his swing. He's a masculine man who deserves a chance to work on his swing.
On this the day.
The chest.
Look what they did to my boy.
The day that Joey Loperfido makes his he comes out as a man to the world. We send down the great Jose Abreu, a man's man, who simply must go down to Florida and stay there.
That's what he's got to do. He's got to stay there. And just look out for the Astros' best interest in Florida. Maybe do some scouting. He's going to work under Bagwell, obviously. Maybe Jeff's got a scouting wing that he has, and he has former first baseman like Jose Abreu. Just look for other, guys like him. Keep an eye out for 35, 36-year-old players who may be, getting toward the end. You can drop some of that lytics on them and throw them a bag.
No.
Hey, we're going to lose a third baseman. How about we go find a 34, 35, 36-year-old third baseman? Maybe throw a 3-year deal at him.
That doesn't sound good.
No, this doesn't sound good at all.
Well, sounds like what I'm seeing. I saw Dana Brown up there in the booth. Did you see who in the suite you see he's talking to? Sitting right next to him?
No.
Biggio, one of the advisors from the – do they call themselves the panel or the –
Oh, I call them the fellowship.
The fellowship, yeah. Yeah, Biggio's just up there. Dana Brown's trying to talk to him. Biggio's just watching the game. And I'm thinking I hope Dana's not running things by Craig and Jeff.
Why not?
Because it's not a GM.
They're running
You're
things.
not a GM if you have to run them by. That's like Nick Cassera have to run stuff by Andre Johnson.
He's got to clear his ideas by Jeff and Craig.
Yeah.
Hey, Andre.
Run it by.
Hey, I got to check in with Chester Pitts and Andre. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about this draft pick? Should we get him? Should I make a trade? I'm thinking about bringing in Daniil Hunter. I was wondering, Fred Weary. What do you think I should do?
Not Fred Weary.
Yeah, Fred Weary.
Not Fred Weary.
Hey, Antoine Peak. Should I bring in Daniil Hunter?
Jonathan Joseph and
hey,
Andre.
Hey, J-Joe. I can't ask you, Aaron Glenn, because you're a defense coordinator on another team. Listen, I was wondering about something. I can't say Matt Stevens.
Explain why you can't say Matt
Stevens. Hey, JJ.
Hey,
I'm going to all of them. I'm going as far back as I can.
Matt Schaub?
It's the same thing.
No.
Same thing.
Well,
no.
You haven't named a Hall of Famer except for Andre.
We should not have a fellowship. The fellowship should be two people.
No.
The owner and the GM.
No. Jim Crane is Gandalf.
Okay, who's Reggie Jackson?
Reggie Jackson is Gimli.
John, I don't know what that means. Is Gimli, is that bad?
That's a dwarf. Okay.
He's the ornery dwarf.
Yeah.
I figured they're all dwarfs, aren't they?
No, some elves as well.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so who's Bagwell?
No, Bagwell is Gimli. What am I saying? Bagwell's
Is Bagwell
Gimli.
John?
Bagwell is...
Yeah, he's Gimli. Got the
Okay,
facial hair.
then who's
He's
Reggie
Gimli.
Jackson?
He's probably Elrond, the older
You
elf.
think he's that wise?
Who else would you put in that position? Nerd?
You think he's that wise, Phil?
you
Nerdy
heard him?
segment.
I don't
Keep
know.
going, nerds.
I don't know.
Elrond,
You
Elroy.
heard what the nerd
Gimli.
said.
Who else?
Well, Gandalf or...
Yeah, he already said Gandalf was the
Kratos
owner.
Gandalf.
Yeah.
Reggie Jackson has to be Elrond. Who else would that
Yeah,
be?
I agree with you. He's got to be
I'm
Elrond.
sure you do agree. Craig Biggio's one of the hobbits.
Which one?
Why is...
He's a conglomeration of all of them.
Samwise?
He's all of them. We
Yeah,
don't have
he's
that.
Samwise.
Samwise Gamgee?
He's
And who was Jeff
Frodo.
Leno? Was he Smeagol? Who was Jeff Leno?
You think he's Gollum?
He got you the ring.
no.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jeff Leno's
Gollum?
No, Brandon Taubman was Gollum, and Jeff Leno
Yeah.
was Smeagol.
Oh,
that
he
combination.
was? Oh,
yeah,
that's right. There were two sides.
yeah.
You can't have out of the locker room. Misa see the women who want to give the sexual hotline number on her tweets. Misa, get her out of the locker room. Oh,
You
we won
can't-
the championship.
You did this before, and you got in trouble for
That's
it.
right. That's right. I can't do Smeagol. Yeah, Gollum. I know it's Smeagol because my buddy Michael Bennis
Call
was
him
telling me
Jeff Van Gollum.
Yeah.
That
yeah, and I got
They got in trouble.
because they were both after rings.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a pretty good one. I thought it was good, and then
Until
the Rockets didn't think so.
yeah, I got a call. Now I'm friends with Jeff. He
Yeah.
probably didn't like being compared to
No.
Gollum.
Where is
Gollum was-
Jeff? We haven't seen Jeff.
Working for the Celtics, I think. Doing a I
Well,
don't
no
know.
wonder they're winning big. How
I know.
about Porzingis is out again? How about this? Kawhi done.
Yeah.
Okay. Mike Trout is hurt again.
I know. He's
I
always
mean,
hurt.
it's always.
Can we get off of Mike Trout? We got a caller who said Jeff Bagwell's more like Boromir. He's trying to steal the ring.
Oh, because he didn't get one.
Yeah.
It is Boromir.
Yeah.
He is Boromir.
He tried to steal the ring.
Yeah.
And
I
then-
don't know these
and then he
people,
caught
but
it.
I do
he's
think
the
he's trying-
only one in the whole thing that died.
Yeah, he caught it. Yeah, he's the only one who didn't survive the movies
only
or
one.
the story. Yeah.
Well, no, at the end, Thorin Oakenshield died.
He wasn't in the Fellowship.
He was he's in the Hobbit.
Yeah,
That's
you.
right.
What kind of nerd are you? You don't even know.
No. He was in the Hobbit.
Yeah,
he died.
you're a-
But of all of the whole story.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, the Fellowship.
Well,
he's the only one
Boromir,
who-
he tried to
Boromir was
steal.
the only-
You
he tried
can't
to steal.
try to
yeah.
take the
He
ring.
turned
Gimli is-
bad.
Yeah.
He turned bad. Guess
Okay.
what happens?
Yeah. he
Gimli
died.
is a beast, though. Was Gimli a beast? Somebody
No, he
says
was,
Gimli's a beast. Did Dell's show start early with all this nerd talk?
You don't know about John's love of Lord of the Rings? What are they talking about?
No, they don't know.
I watched it the other day. I watched the Hobbit
It's a
the other
great
day.
movie.
Watch the Hobbit. Oh, the movie, The Hobbit.
Well, it's three.
Yeah,
It's one book
It's
and
the
3
longest
movies.
They stretch
movie
one
Boy, do you want
series.
to talk about
I was so
just-
done.
ATM?
Yeah.
Just keep on.
printing checks, cashing checks.
That's
Let me
all
tell you
they
what.
do.
This is what we know for a fact. If you can make a Marvel movie, or you make a movie out of, is that considered sci-fi? What is it considered?
It's a fantasy.
Fantasy, whatever. Yeah, with either Lord of the Rings or the Game of Thrones.
Now Dune.
Or Dune.
Dune
well,
3 is
that's
Dune's going to be
Star
there.
Wars.
There's
It's
going to
always
be
gonna,
a million Dunes now.
sci-fi. Yeah,
Because you're just going to cash
so
checks.
Eric Layden told me. Eric Layden said it's real hard for actors now because if you're not doing Marvel comic stuff,
Yeah.
they don't want you. It's all
Why can't
exactly
Eric
what
be
we're
a
talking
villain
about.
in one of those?
Because they're not, because he doesn't fit the archetype, so they don't like it. And
He
I
can
said,
wear
well, what about
makeup.
streaming? I thought everything would be better for you. He's like, dude, streaming lost money during the strike, so they're all cutting back. They're like, no, we're getting our money back, and so they're all hoarding money now. And
Yeah.
so the streaming people are not spending stuff. What am I watching, by the way? I finished Three Body Problem
any
or
good?
whatever.
then no.
I'm trying to think if
That's
you would
all.
like it. No, it's fine. I was hooked on it, and I'm like, man, people are coming from a different world to come get you in 400 years. So it was okay. I mean, I finished that. I'm done with I want my sons to marry Mariko-sama. I even told my wife, I said, I made a Mariko reference, and she didn't know what Mariko was. And she said, "Who is Mariko?" And I said, "Mariko-sama, actually." And I said, "She's somebody who is very loyal, and she's somebody who also is a badass, and she looks okay." So I didn't like wearing
just okay, huh?
I didn't like the socks with the. I told my wife. I said she looked like that's how it came up. She was wearing socks with her flip flops, which she never does. Which I don't know why she was. And I was like, that looks like something Mariko would wear. She said, "Who's Mariko?" I'm like,
oops.
Shouldn't have told you. Some Japanese girl I was checking out on Shogun. Don't worry.
Well, did she?
By the way, my
was she
daughter,
walking around like this? Really? You know why they did that?
Why?
Because they studied for this because back then Japanese women thought their insides were going to fall out.
Really?
So they walked real. They always had to hold it.
That's not why.
That is true.
Because they had to do the practice that walk.
To practice that walk, yeah.
Thought the insides are going to fall out? I mean, no one took a chance? Something must have happened to somebody where they go, "We're not doing this anymore. I'm going to walk like this."
That's why women had to walk like that back then.
You guys will appreciate this. You know my daughter, the hardcore feminist and also Puritan, Madi, who if she sees me touch my wife's butt, she says, "You're basically touching poo."
Right.
Because she doesn't want me ever. And she said if her husband ever touches her butt, it's a divorce. So I told her, I was like, "Well, I'm not having grandkids. I know that for a fact." This is her new thing that's caused a lot of problems. And when I was out of town, my wife had to tell me about it, and it caused huge fights in the car. Madi has decided that her husband is going to take her last name, Zerline, and to which Sebastian, her antagonist and absolute
arch rival,
said, "What a dweeb." He said, "I can already promise you he's going to get pushed in lockers. Wherever he is, they're stuffing him in lockers right now." He's a loser. And they started fighting about it. And she started going after him. "You're short." And like she's trying to dig at him.
Don't you think
They had a fight about her imaginary husband.
Well,
Dale.
I don't know what she'll be when she's older, but it's trending towards she's going to marry a submissive husband.
That's what Sebastian was saying.
Yeah.
That's what Sebastian was saying.
He is.
And
you
that's
know
why
what?
he
There's
wanted to make
good
sure.
chance right now he is.
And my wife started laughing, and Madi got
because
so
it's so
mad
dead
at
on.
my wife.
It's dead on.
All right. I'm mad if you go to anyone else.
I'll take your last name.
Other than if you go to anyone else other than Doc Manavis. That's the last name you need in your life if you have an enlarged prostate. Do not go to another doctor when a doctor tells you, "Yeah, you're going to need surgery for that enlarged prostate." Immediately put on the brakes. Say, "No, I don't," because I heard John talking about Doc Manavis, and Doc Manavis is just an IV. This is something that you need in your life if you have an enlarged prostate, not surgery. Don't have surgery. It's a terrible process. Terrible. You know what's great? What Doc Manavis does. Ultrasound, MRI, and then you sit there and you take an IV.
Somebody said they would take Dr. Manavis's last name, no hesitation.
Well, there you go.
So somebody wants to marry her and take her last name.
We need to ask this question on the other side. Which women last names would you take? Yeah.
Well, I would take Wendy's. Wendy's last name.
Well, you didn't know, but I understand.
That's it. But listen, the Doc Manavis, you want to take her last name, that's fine. But if you have an enlarged prostate, make sure that you go see her. 975prostate.com.
Underdog Fantasy gives you a chance to play along with the games you're watching. Watch and play at the same time with Underdog Fantasy. Great way to watch NBA playoff basketball. You got playoffs going on today. Go take a look at the stats. Go to Underdog Fantasy, download the app, and make your deposit. Your first deposit will be matched up to $100 when you use promo code Lance. So if you put $50 in, they'll match $50. You can put as little as $10 in if you want to do that. But why not put the full $100 in so it turns into $200? And let's get going. Underdog Fantasy allows you to pick higher or lower on the statistics. So they'll put statistics out there. You go higher than that number or lower than that number. If you hit, I'll just say, okay, if you hit 2 right, for example, you are going to win a multiplier of your money, 3 times your money. You hit 3 right, you're going to win 6 times your money. Then it goes 10 times, 20 times. I mean, you got a chance to win great payouts with Underdog Fantasy. It's a great opportunity for you, and it's real money. Now, here's the other thing. They have scorchers. You'll see the little chili peppers. On those scorchers, a lot of times they're on the double-doubles. You can play that, and it starts to multiply your winnings. So I've won 46 times the original play before. It can go all the way up to 100 times. All you have to do is use promo code Lance, double your money or double your deposit up to $100, and let's get started playing playoff basketball today with the great Pick'em Challenge on the app. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
What kind of reputation is Joel Embiid getting in the league right now? I mean, his act is...
Well, I think people are crediting him with playing through all the injuries from the knee to the now Bell's palsy. So
he's got migraines too.
So
he's playing through migraines.
So he's getting credit for that.
Yes, he's getting credit, but he's he's turned into a villain.
Well, in New York, they hate who they hate, and I understand it's a playoff series. But he's a grifter and a foul baiter. Sean called him 7 foot James Harden, which is appropriate.
Did you see his flagrant? That could have cost him the game. Did you see that?
You mean back? When he slapped.
Did you think? I thought it was a flagrant.
Because of how they rule things, yeah, that was going to be a flagrant.
Down on, many of you may not have seen this because the Astros were going on too, but I happened to be out in the living room where they were watching it. He raked down. There was 1:12 to go.
They were up by 4.
And they're up by 4. He rakes down on Jalen Brunson driving. He hits him right in his face and almost looks like it looks intentional. So he gets 2 free throws on the ball. He makes 1 of 2. Then Jalen Brunson makes a 3. They tie the game up, and they end up going to overtime. But
that was in overtime. The big story.
No, that wasn't overtime.
The big story was they were up 6,
Maxey,
and Tyrese Maxey. No, they're up. Were they up 7 or 6? Tyrese Maxey made a 4-point play. And they hit a 3. Maybe he missed a free throw. I don't remember. I think that's how it happened. He got a 4-point play chance, missed a free throw, then hit a 3, like from the logo, 34-footer to tie the game. He missed big 3 free throws throughout the fourth quarter, but showed up with those big shots. The Knicks thought they were going to the conference semifinals, and he bailed Embiid out. Who I don't know if he got the 10 turnovers. He had a triple-double. It was almost a quadruple-double because he almost did it with turnovers. But the Sixers found a way. So, because of Tyrese Maxey.
But there was something about Joel Embiid that you didn't know.
Well, can you trust this Knicks fan when he says this?
This is a Knicks fan before the game.
A famous
Listen
one.
to this Knicks fan about an interaction with Joel Embiid.
And it's not just any Knicks fan. It's Fat Joe.
Fat Joe.
He had an interaction with Joel, and this is what he said.
Let's go Knickerbockers, and let me tell you something. My fist stinks a little because Joel Embiid just walked by and gave me a dap. My smell a little. You know what I mean? It smells dirty.
No, it means smells dirty.
Can you imagine? Joel Embiid's walking by. He sees Fat Joe, the rapper, and he's like, hey, guys, extend his hand. I'm going to be nice, extend my hand. And then this is what he gets. Your hand stinks. You look dirty. You smell dirty.
You smell dirty. I like Fat Joe.
Did any part of you, Dell, at any point, as soon as I heard it was an elimination game, all of a sudden, he's got a migraine. He can't go the shoot around. And all I thought was, is there a chance that he's setting himself up for when he doesn't play well and he collapses and they get eliminated? He had a migraine. is he giving himself a ready-made excuse by going to the migraine? I know it's 100% not
You're
fair
very
of me to
cynical.
think that.
That's a cynical approach.
It's a very cynical approach. It's not fair of me. However, it should be on the Vegas board that was potentially what he was doing.
Because of his reputation.
Yes.
Even I, the
And
most
he doesn't
positive
play
person
well
on
in
the
big
show.
games.
The most positive person on the show.
Certainly not cynical. Very optimistic about everything. I thought, okay, we talked about it on the show, not this show. The show you gave a bad nickname to with Sean Mapes. We said, look, Joel, you've got a knee injury. You've got Bell's palsy. That's enough. You don't have to go to the migraine because there's a question whether he would play. If you miss this game because of a migraine, let's pack it up for you. No one's ever going to respect you in the playoffs again. He played. He didn't play well. Another underwhelming fourth quarter. Yeah, you can't. I wouldn't have put it past him to go, yeah, I've been playing through a lot, and then the migraine popped up, and that led to a poor performance. But we don't have to talk about Joel Embiid being bad because he's got a great teammate, the most improved player, Tyrese Maxey.
So finally today, because we got News of the Weird next, so there's a little battle going on between former Colorado defensive back Xavier Smith and head coach Deion Sanders. He transferred.
And Shedeur, you mean, too?
And Shedeur's in this, too.
This is such a terrible look for Colorado. I really thought I thought it could really have a chance to work at Colorado. This is devolving. Like, Deion must win this year at a much higher level. I think he needs to win 9 games because the heat on him is going to be just enormous. And Shedeur is that's such a bad look to speak publicly on. I don't know. I don't like the way any of this is going down. I thought Deion had a really special opportunity, and it's turned into an absolute circus in Colorado.
So he's transferring out of there, and he tweeted this, "You never even tried to get to know me." He was destroying guys' confidence, talking about Deion.
That's from a story in The Athletic.
Oh, that's a story.
Yeah, and they pulled some quotes, made a graphic, and did all that stuff.
Oh, I got you. Well, this is a tweet. Okay. So here's Shedeur, who countered with this. Ian. It's
pretty much Ian.
I didn't even remember him, to be honest. Bro had to be very mid at best.
Well, that kid went on to success at a lower level. Now he's going to play, I think, at UTEP or something. And then the capper was another player got involved and showed a clip in like a practice situation, shorts and T-shirts, where the kid in question is a DB, the kid who flamed him, I guess, is a wide receiver, and he kind of cooked him on a route. I don't know how seriously they were doing, maybe at half speed. He got open, caught the ball, and he goes, "Yep, proof. He is mid." And everyone's like, "Wait a minute. You caught 6 passes for 38 yards. Why don't you shut up about this?" Like the wide receiver who's back in Shedeur. You caught 6 balls all year. Stop talking. So that is where Colorado's at, where we got bench players talking like starters. We got your star quarterback discussing a player who's
and Deion, get out, beat it. The offensive line sucks. I mean,
did you hear what happened in the story? They say offensive linemen are all on a text string with their offensive line coach, and he goes, "I wish you guys the best of luck," and then he removed them from the text string, and that's how they found out they were out of the program. They're like, "What the hell just happened?" They got kicked out of the text string, and they're like, and it says this person was removed, this person's removed, this person's removed, where he removed them from the offensive line text string. That's how they found out. Like, I'm just saying, that's so low rent, so low class. These are, and if it wasn't Deion, you're gonna have people who defend it. Well, yeah, hey, they want to go to the portal. It works both ways. You're gonna have people defend this for Deion who would be super pissed if this were a different coach, if this were Dana Holgerson doing it, or any other coach doing this. They think it's low rent, low class. But Deion doesn't. People try to defend him.
Well, there's no defending that.
There's no defending this. If you got something to say, this is hard. This is traumatic. This is a scholarship for these guys. And if they're not good enough, I get it.
Yeah.
But you bring them in and say, listen, I appreciate what you did. We got to go in a different direction. Be a grown-ass man about it and be the father figure you want to be. Then be that for these guys. Be the head coach. Don't have a position coach think it's going to be cold. Wait till the story I got to tell people where I delete them out of a text string, and that's how they find out they're not going to be at Colorado anymore. That's terrible.
Yeah.
That is absolutely horrible.
I wouldn't want my kid to play for Deion. No.
I felt differently last year, but man, I know some of the coaches who have left, and I know one coach who told me Lance, it was not what I thought it was going to be when I got in.
No, I heard some stories about Dion at his last school and what he did to those kids that didn't want to come along to Colorado, and it was ugly. It was ugly.
He just looks out for his own kids.
That's
like
it. It's like daddy ball.
Yeah, it really is. It's like, okay, Shador, Shiloh, and Travis. Hunter. And these are my guys, and they're going to get the NIL deals. And
that's it. And everybody else either beat it or you don't play well, I'm going to crush you. It's not a good look. It definitely isn't a good look. But guys will go play for him because of his name. That's going to continue to happen. We'll find out whether or not he can win any games there. We'll see. Time to talk about Artisan Grange. Time to talk about your rotten, awful habit. Your rotten, awful habit is you dipping and spitting all over the place. You need to not do that anymore. Please stop doing that. If you're looking for a great way to not spit anymore, I got it for you. All you need to do is go to 975dip.com. Better way to do it. There's no tobacco, no nicotine, and yet you still get that sensation that you need between your cheek and gum. If that's something that you need, wean yourself from your nicotine habit. Get out of it. No one likes it. No one does. No one. Okay? Spitting all over the place, brown teeth, the gross, yellow, terrible. And, oh, by the way, you're hurting yourself with tobacco every day in the same spot. It's no good for you. So if you're looking for a great way to wean yourself off of your habit, your rotten, nasty habit, 975dip.com. That's 975dip.com. Now, road rage is awful, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, in St. Petersburg, it took it to a new level. This Florida man was arrested for tossing pasta sauce at a fellow driver in a road rage incident. If you were going to have a road rage incident, to me, pasta sauce is the best way to go. If you're going to throw something at me.
Wait, do you want it?
Yeah, I want to something.
What if it's bad pasta sauce?
No, that's the part.
What
if
it's
problem.
like
what if it's not gravy?
What if it's something that's in it wasn't homemade, it's in a jar.
Yeah, store-bought.
You use store-bought sauce.
Listen, if I'm driving around with my gravy that I just made, first of all, I'm not going to throw it at you.
Yeah.
But you would appreciate it You would really appreciate if I
what
threw
am I
my.
gonna do,
I don't think I
scrape it
would.
off
That's
and
hard
put
to
it on
see.
pasta?
But
If
you
it
could,
lands
if
on the-
somebody lands in your mouth, you're going to feel good about it.
Is it going to be hot?
You're going to feel good about it. Well, of
Would
course
it burn
it's
my
going to be
skin?
hot.
Do I need to call John Daspit over this?
No. A survey out says the perfect movie length is how long?
Minute 35. Hour 35.
Close.
I'm going to say 142.
132.
Ooh, even less.
132.
That's it for a whole movie?
I don't know. I'm spending all
man,
that money.
I need over
I'm
2 hours.
I'm making an investment on this
Yeah,
movie.
I need over 2 hours. 130.
Hour 45 is fine. Hour 45 is fine. But apparently the perfect length is that. Matt, we've been talking about our property taxes. Well, how about this? A Pennsylvania man received a $34 billion tax bill from the IRS. Do you think he should pay it? $34 billion.
I'm not paying $34 billion. You know what they'll do? They'll try to let him get it down to $1 billion. That's what HCAB would do.
Right.
All right. We'll let you take it down to 200,000.
$34 billion they said he owes. That's a little much.
$34 billion.
That dude is really, really good. A thief stole a car. He came back and he returned the man's mother's ashes, which were in the car. But then he took the car again.
That's considerate.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah. That actually is the thief with a heart of gold.
It kind of is. It really is.
And here's what you're supposed to say. Anytime something's stolen, you're just supposed to say, it's fine to get it stolen. It's insured. It's insured. It's fine. Let people steal that stuff. It's all insured.
Yeah. No.
Maybe the guy liked
why
his car.
insurance is more expensive? Because everybody's stealing everything.
I know.
Apparently, a Catholic group employed an AI priest. But they had to fire the AI priest because he was pitching Gatorade baptisms. If you're going to get baptized, would you want a Gatorade baptism?
I need more context on all this. What do you mean somebody employed an AI priest?
Yeah.
Where?
An AI chatbot. The virtual priest. They had to take away his priesthood because.
Yeah. Well, this can't be a real.
How was he ordained?
A real Catholic church is not ordaining an AI chatbot.
Well, actually, the Pope is about to address the AI at the G7 summit. The Pope
I bet it's not positive.
is going to address the AI situation.
I bet it's not positive.
I don't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's.
So we all agree that AI is going to get us, right?
Yeah.
We all agree.
Yeah.
We can all see it coming, and yet no one can stop it because everyone's so greedy. Like, people don't have jobs now because AI is starting to.
Yeah.
The robots, AI, automation is taking a bunch of jobs, and we just don't. We just like, let's keep going. Let's keep it going. What else? What else?
I don't care.
Well, did you see the one with the dogs that they put a flamethrower on a dog?
I love that.
What possibly could go wrong
Nothing.
with a robot dog with a flamethrower that you can't stop? What
Although
could
we have
possibly
seen
go
now
wrong?
starting to see some instances of robot dogs going into a police situation and actually.
Yeah, that's how they're supposed to be used. But we're terrible people.
Yes.
This is why the Santi are coming to kill us all, because we are bad people.
Right.
And so if you don't know what Santi is, you'll have to look for it. But we're bad people. So we can't just, hey, this robot dog could save lives and all that stuff. Like, what if we put a flamethrower on it, though? Could I use this against my ops? Well, yeah, but we're not. You don't want to do that, do you? Yeah, I do. I do.
No.
I do.
Well, and I don't want my priest to be a robot, really.
No, I don't want to.
Although it's better than a lot of Catholic priests out there.
Yeah, there's jokes to be made here. I get it.
Yep.
I get it.
Yep. Apparently in Vancouver, they're having a cockroach problem at a hospital, but the health authority confirms that the cockroaches at this British Columbia hospital, they don't bite. So that's the good news about all these cockroaches. Do cockroaches bite?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to tell my
Could
kids.
you imagine if there were
terrified of
cockroaches all are crawling all over you? Do you think they're biting you? Have we heard instances of this?
I don't think so. I don't think they bite.
I mean, I don't
know how they feed.
really
I've never
grossed
really-
out right now.
I mean, is there something? I know everything has
It's rare,
in the
but
ecosystem. What do cockroaches
They
do that's positive?
They can bite humans, but according to a Google search, it's rare.
It's rare?
Yes.
Good. Speaking of Canada, A service dog had to be removed from an Ontario home because it got too fat. Do you think service dogs...
Porky, hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
I knew that was coming. Do you think service dogs should say trim?
Well, isn't that the fault of the owner? The dog doesn't go into the cabinet itself.
No, right. Well, I mean...
It's a service dog. Aren't they supposed to be
Don't you have to feed
fit?
them and stuff, though?
Yeah. Exactly.
But
And
it's
then
what they
exercise
become
them.
porky, fat
Yeah,
ass,
service
butterball.
dogs have to be in shape.
Service dogs have to be in shape to service, right?
Yeah, so I'm blaming the owner, not the dog.
Yeah.
Bad owner.
Grand Marais. Do we know where Grand Marais is?
No, I don't know what that
I don't know where it is. But apparently they've broken ground for their new City Hall / liquor store. Is that not perfect? Shouldn't there be a liquor store in every city hall? I mean, if you got to go there, there's nothing ever good going to City Hall.
You shouldn't have a liquor store in a City Hall.
Absolutely, you should have a liquor store. It should be City Hall / liquor store. It's perfect. Because if you got to go to City Hall, it's never good. So you know what? I want a little something to take the edge off. That's what I'm looking for.
It's not hard to find liquor.
It's
quite easy.
I know, but it's right there. Can't be more convenient.
It's quite easy.
It can't be more convenient. But they're making you wait in line or sit there. You always got to sit in the waiting room there, right?
That's true.
You need
everything.
A little something. That's what I'm saying. You know who's got something for you? Waiting for you this Mother's Day? Mark Klein. He is got everything in diamonds waiting for you right now in 2 stores. He's got a new store, I-10 and Echo. And, of course, he's got Woodway and Augusta. He's got 2 stores now. The new one is at Echo and I-10. And he has got everything in stock ready for you. Visit him at the new store. He's got everything in stock waiting for you right now at his 2 stores. 2 locations with nothing but diamonds, everything you could possibly want. Rings, earrings, pendants. It doesn't matter. He can make it for you. He will give you his 832-316-1388. You text him and tell him what you want. Send him a picture of a really, really nice diamond ring or earrings or whatever that a big name company makes, and he'll make them for you. He will make them for you at a much better price. He's got lab-grown diamonds where it's so much cheaper than usually mined diamonds. Everything about it is going to save you money this Mother's Day. You need to get her something? Do it now. KleinsJewelry.com, Echo and I-10, Augusta and Woodway, or call them 832-316-1388.
Welcome into the show. It was a good night last night. If you like all things sports, and if you're listening, it's probably who you are. You had two teams fending off elimination in the NBA. I mean, the Bucks Pacers game wasn't exciting unless you like Obi Toppin versus Pat Bev in a, let's say, an NBA scuffle. Doesn't rise to the level of a fight, but Obi Toppin standing up for himself, I guess, because Patrick Beverly dared to snatch the ball away from him, trying to inbound the ball quickly. You can't have that type of disrespect. So they had a slight confrontation early in the second quarter, I believe. You've got the Knicks, who felt like they were going to get to the second round. Deuce McBride makes a mid-range jumper. You got Knicks accounts tweeting that Deuce McBride just ended the Sixers season, and Tyrese Maxey said, nah, hold on. I'm going to make a 34-foot jumper to tie the ball game, and the Sixers go on to win that game in overtime. And, of course, you've got Joey Loperfido Day. He came through with a 2-RBI base hit, excuse me. You've got Hunter Brown, who started off poorly because it's the first inning and a Nashville pitcher generally has issues, particularly if you're of the Hunter Brown vintage or if you're of Spencer Arrighetti or J.P. France. One of those guys is generally going to be poor in the first inning, and that continued. The Astros fought back thanks to Loperfido, thanks to John Singleton. And I mentioned those two names because it'll lead me to something we'll get to later. All the guessing about who would bear the brunt of Loperfido being called up. I think we got an answer, and the name isn't too surprising, but where they are, I won't say it's shocking, but I don't think it was on the board for anyone how the Astros managed to get an open roster spot for Loperfido. We'll talk about that. He has his single. We've got the Singleton home run, and then Joe Espada proved. I don't know if he'll be a good manager, but it proves he would be a bad DJ. He doesn't get the vibes. Like Hunter Brown survived after that bad first inning, and I gotta imagine Espada thought getting him out there for the sixth because of the low pitch count. Let's get this man a quality start. He's going good. He's only giving up 3. He gets through 6. That's a quality start. And then he gave up a triple. And then that might have been a clue. And then he gave up a home run. That might have been a clue. And then he still left him out there. Espada would be a DJ at a club. The ladies are excited because Like That is on. And maybe they even want to hear the push-ups from Drake. And then Espada's like, you know what I'm going to do to keep the club going? I'm going to put on some spoken word poetry. That was Hunter Brown going back out there, particularly after the triple. I get it. Give him a chance in the 6th to get through 6. But once it started going bad, you got to be more responsive. Espada, bad DJ, doesn't get the vibes. The vibes tell you, let's get Hunter Brown out of there on a positive note and let him feel good about his performance. Instead, he watched Montero help blow an 8-3 lead, and the Astros do eventually win thanks to Victor Caratini, their backup catcher. John made a good point, I think, and he rarely does, but he made a good point in the previous show that the Astros have the market cornered on good backup catchers the last couple of years. Of course, Yainer Diaz promoted to the starting catcher, and now Caratini in because there's no more Maldonado, and he has been good. He had the 2-run homer yesterday. The Astros win 10-9 in extra innings. Yeah, Hader gave up a 2-out base hit to give the Guardians the lead to make it 9-8. That was their 6th consecutive run without a response by the Astros. But the bottom of the 10th, it felt like the game was slipping away. You had chances, and Singleton weakly grounds out, and then you feel like, okay, this one's over. Except Caratini said, nah, it's not over. We're going to win. So that's 3 in a row. You can call it officially a streak. I think I attributed a quote to Altuve that was actually Jordan yesterday when he talked about they felt like their time in Colorado was going to be the beginning of a turnaround for the team. It looked kind of bleak after the first inning. It looked kind of bleak after the top of the 10th. But Caratini keeps the good vibes going. And I don't know if after the game and the celebration, it wasn't exuberant. I imagine it's a sigh of relief. You're up 8-3 and you find a way to win. But you survive a Hunter Brown start. Now you have Justin Verlander going tonight. So you got a real shot to string 4 in a row together, which is good. it was very Astros, at least 2024 Astros, that yesterday's game. Your pitcher struggles, your bats come alive for a bit, and then they go silent. And then your lockdown reliever gives up a run. But thankfully, unlike the Astros of this year, they actually showed up in extra innings. They were a team who hadn't won a game in extra innings lead going into the night. They do get it done. So we're at 3 in a row, Sean. They beat a real baseball team, but the standard still is set at win the series, and they can do that tonight with Verlander on the mound.
Yeah, it was very much a game that we've seen the Astros lose 19 times this season.
Yeah.
Maybe not actually 19 times. But.
Yeah, I mean, but probably 7 or 8 times. It felt that particular story arc felt familiar.
Blow a lead, lose it in extra innings.
Yeah,
because one of the relievers they were paying a lot of money to
couldn't come through.
But Victor Caratini, like John said, backup catcher the Houston Astros.
If you want to come to a place and be a backup catcher and be great, Houston's a place for you. I don't know how that's a selling point, but if you are a backup catcher and you want to thrive, you come here.
Everywhere else, every other team in Major League Baseball, people don't even know the backup catcher's name.
No,
here he's a hero.
We make them legends, at least for a year. Yainer was very much the backup quarterback is always better, but in this case
he was the Arch Manning of
okay, yeah, already an Arch Manning reference before the segment's over. In segment 1, he was very much a backup quarterback is always better. That was the storyline around Yainer Diaz, except in this case we were right. The backup quarterback was better and it still remains better, and now you have Caratini, who can be your what can we call him? Is he a Case Keenum type? Is he better than that? Is he a Jacoby Brissett type? He can go win you a game or two, but you don't want him in there for 162, maybe. But he got it done last night, and that's great.
He's like Nick Foles.
He's gonna go on to win AL MVP. I mean, an ALCS MVP, because that's kind of what Nick Foles did, and then the World Series, and then the Super Bowl MVP for him.
Just saying.
I don't
it's on the table.
Well, that would mean Yainer gets hurt, and I don't think we want that.
No.
Yeah. If it's forgotten now because Carson Wentz isn't nearly the player he was that year, but Carson Wentz was going on an MVP run until he got hurt late, and then Nick Foles, with whether you think it's a great nickname or a bad one, he went on to beat Tom Brady in the Super Bowl because that's what the NFC East does, unless your name is Donovan McNabb. But the NFC East kind of owns Tom Brady in Super Bowls, and Nick Foles benefited from that. I don't suspect Victor Caratini is going to go on that type of run, but if he's going to show up in big moments like that, hey, get him at bats. Stop pinch hitting with Singleton. Stop pinch hitting with others. Make sure Victor Caratini has his bat on his shoulder in the on deck circle when we need a late run to either tie or win a game.
Don't the vibe just seem so much better without that one guy?
Let's get to that now that you're slandering the man's name. Jose Abreu, not DFA'd, and it wasn't Singleton. They decided to DFA. Everyone is still part of the organization. Just one guy got sent to Florida, and maybe never comes back. Because we'll get to some of the sound. Dana Brown still has hope. Espada still has hope, but it's almost like it's the last straw. I don't know. He's going to get all the at-bats he wants according to the luminaries. He's going to get the at-bats to get back in rhythm. The timing is off, not his bat speed. They still believe. Kind of. They believe enough to not formally disassociate, and mostly that's probably Jim Crane telling him, hey, have we exhausted all options? Have we really thought about this? I know the prudent thing seems like to cut ties, but that's a lot of money I'm going to throw away. And I wonder how that conversation went, because it was talked about that Abreu had the opportunity to say, nah, I'm not going. You can DFA me and pay me my money, and maybe I'll sign on someplace else. But he's talked about letting the team down, letting the organization down, and wanting to find a way to live up to the contract that was given to him. And you got to respect it. I imagine the Astros clubhouse is a great place to be. He wants to be around. This is a guy who hasn't done a lot of winning in his career, product of playing for the White Sox. And he wants to be here. So he's going to do everything possible to make it happen. And if that means going down to West Palm. What do you think the accommodations are for a guy they send down there? Like, is it just a nice hotel room? Do they give him? Is it an Airbnb? Does he get a nice apartment? Is that funded? Or is he a guy schlepping from the hotel room from his hotel every day to the facility?
I imagine they have him. I mean, even if the Astros aren't paying for it, Jose Abreu can pay
money,
for
sure.
it.
He's got plenty of money.
The nicest hotel in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Yeah, I wonder if they give him a real place where he can call his own for, I don't know, however long they're going to keep him down.
Wait,
is it 10 days? Is it a month?
That's where the Astros do spring training, right?
Yeah, West Palm.
They probably do have like rental home or like they
would have to, right? They
rental
don't keep those guys in hotels throughout spring training, do they?
I mean, they probably keep like the Joey Loperfitos of the world.
Sure,
in those.
But does Altuve stay in a hotel room for what a month plus? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know their accommodations, but maybe Jose Abreu is in a lap of luxury as he tries to work out.
I don't want to be in the lap of luxury.
What you want to? You want
just in a condo?
Well, I guess.
A decent
nice
condo.
A nice condo. You want him in an average condo?
Play better.
Earn a nice condo.
Yeah. Hey.
You string a couple days of hits together. We'll upgrade you.
Yeah, I've seen Rocky 3. I know guys get complacent with the nice when they're living in the lap of luxury.
Mm-hmm.
Just got to go back to Apollo's gym.
You think that's the problem? He got here to Houston, started to relax because he got another big deal at the end of his career, and go, you know what? I made it. I'm not going to try as hard.
I don't know if he did that. He might just be old, but
that's possibly the reason. Yeah.
I think for him getting it back, the best way to get it back is to go back to your roots. Maybe even just taking it back to Cuba. I don't know.
That's certainly getting him DFA'd if they send him to a different country.
Yeah.
Does he get to come back?
Yeah.
Once he's
hitting better.
You can't send him to Cuba.
Once he's hitting better.
No, you got to get the governments involved to get him back. No, you can't send him to Cuba. You think that?
Can we send him to Miami then?
They send him as close as possible, huh? So Cuba can reach out and touch him if he doesn't get it together. I'm not in favor of sending Jose Abreu anywhere he doesn't want to go, even if he doesn't hit well. I mean that's real punishment.
I'm just he needs to go back to his roots. What made him fall in love with the game? Back when he was hungry to get better.
I don't think he's out of love with the game. I think you might be right. He's just old and he's not good anymore. He might still love baseball.
That's what people said about Rocky when Clubber Lang beat him.
Well, Rocky got complacent. Even Mick,
then what?
Mick told him, "You're not ready for this," and Clubber Lang proved it.
And then he killed Mick.
Yeah. That too. Yeah, that happened.
Do you think Jose Abreu and Jeff Bagwell are going to be working out on the beach at West Palm Beach and jumping up and down in each other's arms? And
I don't know if baseball guys do that. I think Jeff Bagwell will get in the box and he'll out hit Abreu for like 4 or 5 days, and then eventually Abreu will be motivated by realizing, hey, this is my friend. He believes in me.
This 55-year-old man is hitting better than I am.
Yeah, and then eventually he'll come out of it. The timing will be great, and he'll hit a couple bombs that Bagwell can't match, and then we know he's back. I'm just trying to make baseball references and to compare them to what happened on that beach in Rocky 3 when Rocky finally out-sprinted Apollo. If I'm a Carl Weathers, all right, we got to find a way to let him win, but he's not going to outrun me on this beach.
Also,
that's unrealistic. That's not happening.
What I never got about that, and then recently the clip of Mike Tyson sprinting. In what way is that conducive to boxing? Like, it's cool that you can run fast.
Yeah, but I thought boxing was all about stamina. So
yeah,
like if he outpaced Rocky, if he outpaced Apollo in a 10K,
yeah,
maybe I'm like, okay, Rocky's back. But out sprinting Apollo,
like a 40-yard dash on the beach.
Who cares? What does that mean?
Yeah, I just think you're working out the wrong. I mean, I guess it's more of a complete. You're working out different muscles, but it's. I don't know. I don't know how running fast again will help you beat Clubber Lang.
Well, we also saw Rocky work out in the Russian winter and force, and somehow that made him better than Drago, who was on steroids.
At least like lifting up that cart
and running up a mountain.
and running. At least that's endurance
Sure.
and thin air.
Well, yeah, but it made up for one of those guys being 6'4" and the other being 5'7".
Yeah, he won,
No.
didn't he?
Well, yes, I can change, you can change.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Drago turned on the Soviets after they booed him.
I mean, right?
America wins again.
Wouldn't you?
Sure. I mean, they were disrespectful. That man juiced
Gave all
himself
for his
up.
country.
Sure, until he got beat by the small person from America, and then they turned on him, and he started yelling. Shout out to 80s movies and Rocky IV. We're gonna hear from Dana Brown. We're gonna hear from Joe Espada. They both had thoughts on Jose Abreu, our Rocky III. That's who he is for us until he turns it around. Until he outsprints Jeff Bagwell, he is washed Rocky. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. And as always, when you call in, we'll get to you as quickly as possible. And if you want to talk about anything beyond, I'm going to bring up stuff, Sean will bring up stuff. That doesn't mean that's the only thing we have to talk about. There was a giant feeling in the force yesterday. At least if you like hip hop, we had a diss track from Kendrick Lamar. Sean referenced it yesterday. We hadn't got a chance to hear it. I have heard it. I heard it like 7 times on the way home. There's a line in there that fits what Kendrick was saying specifically. I make music that's electrifying. You make music that's pacifying. And yeah, I don't know if I was electrified, but I rarely listen to the same song 7 times in a row. And now it's like 6 minutes long. So you times that by 7. I was almost home by the time I stopped listening. That's how good of a song it was. So we'll get to that. Kendrick Lamar response to Drake. If you have thoughts on that, 713-780-3776 or anything else you want to talk about. But first, we're joined by Paul George, who's got a big game. What's up, Paul?
Hey, sports to you, Bill and Sean.
Welcome. What do you want to talk about, Paul?
Thanks, PG.
Hey, so what are the chances that Christina Milian will do some stuff on the internet? What do you think?
Do you think he went with Paul George so he could ask about a woman of color? Do you think that's what that was? Because this is the first woman of color he's asked about. Is that why he went with Paul George?
I have to assume that's why.
He goes, look.
I don't know why Paul George.
It's a softer sell if I invoke the name of a black athlete when I ask this question. Yes, because it's offensive of a straight white guy asked the question.
At least he didn't go like Tyrone. At least he just went with like.
Yeah, that would have been
worse.
That might have caught him a ban.
That might have
caught him a week's worth of no calling. I don't know. I don't know if Paul George and Christina Milian dated at some point. I have no idea. She's a little bit older than him. I'm looking her up, 42 years old. I'm going to say no. I'm going to go less than 0.4%. That happens. I appreciate you diversifying in multiple ways, but no, it's not going to happen. Not for her. She appears to be happily married. Not that that ever means anything. I mean, it appears to be happily married. I don't know her life. But
it just says married on
Wikipedia.
Google, yeah.
And she's got several children, mother of 3, Christina Milian, in a new marriage. She was married to the Dream for a little bit, but now she's married to someone I've never heard of.
Hakeem Olajuwon?
No, not Hakeem. Yeah, I guess I got to clarify considering where we are. Hakeem and Christina Milian were never married. I think we would have seen them courtside. She's married to some French dude who's a musical artist. He's a pop singer from France. I've never heard of him, but Christina Milian has, and now they're married. But no, the guy we see courtside at Rockets games didn't bag Christina Milian. But great question.
I just wanted to clarify.
Oh, you think people were confused? Well, I guess if you don't know who the Dream is, you think
the Dream is like right on the level of like, wait, is he talking about Hakeem Olajuwon or is there another person?
You're right. I guess you would assume that if I say the Dream in this town,
you would have said Hakeem.
I'm talking about Hakeem
at some point.
No, but I am discussing the musician, the Dream, and they were married. Now they're not. And Ryan, little shot, but I appreciate you changing it up. We've gone from blonde women to white women with brunette hair, and now a woman of color. We'll see what he comes up with next.
What's next?
Oh, what do you think about Lucy Liu? Let's see. I'm sure she was on Stuff for Maxim at some point.
It's gonna be hard to go, 20 years ago while getting more diverse.
True. I mean, you got Lucy Liu, Salma Hayek. You can go. Who else is out there?
Yeah, the problem is they're all like giant stars.
Yeah. That you have no shot with, at least seeing them on OnlyFans. Maybe you got some Riz I don't know about, and maybe you can bag one of them. Unlikely. But this is what I'm talking about. You can call him about anything. You want to distract me from talking about the Astros for a little bit? Cool. That's Ryan's job, apparently, and maybe Eric's as well. I did want to get back to the Astros a little bit because we heard some sound from Dana Brown. Dana Brown, he's probably at the end of making excuses or explaining away the issues for Jose Abreu, but he talked about the decision to send him down to Florida and why he still has hope for Jose Abreu.
When I watch Jose Abreu and I see him drive the ball, as far as he can drive it in batting practice, and I see that he still has bat speed, I say that there's still hope. And that's what the scouting eye. What the scouting eye tells you that if a guy's swing is slow and he can't get to certain pitches, then the chances of him getting back to his ability is null. So, but what I would say with Abreu is he was still showing bat speed in batting practice. And part of his issue is timing. And if you start your bat late and pitchers are throwing hard here at the major league level, you have very little chance of catching up with it. And so you have to get your timing right in order to get that barrel head to the baseball. And so he can do it in batting practice. He has the bat speed. The bat speed's still pretty good. So we got to get his timing right, and we got to get his rhythm right so that he can consistently do it. And so I still feel very optimistic about it. If the bat was slower, I would be less optimistic. But he's showing bat speed. It's just that he's so late with his trigger and his timing that he's so off.
I don't think he's very optimistic. I think you know what? It's not completely over. We'll send him down to Florida. I don't know who down there is gonna help Abreu with his bat speed, or excuse me, his timing. Who's their timing coach? How many live pitchers does he have to face before this gets corrected without the pressure of failing on the major league level? Do you think he gets 50 at bats before he's ready to come back, or do they just make him disappear? Not like with the gator, not in the swamps, but we just leave him down there for a couple weeks, and then people start to forget. Chandler Rome is not asking the question anymore. McTaggart's not asking the question, and he quietly stays down there.
That would have to be like over a month.
Do you think they're in a rush to bring him back?
I would start thinking that they fed him to a gator. Also, I've seen the new Roadhouse movie, so it's fresh on my mind.
Yeah,
but
it could happen.
It has happened before.
Yeah.
Jake Gyllenhaal did it.
I don't know if the Astros are looking to make him fully disappear, but I think they want us to forget about him. Just send him down there, and we will stop, particularly if the Astros start going well.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If things are going well, if John Singleton hits a home run.
If he keeps hitting home runs.
Like he did last night. But, yeah, I think as long as they win and the replacements are passable MLB players, which is really such a step up from what Jose Abreu has been so far this season. I think he could stay down there until he's like actually good.
What if he's like a September call-up? What if he's down there so long? Oh, we're bringing an experienced bat up in September.
You know what it's gonna be? It's gonna be the start of August. He comes up, and that's basically trade deadline acquisition. We're just getting prime Jose Abreu back.
We're getting a former MVP back.
We're getting
at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
At the trade deadline.
Who else got that?
Yeah. Who else made that type of move? I love when they get. At this point, it's become a meme and a joke, but I love when that was a thing teams leaned on. Hey, it's like this is our trade line. This is our trade deadline move. We got one of our injured players back.
Yeah.
And now they just get made fun of for that. So I'm not sure people do that anymore, but they used to all the time.
Dana Brown did that literally last year.
Who did he do that for?
Jordan and Jose Altuve.
At least it was Jordan and Altuve.
Yeah.
I mean, two legit stars.
Yeah.
At least.
I mean, that's still a funny thing to do. Now, he did trade for Justin Verlander, so
he did make a move.
He didn't actually make a move.
For a former Cy Young Award winner, so sure.
Who was also on the team
just months ago.
7 months ago.
And you decided not to bring him back, and it wasn't going well with the Mets, so you made a move. And you sent Drew Gilbert that way. We'll see how that plays out. I don't know. Obviously, in the long run, Drew Gilbert, if he is great, we might look back on it. But if there's somehow, some way they limp their way into another World Series and win it, I think we'll get over it. But right now, not so thrilled with that trade. But there's time. Verlander didn't have much time left.
Not much time.
Yeah. The way this trade works is Drew Gilbert stinks. That's at this point. That's what it is. Drew Gilbert has to be terrible, and that didn't even hurt us very much. But if he's great, There's no way the Astros really win this trade.
Or Verlander gets a Cy Young.
That ain't happening.
Not this year.
No. Is he going to get one next year?
I don't know. He got one in 2022.
Yeah, but at that point we're talking about 3 seasons. At some point he has to hit a wall, right? Or is he LeBron?
I think he's LeBron.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's Roger Clemens.
Does he got a son he's going to hang around to play with too?
I
Roger
think he has daughters.
Roger. Oh well, I guess that's out of the.
Well, not on MLB The Show. It's not.
Have you gotten that game yet? Are you?
I have the game. I've not
gone with the.
No.
I don't know what mode it's called.
Road to the Show, but
Women's Edition. Do they have a special name for it?
The W
Road
edition.
To the Show. WMLB the show. We've talked about that game in the past. We have people who think Abreu needs LASIK. Does that help timing?
It helps your eyes see the baseball.
Maybe. The same guy thinks he's going to get the Euro soccer package. He'll shave and then he'll get veneers. That's only he's had money for a while. That only happens to young European soccer players, and apparently Jurgen Klopp. They get money and then they go fix their teeth, and they're sometimes too big and too white.
Shout out to Robert Firmino
or Enzo Fernandez. Too big and too white. There are jokes there too, but I'll leave that alone. So yeah, I don't know if Abreu's getting that package. Childish Altuve. We'll see what he looks like coming back. I don't. Maybe he'll button up a couple buttons on when he gets the new jerseys. We found that out that MLB is going to, probably in all likelihood, bring back the old jerseys because of all the complaints about the new ones that Nike and Fanatics came out with. Like we said, the Astros haven't really noticed it. Sure, smaller print, and if that's the reason they stink,
yeah. What if that's the reason Abreu stinks? It's like I'm playing naked.
He was pretty bad. He was pretty bad last year too. Not this bad, but he was pretty bad. He wasn't DFA bad, but he was pretty bad last year too. I think we're out of excuses. Timing, eyesight, uniforms. I think you hit it on the head. Maybe old is the reason, and he's not going to be one of those guys who's going to be playing into his 40s because he may not survive this season the way it's going.
Oh yeah, I guess. I was gonna say he just needs to make it to next year, doesn't he?
Does that seem likely?
No.
We'll come back with a guy who Espada will talk about a guy who actually played well. We'll hear Joe Espada a little bit later talk about Karastini and what he did. We also have some sound from the Knicks Sixers game, mostly because Joel Embiid, for all the slander he catches here and on other shows, I don't know why Fat Joe had to go after him this way. It was disrespectful. We'll talk about the NBA and what happened last night as we had 2 series extended and the series no one's watching where all the home teams win the games continues. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. The NBA had a good night last night thanks to the Sixers and the Knicks. The Bucks-Pacers wasn't entertaining as far as competitive basketball game, but you had the Bucks players who played and played well without Giannis and Dame out there, and they pushed to a game 6. Got to give them credit for that, and that home crowd for helping them through. Now Doc Rivers is saying there's a possibility that Dame and Giannis will play in game 6. Says they're very, very close. Giannis is just running on the court, so I'm not sure how close he really is. Dame is out of his walking boot, and they'll get one more day to determine if they're good to go. But that game wasn't close. The Bucks win. They push it back to Indiana. We'll see if Indiana can close it out in game 6. Indiana was very unserious last night, which is part of their problem. They're a team that, I mean, it's obvious to say, how do you win a game without outscoring people? That's how they play. If their offense is going, they're great. If not, that's a team who isn't going to lock you down to go win a ball game. And it didn't happen last night as they struggled offensively. The Knicks felt like they were on their way. They felt like they were going to duplicate the last couple fourth quarters, well, at least the fourth quarters in the series, where it's a close game. The Sixers make mistakes. The Knicks capitalize, whether it because of offensive rebounds or turnovers coming from the Sixers, where they find a way. And Joel Embiid was well on his way to a quadruple double. He would have done it with turnovers. Not great. He was bad. You can see the wear and tear. We had not really a bet, but we propped it at a 4 as far as games he would actually make it. Now he's already over that, and he'll be available for game 6, but it looked like game 5 was his limit. He looked really bad in that fourth quarter as the injuries and the minutes have piled up, but he found a way to get through it thanks to Tyrese Maxey. Tyrese Maxey is a player who was really good last year. He got more opportunities because James Harden wasn't available. Well, because he didn't want to play, and Daryl Morey's a liar, according to James Harden, and he's in L.A. So I don't know if he should have won Most Improved because we already knew he was really good. The usage just went up, and he was spectacular last night. He saved the Sixers. He saved that season. This is a Sixers team who I don't know if they're going to blow it all up. Embiid's not going anywhere. Maxey's not going anywhere. But Tobias Harris ain't going to be around next year. And they've got a bunch of other guys who they could send away, trade, or just not bring back. This was a team that had a year as far as who they could be, and they were going to have to prove some stuff. And getting bounced out of the first round, despite Joel Embiid's injury, would have probably led to major changes. They're going to have cap space. Could have been a Paul George that might have joined them. Who knows? We heard from Paul George earlier in the show. If you were to believe that was actually Paul George, I would advise.
I don't believe.
I would advise you not to. Didn't sound like Paul George. He's probably busy getting ready
early in LA
for the Mavs. Yeah, it's only 8:42. Is Paul George up calling about Christina Milian and her OnlyFans chances? Unlikely, but you never know the reach of this show. Yeah, I kind of do. It's not Paul George. It's not Paul George. But the Sixers win, and Maxey's great, and he's going to be a player and a problem and a good one for the Sixers and a bad one for the rest of the league for the entirety of his career, as long as he stays there. And he was, I think, the 19th pick overall, far outseeded expectations already. You just can't account for how quick he is, and the shots become something that you can depend on now. And we know one thing, these playoffs have proved, at least last night's game proved, that he's one of them that you want taking big shots. He's not afraid to take them. He's willing to take them, and we saw him make them last night. And that's really the first step. Do you have a guy who's going to be willing to take those shots? Not all guys are. I mentioned James Harden. Now, he went to the cup in Game 4 against the Mavericks, but we know the history here. Sometimes he doesn't take them, and other times he settles and doesn't make them. That wasn't the problem for Maxey last night. Just a great performance overall as they extend that series back to Philly. And Joel Embiid, as I mentioned, didn't play well. Injured, Bell's palsy, knee issues, migraine last night going into the game. I just don't know why Fat Joe had to do this. Fat Joe, noted Knicks fan. He's at the game. Ben Stiller was there. Tracy Morgan was there. Knick fans thought they had it wrapped up, and Ben Stiller looked furious. There's a clip of, or now it's a still shot, a screenshot of Tyrese Maxey celebrating the game going to overtime. He's running by the baseline, not the baseline, but he's running by all the stars along the sideline, celebrating, excited. We're going overtime. We're still in this. Tracy Morgan gives him the finger. Like, Tyrese isn't talking to anyone. He's just screaming. He's in this fugue state where he's excited about we're still in this. Tracy Morgan, the finger. Ben Stiller looked like a guy who I don't know how to describe it. I don't know I've ever seen Ben Stiller that angry in a movie before. I certainly haven't. It was the feeling of, this man stole something from me. He stole a great moment from me, and I don't know how to handle it.
Someone said that they never understood the phrase
seething
mad until they saw Ben
He was
Stiller.
seething mad. He was furious.
What you imagine when you hear the word seething?
That was Ben Stiller last night. The jovial, he'll tweet about the Knicks, complain about officiating like all fans do, but not the guy from Zoolander. I don't know what version of Ben Stiller this was. It's the angriest version of him you could ever imagine. Just seething at Tyrese Maxey, and then the Knicks go on to lose in overtime. But this was before the game. Joel Embiid's probably warming up. He sees Fat Joe, one of the famous celebrities who backs the Knicks, and he just gives him a dap. And this was Fat Joe's response once the camera was in his face.
Let's go Knickerbockers, and let me tell you something. My fist stinks a little, because Joel Embiid just walked by and gave me a dap. My smell a little. Now, man, it smells dirty.
You can't do anything nice for anyone. Joel Embiid's like, hey, Fat Joe wants to give me a dap. I'm just going to dap him up and go about my day. And then 5 minutes later, you've got him talking about how you stink. Nah, couldn't be me.
I like that. That's playoff petty. That's what that is.
It's very petty.
He's now Embiid's dealing with his knee, with the migraine,
and now
with
people
Bell's
think
palsy,
he stinks.
and now BO too.
And this was before the game, so he probably wasn't lathered up.
Imagine
So
how he stunk after.
This is natural stink, apparently.
After just throwing the ball all over the gym.
Well, he did stink up the place. It was a bad night for him. He's been good.
He was, he's also. It's weird because, yes, he was bad. But then also, like, the Sixers absolutely do not win without him.
Of course not.
It's just such an insane series.
He was selling, but also they ain't winning without him. I mean, Brunson got him a couple times driving baseline for a couple of layups. He also defended Brunson great in overtime, made a couple big plays to keep Brunson away from the rim. So you deal with the foul baiting, the whining, the maybe some of the cheap shots. But you also deal with the greatness that he is.
So Joel Embiid, 19 points, 16 rebounds, 10 assists, a million turnovers. Just kidding, 9 turnovers.
Yeah, they tried to give him a 10th turnover like the announcer did, but it was clearly a pass off of Maxey through the ball. I think it was Maxey, and it bounced off Embiid's hand. That's always going to be considered a bad pass because Embiid never had possession, so they weren't going to give him the turnover. So he almost got the 10, but that clearly wasn't going to be on him.
And he had the highest plus-minus on the 76ers.
Of course he did. Of course.
He did not play well whatsoever.
He was worse in the fourth quarter like he always is, but of course he had the highest plus-minus. That's how impactful he is.
Yeah, and every time he leaves the court, they just immediately start hemorrhaging points.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
You can't run Paul Reed out there and think anything's going to go well for you.
It's like when LeBron would sit against the Kevin Durant,
the Warriors,
Steph Curry
those Warriors team,
where
yeah.
it's just like he would sit for like 2 minutes at the end of the first
and the
quarter.
lead would balloon by like 8 or 10.
Down 15.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God.
We were just down by 4. I can't get 2 minutes. And then Ty Lue, get back in the game because this is going to turn into a blowout. So that's why he's playing 45, 46 minutes a night.
At least LeBron wasn't obviously tired at halfway through the fourth quarter, where Embiid had to sit.
Yeah, he actually sat in the fourth quarter. And it was getting away from them, so he had to get rushed back in the game. And plus, he was playing poorly, so maybe Nick Nurse thought there was a better option. Turns out there wasn't. And Nick Nurse, by the way, was so upset in the game, I think he slammed his hand down, frustrated with the call, and like fractured a finger or something.
Yeah, I think he broke the tip of his finger, and
He was that
couldn't
mad.
grab.
He
the
couldn't
marker.
draw plays.
Yeah, he couldn't grab the marker to draw plays. This is, I know this is just two, by far the most coaching injuries ever in an NBA playoffs. I have to believe.
Yeah, I can't think of
Definitely the most severe.
One kept the guy from finishing out a closeout game.
Yes,
the
one guy had
for Chris Finch, and the other guy
tendon surgery.
and the other guy couldn't draw up plays late in the fourth quarter and overtime of a closeout game, in their case, an elimination game.
Yeah.
So injuries have impacted the NBA playoffs, even from on the sidelines, and a couple more. Kristaps Porzingis will not play tonight. The inevitable lower body injury for Kristaps happened in the Game 4 win for the Celtics over the Heat. They say it's similar to the Giannis injury, so he's going to miss a couple games. That series probably is going to end the night because the Heat may have like 6 bodies they can go to. We're in 2024, and Patty Mills will be counted on to play big minutes. That's where the Heat are as far as depth. When you talk about the guys who are missing, because Jaime Jaquez won't play tonight. He hurt his, I think they're calling it maybe an upper extremity, an upper leg hip injury that'll keep him out of tonight's Game 5 as the Celtics try to close out their series and play as few games as possible without Kristaps Porzingis, who probably they're scheduled to play the winner of the Magic and Cavs. But either way, whether this series that they're currently in against the Heat goes longer, or the series against the Mavs, or the Cavs or the Magic, combine those two names. No matter who wins that series, Kristaps is probably going to miss time. It's just whether he's going to miss time in a first-round series or a second-round series. So injuries are piling up. The Sixers were able to manage theirs and push it to a Game 6. We will continue to talk about the NBA. We got some stories in college football because the Sanders versus anyone who isn't a Sanders thing continues as Shador and Dion are in the midst of something, as former players are speaking to outlets about their time in Colorado. And if you haven't been paying attention, they didn't have a great experience. But the Sanders aren't going to take it lying down, so we'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. This will be a quick one here. We went long, at least I did, talking about the NBA. So maybe we'll save the Sanders plus Sanders versus everyone else stuff for later in the show. But did you see that the Cougs are telling the world that you're not going to bully us from wearing the Columbia blue jersey? So despite the cease and desist from the NFL brought on by the Strunks, or at least one Strunk in Tennessee, the Cougs are going to bring back those very popular jerseys, according to their AD. So if you like the Columbia blue tribute to H-Town jerseys that they wore last year, they plan to add the alternate blue on a more consistent basis. So we should see them again next year and years following, because they're a hit. If you didn't see them, they're very reminiscent of the Oilers as far as the color and the scheme, as far as the helmet and the pants. So the Cougs are not going to be bullied by the big bad NFL. I don't know what basis of law they have for doing it, but Tennessee, relax. It's okay if someone wears Columbia blue, particularly if it's the college team in town. And maybe they'll change the shade slightly, maybe not. Maybe they'll fight this tooth and nail and say, you don't have authority over the color when we're a college team that doesn't compete against you.
Yeah, you don't own
Columbia blue. You don't own the color. We'll see. But the Cougs are saying, nah, you can't do that to us. And I think the plan was only to wear them once last year anyway. So it wasn't as if that Tennessee, their injunction or whatever you want to call it, stopped them from wearing them last year. We just know that they won at one, and we'll see what legal basis the Cougs have for wearing them again, other than, hey, stop being an a-hole. Yeah. Just leave us alone. This has nothing to do with you.
Guess what? The Tennessee Titans now have to deal with John Daspit.
Well, maybe,
probably not. He does mostly personal injury.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if he wants to get involved against the NFL. I know Daspit wins, but the NFL is a different ball game, a different tax bracket when it comes to lawyering and cases. I don't know. Maybe he does. I don't know. He does have certainly a connection with the University of Houston, and I don't know how this will play out. But the uniforms are great. Let the kids wear them. Let the college own them, and worry about Will Levis. I think that should be your bigger concern. Will Levis is your quarterback, and the Titans feel like a team. They're not are they the worst team in the AFC South? I think they're the team with the least amount of potential.
I think that they might actually already be out, the over-unders for wins, they're probably going to have the lowest over-under.
Yeah, you think about the Colts, they should have made the playoffs last year if not for, Gardner Minshew throwing a ball into, it was not a great throw, and then you have your third-string running back missing an easy catch.
It is funny. All the other three teams in the AFC South, I'm like, 7 to 9 wins.
Yeah, the Titans.
It's about where I have all of them is like, one's going to win 7, one's going to win 8, the other one's going to win 9. I don't know which one's Jacksonville, which one's Indy, and which one's Tennessee, but I feel like that's the neighborhood they're all in.
And the Titans win total is 5.5, according to DraftKings.
Oh, wow.
So.
Hammer the over.
Not
I got
me.
him at 7. My
you have him at 7.
My, analytics model of gut feeling has him at 7. So.
It's the antithesis of analytics, my gut feeling. And that's what
my gut plus minus has him at.
Okay. Is it you should be a baseball guy.
GPM.
I feel like that's how baseball guys operate. Gut plus the numbers.
I actually studied analytics at the at the right hand of Jeff Bagwell. So
I don't believe you.
I mean, I haven't studied analytics, and neither has he. So we're the same coaching tree.
Yeah, except you're not bringing misery to everyone who watches a certain.
Not yet. Not because I don't have the ear of Jim Crane. Yet.
Well, if you ever become a Hall of Famer, that's your in. You ever become
That
a
helps.
great baseball
Yeah.
player who disappoints in the postseason? That's your in with Jim Crane.
Hey, Reggie Jackson never disappointed in the postseason.
That's true. Yeah, that's where that nickname comes from. I would guess.
They average out to having.
Well, there's two of them. Craig Biggio wasn't great either.
Yeah.
So you've got two disappointments, and then a guy who has a
Mr.
nickname,
October.
who's Mr. October. So I don't know if they even out.
Do you think that Reggie Jackson holds that over the rest of the fellowship? Being like, yeah, you guys know how to, win in July.
Great. You can beat the Cubs out for a division title, but when it matters most, where are you?
He calls Craig Biggio Mr. September.
Yeah, Mr. August. Yeah. Biggio and Bagwell, Mr. and Mr. August. But Reggie Jackson, I don't know in the hierarchy how much say he has. We know he shares ideas with the rest of the fellowship. The unfortunate part is the one they're going to get tagged with is the one they had to send to Florida to work on things. And really that's a Bagwell joint. And that's the guy who's getting all the blame for that.
And the other one's Rafael Montero.
And that's really a Bagwell one too. I don't know which guys Reggie Jackson's recommending. The Biggio stuff came out of the blue. I know he talks to Jim Crane, but we didn't know he was a decision maker until Reggie Jackson told us earlier, maybe late March or early April. But I think we're all hanging this on Bagwell until we get evidence of something else.
I think Bagwell catches it the most because he was mentioned basically by name last offseason, 2022 to 23 offseason.
Yeah.
As far as like being one of the shadow GMs.
The interlude between Click and Brown.
Yeah.
Bagwell was the name we heard making decisions, so he catches all of it.
And Reggie Jackson was running his mouth on a podcast, which why is Reggie Jackson on a podcast?
Because he's Reggie Jackson, people want to talk to him.
Why is he talking about the Astros?
Well, because he's a decision maker.
Okay, thanks, Reggie.
I'm answering all your questions. He's a decision maker. He's
but
a
they're
Hall
not
of
good
Famer.
Answers. They're answers. They're not good answers.
They don't. Well, they're. I'm giving you reasons you don't like them, but and it was at the time where is Blake Snell going to be an Astro? So Reggie Jackson, you know what? I'm going to volunteer why we wouldn't sign him.
Okay, thank you, Reggie Jackson. This is why Craig Biggio doesn't catch all the heat. Is that he has the good PR of shutting the hell up,
not talking to anyone. Yeah, and I'm sure
not doing interviews.
And I'm sure Craig Biggio's like, hey Reggie, don't mention my name.
Yeah.
Don't tell people I'm involved.
I was sliding under the radar, but here's Reggie blowing up my spot.
I was.
People just think I sit at the games next to Bagwell. Not that I'm like, hey, you see the 38-year-old on Cleveland? We should sign him in 2 years.
I'm one of the other hobbits. I'm like Mary. No one even talks to Mary. No one even thinks he's got anything to do with this. And now you mention my name. Now people are wondering why I okayed the Montero signing.
He's just talking about 11sies.
Yeah, and getting back to Hobbiton to live a anonymous life, which eventually he did after helping save the world and stuff. And hopefully Jeff Bagwell and Craig Biggio and Jim Crane and Dana Brown and Reggie Jackson make better decisions going forward, because when you're tabbed with running an organization that has had so much success, you're going to come under criticism when your biggest decisions are some of your biggest mistakes. Montero added to his resume yesterday. He's been good this year, not last night, and he completed an awful half of an inning that eventually led to a Caratini home run in the bottom of the 10th that led to an Astros win. So we talked about it before. It was a very Astros-like game. Bad start. The bats exploded for a couple innings, then disappeared, and your high-paid pitcher didn't get the job done. But we're a haven for great backup catchers, and Caratini saved us all from a bad night. We'll hear from Espada on Caratini and what he brings to the table when we come back. We'll get into the Sanders versus the world stuff as well. And I'll ask this question of Sean about a guy who, our favorite A.D. Mitchell suffered quite a bit of slander during the draft process. Is there anyone who's going to catch more than Shador? We'll have that discussion when we come back.
Offensively, he just got a short, simple swing. He's got a good game plan. He always puts good swings on the ball from the left side. And that's aside from leadership and his ability to receive games, call games. He's just been a nice addition to our club.
That was Joe Espada on Caratini. Caratini hits a home run to win the game last night. The Astros have now won 3 in a row. They get Verlander on the mound tonight. Chance to string something together. They're going to need a lot of that. Still 10-19 on the year. They got a long uphill climb. And sure, they're talented enough to do this over the next month. And all of a sudden, we're talking about a team in contention again, at least for an AL West or a wild card spot. World Series stuff, playoff stuff down the line. But they're gonna have to play really good baseball to make up for what has been an awful start. And they're still in the midst of it. But it was a nice way to close out last night. Yeah, the good feelings of Joey Loperfido getting his first major league hit in his first game. He didn't play first base. John Singleton did that. John Singleton, the beneficiary of Jose Abreu going down to Florida to work on his timing. So all in all, if you exclude the things we're used to, as far as why this team isn't good, they worked it out. They found a way. And at this point, we'll take it because this has been a team who has done that in the past, just find a way to win. It hasn't been the case, at least often enough this year, but it was last night. They get their first extra inning win, and Victor Caratini is the hero, thankfully for him, or thankfully for us. He's been a good addition. So back up the catcher position, solid for the Astros. Questions in other spots. I did want to get to this, and we'll keep it short because I want to give Sean an opportunity to answer your phone calls without having to run the show as well. And I bring that up because we're giving away a $25 gift card to Highway Cantina. It's an Edo, but 11:15. Sean has already X'd you out, so you don't jump the line. But 11:15, you got a chance to win a $25 gift card to Highway Cantina. It's a great Tex-Mex destination. They brought great food yesterday. They fed a lot of people. They showed up, and everyone was happy. Even if you just wanted a drink, I think they had 2 1-gallon jugs of margaritas for the people here. They do a great job with everything. You can go there before and after ball games, and maybe you want to go there for Cinco de Mayo. They'll have you covered. Thanks to Highway Cantina, they're our featured restaurant of the week. Caller 5 at 11:15 wins a $25 gift card to Highway Cantina. So, Sanders versus the world. If you don't know, there's been a lot of tumult at Colorado. Guys transferring out. I think the number was 53 scholarship players transferred out over the last year. 85 is the number you're allowed to carry. Now, Deion Sanders was very open about this. He needed to change the culture, change the roster over because they weren't a good football team. Why would I keep all these guys when they weren't good? That's an understandable approach to roster building and roster transition, but the way he did it, people are taking the task. In an athletic article, Xavier Smith was the star of the article. He is now, I believe, at UTEP. He was at Austin Peay last year. He transferred out of Colorado, mostly due to the fact that he didn't feel like Deion was treating him, I guess, like a proper human being. He said, "You never even tried to get to know me." He was destroying guys' confidence. There are other quotes from the article where it doesn't look great for Deion. And I think most of the college football establishment has decided Deion's not good for the sport. There are going to be people who push back on that and say he's doing it a different way. We know Deion has talked about how people take issue when you see a confident, successful black man. This is how you come at him. You know, his son is going to back his dad, and he responded to Xavier Smith's comments. Well, I don't even remember him, to be honest. Bro had to be very mid at best. Well, he was a freshman at a Power 5 school. Generally, a lot of them aren't ready to go right away. So when another player from the Colorado roster is showing a practice clip of this kid not being able to cover you when you're wearing a shirt and t-shirt, so what? He's a freshman. Is he ready to play it on the Power 5 level early? No. Shedeur Sanders, that kid's literally 18 years old. You're a grown man. You've been playing college football for several years now. why would he be at your level? And maybe he's just not as talented as you. That happens. But to go after him because he was mid as a freshman, it's a little rough. And this is why I'm going to ask Sean before we go. Do you think Shedeur Sanders will catch more slander than we've ever seen for a guy during the draft process, considering how boisterous he is, his father, the position he plays? Is he going to catch it more than anyone ever?
I think so because of two things that you mentioned. A, his father and himself, honestly.
Like, yeah, he's helped. He's helped.
With this situation, like there's no actual reason for them to cannonball into this, especially this way, being like, yeah, that guy sucks.
He wasn't good. Who cares?
That and mixed with the fact that I don't know, it'd probably be a first-round pick, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
apparently top 5. That's what they think. That's what the reports have said.
If this draft taught you anything, as long as you're one of the 5 best quarterbacks in your draft, you will go in the top 10.
You got a real shot.
You have a good shot of going in the top 10. So, yeah, I think him being the first-round pick and probably one of the faces of the draft. I mean, the quarterbacks are always kind of the main characters of every draft class, and you throw in the fact that he's not gonna shy away from the slander that comes his way. He's gonna clap back. Might not always be what you want to do is to clap back at everything. I can't imagine what Bob McGinn.
Yeah, and the Bob McGinn report on Shedeur Sanders may be as damaging as what Kendrick did to Drake.
It's just gonna be a 6-minute podcast
of him.
I hate the way that you walk. I hate the way that you talk.
We don't want you playing quarterback no more. Oh, you thought I was gonna say something else? I made you nervous.
I didn't know Bob McGinn could do that.
He can't, and I can't. Well, I could, but it wouldn't help. It wouldn't be great for me. Just listen to Kendrick Lamar, Euphoria, about Drake. You'll get the reference.
All the way to the end.
All the way to the end. It's a long song, 6 minutes worth of Drake barbs from Kendrick. It's gonna be a hit. It'll probably go to number 1, even with the 6-minute length of the song. We want to get back on time, at least I do. We're seconds away from, or at least you guys are, from potentially winning Highway Cantina, a gift card from Highway Cantina. Sean will take care of you there. We'll be back shortly.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We talked some about the injuries in the NBA. Another one that will affect the playoffs, at least tonight, is Kawhi Leonard. He will not be available for Game 5. And really, if you're the Clippers, you're probably, yes, because they have been bad with him on the floor, pretty good with him off. They have won the 2 games where he did not participate, lost the 2 that he has, and they've gotten off to great starts in both games he didn't play. Now, in Game 4, it got real touchy, real sketchy for them. After Kyrie's great layup in the fourth quarter, they actually lost the lead. Then Paul George hit a great shot from the corner that gave them a lead that they never relinquished. So Kawhi Leonard, whose career in LA, and really since he begged off of San Antonio because I guess he felt they didn't treat his injury and the way he decided he wanted to come back from it well, he hasn't been a guy who you can depend on. The one Toronto run aside, and that lasted a year when they won the title, Kawhi doesn't play a lot of basketball. He misses playoff games, and he'll miss his second of this series. Excuse me, his third of this series. And the Clippers will try to overcome that. Luka's dealing with a knee thing. He'll be available. It is a series that's lived up to the expectations. We've had a couple non-competitive games, but for the most part, this is a series we expected to be good, and it has been. And you've gotten great performances from Paul George, James Harden, Luka, and Kyrie. So your stars have shown up. The one who hasn't is the one hampered by injury, and he won't be available tonight.
And like you said, for Kawhi, that's kind of par for the course. I mean, since the 2019 championship with Toronto, he finished the 2020 playoffs, and then he has not played.
But he also had a lot of time off because it was after COVID stopped the season, and they played in the bubble.
And basically, since then, he hasn't finished a season. In 2021, he wasn't available at the end. He tore his ACL against Utah. And in 2022, he missed because he was still recovering from the ACL. Last year, he played really well. The first, I think, game, maybe 2 games of the Phoenix series, went out with injury. And this series as well. He just can't. He can manage it pretty well in the regular season. It's just in the postseason, you need to play every other game. And you're not just you're playing high intensity, and you're going to have to play 40 minutes a night, and his body just can't do that.
No, you're right. And you know what? The Clippers were like, yeah, we'll give you an extension anyway. I know all that stuff is true. We all know that, but we're stuck, so we're going to give you a lot of money. The guy they didn't give an extension to is Paul George. He has a player option. Now, he's had his injury issues, but he's been more available than Kawhi. Certainly has in this series. He's got a $48 million option, nearly $49 million player option. He's expected to opt out and become a free agent. So the Clippers might be losing the guy they can most depend on. And they're going to
James Harden. They still have James Harden.
Yeah, that's the funny part. That James will play all the games. He just can't be expected to be great when it matters most.
Yeah, so both Paul George and James Harden can be free agents. James Harden will be a free agent.
Yeah, he will.
Paul George can be a free agent. And yeah, they're probably going to try to re-sign both.
Yeah. The question will be, will Paul George see their unwillingness to give him an extension as a bit of a disrespect? We never know.
Maybe
they gave one to Kawhi. They came in at the same time. If I'm Paul George, look, it's L.A. from where he's from. It'll be a lot of money if they do bring him back. But maybe he thinks, wait a minute. Why am I the one who has to wait to see when you gave this guy one and he's not even capable of making it through a playoff series?
If you're Steve Ballmer, though,
who's got all the money?
You have all the money. Money is actually no object to you. You're moving into a new arena
Definitely.
next year.
You need those guys. You can't go in with Kawhi and Norm Powell as your 2 best players.
Can you go in with Kawhi and James Harden and Norm Powell? Ivica Zubac, too?
That team's not good enough. You would think.
Is this team good enough?
Well, that's the point.
Is the team with 3 of them good enough?
They're probably not good enough.
You could save yourself paying Paul George $55
But you mentioned
million.
the arena. Can you go into that arena letting the world know that you expect to be like a 7 or 8 seed? That's where you're topping out at? Can he do that?
They've been like a 4 or 5 seed every year.
But
those guys have been
But
together.
even the imagination lets you think, well, we got Kawhi and Paul, and then we add James. Even if you can delude yourself into thinking you're a real title contender, you can't delude yourself next year if you're depending on James Harden, Kawhi.
Also, who are these fans that we're talking about
They're all
deluding themselves?
Every fan base has them. They're the same fans who put.
No, I just mean like literally who are Clipper fans. Like, if you're a Clippers fan right now, if you're
You think you
still
can win
a
the
Clippers
series?
fan, if you're an excited Clippers fan today, even after Lob City, after Donald Sterling, watch Clipped coming out June 4th.
Do you work for FX and Hulu?
After this whole Kawhi Leonard era, like, you're just in. You're in, no
Of
matter
course,
what.
they're fans.
They could throw out anybody on that court, and you're.
But they don't think they're title contenders. You can legitimately, particularly if you win this series, and Kawhi might come back. I think they would believe they have a shot against OKC, and then all of a sudden you're in a Western Conference Finals. So if you have the capability of making a Western Conference Finals, even when you have the behemoth that is likely Denver waiting for you, although that Nuggets-Wolves series should be a good one. We'll see how Jamal Murray's calf, if that'll last through the rest of the playoffs. Played great in the game where he was questionable. But if you can get to a Western Conference Finals, you can believe that, hey, maybe a tweak here, some better health, we can make a run to a title. And Steve Ballmer's certainly going to convince himself. He's got to bring him back, if particularly if Paul George wants to come back.
But
of course they have to make it there.
They can still just lose in the first round. They can lose the
That's
next 2 games.
definitely a possibility.
And be out. But B, if the Clippers wanted to sign Paul George, wouldn't they've done it already?
I don't know the intricacies of that back and forth. Maybe they didn't want to give him all that he wanted because they gave Kawhi hey, just take it. We're not even going to negotiate. Just have all the money. Maybe they had some trepidation about giving that to both guys who have missed time.
And then theoretically give Harden a deal.
Yeah, is Harden taking less than he can get?
Probably not.
We just know that.
Ask Daryl Morey if he is.
Well, somebody's a liar. That's why that relationship ended as poorly as it did. I don't know if Steve Ballmer's a liar. We don't know that he made a promise to Harden. But we know if he wants to give all those guys max money, he can, and it wouldn't even be a drop in the bucket for him.
Well, not for him personally, financially, but it would also make building the Clippers very hard.
Well, they're all in. What are they going to do? Are they going to?
No, but I'm just like, you're just going to start the punitive measures in the new CBA if you're over the second. Like, Phoenix is going to run into this.
There are things that your movement, you can pay all the tax you want, but there are things that restrict what you can do as far as mid-level and all that type of stuff.
So now you've paid all these guys probably $50 million per year. So you're already over the tax with those 3 guys. Never mind anyone else that you sign. How are you going to get better with a guy who can't finish a season, Paul George and James Harden?
This is the thing. They've already committed. I wouldn't have signed Kawhi to an extension. I would have let this season play out. And, of course, then you come to it, and now you've pissed off Kawhi. Understood. And you know he can be mercurial. If you piss him off, he may not ever play for you again.
Weirdly is the one that you're like, let's just – if we're signing a terrible deal, and they might all 3 be terrible – actually, it's likely all 3 of them will be terrible deals.
Yeah, because they're all in their mid to late 30s.
Yeah.
Mid-30s, yeah.
Kawhi is the one that's like, you know what, let's not test this guy.
He's the one who you probably can't reason with if you come back. You know what, Kawhi?
Let's not play hardball.
We want you
Kawhi
back. We just didn't want to give it to you at that number. We want to see you prove yourself and be healthy, which obviously he hasn't done. He's the one who goes, F you, I'm going someplace else. That's like, you could probably massage the Paul George relationship and bring him back. James is looking for his money. He wants to stay in LA. You can probably, and you didn't have to promise him anything. In fact, you were his lifeline to get him out of Philly. He's probably he won't take anything, but as long as you don't insult him, he's coming back. The problem for the Clippers is, and it goes all the way back to giving up all that money, all the picks and all the capital for Shea.
Or for Paul.
For Paul, but you gave up Shea Alexander. Yeah, you're right. They had to get Kawhi, and to convince Kawhi, they had to go get Paul George. So they've been bending the knee to Kawhi for years now, and it hasn't worked out. And would they be better off if they said, hey, Paul, we'll come get you. Actually, they couldn't. Hey, Kawhi, either you come with us or not, but we're going to build around Shea. It would have taken longer, and they needed to be relevant. But years later, without even a Western Conference Final appearance?
They made one.
Okay, one.
They made it the 2021.
Okay, they made one. Years later, one Western Conference Finals appearance, and the Denver Nuggets have surpassed you. Would they have been better off just sticking with Shea and building around him? Maybe. I don't know if I can trust them to have made the right decisions to build a team around a young star. But it'll be one of those things that you question about the Clippers, particularly if this run ends the way it likely will end, without a title and an injured Kawhi not finishing the playoffs.
Yeah, it's just an interesting spot where if I'm Steve Ballmer, I'm like, well, can I not be in the second apron and just have 2 stars on the marquee, or do I have to have 3 marquee stars?
Gotta fill that building.
For Clippers fans who have
they'll show up to the building and a building of their own. No, they're no longer tenants of the Lakers.
I'm saying if you have all 3 guys,
Clippers fans will show up.
I'm saying if I was a Clippers fan, I'd be like, what are we doing this for? What are we doing this for?
You keep the lie alive, Sean, as long as you can. That's what Steve Ballmer has to do. Keep it alive.
Clippers fans are the biggest suckers in the world.
Yeah,
if they're still buying into, I'm sure, not just the Clippers franchise.
The Browns sell out games. I mean,
but the Browns don't have the Patriots in the same city.
It's true.
That's the issue. You're already being a Clippers fan in LA, a local LA Clipper fan, already kind of tells you something about the person. That
you root for the underdog.
Fan.
You root for the underdog.
Hipster.
You go against the grain.
No, yeah, you're contrarian. That's what it is. And you've gotten rewarded for being a contrarian with Blake Griffin, Chris Paul,
Doc Rivers,
Donald Sterling. Watch Clipped June 4th.
Once again, somehow he weaseled in another promo for whatever reason.
Kawhi Leonard.
Did Lawrence Fishburne hit your DMs and go, hey, keep mentioning it. You'll get a couple bucks.
It's the guy who plays Matt Barnes, actually.
Okay. The fake Jason Capono playing JJ Redick mentioned you. And speaking of JJ Redick, we're gonna hear some sound from him. He was on the Ryan Clark podcast. I think it's called The Pivot, and it's funny. JJ did a great job of navigating this conversation, much like he navigates around screens to get an open shot. So we'll talk about that coming up here. Just some sound that I found interesting, and it's really just nonsense. But it's those two, along with Channing Crowder, the former NFL linebacker, and Fred Taylor, the longtime Jaguar running back. They had a conversation with JJ Redick, who's in line for at least one NBA coaching job, and you'll hear him throughout the playoffs on ESPN. But he sat down with The Pivot, and we'll talk about that. But before we do, I want to tell you about Aqueduct Plumbing. There are multiple things that Aqueduct Plumbing provides, whether it be the repiping, you just need a contractor to come out and inspect. Maybe you got fixtures that you need help with. They take care of you. Whether it be new construction, a remodel, they do all the things that keep your home looking great. It's your home. You want to feel good walking in it. You're bringing people to your home. You want to be able to show it off and not be embarrassed by it. And what's more embarrassing than a leak in your home? And you have to explain away, my flooring's damaged because of a leak. You don't want that. You want the repiping, because the repiping is preventative. It'll keep those leaks from happening. And there's nothing worse in your home than bad water. And where do you get bad water from? Bad pipes. Old, rusted pipes can change the complexion of your home, whether it be the flooring or the walls or the smell, because you're using that bad water for your laundry. You're using that bad water to wash your hands. You're using that bad water to shower. There's nothing good about bad water, and that stems from rusted, dirty, old pipes. The repiping will take care of that. They have local contractors who will take care of you. They're a local company, and the local company will take care of the local customers. That's what Aqueduct Plumbing is all about. You can call them at 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238. Or just go to the website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com, to see all the services they provide. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We got a couple more segments to go before we wrap it up. Gallant and George will follow us, and then the Killer Bees after them. And remember, if you are into Tex-Mex, Highway Cantina has you taken care of. We give away a gift card earlier today. They'll be giving away gift cards later on the other shows, and also throughout the week. We will continue to do that. So just listen. You love good Tex-Mex. You want to go to a place in Edo. It's a place you can go before and after games to enjoy yourself. The margaritas, I'm not a drinker, but Sean had one. How was it?
It was very good. It was very good. Enjoyed it during Gallant George.
I saw that, and then I know Paul filled up. I think he went a little stronger than you did. You had like a little cup.
Yeah, the cup that Brian was handing out. Yes.
Paul, I think, did he fill up?
He filled up a Stanley Cup to the brim.
Paul, do you have a problem, Paul? Do you want to talk about it? Nah, it's just a margarita. We're good. But yeah, they hooked us up yesterday. They'll hook you up if you decide to head out there to enjoy yourself. Good Tex-Mex. I enjoyed the taquitos. I love those. They were big time yesterday. So go stop by Highway Cantina. I want to get to a couple things before we get out of here. JJ Redick, if you don't know, he's in line possibly for the Charlotte Hornets job. Some people think he's on his podcast with LeBron because he's LeBron's next head coach, because people like to connect the dots. Who knows where LeBron's going to go? I don't think LeBron's going to join a place where JJ Redick is a potential option, because LeBron's probably going to join a place where a title is in line if he joins them. If you don't know, he's opted out. He's going to opt out of his final year of his deal with the Lakers, so he'll be a free agent. I don't know if JJ Redick is going to get that type of opportunity, coaching a potential championship team. Charlotte feels like a place where he fits. Hey, just go learn the trade. Coach Brandon Miller. See how that works out for you. And LaMelo, if he can ever stay healthy. But JJ Redick was on the Pivot podcast with Ryan Clark, and I bring this up because it has a local tie. He had his career high against the Rockets, and so I guess Ryan Clark did the research, or one of his producers did, and this is how the conversation went.
Do you find it ironic that your career high was on Martin Luther King Jr. Day? No, I'm just saying. Like, is that lost upon you? He got a little. Is it lost upon you that you hit 40 on like one of the few days we have, JJ? We don't have a lot. It's a huge NBA day. Martin Luther King Jr. is all over the court. And now that I know you, I know you're not the whitest human I've ever seen. But at the time, you seem like the whitest human I've ever seen. And then you go for 40 on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I mean, like, how proud of you are that?
He pointed out. Oh, man. I know what you're doing here. I know what you're doing here.
Because you set out that day that way. When you're like, man, listen, like, it's their day. I'm finna go drop 40.
Houston had beat us. The year before in the playoffs, they came back from 3-1 down. They beat us. They had beat us earlier in the year. It was like they felt they had our number. Right. So like I knew it was Martin Luther King Day, okay? But we were playing a team that had our number. I was trying to get a win. All right. That's all that happened.
No, I just
always talking about reparations. 40 acres and a mule. Take these 40 points.
Take these 40 points.
I love it.
Hold up.
The best line is from Fred Taylor. He was on with the reparations and the mule. By the way, you can watch Clipped on FX and Hulu, June 4th. JJ Redick's. I don't know if it'll be a doppelganger because I don't think the guy's going to look like JJ, but JJ Redick will be featured in that series too.
I also don't think they're going to do the MLK Day career high.
No, I don't think that'll be a story, a B story arc in that show. I don't think that'll be brought up at all.
JJ Redick lacing him up extra tight that morning.
Yeah.
You don't think that's going to...
Like Channing Crowder, you might have heard him go, like after he put up his 40, point up to the sky. I don't think we're gonna see JJ Redick go, I did it for you. After he cooked the Rockets on that particular MLK Day. We're just tying in other things that have happened on the show. I remember pulling that clip because I thought it was funny. JJ Redick, he's a guy who, went from maybe the most, as you heard Ryan Clark say, the whitest guy he had ever seen, pretty much, at the whitest university. We attribute college basketball whiteness to Duke. He was a villain. He's gone from villain to a guy people didn't think could play in the NBA to a legitimately good NBA player to a well-liked analyst, a guy who has to float through criticizing players and being a former player, and you never hear him catch heat for that. We know other guys have. And now he's looked at as a guy who you go to when you want to hear about basketball. And now a potential head coach in the NBA. That's a good arc for him.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd be a head coach.
I don't think so. It seems like he's got a good life. He must love ball. He's got to love ball. If he wants to coach the Charlotte Hornets, he's got a good life.
You have to love ball if you want to coach the Charlotte
Your
Hornets.
first job is going to try to resurrect that franchise?
Yeah. I mean, at least
Steve Nash got to coach the Nets.
Yeah, and Jay Kidd also got to coach the Nets.
Yeah, Darvin Ham got to coach the Lakers.
Yeah.
Like, J.J. Redick's first job is going to Charlotte and coaching Brandon Miller, LaMelo Ball, whoever else is on that roster, and Miles Bridges.
And if you're going to do the reason we bring up Steve Nash and Kidd is because that they kind of did the skip the line.
Yeah, they didn't have to be assistants. They got to coach good basketball teams.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how good the Bucks were when Kidd took over, but
no, he took over the Nets first.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Because he stabbed the Nets in the back and went to.
He was one of their legends because a couple finals runs went in his time there, and Steve Nash got the coach. Well, they asked him to. They wanted him to. The Harden, Kyrie, Durant team, and it was more Durant and Kyrie who got him there. Obviously, Harden joined later. So J.J. Redick he'd be skipping the line because he wouldn't be an assistant. But isn't it punishment enough to be the Hornets coach?
He's skipping the line, but he's not going to the front.
No.
He's skipping the line and going, 29 spots deep.
It's a midnight release of a video game, and sure, you don't have to be the last person there, but you're still 23 people deep in the line.
Whoever, Royale Ivy or Tiago Splitter, the Rockets assistants, like, he's cutting them.
Yeah.
But he's not cutting everybody.
No,
he's still going to the Hornets.
True. And speaking of Rockets assistants, or at least former Rockets, did you know that Pablo Prigioni is an assistant for the Timberwolves?
Yeah.
I saw him yesterday. That's Pablo. Pablo's out there.
Hey, there he is.
I recognize that face.
Yeah, talking about Clipped on FX June 4th. He was part of the team that sent him packing.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't play big minutes or any minutes in that fourth quarter comeback, but yeah, he was on that team. I remember him.
He played in Game 7.
He did play in Game 7.
Big steal in Game 7.
You remember that steal?
Yeah, I mean they're up like 25. So
yeah, it wasn't a big steal.
Pablo Prigioni was in the game.
It just
wasn't
happened.
A big steal.
It just happened to be a steal in the game because they were blowing out the Clippers that day, and that spurred J.J. Redick to have a career high. Not because he was getting something back for the white people on MLK Day. It's just, hey man, I'm tired of getting my brain beat in by these Rockets. So he went out there and did well
on MLK Day.
I'm not gonna say he was motivated, but I can't say he wasn't, despite what he says.
What Ryan Clark was saying is right. It is like a big NBA.
It is
night.
a big NBA day.
They have a bunch of national televised games.
It is the NBA's day. It is.
It was J.J. Redick's day that day. He
took it from Dr. King. At least in that game he did. It's about me.
This is J.J. Redick day.
Yeah, exactly.
MLK.
MLK. I don't,
JJR.
What? Respect. R.I.P. But today is about me. It's about me.
I'm getting my lick back.
Yeah, for what you guys did to me in the previous postseason. J.J. Redick on the pivot. We got one more segment to go here. And we'll wrap it up with the odds are out. Not for anything that important, but we talked about guys who caught slander in the draft process. Well, some of those guys are now up for Offensive Rookie of the Year. I'll give you some of those numbers and see who can duplicate what C.J. Stroud did. We'll get into that because some guys are in a better position than others. And despite their painted nails or crying with their mother, that stuff all goes away now that you're the number one overall pick. And now people are betting or placing bets on whether you can win Offensive Rookie of the Year. We'll talk about that and a couple other things before we wrap it up.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
That's Michael Carroll. He went to see The Fall Guy yesterday, so he'll have a non-spoiler review on Friday. Michael Carroll out there going to screenings.
Yeah.
Appreciate him.
Must be nice.
I'm sure it was. He told me about it yesterday. Oh, Dad, I'm gonna go to see the Fallout. Excuse me, not Fallout. We do talk about that show, but The Fall Guy. I was like, oh, okay. Trying to get to more screenings. Oh, just gonna try to get to more screenings, huh?
More?
Where's my invite?
Yeah, come on.
Well, now we thank Michael Carroll for his service, and by service I mean getting to see free movies earlier than everyone else. But we will talk about that on Friday. Thanks to Michael Carroll for always joining us. He is one of the hosts of Comicast. He and John Lee. I mentioned before we went to break, the odds for Offensive Rookie of the Year are out, and the obvious choice is the number 1 overall pick. Now, number 1 overall pick hasn't won the Offensive Rookie of the Year since 2019. That was Kyler Murray. But the favorite right now at plus 200, according to DraftKings, is Caleb Williams. You think about who he will be throwing the ball to, DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, who is expected to start, at least according to one depth chart, and then Keenan Allen. And then you have DeAndre Smith as your back. That is better than how many offensive cores in the league if you remove quarterback from the equation? Think about it here. Is that a better offensive core, better weapons than what the Texans have? If you remove quarterback from the equation, would you rather have Tank, Nico, Diggs, or Keenan, DJ, Rome Odunze, and then you throw in DeAndre Swift and Joe Mixon?
That's close.
I think it really is close.
That's close.
Yeah.
Because they're both, there's like analogs to each one where it's like kind of I guess.
Well,
it's tough.
There's proof.
It's tough because DJ Moore is really good.
He's really good. There's proof.
There's not a DJ Moore like Nico Collins is Moore.
I guess DJ Moore. Yeah, it was Keenan Allen, Moore. I guess Stephon, the older players. But DJ Moore's a better player, at least proven wise, than Nico.
That's what makes it tough. Is that two of the Texans guys are 1 year sensation.
Yes, you have a stat, and then Rome Odunze is a rookie, so we don't know. He would be the Tank comp, but Tank has done it already. He just got injured. Who knows what his season would have been like if he hadn't gotten injured? And then you have DeAndre Swift and Joe Mixon. Maybe Joe Mixon wins that one by a little bit.
I feel like that's the tiebreaker that goes the Texans'
way.
Where the three receivers, I don't know. That's a tough one to parse. But then, especially when one of the guys is a rookie, I mean, you can like them all you like, but
we don't know what he's going to be.
Know.
Now he's a higher drafted prospect, but Tank did what he did. We all know what type of player he is on the NFL level. We have no idea.
Drafted out of all of them.
Yeah, we just have no idea what Rome Odunze will be, but people expect good things from him. And of course, throwing the quarterback, it's a clear Texans win because we don't know what Caleb Williams will be.
Yeah, and that's a bigger question mark.
It is. That's why I tried to exclude the quarterbacks from the equation because it's a clear win for the Texans when we know what CJ is. We have no idea what Caleb Williams will be, but he is the favorite to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. And as I said, will be the first time the number 1 overall choice has done it since good old Kyler Murray. You've got Marvin Harrison Jr. He's the next bet, catching passes from Kyler Murray, as opposed to the quarterbacks who are on the list, followed by Jaden Daniels and J.J. McCarthy and Drake May. Drake May and Bo Nix have the same odds at plus 1,600. Is Drake May going to play enough? Is he? I think they would hope that they don't have to play him because I think they want to be bad again.
And they don't have a lot around him. He was kind of viewed as more, not like projecty, but more developmental than the other guys. Because half of them were in college for 5 years. So
yes.
They've already had their development.
Yes.
But yeah, that's kind of where Drake May and Bo Nix, I'm not sure about.
And Drake May, now they went and drafted a couple wide receivers, young ones. Will they rush the process? Well, if he's good, then they'll just play him. But will they rush it because they they want to build chemistry with these two? Do they want these guys? And who knows if those guys will play? The Patriots have Kendrick Bourne. There's another slot receiver. I'm forgetting his name right now that they liked. So how much will their two wide receiver picks? I think it was Javon Baker, and the other one is the other Jalen Polk, another of the Washington wide receivers that they took. How much time will those guys get? Will they? I can't believe Devontae Parker's going to be taking snaps from anybody.
I don't know.
But he is a veteran. He's been around.
Steady hand.
And
Steady stone hands.
Actually, I take it back. He's an Eagle now, so he's not in the picture. But Kendrick Bourne is still there.
Snaps away from
no, he's
AJ
not taking.
Brown
He's not taking snaps away from any of those guys. Maybe they see him as a third receiver there. So there's an opening for one of those young receivers to play. In fact, there's an opening for both in New England. They don't really have a star there, but they do have some guys who have been. Pop Douglas is the other guy. Pop Douglas, who's a pretty good slot receiver, who made some plays for them, and then Kendrick Bourne is still around. So maybe those two get the first opportunities with Jacoby Brissett if he wins that job, and then we might see the younger guys get sprinkled in, and maybe Drake May follows them maybe halfway through the year. So I think the odds are kind of spot on. Caleb Williams is in a great spot to win it. He just has to be above average, and I think he wins it because the guys around him are going to, I think, prop him up before he's ready to do that for them.
Yeah, and the fact of just being if he is a good Bears quarterback, like the hype would be insane.
It would be insane.
All the records that he would break where you look at his numbers and you're like, this is just a normal quarterback
All the
season.
Bears rookie quarterback numbers he's going to break, he might do that in week 4.
He might break the actual record, like the highs. If he throws for 4,000 yards, he will break the Bears all-time seasons single season record.
I mean your human eyes could tell you. We've all watched enough Bears football to know great quarterback play isn't part of their DNA. But the numbers were out there as the Caleb Williams draft was getting closer and closer. When that selection was getting, well, we all knew he was going to be a Bear, but as the draft kept getting closer and closer, the numbers started to come out about how bad the Bears have been from the quarterback position. It's not a high bar to clear.
Did you see the interview, like the clip from after they drafted Rome Odunze, and they, have the local radio station, whatever the Bears flagship station gets to talk to the draft picks, and they told him the career leader in yards and receiving yards for a Bears, it was 5,000 yards, by the way.
Yeah.
And Rome Odunze goes, "Wait, for a career?" that was his.
Well, 5,000 in the season would have been a record, sure, but yeah, 5,000 for a career.
A whole career?
Yeah.
And they're like, yes, a whole career, Rome. Yes.
The Bears have been so on brand about their identity for the longest time. It's always been defense and running the football, and they won't lean into bad quarterback play. It's just what they've been.
It just happens.
It's just what they have been, and now they're going to try to change that. They certainly have the weapons to do it, and we'll see if the quarterback is the right one to get the job done. We're done for the day. Well, I say we all the time, and Sean always goes, not me. He'll be here till 3.
Almost halfway through.
Producing Gallant and George, and then the Killer Bees will follow that. Verlander on the mound tonight. The Astros try to go for 4 in a row. And would be a good start to what needs to be a big run if they're going to get back into the playoff chase. I'm done. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Congratulations to the Houston Astros. They are officially out of Paul Gallant's timeout cage.
Where is your enthusiasm?
Honestly, Paul, it's way higher than it should be. It's 3 games.
You don't sound enthusiastic at all.
I feel great.
The Astros are in the midst of a 3-game winning streak.
The Astros are back. They're like the Undertaker. They've raised from the grave that we put them in.
We put them in a grave, but then they reset themselves in Mexico thanks to the leadership of, surprisingly, Yordan Alvarez.
Who needs Carlos Correa?
He saw a sign in the Astros clubhouse that said introductions at 3:45, and you know what he said? Let's introduction ourselves to all of baseball as the late arriving 7-time attending AL West winners.
Yeah. Look, what a wild game yesterday was.
It was too wild. You know what?
Too much.
Did you enjoy any of that game, Joe?
I enjoyed the beginning and the end.
I did not enjoy any of that game because this was as close to must win as it gets. And if you lose that game where you overcame an early 3-0 lead because your starter was awful in his first inning and you're up 8-3, and then it goes to extras where the Astros are terrible and immediately bad things happen in extra innings, that game was way too stressful. I was very thrilled when Victor Caratini hit that Yankee Stadium to right field-esque home run that barely cleared the fence. But along the way, my God, in my soft boycott of the Houston Astros, I'll be honest, it wasn't as soft of a boycott as I wanted. It was still a little hard, I guess. Yeah, that game was stressful.
Yeah, it was when the Guardians came back to tie it at 8. All I could think about was tomorrow's gonna suck. It's gonna be maybe the most miserable show we've done yet. Talking about the Astros because, like you. In the moment, you're like, hey, they're up 8-3. They're about to be on a 3-game win streak. Everything's great. And then all of a sudden, like full-on collapse in the 6th inning. It's a tie game, but Victor Caratini saves the day. Josh Hader got more than 3 outs. Like, what a wild game. And honestly, even though everything that happened yesterday was something, the biggest story happened right out after we got off the air.
Yeah.
That Jose Abreu accepted an option to West Palm Beach, and he's back in the minors, basically, trying to figure out why he sucks. I never thought about it as an option because, like, Dana Brown, when he met with the media yesterday, he talked about how it's not unprecedented, how this has happened before. I mean, we saw it happen last year, right? Alek Manoah was so fat for the Toronto Blue Jays and so bad that they sent him down to Florida, to West Palm Beach or wherever it was, to try to lose some weight and not be fat and not suck anymore. Typically, you don't see an MVP go down to the minors and try to figure out their swing because they're so terrible.
There's no precedent for this. I mean, you send someone to West Palm Beach to figure out their swing. Don't you want that guy to figure his swing out against Major League pitching?
Yeah. Yes. But I think the point is that they're not going to play him if they didn't do this. He's not getting DFA'd. Because if that was a real option, I think they just would have done it. 100%. He would just be gone. But Jim Crane, I don't believe, is willing to eat that much money on the contract. I think this is what this comes down to. So
Could be a little ego, too.
Yeah, a little ego for sure is part of it. Him and Baggy and Reggie Jackson and Biggio. But it's definitely it felt more that it was going to be, you're not going to play, so you're not going to have the chance to figure out what's going on because we are trying to win baseball games. We are trying to turn our season around and hit the reset button, as they talked about. We want the 2-game series in Mexico to mean something. And rolling you out at first base, Jose Abreu, is just not something that logically this baseball team can do anymore. I mean, we saw Joey Loperfido come up and get his first hit and get 2 RBIs in his first game playing left field for the Houston Astros. John Singleton hit a home run with, like, the greatest bat flip ever. Not really, because all of his bat flips are like that. They're awesome. But it was just to this point where I don't believe...
He needs to be better to do that bat flip. I'm sorry.
I think it's just his thing, though.
You have to be actually the starting first baseman to do that. So I suppose there's a first baseman competition right now. But
Yeah.
Listen, I don't want to be unwritten rule guy, but while that home run was very satisfying, I'm sorry, John Singleton, you're not allowed to flip bats.
I'm surprised by this take.
No, he's not allowed to flip bats. You have to be better. I'm sorry.
I mean, he's way better. He's like 5 times better than Jose Abreu.
What is that saying? What is that saying?
Low bar?
I mean, the man just got shipped to West Palm Beach like a rich person who's being moved into retirement while their children take over their fancy house in the Hamptons.
Yeah, I definitely.
Don't worry, we'll send you to Port St. Lucie.
Yeah, it reminded me of when like Tony Soprano put his mom in a home and she was not happy about it. That's what it.
She was terrible.
She was the worst.
She was a horrible, horrible mother.
She's maybe the worst television show character of all time. But like like she's a great, but she's like one of the worst people on television.
Least likable, that's for sure.
Yes. But where do you really want to start with yesterday's game?
I mean, look, it's a big win over the team with the most wins in the American League, and it felt like they actually had luck on their side for a change.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean that because of all of the bad things that happened along the way. The awful first inning by Hunter Brown, leaving Hunter Brown in too long so that any chance of him having confidence going into his next outing was gone. They should have taken him out after the 5th inning. Rafael Montero reenacting the Rafael Montero show, making the game tied.
Yeah.
Brian Abreu making it stressful to get through that one inning with more balls thrown than strikes. You have Josh Hader going 2 innings. You're excited about that, but he gives up the double, and next thing you know, the Astros are down 1 run. And they still won this game because they put in Victor Caratini, and he got a pinch hit home run. You got a home run from John Singleton. It felt like in a year where the Astros have, I think, experienced a lot of bad luck, felt like for a night that they actually had a little bit go their way. You know, a pinch hit, 2-out home run by Caratini, who's been a really nice pickup. You're not expecting that. No matter how you feel about Caratini, who has done very well to this point. I think he's hitting .310 on the year. You're not expecting that. So finally, they caught a break. And I think the real question is, are they going to start to continue? Are they going to continue to catch breaks? Are guys going to get healthier? Are guys like Alex Bregman, who finally hit a home run, are they about to heat up? Because slumps happen in baseball. So that is my big hope. After last night, it's one game. You don't want to make too much of it. I'm not going to make too much out of what happened in Mexico. But, hey, they won 3 in a row. The boycott is over. I feel like they are worth my time again.
Yeah, and Justin Verlander is on the mound tonight for the Houston Astros. So you would hope that this is just going to continue. From the 409 was at the game last night. The energy for Lo Profito was crazy. Well, I'm glad there was some energy because that ballpark is empty.
It looked really empty at the beginning, and I get it. Hunter Brown's on the hill. Also, it's a Tuesday game, and the Guardians aren't the most compelling team. Make all the excuses you want. We make all sorts of them about how it's difficult to get into downtown Houston, blah, 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 blah. The Highway Cantina, hard to leave that place.
It's hard to leave.
Right? So lots of reasons as to why Houston fans are generally late arriving. So it was nice to, at the very least, get some energy when Lo Profito was at the plate with the bases loaded and he gets the single, and you had Julia Morales interviewing his parents who were super emotional. I love the dad. The dad
was great.
He's like, I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to cry. And he
That was awesome.
He was bawling up there. It was great. That was a good job by the Space City Home Network. But a lot of positive vibes today. I'm happy about that because I really, Joe, was dreading the possibility of, as you said a little bit ago, the Astros losing this game, and we're going to talk about how Jose Abreu got essentially DFA'd without getting DFA'd.
Because it almost takes away some of the story a little bit.
Definitely.
Because last night's game was so wild. Alex Bregman, for me, like he had 1 hit, but what he did at the end of the Mexico series, which is like he had the 105, 106 off the bat for the single at the end of the game, and then he could have gone deep in his first one if it hits in a different part of the ballpark. I know it's kind of a dumb argument.
Okay, Michael Kay.
I know, but
did you hear Michael Kay doing that in the Yankees-Orioles game? The Orioles changed their left field fence 2 years ago. They moved it back a little bit ago. And Michael Kay, in typical Yankees fashion, nature is healing. The Yankees are complaining about ballparks in the middle of games again.
Yeah.
Like they were complaining about the roof being open for the Astros and Yankees in the playoffs.
They play in that stadium so much. How are you still complaining about the change dimensions?
It's a great question.
Like they play there like 6 or 7 times a year.
Well, 2 years ago, I would have said, see ya.
Like you've played like 20 games there since it's changed. Like, relax, Michael Kay.
Yeah, I agree.
Go on with your conspiracy theories about why Matt Ryan's on CBS and why your friends are not because they're old. Like focus on those takes.
People care too much about what he says. We honestly we are
guilty?
Promoting Michael Kay right now. We are guilty. We are just as bad.
That's really where the buzzer story starts.
Is it him?
Michael K.
Right,
like,
he brought on John Boy.
He kind of like started it. He heard John Boy. John Boy's really a nobody, and then Michael K. brings on John Boy, and like that's really when the story starts to like become a thing because a well-recognized media member like actually paid attention to it. But
Yeah.
Alex Bregman, that home run last night, just seeing that part of the lineup, and I was talking with a friend of the show, Jeremy Booth.
Oh, Jeremy Booth?
Yeah.
Sliding in your DMs?
We're friends now. We exchanged phone numbers.
Oh,
last
you guys
night.
are boys?
We're friends now. We're making amends.
You went
here.
from calling him a clown to being friends. That's why guys rule.
It's true. If
Guys can do that. Two women?
Never.
Hell no. That would never
Never.
happen. Don't call me sexist all you want.
Agreed.
Women can't get over small slights and have like 12 best friends over the course of their
Yeah,
lives.
I called him a clown, and now we're talking regularly.
Exactly. I got in a fight
Progress.
with one of my best friends in college while dressed up as Ginger Spice. 2 flights of stairs. We had breakfast together the next day. Boys gonna be boys.
Is there photos of this?
Thank
Halloween?
effing God. No, there were none.
I was because like I'm almost more curious about what it just
I mean,
what it looked like before.
we were beating the hell out of each other not like that, in the stairwell for a while. And the problem was he got a hold of my arm and he started bending my elbow back. So I was
that's
getting
tough.
a bunch of rib shots in, but he was bigger and stronger than me. So yeah, we called it a draw, but it wasn't really a draw. Like he was smirking the next day when we had breakfast. And I was like, yeah, I hate you. But
Yeah, that's
I love
tough.
You.
That's tough. That's tough. Especially because you lose, you just kind of have to.
Hey,
move
well, yeah,
on.
listen, you know what? Sometimes you just gotta tip your hat.
Yeah, but I was talking to Jeremy, and like this is kind of what his point has been about the lineup construction is that you're seeing some of these guys, even though Yordan Alvarez goes 0 for 5. Kyle Tucker has very good at bats once again. Jeremy Pena very good at bats once again in yesterday's game. Like it just these are the little things that are going on with the Astros right now, where the hope, the feel is that the hope is that this can continue and that this isn't just that this is more of the reality than what was before was the reality.
I think the unfortunate part is part of the reality is still here, and it's that your starting pitchers keep on having these awful first innings. You overcame that, and you feel good about that. And, man, I really wish they pulled Hunter Brown after the 5th. You got to lose a lot of confidence about that outing and how he bounced back after having the 6th inning that he did. 3rd time through the lineup. Joe Espada, he's learning. He's a new manager, but come on. I think that was an obvious play. The bullpen arm's still struggling a little bit, but the offense has scored 30 runs in the last 3 games. And we've talked about this before, even with all the injuries that the pitching staff is dealing with and even with the lack of depth that the Astros have. The lineup is capable of doing this on a regular basis, at least a semi-regular basis. 3 games in a row with 8+ runs. You really like that, and you will hope that this continues. It's going to need to continue until they get all the arms back.
Yeah, and the positive news with that is that it was they were all on the field yesterday throwing. McCullers, Urquidy, Garcia.
that, yeah.
They were all on the field. And some guy named Murphy, too.
Hell yeah.
Don't know who that is. I'll be honest with you.
Do we want to pretend he's a top prospect?
I don't think he is.
Pawn him off to some dumb team for their best player?
I wish that would work.
I miss Jeff Luno.
I do miss Jeff Luno, too.
You could do that back then.
Yeah. All right. Is Jose Abreu going to make it back to the Astros, actually? And we'll continue talking about last night's game here on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
So with Jose... Oh.
And a line drive to center field. That'll be down for a hit. 2 runs are going to score. Great read by Pena. Joey Loperfido's first major league hit breaks the tie. 5-3 Astros.
How about J-Lo?
I apologize, Joey Loperfido, for stepping over your highlight.
I can't believe you
I
did
just
that.
ruined it.
I've never done that before.
That's
Not once.
a lie.
Not once.
I don't believe that at all.
It's like once a week.
Single part of me.
You have a long way to go, Joe, to catch Paul. An even longer way to go to catch Vanessa.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Was it pretty? It was pretty constant.
It was pretty common.
We have short-term memory.
Yeah.
We have
Move on to the next highlight.
We have ADD. I'm working on
It was
that.
almost 3 whole minutes between when I told you.
Yeah,
it's a long time.
We were having some interesting conversations during the break.
About what?
Mother's Day.
I told Joe that I broke my mom's hips.
I
when
wasn't
was
gonna-
brought
Why'd you
into
do
the
that?
world.
Oh, coming
Yeah.
into the world. I
Yeah.
thought you were talking about like a couple years ago.
No,
No.
Push it down
No,
the
he's
stairs.
just like pushing his mom down the stairs.
No. Come on. This isn't the bad scene.
Yeah, this is not one of those things. Come on, Sean. What are we talking about here?
So, I don't like that Jeff Blum is trying to make J-Lo a thing.
Yeah, I don't need it. I
I'm
love
sorry,
Blummer, but
he's not a Latino, okay? You can't be appropriating Latino culture or from the block culture, right? Jennifer Lopez, she's J-Lo.
Mm-hmm.
Joey Loperfido, his real first name is Mario.
Mm-hmm.
I need it to be something extra Italian. Super Mario. That's okay, Jeff. That's okay. I like Jeff, but I don't always like his nicknames.
Mm-hmm.
I am not letting J-Lo happen. I'm just not.
Yeah, I'm not gonna call him J-Lo. I agree with this movement. It's got to be something. It's got to be almost to the point of like we should be asking if Blum's going too far with the way he's saying Loperfido's name. Like, is he being too over the top to try to be Italian?
This show has, possibly to the point of it being offensive, heavily appropriated Italian culture.
This show?
This show.
I feel like I'm
Sean, Joseph, Paul, to a lesser extent, we've heavily appropriated Italian culture. And look, I'm basically Italian. I've watched The Sopranos twice. I've seen Godfather 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen Goodfellas.
Yep.
When I use garlic, I shave the garlic so it's razor thin.
I don't think you do that.
I do. I actually
With
do.
a razor?
No, with a mandolin.
Oh,
Still,
that's
I
how
do
Paulie
it.
did it.
I do it. Well, guess who's Paulie right here? You're looking at him right here.
Greatest movie scene, like my favorite one, is I love the prison scene. Like when they're just like walking through and like they're bringing the drugs
We
in.
owned it, Joey.
Yeah, there's so many great scenes in that movie, but the prison scene is like I love it. The monologue, all of it's great.
I do too. So Jeff Blum has things to workshop from here. Jeff, I'm telling you, J-Lo can't be a thing. Lean into the Italianness of this kid who I believe is from New Jersey, whose first name is actually Mario. His second name is Joseph. It is as Italian as it gets. It's got to be something Italian. I'm not saying, oh, the big meatballs at the plate. You know, I'm not saying that.
You're not saying that.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying Joey Lasagna. What a hit by him. You know, I'm not suggesting those. I'm just saying do something Italian.
The Linguini man strikes again.
Joey Linguini.
That's not what we're saying.
We're not saying
We're not
that.
saying do that.
We would never.
I'll ask. We'll send a text out here to Jeremy because he'd be the. I mean, I guess we can ask Schultz too. I just think Jeremy would be more likely to ask Todd Callis on Friday when he comes on the station to pass this message along.
Hang on.
Like,
oh,
hey,
Mamma Mia!
It's EK. Can we go with like it's a Mia, Joey Loperfido?
What we need to do is, I think, get John Granato, who's kind of Italian and claims he's a lot more Italian than he actually is.
Yeah.
We got to get John Granato to co-sign on it as, you know, our Italian representation. We don't want the Knights of Columbus, leaving poop on our doorstep, poop bags on fire. That's what they do.
We don't want that.
It's the new tactics. Things have progressed a lot since the 90s and the 80s when things were a little bit shadier. So we need to get some permission, and then we will send something courtesy of Jeremy to Todd. But I think we got to figure it out.
Okay.
I think we got to figure it out, honestly, in the next 24 hours, right?
Yeah, we can do that.
When does
Friday?
When does
Friday's at 4:00?
Fridays at 4:00. Okay.
Yeah, so we got a little bit of time.
Okay.
That's,
All right, cool.
That involves math. I just know we have time. We have days to get this done.
We have more than one day.
More than one day. Do you have any belief that Jose Abreu is back with the Astros?
I don't. I don't know how you get back. What is it that they're going to see that makes them feel like, oh, okay, he's ready for major league hitting again, Especially if this is going to be a prolonged absence. I think it's over.
Yeah, it's and now like they're talking about Loperfido, Dubon, Trey Cabbage is coming up today officially. All guys who can play first base outside of John Singleton. They have options. If Jose Abreu comes up and plays first base again for this team, one of two things has happened. Whatever they're looking for, he found. Like whatever timing it is. Personally, I just don't think it exists.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to wonder, Joe. Is
I don't think it's there. What
is it that they are looking for? Better bat speed? Is that physically possible?
No, it's not.
I mean, he's 37.
Yeah, and I know like Dana Brown said today on the flagship that like Jeff Bagwell and his agent and some other coaches are going to be down there to try to help him. I mean, this is a Hail Mary, is what this is.
You know what a real Hail Mary would be, Joe? Would be to send him to Germany.
Oh yeah,
well they've got treatment.
That's true.
They've got treatment over there.
That's where Kobe went.
And I'm sure that the Germans, who are experts when it comes to engineering, I'm sure that the Germans have ways that, allows for somebody like insert athlete who's gone over to Germany to come back and no one's the wiser. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. Just saying.
Interesting.
They're sending him to Florida.
So either that happens where they figure it out, or that this combination of Dubon, Cabbage, Singleton, maybe even Caratini, they didn't mention him, but he has played first base in his career. Loperfido, like these 5 guys who could all play first base at some point for you while Jose Abreu is in West Palm Beach. If it's a disaster at first, even more like, and just it continues to be a disaster, maybe they try to bring him back and hope that it's magically better. But
the crazy thing is, though, Joe, how can it be worse? Like, how can this group be worse? I don't think it's possible.
No, I mean, they got a home run from John Singleton last night. It's already better.
Truly.
Joey Loperfido last night, already better.
Single with the bases
Victor
loaded.
Caratini, already better.
Walk-off home run.
Trey Cabbage in Mexico, already better. They're all already better
I was in
than
the
Jose
boycott.
Abreu.
So Trey Cabbage, to me, since I was boycotting the Astros then, maybe he isn't. But yeah, you're right, Joe. You're right. Like, all these guys are better options. So it's really like, what is it that they're going to see with Jose Abreu that brings him back? It's over.
Just having like an MLB level player at every spot of the lineup is a step up. Not to mention the vibes. The vibes are good.
Vibes are really good now.
And I know like they love him. Alex Bregman's quote talking about how great of a teammate he is.
I'm
and,
sure
like,
he's a great
captain, my captain. Essentially, that's what Alex Bregman said.
Like this is not Jamarcus Russell.
No,
this
you're
is
right.
not this is not effort. This is not like a player not trying the nonsense that fans try to put out on the Astros early in the season. This is someone that's bat is slow and he is old and he's not good.
It's father time.
Yeah.
Exactly. He deserves credit for being so amenable to this as well and admitting that he's embarrassed by this. And I really do hope that Astros fans out there aren't crushing him, because the Astros should have seen this. I remember there was that article in The Athletic that Keith Law wrote, and it was scathing at the very beginning, and it compared Jim Crane to Jerry Jones. And I'm sure that we pandered a little bit when Sean and I were doing the show and talked about that article. But as you go through the article, Keith Law brings up some very fair points. You can check that article out at The Athletic. There was a Fangraphs graphic that went viral on Twitter showing that some of the metrics that measure Abreu's power, they were going down. His bat speed, the amount of times that he got barrel on the ball, everything was starting to decline. And the Astros ignored this and outbid, not by much apparently, the Padres and the Guardians for Abreu. They went all in and brought him in, signed him to that deal, and no one could have seen it being this bad, but it's on them. In fact, I think we all should give Jose Abreu a pat on the back.
I agree.
Jose Abreu was the epitome of the American dream. What, Sean? Getting overpaid for skills you don't have?
The American dream would be him being like, nope, not going to Florida. Pay me my money. Pay me to go home.
That's the Gen Z dream. That's the Gen Z dream.
Oh, yeah, I forgot he's a baby boomer.
He's a baby. Well, he's not that old.
He's pretty close.
He's a millennial.
Yeah, I almost got you.
He's a millennial, you a-hole.
To be honest, we don't know that he's that old.
Hey, that's
he might be Gen Z.
little xenophobic
Or
there,
Gen X.
Joe.
It
Little
might be Gen
xenophobic.
X.
We
I'm
can
just
do it to the
saying.
Italians. We can't do it to the
I'm
Cubans,
just
okay?
saying, there are a lot of players that come from Cuba that lie about their age.
And not just Cuba. Buddy Hield from the Bahamas lied about it.
Yeah, it does happen. The Astros just lost a prospect this summer because he lied about his age, so they made it. The Astros cut him.
But to bring it back to Abreu, the American dream, leaving communism for capitalism.
It's great.
It is the dream of every American to be dramatically overpaid while doing absolutely nothing. So don't be mad at Jose Abreu. He's just doing what we all want to do. He got that contract from the Astros. The Astros are the fools, not Jose Abreu. I stand with the workers.
Maybe the Astros, because you mentioned the two teams that they outbid. Maybe the Astros should have looked around and be like, wait,
It's the Padres.
the Padres want this guy?
Like who at the time would have still had Eric Hosmer on the roster.
Where have we gone wrong? We're in a bidding war with the Padres.
Just because of some recommendations here on the Twitch and the text
For
line.
Joey Loperfido.
We got Lopini,
Meatball Majo.
Lopo,
That's
Lope Linguini.
Yeah.
To go along with the show that's before us.
Piccolo Joey,
Lopey,
which is Little Joey.
So you have Mopey, Lopey, and Dopey.
Joey,
is that what it is?
Joey from the block.
Joey from the block. That's
How about this? Joey Jersey. He's from Jersey.
That's
Jersey
not bad.
Joey.
Did you
Jersey
say-
Joey.
Did you
yeah.
say Joey Bags?
Nah.
It's like cliche.
That's a little too cliche.
A little too, yeah.
I want to go with Super Mario. You know what? What would Jeff Blum accept as a submission? We can't get too crazy. Super Mario. His real name is Mario. His real name is Mario. No one has brought that up yet.
I mean, but he probably doesn't want to go by Mario if he goes by his middle name.
His dad's probably named Mario.
Yeah,
maybe.
So I think his dad's name is Joseph. I think they said last night.
Oh, really? That makes this even weirder.
No, you first name and middle name. But then he liked.
But why wouldn't he go as Mario then?
Because when you're growing up, my guess is that every time you walk down the hallway in New Jersey, they went, "That's me, Mario."
Oh, okay.
So he started going by Joey.
All right.
I mean, like, look.
It's
first the Abreu slander. Now
I'm just saying.
I bet that wasn't.
That's probably why.
I
Look,
actually
Sean,
bet that was
I
the
grew up
case.
being called George of the Jungle. Okay, so like I've been there, I've done that. Like it happens. Kids latch on to things, so you gotta go by Joey instead of Super Mario. So like,
yeah,
could be Super Joey.
Someone suggested Fido. I'm sorry, that's too close to Fredo, which is a slur per Chris Cuomo.
Yes.
Don't call an Italian Fredo. That's like calling them the N-bomb per Chris Cuomo of CNN.
That's what he said.
He literally said that.
That is what he said.
Leaning Tower of Lopo. That's too long. That's too long.
I don't hate it though.
Also, I don't think I want my prospect to be leaning. I just
be leaning over at first base when he catches the ball.
Can he play first?
Great question. They say he's gonna play center, left, and first base. I love how yesterday Dana Brown was like, "We want him to be comfortable." So they put him in front of the Crawford boxes, in which he's never played in front of before.
Well,
Instead
I
of
mean,
just playing him at first base.
Not a lot of outfield, so I mean, it doesn't. Yeah. It's not like you're playing the ball that much out
No,
there.
but like later, it was. I think it was the double at the end of the game when it hit off the Crawford boxes. I was like, he has no idea what he's doing out there. Like, good luck, man. That's got to be a tough spot.
That's Josh Hader's fault. Hey, Josh Hader. I'm Josh Hader. I can't pitch 2 innings. Hey, how about we get 2 clean innings? Okay. Although he was legitimately awesome outside of that one pitch.
And
Baby
it's like,
steps here, Paul.
And he gave up a hit, and the run who scored was just on second
Yeah.
base.
True. And also, he might have had multiple strikeouts because the umpires were.
Dude, they did not give the Astros the bottom of the zone at all
and
last
Angel
night.
Hernandez is on the umpire is the home plate umpire tonight. He was just there last night. He was a witness. Looking
Right.
the other way like all those.
Justin
Like
Verlander
who?
versus the Guardians and Angel Hernandez tonight. Can't wait
Yeah,
to suck the baseball fun out of it.
Is this crew just like the
Trash?
Like the watching generals of MLB umpires?
This is the crew that Max Scherzer was doing an interview during one of his rehab starts recently, and he said that the umpires should be graded, and there should be a relegation system.
I agree.
So, like, if you go below a certain
you
level,
get sent to the
This
minors.
is the AAA.
yeah, you get sent down to AAA. This is probably the crew that Max Scherzer is he's like, when I talk about this, I'm talking about the Angel Hernandez, the whole crew.
The
You
Suicide
suck.
Squad that they have with Angel Hernandez.
To bring this back to Jose Abreu, you know who would never accept a relegation to the minors?
Angel Hernandez?
He would probably commit seppuku
I
on
mean-
the spot. Jose Abreu, meanwhile, great teammate, said, yeah, I'll go to West Palm Beach. I will be an exile of the Houston Astros.
Angel Hernandez sucks at his job. They've told him that he sucks at his job.
Because he sued them because he claimed they were racist.
Yeah, but they
It's
were like,
dude, we all have eyes and we're not looking.
Yeah.
We can't even see what race you are. Number one. Number two, look at the strike zones you're calling,
Yeah.
Bob.
If you were good, we wouldn't know your name. So, like, that's simple problem solved. I still can't believe he's in baseball. It blows my
I
mind.
can't either.
All right, what are some of the worst contracts in Houston sports history?
Abreu's up there.
Abreu might be a number one on the list at this point. Before we go to break, I want to tell you about my friends at O Athletic. I was there this morning getting a workout in over at 767 North Shepherd. You can check them out at oathletic.com. When you go to the website, you can kind of see all the offerings that they have. You can see their full class schedule. They offer over 100 per week, starting early in the morning. So if you want to go before work, get a shower, and then go to your 9 to 5 or whatever you're doing that day, you want to leave early and go get a workout in, or just head to the gym right after your day ends, you can do that with one of the 100 classes they offer throughout the week. And these are Monday through Sunday as well. So if during the week doesn't work, you can take a class on the weekends if that's just better for you. You can do personal training 1, 3, or 5 times a week, or you can be like me and we're kind of spreading out a little bit more. So whether you want to, lose some weight in 2024, lean out, put on some muscle mass, O Athletic is the place to do it. Check them out, 767 North Shepherd and oathletic.com.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
What are the worst contracts in Houston sports history? Now, I do feel like you have to make a large amount of money to qualify for this. The reason why I say that is because I don't really know if the NFL's changed a lot. Ed Reed's contract was 3 years, $15 million, right? So, that's going to be a popular one. We're looking at this list from The Athletic that they put out in 2020. I don't know who wrote it because
it was Kelly Eco. It was
Aaron Reese and Jay Kaplan.
Correct.
When they actually had someone covering all the teams.
They had 3 Houston sports beat writers.
Yeah, that's great. I just saw a story. I saw Jeremy Brandon tweet about this. It was every beat reporter from every team broke down the team's draft selections, which made me laugh because the Texans don't have one. Super Bowl contender, and they're not represented by this company. Just curious.
Well, that I think more speaks to the Houston sports fan as a whole.
So you're blaming the fans.
It's a bandwagony town.
That's fair.
Nothing wrong with that. Most are, but this one's a rather bandwagony town.
2021 and 2022. They didn't need an athletic.
Yeah,
writer.
they did. They really
definitely
did.
did not.
They did not need.
Yeah.
Now they probably do.
Probably, yeah. When they drafted a rookie quarterback, probably just get one just in case.
We'll see, though. Again, they have to, I think, create national interest to get those eyeballs, too. To Chandler Rome's credit, before Rome moved over to The Athletic, he was at the Houston Chronicle for a good amount of time, so he'd already built up a little bit of local cachet, too.
That's fair. Yeah, and there's part of it's because there's a lot of good local writers who don't have big-time jobs and are deserving, just to be honest. Worst contracts in Houston sports history. Jose Abreu's got to be at the top of the list.
He's got to be close to the top. 3 years, $58.5 million, and to have played this poorly. I think the one thing that he's got in his back pocket is that last September and last year's postseason, he actually did play well. During the most important moments of the year, Jose Abreu actually was good for the Astros. I remember a long time ago when I was a Red Sox fan, the Red Sox signed J.D. Drew. Drew did not much of anything during the regular season, regularly missed games, but he had a grand slam against the Cleveland Indians, I think, in the American League Championship Series. And I think everybody agreed, worth it, entirely based off of that. Had the Astros actually advanced to the World Series, and Abreu had been one of the main reasons for that, because offensively he was one of the more consistent bats, that is his one saving grace. That's why I can't say he's the worst, but he's certainly on the board because outside of that postseason and September, it has been dreadful.
Yeah, he's signing for a 3-year contract. And he's going to play for less than a third of it.
Yeah,
because he missed chunks of time last year. Maybe a full season in total. I don't even know if he's played 162 games for the Astros at this point.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not. Yeah. Oof.
So that's part of it. It's some of these contracts, like the Athletic article, they have Ryan Anderson on here. He was a fine player. He's definitely overpaid.
$80 million. Come on. Dylan Brooks getting $80 million in 2024. Okay. Ryan Anderson getting $80 million in 2016.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Some of these need to run through the inflation calculator for not inflation in America, just inflation in the sports, where it's Kelvin Cato's deal, which I know Julian mentioned.
6 years for 42.
Yeah, it's 6 years for $42 million. It's in the NBA today. That's who cares?
Yeah.
Sure, $7 million, whatever.
That's the only move that has made it into pop culture because ESG, my buddy, he, in a rap lyric, says, tell Kelvin Cato we want our money back. But I feel like there were so many bad Rockets moves around that time. That's almost just the cherry on top of all of the things that hadn't worked out, like trading for Charles Barkley and trading for Scottie Pippen. So then it's easy to get pissed at Kelvin Cato's contract. But again, Kelvin Cato living the American dream.
Yes.
Getting paid and not deserving it.
Also, he catches a lot of heat because, like you mentioned, the other guys were Scottie Pippen and Charles Barkley, where you're like, all right, I get it. I get what they're going for there. But yeah, no, let's not draw too many conclusions to the end of the Rockets championship years and this current Astros run. Let's not draw any more conclusions.
Okay, fine. Fine, but if you do have to mention that Scottie Pippen, right after the Kelvin Cato deal or right before.
It was pretty good.
Actually, it was before Cato's deal. Scottie Pippen, before literally being traded the next year, signed a 5-year, $67.2 million deal with the Rockets, January 23rd of 1999.
All right, let's go to Julie. Jose Abreu has played 163 games for the Astros.
So
he's played more, just over.
Yeah.
Wait,
Of his does that help his cause or hurt?
No,
I don't know.
It does nothing to his cause. Julian, what's your argument for Kelvin Cato being the worst contract in Houston sports history?
Well, look, man, when you make it onto a song, not only just a song, but a Houston classic, a banger, and they say your name fully, tell someone tell Kelvin Cato, we want our money back. That's how bad that contract was. And let's be real, 6 for 42 in today's, I get it. In today's NBA is nothing. But back then, that was a big contract.
I mean, it's probably
Fair point.
Thank you, Julian. It's probably like a $200 million contract now. When you think about it, 6 years, $200 million.
Yeah, in like 2001 or it was like 2000,
Yeah.
somewhere in there.
So it's got to be close to a $200 million deal. If you think about it in today's NBA, I mean,
Maybe. I listen, Joe and Matt.
Well, no, but think about it, like Patrick Ewing.
No, that would be like a $20 million contract.
But like Barkley made the most like right around that time he ever made in his career. I guess like 2 years before that at $9 million. You've got guys in the NBA making $60 million now.
That's true.
So it's at least a $20 million contract right now.
There's only one answer to this, though. I mean, there's a clear number one. It's not close.
Is it an Astro?
No.
Okay, well then I would like to nominate Carlos Lee, but we can keep.
Carlos Lee is a very good one.
I think he was $100 million.
I only saw because there's an article by Jermaine Every on SportsMap from 2017. 6 years, $100 million
In like 2008,
2006 money.
2006. Oh
yeah, man. 6 years in Houston, Lee averaged 22 home runs, 88 RBIs, and a 286 batting average. I mean, that doesn't sound that bad in today's baseball terms.
He was decent for the first part of it. It's just that the back end was so ugly.
And he looked so big, too.
Yeah.
He looked big, slow, plodding. And when you're making a lot of money and you don't look like you're in great shape, arguments that you maybe don't care about it anymore, I think, are completely fair.
All right, what are the worst contracts in Houston sports history? One nomination here from the text line when we get back. It is a current Houston Astro not named Jose Abreu. What are your thoughts? 713-780.
I'm going to share the right answer.
All right, we'll do that next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
All right, some other nominations. Amon Green, Carlos Lee, Scottie Pippen, Tony Baselli. No, that wasn't really a contract.
Right, that was an expansion draft pick.
Lance McCullers.
Jeremy Branham thinks it's a good contract.
Still?
I don't know, but last time I talked with him about it, he said it was a good contract. And
Have you talked to him since 2019?
It was a lot more recently than you'd think, that conversation that we had.
Bill O'Brien? I mean,
he
got fired into a new deal. Four games into a new deal.
The extension. I was thinking, either Culley or Levy.
Yeah, Culley or Levy, both bad contracts.
Yeah.
But they weren't making that much money. They were
And no salary cap.
They were absolutely the lowest paid manager or coaches in the NFL.
Yeah.
I feel like you guys are trolling me a little bit.
Why?
I feel like everybody here is trolling me a little bit. I can't believe that the correct answer for the worst contract in Houston sports history hasn't been mentioned yet. Yeah, he didn't make it into a rap song because no one wanted to be associated with this person. There's only one person in Houston sports that in the midst of a playoff season where the team that he was on led the team as far as they've ever been in the playoffs, where I have multiple times while in NRG Stadium considered quitting sports media altogether while covering a team with a winning record. There would be long nights where I wondered about the meaning of life. I had to sit there for hours and hours. Worse, everybody in this city really took their time to realize how abso-effing-lutely terrible he was. It's been a long time since the horror of his memory has even entered my brain. Have I gone to therapy since then? Actually, yes. Not because of him, but did Brock Osweiler ever come up? Oh, you bet your bottom dollar he did. This is the worst moment, honestly, in a life where, my parents divorced, my dad had cancer, the love of my life transferred to another school. This was the worst moment of my life!
Do you feel there's been a consistent theme with the interceptions that you've thrown this year?
No, I don't. I think every interception really has a different story.
I wanted to pull out.
Dude, I'm going to be honest. I didn't know that you asked that question.
That Shogun knife, from the Shogun, and just ended all right there.
Who'd be your second?
Who would be my second? At that moment in time, I think it would have been the producer of the Gallant at Night radio show over at the flagship, Josh Beard. I would have let Josh Beard be my second.
Okay.
I would have trusted him with that. I think he would have laughed at how angry I was. That question, I remember when I asked it, I don't know what I thought I was going to get, Joe, in terms of
But not response. That.
I mean, in a way, it was a perfect answer. And honestly, at this point, I do hope that Brock has moved on with his life and found meaning. But
I mean, he's on television.
That year,
he does college football games.
Oh, man, it's just hearing him talk. It was so fake and it was so hollow, and you could tell he was basically figuring out how to say all of the right buzzwords, but they all felt meaningless. It was like watching a very low-level politician, and you're just wondering, wow, this guy got $72 million. And look, to Brock Osweiler, as I will to all athletes who get paid, congratulations. You got overpaid, and you lived,
He's on TV now.
No one took you out back because you basically, robbed a football team blind and required a second-round pick to be traded to another team.
After 1 year.
After 1 year, and the head coach, who had a temper, may or may not have tried to fight him in the middle of halftime. He Brock Osweiler, through it all, he got paid, and he deserves credit for that because that's the American dream, is getting overpaid when you're not good at your job.
Yeah, and what makes the Brock worse is that we mentioned Kelvin Cato and Matt Maloney text line. Maybe not Matt Maloney, but we mentioned Kelvin Cato. I think what makes it worse is that you gave them Nick Chubb. To get rid of Brock Osweiler, you had to attach 2 draft picks.
The pick that was Nick Chubb, but still.
You gave them a second-round pick.
That bums me out.
And it ended up being the 35th pick in the 2018 NFL Draft, and they selected Nick Chubb.
In a way, it worked out, for a little bit of time. Because here's why. Well, when they moved on from Osweiler, they knew we're getting a quarterback in the draft.
Yeah.
Because it had been, that was the biggest frustration with the Texans. From David Carr on, there was not one quarterback that they took a big swing on. It was like Dave Ragone in the 3rd round. And I think they thought, okay, well, we're still a contending team. We don't need to trade up in the draft. And honestly, good that they didn't trade up in that draft. Deshaun Watson, for 3 years, was very, very good.
Agreed.
Was very, very good. And then in the 4th year, everyone was like, he's an MVP, even though they're 4-12. Okay. I'm a little dubious of that. I wasn't here at the time, but it did create the impetus to go and get Deshaun Watson, who they did sign to an extension, and they gave him a no-trade clause. But that trade's worked out, too. So you can't say the Watson contract didn't work out.
Without the signing of Brock Osweiler, C.J. Stroud is not the Texans.
Wow, that's you know what? That's been some.
So I just to Google, to try to find the trade. I found the story from 2017, and the headline is Browns trade for Brock Osweiler, freeing up the Texans to chase Tony Romo. I remember that. Wow. I remember that being the conversation.
I remember where I was. I was sitting at my dad's office in Boston. I was about to go to my best friend's wedding. I remember just sitting there with all these random guys from all over Eastern Europe, just chattering about things that had nothing to do. I'm just staring at my phone and I'm like, Osweiler's gone. Thank you. Thank you.
Like Andy Dufresne?
Yeah. Andy Dufresne. Paul Gallant. He crawled through a mile of crappy quarterback play only to come out at the other side a free man.
I can't remember the exact question, but my other favorite moment was when Beard asked him about throwing it like a pass backwards. It was the most uncomfortable because he threw he turned and threw the ball.
He thrumbled, yeah.
He thrumbled. I think that's what Josh called it when he asked him. He was like, "What's it like to thrumble in a game?"
I didn't know he asked that. That's a ballsy question.
And I've seen the video and Brock just stares at him with this look in his eyes like Brock is dead on the inside, which he probably was.
Yeah, definitely. Look,
shout out to you, Brock Osweiler.
He got paid. Credit to him for getting paid. That was a Texans disaster. That was probably the worst thing that Rick Smith did with the Texans.
Yeah, it would have been. It's kind of like the Jose Abreu thing, where it's too bad the Broncos didn't win that bidding war. It's too bad the Guardians or the Padres didn't win the Abreu bidding war. It would have saved you a lot. Honestly, Yuli Gurriel's probably still your first baseman. They probably bring him back if they miss out on Abreu.
Or somebody else.
Yeah, signing a $5 million a year,
like a cheap guy,
veteran first base, 1 year, $5 million. Just stand at first base for us, please.
Right. I think it was in that Keith Law article where he basically called Jim Crane Jerry Jones. In that article, he said this is the one position that you don't overspend at. It's sign just a bargain guy. You're not, just
Brandon
get
Belt.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jeremy Brandon.
Or that guy that the Red Sox claimed.
Oh, Garrett Cooper.
Yeah. From the Cubs.
Yeah, they know he traded. The Astros know he traded for him 2 years ago. And so they could have easily, that would have been James Click. Well, I guess he got fired.
Different era.
Yeah, it was a different era. James Click's gone.
When they won the World Series.
Yeah.
Different era.
What a weird time. What a weird time the Astros are in still.
I wonder if Jim Crane regrets not giving him more than a 1-year offer for a contract.
No. Because they didn't get along.
Yeah, but
if anything, I think he would regret the actual signings they made.
Yeah. Because
in the interim.
But if they had given James Click a multi-year deal, those deals don't happen.
But the thing, like what Joe was saying, he was basically at bleep James Click hours.
No,
so it's
I
like
get it.
it's
mean,
like anybody. It's like an anybody but this guy.
I
he doesn't
remember-
regret letting go of James Click. He regrets the bad decisions that came after.
I remember Click's mindset because like I was once I think this was during the Astros playoffs. I was in the elevator and some baseball writer was talking with somebody and I wasn't 100% sure who it was because they were facing in front of me. And it turns out it was like a baseball writer talking to James Click, and like Click was like rolling his eyes. He was like, "Yeah, all these fans here," and I was like, "Oh, don't say that." But now that he's gone, I feel comfortable sharing. That
Yeah,
story.
it's one of those.
He didn't seem happy here.
No. I don't. It's like Dusty. I don't think many people were happy in that era of
in the organization.
Whether it's like the front office or
because they went
because of the because of social media.
They went to 2 World Series.
I know, but none of them seem to like love it. Like honestly, Dusty never seemed to love it here.
I think it's probably because they felt like they didn't have control over what Dusty did, and I think ownership wanted a little bit more authority to have decision making, and Dusty.
Thank God they
old school manager pushed back on that stuff. And I mean, yeah, to his credit, it worked. Unlike all those haters out there who think he was like awful. Like, I mean, they did go to 7 games in the ALCS last year. It's not like, and they would have won the World Series if they made it.
Yeah. It's like, hey, but the batter's eye. Hey, just remember as we end this segment, every interception has its own story.
I'll kill you.
I get what he was saying.
Everyone.
I
kill
get
you dead.
Just like the first one of CJ Stroud's career.
That
they got the ball back on the same play. Every interception has its own story.
I get what he was saying. He wasn't just making one mistake, Paul. He was making many different unique mistakes every time he dropped back to pass.
Everyone has its own story. So does every bad contract.
You know what? I understand why Bill O'Brien had the temper he had after that year too. Like me and Bill O'Brien, like we should have pounded some beers over that.
It's like, hey, we're
back when we liked each other.
Same page here, Bill. All right. Will the Texans have the best offense in the NFL in 2024? That's next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. last year, without Stephon Diggs, without Joe Mixon, the pretty beat-up offensive line throughout the season, the Houston Texans were 13th in the NFL in points per game. And we stumbled upon this question on the Reddit, which I've learned a lot about on this show. I now am an active Reddit user.
Hell yeah.
I was not until I realized that it has some value in life, I've learned. So we found this question of and this has been, batted around before. I saw the power rankings of the best offenses in the NFL from ESPN the other day as well. They had the Texans at 2. But the question is, can the Texans have the best offense in 2024? I think points per game is the best way to determine this. It's just the easiest way to do it. You can go more semantically if you want to, but they were 13th in the NFL last year. They were 7.7 points behind the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys were the number 1 team in the NFL last year in terms of scoring, nearly 30 points per game. It's quite a bit. Do you think the Texans can be up there? Because I think that's where you need to be. You need to be close to 30 points per game to have the number 1 offense in the NFL these days. Even though they've added so much talent, just scoring 30 points a game is a daunting task for any NFL team.
That's a good way to look at it. I mean, these statistical metrics, but I think that the best offense in the game can beat you in a variety of different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my question is going to be, this year, can the Houston Texans win a game by running the football? It's not something that they're going to do very regularly, given the weapons that they have. You have now 3 very good, 2 great wide receivers with C.J. Stroud. You have a pretty good tight end. You have a better running back than Devin Singletary, at least best case scenario, and Joe Mixon. But I feel like if you're a really good offense, you can win a game by just going Death Star mode and bombing the ball deep all game long, which C.J. Stroud is very good at. But you can also win a game by just strangling a team by running it on the ground. And that's what I guess I'm looking for, because if they're able to do that, that means that they can attack certain teams based off of the weakest parts of their defenses. And there are going to be some teams that they go up against that just can't stop the run.
Mm-hmm.
It would be nice to win games against those teams by running the football on them, and also sort of throwing an air of uncertainty into the head of whatever defensive coach is going to be going up against them. Obviously, you're going to have to prepare for C.J. Stroud and those receivers every single week, but I think that, yeah, looking at those numbers, that's a good way to go about it. But there's going to be a gut feeling, I think, as well that we should be able to measure through, and I think that's the one I'm looking for. If they're able to win a game in multiple different ways, not just by scoring 40 points or something like that, I guess that would make them different than what the Miami Dolphins are in the first half of every single year.
Well, to your point, the Texans are one of 11 teams in the NFL that last year did not average 100 rushing yards per game. They averaged 96.9. And you add Joe Mixon, you assume it's going to get better, right? Because we saw it was much improved with Devin Singletary in the back half of the season, but the beginning of the year was a disaster.
Yeah, and they were trying to figure out if Dameon Pierce was a fit, and they eventually just phased him out entirely. Part of it, I think, had to do with the offensive line, too.
100%.
I mean, you had the musical chairs going on the offensive line, and you had to put Titus Howard on the inside and all those things. So the offensive line, hopefully, is just going to be more consistent, another year older, and a little bit meaner and maulier on the ground, which should allow for someone like Joe Mixon to do better. But also, potentially, Dameon Pierce, too.
Yeah.
So that Dameon Pierce, who I know that the Texans don't seem to like because he's a little impatient in there. Well, maybe if you got guys that are pushing people back, Dameon Pierce isn't going to feel the need to do all sorts of dancing before he hits the hole.
Yeah, because he just needs to run. Just go through the hole.
He does, but sometimes it's like he wants to run into contact as opposed to being patient.
Mhm.
He is, as soon as he gets the ball, he's going to go as fast as he possibly can.
Yeah, so I'm going to say the Texans will have a top 5 offense in the NFL next year without a doubt.
Without a doubt. Who else is going to be up there?
Well, one of my first issues is Rashee Rice and what's going to happen with him with the Chiefs, because you have Xavier Worthy, Hollywood Brown, Isaiah Pacheco, Rashee Rice for the Chiefs. It's a pretty
Travis
good
Kelce.
core, right? Like Travis Kelce, they had the most drops in the NFL last year. So I kind of feel like the
Less
Chiefs
Kadarius Toney.
less Kadarius Toney. So I feel like the Chiefs should be back up there.
I doubt Rice gets suspended very long. I bet like max like 6 games.
Yeah, so I would say the Dolphins will be back up there because they're just going to be like, even when they fall apart at the end of the season when it's cold, like they're going to be up there. The 49ers will be up there once again.
Yeah, they got everybody and they added a first-round receiver.
I'm going to say, so my top 5 next year in no particular order will be the 49ers, the Dolphins, the Houston Texans, the Kansas City Chiefs will have back to a top 5 offense, the Detroit Lions.
Okay. Detroit Lions, that's an interesting one.
They were in there last year.
Yeah.
No Atlanta Falcons left.
I mean, is Michael Penix or Kirk Cousins the quarterback?
They have 2 quarterbacks.
That's true. If
How about Cincinnati Bengals?
Man, I just don't trust them to stay healthy at this point.
Okay.
But they're good. They're a good. I feel like they'll be top 10.
And as much as I like Joe Mixon for the Texans as a football player, I think the Bengals are just fine. They have Zach Moss, and then they have Chase Brown, the running back they drafted the year before from Illinois. He showed really well for the Bengals at the end of the year, so I don't think they're going to miss a lot from him, from Joe Mixon being gone.
You had the Dolphins in there, right?
Yeah, Dolphins for sure.
I'd sub the Bengals over the Dolphins. I don't think the Dolphins are a year-round operation, and part of it is the uniforms, and part of it's their history, and part of it's Tua. None of it's
fair.
Mike McDaniel. I just always feel like when it's the latter months of the year, the Miami Dolphins are going to get cold.
Do we maybe the Jets, huh?
I mean, they should be,
think maybe
in
the
theory.
Jets?
I mean, they've improved their offensive line. They have Brees Hall.
I
Aaron Rodgers
refuse
is
to.
healthy.
I refuse to acknowledge them as a good team until they're actually good.
They can score a lot of points.
They
Sure.
should be able to. Well, like
anyone can score a lot of points.
I need to see Garrett Wilson like become the guy we thought he was going to be. It's not his fault.
Yeah.
It's very Nico Collins-ish.
Yeah.
Because, Zach Wilson was his quarterback, who really sucks. But Garrett Wilson is just, he has not been the developed into the hype machine that he's supposed to be.
Well, he was good his rookie year though. Obviously, he won the rookie of the year. So
but people
I
thought he was going to be like a top 5 wide receiver very quickly.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you rank. Last year for the Jets offense, you really got to throw the whole thing out.
How
it
did
was such a joke.
The Jets basically just had like a redshirt year as a team.
No, it's what you guys are saying. Like, I'll kind of believe it when I see it.
Yeah, it's more like, when will catastrophic things not happen to them?
No,
they have been a clown car for 50 years. It's been enjoyable for me. Like,
Yeah.
I love it every single year. It's like, oh, how are they gonna F it up this time?
I was trying to think of like the good quarterbacks in the AFC, and I looked up at the TV screen, and they're literally just showing Aaron Rodgers at. I mean, I don't think it's a current thing, but throwing passes in a Jets practice, and I was like, oh yeah, the Jets have a good quarterback theoretically if he can make it past 4 plays.
What about the Eagles? We didn't mention them. I mean, they have Devontae Smith, you have A.J. Brown, now you have Saquon Barkley.
I wanted to bring them up. They're an
Good
interesting
O-line.
one. The offensive line's going to be worse. They had
They
such
lost
a
2
bad
guys.
finish to the year. I think really like last year did a hurting on Jalen Hurts' reputation.
Big time. As much as he
Sorry for
built,
the
like,
pun.
as quickly as he built it up, he lost everything.
Yeah, I was gonna say he quickly went from. I mean, he was up there in like when you're listing off like the top 5 quarterbacks. It's like, you also have Jalen Hurts, and then after last year, it's like everyone's like kind of at the place where it feels like, well, he had one good year with Shane Steichen as his coordinator, and he lost Shane Steichen, and
He threw a lot of interceptions. He was 3rd in the NFL in picks. Yeah, man. Like Sam Howell and Josh Allen, the only 2 who threw more. He had 15. You got those weapons. I mean, with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, arguably like the best 1-2 wide receiver combo in the league. They're certainly paid like it.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it was last year for Channeled U Zone, but yeah, there's definitely some skepticism about it. And the other thing is, too, he stopped running the way that he used to. I don't know
He
what
keeps
the
getting
hell
hurt.
happened.
He keeps getting hurt.
Yeah, but Joe, I remember like the first game of the year, I was like watching Jalen Hurts not try to go for first downs. It was like he was kind of turtling, and it's like, dude, you are the most built quarterback that I can ever remember. Like I remember thinking this in college when he was at Oklahoma, thinking to myself, holy crap, he literally looks like a running back when he runs down the field. Like I don't think anyone wants to tackle him. And he got paid, and after you get paid to be more, I feel like careful and cautious. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was coaching telling him to do that or what.
I
But
mean, I go back to I just remember it so vividly when it happened. But like in 2022, it's so it was week 15. They played Chicago, and he took off and he got hurt. And then the next 2 games, Minshew had to play.
Mhm.
And then the whole conversation, he played that last week because they needed it. I think it was because the 1 seed. And then the whole conversation throughout the playoffs was how his AC joint in his shoulder was severely sprained, and he struggled to throw the ball. Now they dog walked the Giants and the 49ers in the next 2 games in the playoffs, and then eventually lost the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. But I wonder if it kind of goes back to like that Bears game in 2022 where he once again got hurt and he hurt his throwing shoulder. And to your point about the coaching, if they're just like, dude, we need you to be able to throw the ball.
Yeah.
Like you can't, like if you're gonna do it, like you can't lean in with your throwing shoulder when you're gonna go after people.
It's like I get you can lower your shoulder, but
Please
can you
don't.
not all the time? And there does seem, or at least early in last season, especially because they're coming off the Super Bowl, there felt like there was a little bit of arrogance from the Philadelphia Eagles, like especially maybe it's just Nick Sirianni, honestly. But as far as you look at the rest of the NFC, you look at the Eagles. Obviously, every draft, Howie Roseman gets an A for. I saw that graphic where the last 3 drafts, the Eagles have gotten an A, and there might have been some arrogance of like, well, week 1, you don't need to be putting out on the line in the regular season. We have bigger plans in January and February, and it's like, oh, you kind of have to get there, guys. Like they did make the playoffs, but at that time they were already losing. Was it like 6 out of the last 7 or something? And it was just disgusting effort all over the field. So, yeah, Hurts is gonna need to bounce back, but they have the receivers. They added Saquon. So
Nick Wright says Howie Roseman not a good GM in the NFL. This take is fascinating.
That's a good Nick Wright take.
He said that
he's zagging against the consensus opinion. I do think
saying
that
the,
much like we had with Belichick back in the day. To what you were, sorry, say what he's being said about. Howie
So
Roseman.
Nick Wright said that Howie Roseman is essentially drafting players that match up with like Daniel Jeremiah's big board, so that when the draft grades come out, that the media says he's right because he matches what the media says.
I don't disagree with this though. I do think like there's a consensus crowning of him, and I mean we talked about this a couple of shows ago. He has had his job for an abnormally long amount of time. I'm assuming he is the longest tenured general manager in the NFL, and I mean they won what, 1 Super Bowl in that stretch, and it was kind of flukish where Carson Wentz, the quarterback that they drafted and traded up a lot to go get, gets hurt, and Nick Foles, the guy that they had and got rid of, is the one who wins it.
Yeah, there definitely seems to be. I don't want to hit him fully with the Daryl Morey-itis, where it's like all the media is just unanimous in like this guy is a genius.
The trade. Yeah, like with all those draft pick trades. Like I saw some of them. People were doing unbelievable praises of these trades, and I see like the picks that are being exchanged. And I'm like, okay, I mean, I guess that's good, but ultimately, it really just matters what the picks are. But he did a great trade to get more picks. To get picks for next year.
Yeah, he was trading picks from next year, and people are like, "Well, it's a bad draft next year." It's like we don't know. We don't know that. Maybe it's not a good top quarterback draft, but we don't know if it's a good like 4th round draft. Like we don't. You can't praise a guy for trading next year's picks because again, Shedeur Sanders might be the first quarterback taken. Like there just seems to be a little bit of Daryl Morey-itis where it's like all these smart, quote unquote, smart NFL media is giving him an A every year for his draft. And then kind of it's a self-fulfilling prophecy of, well, we like what he does because he kind of does the stuff we would do.
Yeah, it's an interesting take. Howie Roseman it looks like he's like the 5th longest tenured GM in the NFL.
Yeah.
This list says Jerry Jones is number 1.
I guess in a way.
It has Mike Brown, who's the president of the Bengals, but he kind of is the one who operates everything. Mickey Loomis of the Saints, John Schneider of the
Loomis
Seahawks.
has been there a while.
Yeah,
Schneider's been there.
And then Roseman would be 5th.
Okay.
In my mind, he's 3rd.
Yeah. Like,
Jerry
Jones is not.
He's not getting fired.
Yeah, like you can't fire this guy.
He's
you
not
don't
really
count.
the GM anymore, I think.
No, I think it's
Stephen
Jones. Interesting text here. When we talked about the worst contracts used in sports that just came in. Bagwell and Biggio are the worst. I did not say this. My name is Joe George. This is not me.
Joe just said that.
I don't want to be accused of this.
I'm gonna edit this
from
and
the
post it
from the 713
on social media.
Bagwell and Biggio are the worst Houston contracts ever. They made 50% of the payroll, 25 others sharing the other 50%. Did absolutely nothing in the playoffs, and then Bagwell screws a team even after he retires.
Damn, Joe.
Joe,
guys,
those are my childhood idols.
Those are Astros Hall of Famers, right? Childhood idols of Sean
and many other 20-year-olds.
You just ruined so many people's dreams.
This is a eviscerating text.
That was a lot to go back to being serious. How much of that has to do with the Reggie Jackson comments about Bagwell and Biggio also being involved, right? Like, because Biggio, it feels like he caught some strays there too.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to talk about, like, I know they didn't perform in the playoffs. Someone else on the text line tried to say J.J. Watt.
Ooh, wow.
Like, what?
How many defensive player of the years did he win after he got his contract?
0, probably.
Interesting.
I think
I think maybe one, but
it might be one.
He had the best playoff of any Houston Texan ever in 2011. Like right before he went off, he had the pick 6 against the Bengals, and he had 3 sacks against the Ravens in the divisional game that they almost won, despite TJ Yates almost throwing 7 interceptions.
I do appreciate that we've gotten to the point, like the galaxy brain point of worst contracts in Houston sports, where it's like actually it's the good players.
Yeah. You're gonna say Hakeem Olajuwon?
It started. The reason we're talking about this is Jose Abreu was hitting under 100 and got sent to Florida in the middle of the season to get right.
Now everyone's trying to be a contrarian.
Now, like, you know what? The 3 Hall of Famers, those are the bad contracts.
Hakeem Olajuwon didn't even finish his contract with the Rockets. He finished it in Canada.
Oh man, some people have takes. That's what we'll say.
Cheryl Swoops.
She couldn't even keep the Houston Comets going.
Bankrupted the team
when that guy from the furniture store bought them, not realizing that they made no money.
Well, hey, they might be back.
Was that Hilton Furniture?
I forgot. Maybe.
I remember we did a couple of TV shows from his store back in the day. Sports Zone Unfiltered. Me and John Lopez back in the day. 6-year run TV show. Yeah,
you've done a lot of random TV shows.
Who?
You? Didn't you do a show with Granado too?
I did. It was called Just Saying.
Just Saying.
With Patty Smith as well. That show lasted over a year.
That was right before you went to Seattle, right?
It was, yeah. That's why the show ended. They say.
Oh, okay.
That's why
you broke up the show.
Yeah, it's always Paul's fault.
Broke up. Just saying.
All right, when we get back, former friend of the Astros.
Former friend.
He's still a friend. Jose Siri came out swinging in last night's game. Didn't make any contact. there was a real fight in a baseball game yesterday. We'll talk about it next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Before we do that, tell you about our friends at LaBerge and Lake Charles. Great place to go and bet on your favorite Texas teams. We were just out there. What was that, last week? You know what? Hey, three more wins. The over 92.5, our Astros bet, it's not totally dead yet. There's still like a glimmer of hope on this. Do I feel better about the Astros AL West or AL champion ticket than the over-under? Yes. Is that saying much right now? No. But it's a great place to go bet on your teams when you're there. They have 19 betting kiosks, plenty of television inside and outside on the patio. They got a fun Kentucky Derby event coming up. Great place to host your fantasy football drafts as well. When you leave Texas and you want to go about your Texas team, LaBerge Lake Charles is absolutely the place for you.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, we got a real fight last night in baseball. Jose Siri hit a tank shot, and then he got thrown at. Then at the end of the inning, him and the pitcher squared up. Punches were thrown.
They were not landed, but they were thrown.
I think the pitcher landed one because he kind of struck first.
Well,
there was like light contact.
Sean, watch the replay. He tried to strike first. First replay, it does look like Uribe, the Milwaukee Brewers pitcher, who got into it with Jose Siri and instigated the whole thing. If we're being perfectly honest,
We got a 6-game suspension.
Yeah, I think he should have.
Yeah.
I don't know what was said, but it didn't seem like Jose Siri said anything, really. So Siri hits a home run.
Mm-hmm.
He gets thrown at. He gets put out at first base by the pitcher, who goes over the first and steps on the bag, Uribe, and then he says something to Siri. And Siri just walks towards Uribe. The umpire gets in his way, and Uribe, like a bitch, punches Siri, and by punches I mean swung at Siri like he was either trying to slap him or throw a baseball, and completely missed.
Siri was also wearing a helmet.
Well, I mean, it's like the NFL. Like, I love when NFL players throw punches and their helmets are still on. Like, you idiots.
But, hey, at least hit if you're going to throw the punch.
Yeah.
So then all of a sudden a Milwaukee Brewer player comes out of second, I don't know if it's a coach or who it was, because he looked older. But some guy, maybe it was the second baseman, comes out of nowhere, and he tries to, I think, shove Uribe away so that he doesn't hit Siri, and he misses, and he ends up shoving Siri, and then it just turns into a Donnybrook. I really do not think, Joe, that a single punch was landed in this back and forth.
No, it looks like there's one right before like Siri really starts getting grabbed where he makes like light contact on Uribe's neck. But like this isn't what Jose Bautista, Rougned Odor, when there was the knockdown a couple years ago. Like that was a real
that punch connected.
That punch was
and
awesome.
It looked like a good punch.
It was a very good punch.
These guys punched like they were throwing a baseball. And it does make me wonder, Joe, how many people truly know how to fight?
I mean, it's more of an open hand slap.
They're just windmilling.
Yeah.
Legitimately.
Yeah.
It does look like they're throwing baseballs.
Right, Sean. It's the same motion that they would have throwing a baseball. It's sort of like when you see soccer players get into a fight and then all of a sudden they start using leg tactics.
Yeah.
You know? They're trying to fight, doing what they know best. But once again, how many people in the world do you think actually know how to fight? There's obviously people who do MMA, karate, other things like that on the side. But
I mean, it's not that hard to throw a punch.
You say that.
I know, because Uribe's first punch that he throws, it almost looks like it's more he's trying to not directly hit the umpire. And the Twitch here brings up also when Tim Anderson got knocked out last year.
Oh yeah,
by Jose Ramirez. I'm watching it right now, and watching Tim Anderson just stonewall fall down is incredible.
Jose Ramirez knows how to throw a punch.
Knows how to throw a punch. Yasiel Puig and Amir Garrett. That one got heated.
Amir Garrett. I feel like Amir Garrett has a couple.
He does have a couple. My favorite,
shout out to Amir Garrett.
My favorite's always gonna be Kyle Farnsworth, but that's just so good when he just pile drives the batter.
He does like a wrestling.
Awesome.
Text from the 281. The irony is Paul has never connected a punch in his entire life. Au contraire, mon frere. That's the last fight I ever got in. I landed the luckiest punch I think I ever have. I collapsed that dude. And I haven't gotten in a fight since. I'm pretty sure I would have gotten in trouble if that had happened not out of college. I don't know how I got out of that party either. Really? This is the one where me and him, I see him. He's not wearing a shirt. I said something mean to him. We bumped into each other a little bit later. He shoves me. I swing. I just connect with him right on the left side of his jaw. He just drops. I don't know what happened. I know I got tackled into a couch onto two women. The two women shoved me off, started stomping at my balls with their heels.
That's not good.
And I had long hair at the time. Someone is grabbing my hair and pulling me away, and it turned out to be my best friend, and we just bolted from this party at Syracuse.
Nolan Ryan's fight, obviously iconic. I mean, he just embarrassed Robin Ventura.
Yeah, the thing is, Ventura didn't do so bad, but the way that it started was so embarrassing, right?
Yes.
Like, I think ultimately, I mean, Nolan Ryan walks away, he's bleeding all over the place.
Yeah.
But Nolan Ryan made him, seeing as Nolan Ryan was what, 57 at the time? Exaggerating, but you know how long he pitched. Nolan Ryan, with that old man strength, made Ventura look like a big for the rest of his career.
Pedro Martinez versus the old man.
He was being assaulted.
There's only 2 hits.
Pedro was being
Pedro Martinez
assaulted.
hitting Don Zimmer and Don Zimmer hitting the grass.
Pedro is one of those guys. I love Pedro. He's my favorite baseball player ever. Pedro is one of those baseball players who, in fights, has always looked horrible.
Yeah.
Always looked horrible. There was another one where I think, in what turned out to be, I think, a no-hitter by Pedro, the first hitter of the game, he threw at him. And the guy charged him out, and they fight, and they all get separated. And then he pitches the rest of the game. He didn't allow a hit.
Wow.
It's insane. Like, it was a complete game, 9 innings, complete game, throwing all that filthy stuff. It's insane.
So I'm watching this video where he grabs Don Zimmer like by the ears and the side of the
and
head.
just throws him.
Just throws him to the ground.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like just chucking an old man like that is so awful, but awesome
No,
at the same time.
why is it awful?
I mean,
He charged him.
He's a dinosaur charging you.
Yeah, that was humane.
Coco Crisp. Yeah, I remember Coco Crisp getting in a fight. He dodged
yeah.
a punch. It was an electric dodge. Serious dodge was pretty good, but he was getting slapped at by Uribe. I don't know if this really qualifies. There was a minor league player by the name of Izzy Alcantara, and he got thrown at. He kicks the catcher and then runs out to the pitcher with the baseball bat.
I'm not sure if that does count, but
No, it was. I mean, in terms of moments you remember forever. The guy could have been a kickboxer.
yeah, because he
just kicked.
He didn't turn around to kick him. He just kind of back kicked
like
him.
a donkey kick. Yeah.
I'm watching this Coco Crisp one now too. It is an impressive dodge when James Shields throws this punch at him.
Big game, James Shield. I think he gave himself that nickname.
Yeah,
too.
just whoop, missed them. And I mean, no, Coco doesn't land either, to be fair, but it was a nice dodge in the moment. All right.
Hockey players can fight, though it has turned into one of those things where it's all about like sweater leverage, and pulling it over the other guy's head.
Well, they tried to take it out of the game for a while, and it's stupid. Like
football players just shove.
And sometimes they throw punches when they have helmets on. It's very stupid.
Basketball players do not at all. And
no,
soccer
they
players
fight.
They do the shove and then throw. I mean, kind of like this fight, honestly. This fight could have been an NBA fight where it's as they're getting pushed away, they start throwing punches.
The NBA. I can't remember. Like there was a couple this year where actually like there was real punches thrown. I mean, the Rockets. They were a feisty team this year. Probably most fights in the NBA.
That's right.
By far, though. I mean,
I don't even know if it's close.
They had like a stretch where they had like a game with like 7 straight techs.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah,
I love the feisty Rockets.
The Rockets think everyone in the NBA is a soft ass boy.
They are. Which we'll do today. We'll do soft ass boys a little bit later in the show. But what's going on in the NFL? Our 10-minute drill, that's next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. AJ Brown is he's learning this offseason. He got paid again. But you know, there were some rumors about his unhappiness in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And he says, Paul, he's learning to let people have their opinions without responding.
I think I would do that too if I had, I don't know, been listening to a radio segment about me.
Yeah.
And then felt the need to call in to said radio segment. It's beneath you. It's beneath you.
Very beneath an NFL player.
It's something that we all definitely do, right? Everyone in the radio industry, to a degree,
Oh, yeah.
has some sort of rabbit ears. And you want to hear if another show is talking about you, if another station.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to turn on the show at like 3:15, and I know my name's going to come out of their mouth.
Oh, all right, Joe. Okay, well, what do you think about A.J. Brown's advice? Because this might be directly
I don't respond.
speaking to you.
I don't respond.
You don't respond?
No.
Well, you're talking about how at 3:15 they're going to talk about you. on
Well,
the
no,
show.
probably not today.
They're definitely going to talk about you now.
Yeah, because I know. Hi,
Because
Joel.
we just brought this
What's
up.
But I don't care to respond very often.
You don't care to respond, but you do care to bring it up.
Yes, I don't just bring it up. I know that I was I know
Joe,
someone.
I could be your therapist.
I know.
I'm licensed. I'm a licensed minister at the
But
Church of Jeff
I
Luno.
didn't reach out to people when they, said I had the worst takes in Houston sports radio at another station.
Someone said that?
Yeah, come on, Matt Thomas, what are you doing to me,
He
man?
said he said that about you?
I thought we were friends.
That's not cool at all.
He's probably right, but also that was mean. I got ears everywhere, Paul.
Why don't you fire back?
Pass.
No, because he's learning to let people have their opinion without responding.
I'm already at where AJ Brown's at.
He's letting him know.
I'm the example for AJ Brown.
He's letting him know that he knows
Yes.
and he hears.
Mm-hmm.
He's not stooping to their level.
Yeah. Yeah, like AJ Brown could acknowledge what was said during this radio segment, but not actually respond to it.
Lions
don't concern themselves with the opinions of sheep. Yes, Sean.
Yep.
Yes, right you are.
My favorite saying.
So are you saying that Matt Thomas is a sheep and you're a lion?
That's Sean's. Sean said that.
No, I'm just asking you the question.
No, I'm not saying
you can
that.
answer that question if you want.
No, that's a headache that I don't want to
Okay,
have.
so you actually answered the question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you didn't say no. The easiest answer is
Right.
to go no.
You
I don't
talked
think
around
that.
it.
You said I'm not saying that.
I know. I know what I said. I know what I said.
Joe hates when we do this. But Sean and I just gang up on him.
Team
out of
up and
nowhere.
turn into lawyers and try to.
I know. It's like lawyer Mapes and Gallant over here. Backing
Trying to
into
catch
a corner.
every little word he says.
Junior Bronco says Joe knows how to punch down, not up. I don't think that's not
Well,
necessarily
that's true. Blair Henley.
Yeah.
You ended his career. Do you feel any guilt about that? Do you think that Blair Henley was listening to the show? Do you think he needs that AJ Brown?
I would have loved if Blair Henley just one time just tweeted at like 1:15 being like, enough.
To answer your question, honestly, yeah, a little bit. I feel bad.
You should. You ruined his life.
It wasn't just me.
He was like the star of the show for like a week.
It wasn't his fault. He got put in an impossible situation.
I just don't want to be the only one to blame here. Sean also is very mean.
I wasn't mean.
I
apologized every time I brought him up.
I also apologize.
I said I'm sorry to Blair Henley, but I have to mention.
Yeah.
They won that game.
They did win that game. Like, that's what we mentioned.
Every time.
Every time. They did win the game. And they always said it could be worse. Because it almost was worse, like, the next day. What else
Hunter
is going
Brown's
on?
trying hard to make us forget.
He's trying hard.
Terry Fontenot and the Falcons say they feel great about their quarterback plan for at least the next 5 years.
It's so nuts to say that you feel something about anything for 3 years in sports, let alone 5.
Dude, he won't be the GM in 5 years, so don't worry about it. Raheem Morris and Terry Fontenot will probably not be the head coach and GM by the time Michael Penix gets on the field.
Oof. Well, I don't know if Michael Penix is going to get on the field if they're not there.
He could get on the field this year.
That's true. We'll see how Kirk Cousins is post Achilles injury. This is their fallback option.
I do get what you're saying, though. And I saw something. I was not aware of this because why would I be aware of the resume of the Atlanta Falcons GM? Do you know where Atlanta hired Terry Fontenot from?
No.
The New Orleans Saints.
Oh.
Is this an inside job?
Could be an inside job.
Oh.
Could be. I saw some people theorizing that online now that you mentioned that.
Yeah. I don't know. This looks fishy. I'll say that.
The Saints-Falcons rivalry.
It goes deep.
Is one of the more fierce NFL rivalries that no one has ever known existed. But it is actually very fierce. I remember...
It's mostly the fans, right?
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
The first time I went to New Orleans, I stayed for a Sunday. It was in the fall. And the Saints were playing the Falcons. So I went to a bar for Saints fans, and there were some Saints and Falcons fans there. And there was some aggressive chirping that I did not know would result in walking away. You know, it was the kind of thing where you're like, is there going to be a
These are
Jose
fighting words.
Siri situation?
But like a real fight. Interesting.
The comments were not received well. One of the people I don't think was one of those people who hears trash talk that often.
Okay.
And he did not seem to like it. So yeah, the Falcons fan was talking a lot. I think the Saints fan, if this had been in another situation, if he had been in like Atlanta and it was at a Falcons bar, I don't know. He might have gotten a little bit more aggressive, but here I think he felt because he was surrounded by others that he didn't need to do anything.
Interesting.
It was an interesting situation. But yeah, those fan bases hate each other.
Tell you what, I would never want to get into a fight at a stadium. I think it's the last place I'd ever want to get into a fight.
Well, yeah, you're going right underneath of the brig.
Yeah, because even if, but
there's
You're
a
also
chance
going viral, though.
There's a
that's
chance
true.
High risk, high reward.
Yeah.
There's a chance you wouldn't get arrested if you had a fight outside of a stadium, but in a stadium, you're guaranteed to be arrested.
And if you're gonna do it, you better be the home team. Like you don't want to be an Astros fan in Yankee Stadium.
Oh no, you'd be fine there. Dodger Stadium is where it's straight.
I just anywhere because like because if someone's gonna join the fight, you know that 80 to 90% of the people around you are going to be automatically on the Yankee fan or Dodger fan side.
The thing with the Northeast aggression, the Northeastern sports fan aggression is generally like very violent bleep talk, and occasionally, it does turn into shoving and stuff like that. But no, on the West Coast, we have seen multiple stories where people have been killed in parking lots.
Yeah.
So I don't know why it is that way. All I'm saying is that if you're up in the Northeast, you'll be a lot safer than you think. I would advise against wearing anything in Philadelphia, but in New York, you'd be fine. In Boston, you'd be more fine. Boston is like, of those three, probably like the safest. You're just going to get a lot of bobbed insults.
Yeah,
you're a loser.
I would never feel worried about going to a Boston game. Like, it's really not that bad. They're just gonna, like you said, they're just gonna yell at you the whole time.
Yeah, they'll talk. Boston, they will talk the most trash, and they will not necessarily act on it. New York, it's a bit of a wild card. Philly, there's
more
a chance.
of a wild card.
Philly, there's a chance.
Last thing here, Zach Wilson's fifth-year option was not picked up.
What?
By the Broncos.
Why?
And Chris Harris officially retired.
When I saw that Wilson fifth-year option not picked up, for a second I said, are the Broncos still paying Russell Wilson for something?
That's
and I was
right.
like, oh, wait, yeah, Zach Wilson's rookie contract. My bad.
Well, they are still paying him. They're paying him $38 million this year.
Exactly. So if they had the option to, they would not pay that.
Yeah.
They would decline that.
I think they would decline that if they had the choice.
It would be nice if they could decline that, but that's one of the worst contracts ever. Just in general.
The
Russell
trade
Wilson.
for and then immediately sign them deal?
Yeah, because the contract itself is probably not that bad in comparison to some, but it's the assets you gave up.
I think the contract's the worst. I think it's a worse signing than it is a trade.
New ownership always wants to make a big splash, and I mean, they brought in Russell Wilson and Nathaniel Hackett.
They had to cut him after 2 years, and they would have cut him after 1 year if they could have.
It's really funny how Sean Payton was being so smirky, talking about how some ownership groups know what they're doing and others don't.
Yeah.
Because to say that about an ownership group in its first year, okay, they must be selling you a lot. Like and hey, they own Walmart, so I bet they're good at making a sale or two, you know?
Yeah,
a
but not-
rollback, if you will.
Okay, but have you seen the people of Walmart? I mean,
Whoa,
talk
whoa,
about
whoa,
fights.
Joe, punch it
Just-
down again.
Just saying.
What does that mean? What are the people of Walmart?
Just go on YouTube.
I don't know what that means.
You'll never know what you're gonna see.
I will say when I go to Walmart, I always
people of Walmart.
If I go to Walmart, I dress down. Like I wear like gym clothes and a hat. But if I go to Target, I'll dress nice.
Oh, well,
what does that say? I don't know. But Walmart, I'm always like, I don't know.
I know what it says. The ladies love Target.
They do love Target.
So you're scouting while you're
looking
at
for
Target.
Target women, not Walmart
So what,
women.
yeah, what
That's
you're saying is
I'm
that
not shooting at a Walmart.
yeah,
no.
the ladies at Walmart are below you, is what you're saying.
I'm just saying the Walmart's just not easy on the eyes, you know?
Fair.
Walmart's just a kind of schluppy place.
I agree.
It's got everything though.
The
DVD bins, those are sick.
Do
To
they
find a
still have
Steven
the
Seagal
DVD?
movie.
I don't
they
know
do.
if they still
they
have
do.
them. Okay.
They
They
do.
do. They do.
The last time I went, I always go in there and I'm like, oh, are there any Steven Seagal movies in here?
Is that your go-to?
No, I just like to laugh at
Just like-
Steven Seagal.
let's find a
DVDs.
$5 Steven
double
Seagal
team.
movie.
It's like Under Siege 5.
All right, the Houston Cougs have given the bird to the NFL and the
Hell
Tennessee
yeah.
Titans. We talk about that next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So last year the Cougs wore they were Oiler inspired uniforms.
They were the Oilers uniforms.
Yeah, they were the Oilers uniforms. Like they were, they were straight up the Oilers.
Right.
Uniforms. They were sick.
There was a little bit changed up. It said Cougars on them, I think, right? Or did it say H-Town? I forget off the top of my head.
It just says Houston.
Houston, okay.
Yeah. Which
okay.
I thought they were great. Like, it was... I don't really understand why the Tennessee Titans and the Adams family had a huge issue with this.
Well, for the Adams family, the Tennessee Titans are as far as NFL organizations go, rather poor one. So I imagine that they care about the margins a little bit more than the average NFL team. And let's be honest, the Titans' only interesting piece of intellectual property is the fact that they have the Houston Oilers uniforms. That's it. The Titans uniforms that they have right now are some of the ugliest in the NFL. I imagine very few people are buying a Will Levis jersey or any of the jerseys of the best players on the Titans at this moment in time. But they do look at those Oilers unis and think to themselves, oh, let's buy this. And I'm not 100% sure how merchandise sales go for revenue sharing in the league, but I think the reason, Joe, that they are always so quick on the "we'll sue you" button is because this is one of the few valuable things they have.
Yeah, but it's a college program. So I get because it says Houston, they feel like it's going to hurt them. But there's no one here anymore that is buying Oiler merchandise. So if you go to Lids or whatever and there's an Oilers hat, you're not buying it because it represents the Tennessee Titans.
No.
You're buying it because it represents the city of Houston.
And what you used to watch growing
Like,
up.
no one's buying a Will Levis Oilers jersey. If they're buying an Oilers jersey, it's Earl Campbell or something like that, or maybe even Eddie George.
I guess some people now might be buying the Oilers version of current Tennessee Titans, but yeah,
But not
locally,
here.
you're right.
Yeah, like no one's going out of their way to buy a DeAndre Hopkins Oilers jersey. You know,
That actually might be the exception.
I guess
Texans
it would.
fan
I guess
who
it
like
could
DeAndre
be.
Hopkins.
Yeah, I was just like, that's still my guy.
Right.
Yeah, or if like there was a VY, if you could get a Vince Young one, I would understand.
Yeah,
But,
an honorary Derrick Henry one since he owns the city of Houston.
but yeah, so the Cougs apparently are just going to say screw it. They got a cease and desist last year after they wore it versus UTSA. They never sold it. Like Jeremy's got a hat, but that came from the Cougs.
I was trying to find out where I could get it. I asked Tank Dell about it in the locker room after a Texans game. I asked Case Keenum about it. None of them had any answers for me. I was wondering if they had any black market ones that I could say, like, hey,
Yeah, come on, hook it up.
Come on, I'll kiss your ass on the air.
My guess
whatever
is,
value that is.
My guess is at this point, what we're going to see is it's going to be a different color of blue. They're going to go through just like what the Texans went.
I don't know.
The Jumpman Nike version of Oiler blue, maybe exactly what the Texans have with their new alternate color, is what it's going to be. I don't think they're going to go straight Oilers uniform.
I bet they'll have the same uniforms as before, Joe. I think that what they'll do is they'll get the Houston off it, and it'll say Cougars or something like that.
That makes sense.
Because,
I can see that.
Yeah, like it is a matter of semantics. I really wonder what it is, though, that the lawyers think that they have now that would allow them to win here. I mean, is it the fact that the Texans incorporated some of this H-Town blue color into the alternate uniforms that they have?
Yeah.
I mean, I know they did a whole big slideshow presentation for the media before talking about some of the changes that they were going to make to the uniforms about a year and 2 months ago.
I mean, Chris Pesman said like it's going to be Houston blue, so which like makes me feel like it's not going to be the exact Oiler blue. Like that's all it is, which is so stupid. But like I don't understand what ground the Tennessee Titans have to do this.
It's weird because
what if they just change their colors?
It's not NFL. I mean, I have a Houston Cougars shirt that is red and light blue.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, light blue is an accent color for the Cougars. I don't know if that's officially recognized, but I mean, you take a look at some of the throwback uniforms and the ones that they wore back this past season, but also the ones that they wore when Hakeem Olajuwon was there. There is a blue.
Mm-hmm.
Is it that much of a stretch to make light blue, which was all the rage in the 1980s? Like every single baseball team had powder blue, and they're all bringing them back now.
Yeah.
Is it so crazy that a college team does it? It is weird.
Especially when another one did it.
Yeah.
In the same season.
Yeah.
Rice did it too.
Right. But Rice's were Rice's were slightly different. Like I don't think there was any red in the Rice
there's red
ones.
on the helmet and the numbers.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's red stripe. There's a red stripe on the helmet. There's 2 red stripes on the helmet, on the outside of a blue and white stripe, and then the number has a red outline as well.
But see, it says on the jersey, it says Rice.
It says Rice.
I think that's the big difference here.
But it's the University of Houston,
and the helmets are silver. It's weird that Rice added University of Houston colors to it. I get that that's not actually like a real rivalry.
Swear, if I was Tillman Fertitta to really like stick it to the Adams family, and I was the McNairs, I would beg whoever owns the Edmonton Oilers to sell their team. And just move the Edmonton Oilers to Houston. Call them the Houston Oilers and change your colors.
Oh, yeah.
That would be awesome.
I wouldn't want to do that to the people of Edmonton, though. What else?
Yeah, they can get another hockey team.
What else do they have? No, you can't. I mean, taking the Edmonton Oilers away.
I
from
know,
Edmonton,
but I just like
that So when I was in Seattle, this was something that came to me because I remember having a conversation with my old co-host Danny O'Neill, and we were talking about like whether or not to bring the Sonics back. You would want to rip a franchise from another city, and I said, yeah, I would. Danny, who was much more empathetic than me, was like, would you really want to do that to another city, like steal their team just because your team was stolen? And over time, I think I would feel a little bit bad, especially if it's the Edmonton Oilers who have all those championships that they won with Wayne Gretzky. If this is like if this is a nothing franchise, I feel different. The Coyotes are different. Yeah, the Coyotes are horrible. The Edmonton Oilers, I couldn't co-sign.
99% of the time, I agree with you.
Whatever, Sean.
Yeah. I mean, hell, even Sean's like hat he's wearing.
Gretzky played there
For the Space Cowboys, they should be going after that hat. It's Oiler blue.
Also, the Edmonton Oilers uniform or logo is awesome. I love it.
Yeah, just buy them and just call them the Houston Oilers. Change your colors, stick it to the Adams. Text here is Amy Adams more hated than Billy O'Brien? Yes.
Oh, 100%.
It's not even close.
I think the real question is she close to being as hated as her dad, Bud Adams? Because honestly, until the last couple of years, I don't think we would have even thought about her. I think everyone is still thinking F Bud Adams, but I can kind of get
That's
why.
a good question.
I can kind of get why Bud Adams would continuously have a grudge with the city of Houston, especially as you get older in age. You know, with Amy Adams Strunk though, like she's doing things to poke Houston that I don't think her dad really ever did after he left.
Yeah,
Like, once he left, he was gone. And Amy Adams Strunk is like continuously like trying to bring up the past, like a feud that, to be perfectly honest, is in the rearview mirror almost. Where are we at? We're going to be 30 years in a couple of years since the Oilers left.
Yeah, I wonder what like the older generation would say about this. Like the people who were here when they left. Because I agree with what you said, where she's poking the bear, kind of constantly. Like she is, like the intention to the bring back the Oilers stuff. It felt like it's a very deliberate, like disrespectful intention of the Houston Texans and the McNair family.
It's the middle fingers that Bud Adams sent to Bills fans, I think.
Yeah. All right. The Houston Astros have a pulse again. It's a 3-game win streak, but we got to talk about the bullpen. The good and the bad from last night. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Astros last night had a 8-3 lead. The Guardians came back, but then Victor Caratini was the hero in the bottom of the 10th inning. They won their first game of the year in a 1-run game.
Their first extra inning game of ever.
It feels like it.
I think they're since the change, they were 1-10 going into tonight's game.
Something like that.
I think that this year they were 0-3. They hadn't even scored a run.
Yeah, it's their second
extra
win.
innings, which is crazy because you start with a runner on second.
Yeah, it's at least their second win of the last 2 years in extra inning games. They only won one last year in the regular season.
It's not good.
No,
but last night was good.
They got the win.
They did.
Victor Caratini, that was a screamer out of the ballpark. Barely got there. The way you described it was perfect. It felt like that's like Yankee Stadium 101 is what that looked like.
That home run did not look like it was going to be anywhere close to a home run. I thought that would be short of the warning track. Again, you can barely tell with the launch angles that you see on the television broadcast, but that thing carried, and shout out to Victor Caratini, who has been an actually good acquisition for the Houston Astros to this point, and maybe should be getting a little bit more playing time, especially now with a vacancy at first base.
Yes. I would not be opposed to them bringing up a third catcher and then having Caratini play first base more often. Also, Yordan Alvarez seems to be okay. So on a quick note, that
correct. Yordan
gnarly.
Yordan, whenever he gets hit, I assume that an injury is possible and that the injury will be nowhere near where the physical contact his body took happened. It'll be like I saw him get hit in the foot there, and it took him a while to shake that off, or ankle. And I'm like, oh, he's going to have an arm injury now. That's because I don't know what it is. Like the Astros, whatever, they try to explain what's going on with Yordan. They always have the wrong hand, the wrong arm, the wrong leg. It's funny.
I did see also, speaking of injuries, that when Dana Brown was doing, I don't know if this was in his press conference or his interview, he started referencing this knee injury for Jose Abreu. That he might have tweaked his knee in the spring.
See, they should have done that. That should have been the public spin.
I think that's the future spin. He accepted his assignment.
You can't do it now, man.
Good teammate.
You can't do it now.
And the knee, when they got to West Palm Beach, that's when they really realized the knee was really the problem for Jose Abreu.
I mean, maybe, but come on.
I know, but
come on.
I think they're trying to avoid that.
It's
moment.
over. You can't.
Couldn't they just have IL'd them then?
Well, because I think
that's what I say.
They still have some hope that they don't need to have him out for the season. And I do believe part of in their heart of hearts,
they
could have
put him on the 60. They could have put him on the 60-day IL and done this exact same thing. I think, right?
Well, their hope is that he's not down there for 60 days.
I don't know, man.
Even though they did say there's no timetable.
It's an extended stay. How long is it going to take for him to get back to where he's at, where he's going away from Major League pitching? I don't know.
All right. Over under. We'll just make it June 1st. Is he back on the Astros?
No.
June 15th.
No.
I'll save some time. He'll never play for the Astros again.
I think it's done too.
I think they have
June
hopes
30th.
that he will. But I don't think he'll ever play for the Astros.
I think we might see him in the clubhouse or the dugout if they make it to the postseason, but I don't know that he'll be playing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't.
You have to answer this question, and I don't think any of us can. How in West Palm Beach can he prove that he's fine again? Because as embarrassing as this is for Jose Abreu, what would be more embarrassing is for the Houston Astros and Abreu to say, yeah, Abreu's back on track, to bring him back and for the exact same results to continue.
That'd be a tough look.
But I mean, don't you think that's likely to happen?
Yes.
I'm not even laughing about this.
That would be the most likely outcome. Is that he comes back, he's terrible again, and that's when the knee injury pops up, and that's when the season's over.
I think there's a gap between being what he has been and being terrible. I think he can improve and still be bad.
Do you want to play that?
I mean, it depends how first base is going in the interim.
The only reason that he played as long as he did last year was because there was no competition. And now it's not even a matter of who the competition is because John Singleton's not that good. I mean, I know he had the home run last night. He should not have flipped the bat. You're not good enough to flip the bat like that. Wow. It was a cool bat flip, but this is not unwritten rules. Be
Brian McCann, Paul Gallant over here.
Oh, fine. Whatever.
Play the game the right way.
I just think it's a little unnecessary, but hey, whatever. It's fine. If you want to keep doing that, if that gives you the confidence, go at it. But it's Singleton, it's Caratini, it's Mario Joseph Loperfido.
Yeah, it's not a great.
You're maybe Mauricio Dubon playing it for the second time since high school.
Yeah, all the options other than John Singleton is literally guys that don't play first base.
Yep.
It is teaching players to play first base are the other options. So that's why it's like, I don't know, if there's like a path for him to come back and be like a 200 hitter.
Who's next on the list for the Astros fans?
On first base? Oh.
To blame. Because Jose Abreu, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Chas McCormick kind of got covered up with the issues. Even Alex Bregman was very much covered up by Jose Abreu's issues. The bullpen was largely ignored because of these issues with Jose Abreu. Like, he caught the heat of the fans. I wonder if it's just it's Brian Abreu is kind of the new target of the Astros fan base of like who we're blaming next. Because Brian Abreu couldn't hit the zone. Now he gets out of it. Like he gets out of it in a big way, but it was brutal the start of that inning. It was just not good.
Yeah,
enough.
he threw more balls than strikes in that inning. It was bad. And I mean, Presley was your best reliever last night, technically, because he didn't allow any runs. He did walk a guy. Josh Hader threw 2 innings, about damn time, but he allowed the double. Obviously, the runner on second, not his fault. He was electric other than that. And Rafael Montero doing the same thing. But I don't think it's going to be a reliever. I don't think it's going to be a pitcher. I think it ultimately becomes another person that we see on a daily basis. You know? If Josh Hader looks like that last night.
Good.
Yeah. Good. I mean, because that is one that's a potential problem just because of the contract that he signed.
Mm-hmm.
You have to look at other guys who are playing on a regular basis that have a contract that doesn't make sense. Montero, I think, is that in the last two of the last couple outings have been kind of the Rafael Montero experience of last year, and of his entire time in Seattle, which a lot of the baseball nerds told me that, like, well, actually, he's really good in Seattle. I was like, I watched him. What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know ball that much. Your game frightens me and confuses me. But I'm trying to think. I guess McCormick, but McCormick. People like McCormick though.
Dude, Joey's gonna play. Joey's gonna play, and I think Jordan's gonna be in left a lot. I mean, DH a lot.
Jake Myers,
Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown's gonna catch it.
Hunter Brown.
You can't keep giving up 3 runs in every first inning and not catch it.
I am
especially. I know, like, I don't know if Joe, if Jeremy's been sliding in your DMs and saying Hunter Brown's a reliever.
He is,
but he replied to one of my tweets saying Hunter Brown's a reliever.
Is he?
Can you be a reliever when you're allowing all the runs in your first inning?
That's why like I'm confused about
bad
what do you like
after 25 pitches.
Yeah.
He's bad from pitch 1.
Because like the thing is like Hunter Brown, can he be a reliever? I say no. He's at his worst when he first comes into a baseball game. That means you can't be a reliever. That's your only inning is the first inning of every baseball game. He's better at innings 2 through 5. I'd rather that Hunter Brown we saw last night than bullpen Hunter Brown because he can't come in a tie game in the bottom of the 7th and he just gives up 3 runs. That's what Montero and Abreu are for right now.
Hunter Brown's like a first-time pilot because, I mean, once you're in the air, all right. But the takeoff, it is bumpy to the point where everyone's like, wait, are we not going to make it? And the landing is also bumpy to the point of, are we sure we're going to make it? I've had a lot of experiences like that recently. I don't know if that has to do with, the transportation issues or the airline issues in our country or whatever. All I know is that's what Hunter Brown reminds me of the most. Like the takeoff, I feel like we're trying to leave the atmosphere. There's a lot of turbulence going on. And the landing, let's just say like we bounced 3 times before ultimately coming to a stop.
Yeah, it's Hunter Brown's a tough one to solve. I
you know what
just
sucks
don't
for
know.
him? I feel bad for him because he actually bounced back after an awful first inning.
Yeah.
And Espada left him in too long. And any confidence that he might have built in those 4 innings afterwards, you got to imagine some of it's gone because they sent him in there to go up against the rotation, or excuse me, the lineup a third time. And yeah, they just shelled him.
And that's kind of why I he's confusing because
some people are
I
suggesting
still believe a little bit because of what you saw in innings 2 through 4.
the TV broadcast. Someone asked Todd and Jeff Blum, and someone on the Twitch are asking the same question. They proposed the idea of an opener. Here's the problem. Hunter Brown eventually has to pitch that first inning, whether it's as a reliever or as a starter.
Yeah.
And he's allowed 15 earned runs in the first inning this year.
But there could be a thing of, would you rather him instead of his first inning, which is going to be bad no matter what, apparently. If we're just operating under the first inning is going to be bad, do you want it against the top of someone's lineup, or could you get it to where you have like a Seth Martinez throw the first 2 innings, hopefully get it to batters 7, 8, 9 for Hunter Brown, and then
he plays, and then he faces the top of the order in the 4th inning, gives up all of his runs.
But at that point, he's already the pilot, already in air. He's already at cruising altitude.
You're right. I mean,
I'm not endorsing this. I'm just saying this is what the thought could be, is to just have someone else take the lumps of, like you said, facing him facing the lineup the third time. It's like, well, if you kind of rearrange things to where he really can only face them 2 times maximum, maybe.
It's the one analytical thing like we've not seen the Astros organization really do.
Because they always had great starting
Yeah.
pitching.
I mean, even like in times when they've had so many injuries and like there could be an argument for it in a couple of years where like just because so many guys were hurt. Like I watched this video from Garrett Stubbs yesterday that's going viral where he tried to name the starting lineup from his debut in 2019. Like there's plenty of moments where there's so many injuries on this team over the last couple of years, specifically 2020 during the COVID year. And the Astros, they would do it if they had to, but it was more like it was like a 9-inning bullpen game.
Yeah, they've done bullpen games.
Yeah.
They haven't done the full like Tampa Bay Rays have your 7th inning guy start the game and then the starter come in.
Yeah.
The broadcast was talking about this last night, though. Todd and Jeff, they were saying that teams don't really do this. Even the Rays have kind of
no one. It's not like in vogue,
right?
Yeah.
So you could theoretically do that, but who are you opening with? How does that affect your actual bullpen, where you're at right now? And Hunter Brown is still eventually coming into this game to pitch.
Yeah, I don't think an opener solves these problems.
He's just not. He's not good out of the gate. He is not a morning person.
I like that. Not a morning person. This might be a conversation that gets had, if necessary, once Urquidy and Garcia and the other guy, McCullers. Once they get healthy, and you can go with some, and they will be coming off of, 2 of them will be coming off of very traumatic arm injuries, where it's like, well, what if we get 3 innings from each of them instead of asking one of them to go 6 every 5 days? That could be a solution for.
That's a good solution.
The days that we all look forward to when the Astros are back to having too many starting pitchers.
I wonder if we see that starting this week. I don't think it's crazy to think that this is the last time we see a game start with the intention of Spencer Arrighetti and Hunter Brown pitching 5+ innings. That after Arrighetti pitches on Friday, Christian Javier comes back. If we don't see this piggyback go into effect with your rotation, that your rotation is Fromber, Verlander, Javier, Blanco, and then the 5th day is Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti pitching 3 innings each. Like it wouldn't shock me if that starts next week.
Yeah,
It's not a bad solution, but it does feel more like something you would do in the playoffs.
It's a Band-Aid.
And we'll see with Arrighetti, because maybe you just send one of them down, and it makes it easier for you. Send one of either Hunter Brown, because he hasn't exactly, covered himself in glory. But the last night was a good start for Hunter Brown, And
you're up 600 runs.
His ERA only went up 0.1 from 9.68 to 9.78. I actually tweeted that out sarcastically. Is this even going to affect his ERA, giving up 3 runs in the first inning? And amazingly, like this night where he allowed, 6 earned runs? Amazingly, it didn't really affect his ERA at all.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So that's why.
But he looks like Justin Verlander.
He's got sick tattoos.
Oh, maybe you send him to West Palm Beach, and
it'll turn Jose Abreu's season around.
One of I'm guessing one of them gains confidence.
Jose
the
Abreu.
other one, confidence shattered forever.
So
the
Hunter
other
Brown
one-
just gives batting practice to Jose Abreu.
And
You know what?
yeah.
At this point, you may as well make West Palm Beach the go-to spot.
One of them gets their groove back.
Yeah. And Hunter Brown, I mean, like, you don't have to ask him to take that option.
No,
You
Hunter
can
Brown
just
can
send
just
him there.
Yeah, Hunter Brown can just go to Sugarland.
Abreu, you had to ask permission for. And to Abreu's credit, because I know a lot of people are clouding on him today, Abreu actually said yes. He could have made that a lot more difficult
He
than
gets
he needed to.
minimum credit for that.
He gets a
but
little credit.
He gets a little credit.
And he gets a lot of credit for just being the face of the American dream.
All right, Josh Hader changed his tune last night. It was kind of nice to see. We'll discuss it next year on Gallant George, and then we'll do Soft Boys at 2:30 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Let me tell you about another American dream. It's born in the West. It's true Western tradition. It's Pendleton whiskey. I've been telling you guys about this for quite some time now. I love me some Pendleton whiskey at the end of a long day. It's smooth. It's refreshing. It goes well in any kind of whiskey cocktails you might make. I like to mix it with coffee. But if I have it straight up, what I do is get a big old glass, a big old rock, 2 fingers worth of that goodness, and it's fantastic. Pendleton whiskey is barrel-aged in American oak. It's made with the finest northern grains, and on top of that, cut with Mount Hood glacier water. You blend it all together, and you get something that's truly special that'll satisfy your inner cowboy. You can see what Pendleton has to offer at their website, some of the cocktails you could make at pendletonwhiskey.com. And you can order it on Drizzly or get it at your local liquor store. It's Pendleton whiskey. It's true Western tradition.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
So Josh Hader came back out. We talked on it. We've mentioned it. Obviously, he gave the double, but there's a runner on second base. It's a stupid rule. I get why they do it because, I'm glad last night's game didn't go forever. I'm glad it was over in the 10th. It's one of the good things about baseball's new rules. But Josh Hader changes his tune, I guess. I mean, we spent so much time talking about this where his words and his actions did not meet. He was saying in the past in these interviews with Ken Rosenthal and other people of that he wouldn't pitch more than 3 outs anymore, and he would only do save situations because when he was going through arbitration that he didn't have enough saves and it was hurting him. Well, he was under contract, and we've seen 2 or 3 times this year where there would have been an argument to have him come back out for the 10th or come back out for another inning, and they wouldn't do it. And Joe Espada would say, well, he's a 9th inning guy. Yesterday, the Astros approached Josh Hader about pitching the 10th, and he said he wanted the ball. And I don't know if it's a change of tune or it's a acknowledgement of the Astros and Josh Hader of the urgency of a victory.
It might be that. I did not like the way that Espada talked about making that decision. Here's the thing. When you get put into a role, a management role, where you're making tough decisions, and it's funny because Joe and I were having some interesting conversations off the air, but sometimes you got to do things that you don't want to do, and you have to tell people things you don't want to tell them. Espada said that he doesn't feel comfortable essentially asking Josh Hader to pitch a second inning. Man, dude, you come on. What, did you guys have a conversation before the season began where he said there's no way I'm ever going to do this, especially after the Astros paid him all of that money?
Yeah.
Espada should not feel uncomfortable asking someone to do it. And that's my big question about those words. Were those words because he doesn't want to do that with Josh Hader on April 30th, which makes sense? Or is it because he's not going to be pushing his players to do more than what they agreed on doing, allegedly?
Yeah, I don't think like Josh Hader signed a contract with the Astros and said, I'm only pitching the 9th inning. I really don't. I don't think that. I really think that when he told that story, it was more of a reflection of the Milwaukee Brewers and San Diego Padres and those organizations, not himself and what his plans are. So my bigger belief would be that it's just a philosophical thing with Joe Espada. That Josh Hader is your 9th inning guy, and you're not going to use him unless it's a playoff type game, big atmosphere, needed win. If the Astros go on a 7 to 10 game win streak right now, and in a week and a half or whatever they play the New York Yankees and they feel like they're rolling, they may not use Josh Hader that same way again. I would not expect this to be the norm. I would expect it to be a big time exception.
Do you think that all those people who hated Dusty Baker would see that Joe Espada has some random thing that he won't break, a code, if you will? Do you think that they look at that and think to themselves, oh, wait, all managers are kind of the same, except for the ones that have had a lot of success in the league that have been around for a while? It's just a question I'm asking, because I know there's a lot of people who, are bigger baseball fans than me that think that this sport is so difficult to digest. But the idea that, much like Dusty Baker had his own, I guess, unwritten rules of how he would construct the lineup and when he would put in a player and when he would pull a player, etc. That's pretty funny that this is one with Joe Espada, where the most expensive pitcher on the roster that's healthy right now.
Yeah.
Although, wait, hang on, Verlander's back, but the guy you're paying $95 million is only a 1 inning guy. That's crazy. I get it that it's April 30th. It's a rational explanation, but come on, guys.
Yeah, I do think that the Dusty haters are in a bad spot this season. Because what they clamored for the most was Joe Espada, that Joe Espada was the savior of this team. And yes, they're on a 3-game win streak, but some of the actions of Joe Espada are questionable.
I think that Dusty would have pulled Hunter Brown after the 5th. I think you would have pulled him.
I agree with that.
I mean, that's the big thing last night that I think Espada should have done. I don't think it's the end of the world that he didn't. I think he wanted to let Hunter Brown continue to build his confidence. But hey, I mean, Joe, when you were at the LaBerge, you did a little gambling, right?
Yes.
Sometimes you gotta walk away. Like you've won a little bit. Sometimes you gotta walk away because you're gonna lose eventually.
It's true, and I did lose eventually.
Right. I feel like there was a certain point with Hunter Brown where they should have thought to themselves, you know what? It's more important that Hunter Brown comes out of a game where he started so horribly in the first inning, giving up those 3 runs, that he ends it retiring, what was it, 11 to 12 batters or something like that? That would have been huge for him going forward. And he did have a nice strikeout in that inning where he allowed 3 more runs. But, you got to, I think about that side of it. And I think Dusty Baker would think about the confidence of a player going forward as opposed to what's the correct situation here. Maybe more so than Espada. Espada's learning on the job, so I don't want this to sound like Espada's dumb or anything like that. That was one thing I second guessed last night, and then I read that comment by Espada about not feeling comfortable asking Josh Hader to pitch a second inning, and I was like, well, what? You wanted the guy with the beard to come in?
Dubin?
No offense to Dubin, but I see Dubin warming up, and I'm like, oh boy,
yeah, same.
I might tune out.
This game's over.
I wonder how much of it, and I think a good bit of it actually is that they, with Joe Espada, first-time manager, he comes in, he thinks, and rightfully so, that he's going to be managing a team that is going to make the playoffs. It is already going to make the playoffs, so it is more of a, well, we don't want to have Josh Hader throwing 6 innings or 6 outs, throwing two innings all the time, because this is a long season where we don't want to do that, especially not in April. And then, the season goes the way it's gone, and all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, we actually have to start managing games to win them like desperately. We are in. I think Joe, you started the show saying it was a must-win game.
Yeah, I mean,
it was a must-win game, and it was April 30th. They had a must-win game where when Joe Espada took the job, he didn't think there's gonna be no must-win games in April. Yeah. You kidding me? But now, the job has kind of changed underneath his feet. Partially, I mean, if you want to say some of that's Joe Espada's fault, sure, I guess. Some of it's also that Alex Bregman hit his first home run of the season last night.
That was nice to see.
It's Brian Abreu threw more balls than strikes last night. There's a lot of things that are wrong that I don't know if they're all Joe Espada's fault. Would just seeing Dusty Baker's face in the clubhouse make Ryan Presley okay with pitching the 8th inning all of a sudden?
I mean, who knows? Maybe there was more banana puddings than we know. And maybe there was other things. Maybe some guys were getting
butterscotch,
some
snack packs,
some Laffy Taffies for certain guys,
Laffy Taffy,
sneaky good candy. Love Laffy Taffy.
Really,
I do love Laffy Taffy. I don't know why, because I know that's kind of an unpopular take. I'm okay with that. I do very much.
You're okay wearing that one?
Yeah, but not the banana one. I think that's weird.
I don't
like banana candy.
I don't remember the last time I had a Laffy Taffy.
Oh, it's probably been a while.
What they taste like.
Yeah, I like my teeth.
Definitely so like a Halloween when I was like, 9.
Probably maybe that's why.
Definitely heard the song more.
Yeah, there was. That's a good point.
I've definitely heard the song more.
All right,
more recently.
Yeah. When we get back, it's time for Soft Boys. But before we do that,
take that Laffy Taffy.
Before we go and do Soft Boys, we do have to give something away. Another $25 gift card to our friends at the Highway Cantina.
Hell yeah, brother.
And today, we're not going to make you sing today, but we want to give this.
I would like you to sing that.
We're going to give this away to people that like our show, that listen to our show, and like the Highway Cantina as well. So it's a simple trivia question. 713-780-3776. What was the name of the drink that Paul, Brian, myself, and Anthony shared at Highway Cantina? We talked about it so much. You got to know. You got to know. If you don't know, take like the 10th call.
Also a character in the Pee Wee Herman movie.
Yes, that too. And Soft Boys is next here on Gallant George on ESPN 975.
It's true.
So many options for soft boys this week. There's a lot of softies around us. Where do you want to start with this one?
Well, in Soft Boys, I think it is fitting that on this day, May 1st of 2024, that we talk about the pushback from the fine people of Galveston against Charles Barkley's drive-by on Galveston's dirty-ass beach.
Mm-hmm.
Galveston City Council member David Collins, who I guess used to be a radio guy in the 70s. I went to his website, collinsforcouncil.org.
Okay.
Maybe this is me someday. Down the road,
Councilman
I'm going to be
Gallant.
a city councilman in Galveston.
Hey, you know what, Paul? I'll vote for you.
You'd vote for me? I appreciate that. Thank you. Sean, would you vote for me?
I want to hear some of your platform, but
Dude, you're a terrible friend.
what? I want to be an informed voter.
Blind,
Since when is
yes.
that wrong?
Blind, yes.
Sean's a good American. Joe is a good friend.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with serving my country.
I salute you.
I'm asking,
you know what? Country over friend.
I'm asking not what my country can do for me, but what I can do for my country.
Yep.
Well, City Council member David Collins can do this for Galveston Beach. Defend the wall. He had this to say in a statement that he emailed to the Houston Public Media. Quote, Mr. Barkley used the phrase dirty water washed up on the beach. If anyone understands being washed up, it would be Mr. Barkley.
Good burn.
It is a good burn. It is a good burn.
I think he should have been a little bit more clear about which Charles Barkley we're talking about, not the best sports broadcaster there is, Charles Barkley.
Yes.
Houston Rockets Charles Barkley would have been a better way to go about it. But
yeah,
I feel like David Collins, your attack back on Charles Barkley was rather soft.
Yeah, it's not the best clapback.
It's like it's a good start, but I want some more. Like I need like a 3-sentence takedown.
Exactly. Right. You know, there's beef going on in the rap world between Drake and Kendrick Lamar, and you want the retaliation to be closer to 6 minutes instead of 10 seconds.
Yes. Yeah.
Because I think that's how long Kendrick Lamar's thing was.
I think it was over. It was over 6 minutes.
Yeah, I saw some people criticizing how long it was.
At one point, he just goes, "I hate the way you walk. I hate the way you talk. I hate everything about you."
Hell yeah, I like that.
It's fine. You hate it. You hate it.
A couple other people were caping for Galveston as well. The Galveston Park Board says that it creates a clean, safe, and fun environment for beach goers. While they acknowledge that water conditions change day to day, locals and visitors love having such an accessible, picturesque beachfront.
Own goal.
Look, man.
Own goal.
Yeah.
You should not have mentioned the water.
Like, just talk about the beach.
You're making him right.
Well, here's further from Galveston. Galveston is much more than a beach town. There are a multitude of attractions and amenities to enjoy across the island. Rainforest Cafe, from
none of which are the beach.
Theme parks to world-class museums to fine dining. There's no shortage of fun. Galveston is a family-friendly and cause-friendly destination, and we think the Pelicans would find well-deserved R&R here in the offseason. Well, they tried. Again, not the best defense because, as Sean said, own gold.
I get they kind of have to respond.
We're more than a beach town.
You don't really.
No, but
like no one really cares.
I guess less so this random, faceless, basically nameless government office. Like they don't have to respond, but I get why the city councilman. He's like, all right, I can.
Yeah.
All eyes on Galveston. I can get my name out there.
He's using Chuck for clout.
Yes,
and
which I understand.
I mean, I like the places who
The game
just
is the game.
posted photos of Chuck at like their businesses.
Yeah, that
in
bike shop
Galveston.
or whatever.
Like the
that
bike
was
shop. It's like, didn't seem to hate it then, Chuck. Like that I think is funny.
Because you got him to backpedal.
Yeah.
He was like, no, the people are great.
Yeah.
I think he even said the restaurant was good.
Yeah, like the water's the problem.
The dirty ass beach.
Like here's the thing. I have a 3-year-old son. If I have to have a debate in my head about whether it's safe to put my son in that water, your water is a problem. Like, okay? Like if there's a question mark of like, is my son gonna get like flesh-eating bacteria in the water? Like, it's a problem. Yeah, if I want to go spend a bunch of money at San Luis, hell yeah. I love that place. It's great.
Well, more various government agencies in Galveston are on the defense.
City Commerce.
The Galveston Bay Foundation, not to be confused with the Galveston Park Board, said this. President Bob Stokes, in a statement, wrote, "Our local water may not be crystal clear, but it's not because it's dirty." That's just wrong, sir. Our water has a large amount of sediment in it. The currents push water from the Mississippi River to our upper Texas beaches.
They're passing the blame?
No, sediment is literally dirt. It is dirty water.
But they're saying it's not their dirt. This isn't our dirt.
Classic Joe, what was his name?
Their
Bob
dirt.
Something.
Classic Bob Stokes.
Classic Bob Stokes pushing the blame. This is what he's done. His whole career that led him to whatever Chamber of Commerce he's at.
Hey, it's the Galveston Bay Foundation. So that's Galveston pushing back on Charles Barkley.
Yeah, you get him, Galveston.
All of them were basically, yes, our water is dirty, but
you suck too.
And
all the response.
David Collins saying that if anyone understands washed up, it is Mr. Barkley.
I didn't think that David Collins would be the best one.
I like that he called him Mr. Barkley, just to be a little bit professional.
Yeah. No need to, stoop too low.
He is a politician. He does hold office, and we salute him for his service. Charles Oakley called out Joel Embiid on Sirius XM, saying this: "Joel Embiid is too big to be crying. I'm sorry. I said about 2 years ago he could be the next Wilt Chamberlain. I don't know. He could be the next Dunkin' Donut or something because he just cries."
That makes me laugh.
Do donuts cry?
I don't.
I'm a little confused by this.
I think he's basically just saying
he's a fatty boom batty.
I don't actually. Now that I think, it was funny just the hearing it. The second you interrogate it, it's like, wait, what?
Yeah, I really don't know what he said. And Sirius XM's weird because they don't post any of the clips from their shows.
That's smart. Yeah,
it's very dumb. I don't understand.
That's why they're losing hundreds of thousands of subscribers.
I didn't know it was like that. But I can say, Charles Oakley looking like the soft boy after Joel Embiid had a triple-double, and Maxey hitting a shot from the logo to send it to overtime. That was the best moment in sports last night.
Low-key choke job by the Knicks, too.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Just like Brunson.
That's what they do best.
Hey, Brunson, salute to you. You've played well. You've exceeded all expectations. You're awesome in Game 4. Game 5, not so awesome.
New James Harden.
Joel Embiid going to be right about this? They're going to win this series?
They still got to win 2 more.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
about skeptical. That. It's still the Sixers. I mean, we're talking about like 2 NBA franchises with loser DNA, but both of them, like, they have equal amounts of loser DNA. Like, they're my little brothers as a Celtics fan.
Yeah, I mean, when's the last time the Knicks? Because I saw Old Ticks Exposed got to get a bunch of people last night because these idiots started tweeting, like StatMuse. They tweeted last night, the Knicks' first series clinching win at MSG since 1999.
You would think that if anyone would know about not putting the cart before the horse, it would be freaking Knicks fans.
Yeah.
Who'd like act like they're literally Reggie Miller exists. Yeah. Like what Tyrese Maxey did was essentially what Reggie Miller did 30 years ago. Like I don't understand how they got so chesty in the third quarter of a close game. Like what? They're morons.
One last one for soft boys. We can talk about some of these other ones tomorrow. The head coach of the Tampa Bay Lightning is now looking at the playoffs from perhaps Galveston Beach. Just kidding. Tampa Bay has better beaches. John Cooper said something pretty controversial after 2 Lightning goals were disallowed because of goaltender interference.
The boxing out that goes there, it's like prison rules in the playoffs, but it's not prison rules for the goalie. Like the second something happens, like we might as well put skirts on them then.
So this has been crushed by local media, and Cooper, for his part, has apologized for saying that we may as well put skirts on goalies. He does have a couple of daughters who play youth hockey.
That's a funny wrinkle.
I mean, he shouldn't have to apologize for this.
No, he shouldn't have to, but
it's a common saying, but it's weird that all of a sudden this common saying has become a loaded term.
It's because he literally has daughters that play hockey. And so you're kind of putting down your daughters.
Yeah. But the point that he was making overall was the goalies are the most padded players on the ice.
Yeah.
And yet, when they get touched, there's different rules for them. He made some references to prison rules, as you heard at the very beginning of that. Like, it was a really interesting answer, I thought, in the middle of like a basically 4-minute rant about the calls and saying, like, listen, if we had won this game, I would be ranting about this too, because they lost the game. They lost pretty handily. I think they lost 6-1. So I feel like
6-1's tough to.
I feel like he's correct in calling out goalies, because it does feel weird that goalies are such a protected class in hockey. Like you ice a goalie accidentally or purposefully, someone's gonna probably punch you in the face. Like if you skate up to them and like stop at the last second, And I agree with John Cooper here. I agree with him.
I do like that no matter what the sport, they like go to is what
skirts.
We put skirts on them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's
and then having to be like 24 hours later, I apologize to my daughters.
Of course, you're gonna
who play youth hockey.
He said, quite frankly, it has pained me more than the series loss, which actually that pains me as a Lightning fan.
That's a soft boy.
That is
also losing 6-1 and complaining about 2 disallowed goals.
Yeah, that's also very soft.
Like, what are we doing, dude?
Yeah, that's you can't. You can't.
He's getting praised
it's
for
not
his
the
sincere
moment.
apology, at least, though. He's got that going
That's
for him.
good. That I was also thinking when you said local media was upset about him or upset with him about this, I was thinking, is he going to get fired? Like, is that why? Is he just a terrible coach?
The way he is getting complimented on social media right now, you would think that he's going to get an extension after losing in 5 to the state rival Panthers.
But like, yeah, I mean the Panthers are probably gonna win the cup this year, so like, it's not.
You think so?
Feels like it. Without Boston.
Interesting.
Yeah, I miss hockey.
Yeah, I do too. I mean,
I was watching the playoffs a little bit yesterday, and with the Astros, because I just didn't publicly say it, I also put the Astros in timeout. While you did, they were getting the phone treatment of the games. And,
wow!
And hockey and NBA was getting the big TV. I evolved. I started putting Bluey on my laptop for my son.
There you go. That's smart. That way you don't have to watch it.
And then I remembered I had a laptop that doesn't work that great anymore besides the internet.
Oh, nice.
So that way if he breaks it, because he tried to throw my laptop.
Of course.
When a commercial came on.
Small child.
He got mad at my laptop.
But smart getting mad at the commercials.
He tried to throw it.
Cut the cord.
Yeah.
Although that's more expensive now, too.
All right, we'll do a garbage time to wrap up the show next. Just a reminder as well, tomorrow we are broadcasting live from Wakefield Crowbar.
Hell yeah. And every single day of your life, you should be going to the Highway Cantina. They've got the best margarita. For $9.75, you can get a tall Texan margarita at the Highway Cantina. It's right in the middle of downtown. It's by all of the stadiums and the arenas and the bars, and it's a fantastic place to start off a day of fun. Or maybe you just want to go there for a happy hour, or you're looking for a place to meet downtown so you can impress the boss. This is the place to go to. It's not just the margaritas, which are outstanding. They brought some in for us yesterday. I can't even find where the gallon jug of the margarita went because everyone liked it as much as they did. Amazing fajitas, beef, chicken. The chicken is really good. They do something with the seasoning that I don't think a lot of places do. On top of that, you got mesquite sausage. You got wood-fired oysters. I don't know why I said wood-fired oysters. I think it's just because my mouth is salivating so much thinking about all those options at the Highway Cantina. The salsa verde is wonderful. It is so different than salsa verde that you've had as well. The Highway Cantina is the greatest place in the world. Highway Cantina. Tell them Paul Gallant sent you by.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Justin Verlander will be on the mound tonight. We'll get an official announcement soon from the Astros here that Trey Cabbage is coming up to replace Jose Abreu. His option goes into effect today as he heads to West Palm Beach, but the Astros will go for a 4th straight win tonight when they take on the Guardians. Tristan McKenzie will be on the mound for them. And hopefully tomorrow while we're at Wakefield Crowbar, we can celebrate another Astros victory.
Hell
But
yeah.
Before we
dude.
do that, we must do garbage time.
Let's go. Guys, we talked about Hunter Brown and how he's a lot like an inexperienced pilot. Takeoff, not feeling so good. Landing, not feeling so good. Well, it feels like a lot of flights out of Texas have been dealing with similar problems. A flight from Dallas to Japan was canceled. Why? Well, the pilot was wasted.
Oh, yikes.
It was canceled after the pilot was quizzed by cops for wild behavior while drinking at an all-night party in his hotel, according to a report. Japan Airlines canceled the flight from Dallas to Tokyo last Wednesday to check on the mental and physical well-being of the 49-year-old captain. The 157 passengers had to be transferred to other flights. That sucks if you're flying to Tokyo and you got to get transferred to other flights. The pilot, who was not otherwise identified, had dined in Dallas with other crew members at around 6 p.m. and then continued partying in his hotel, first in the lounge and then his room. Oh, this guy sounds like a life of the party.
He was going hard.
Sounds like a pilot.
Right, on a Tuesday. This guy's living it up on a Tuesday. Police questioned him and warned him not to cause any more problems. The airline will not allow him to fly the next day, and the 11:05 flight had to be canceled when another pilot could not be found to replace him.
That sucks.
I wonder if he actually gets in any trouble. They're not even saying his name publicly.
Well, here's the thing. Once upon a time, sometimes you have to admit when you say things that some people say are stupid. Joel and Jeremy made a lot of fun of me for this one.
What's this?
There was a story like this we talked about once on the Bees before when I was their producer. And I stated that these pilots should be charged for attempted murder. I'm not even, you know what? I don't really want to back down from that take. They can make fun of me all they want. But you're going to drink and then fly a plane? You're just lucky you got caught. I'm talking about the attempted murder story. The pilot, when you guys made fun of me. Joel's giving me a nasty look.
Yeah, Joel's looking through the glass. He's shaking his head
I just hear
disappointedly.
the weasel from the other room when he decided to drop a Joel and Jeremy.
Oh,
when he thinks
no,
we're not
I'm the
listening.
weasel?
Yes.
Do you want Joel to come in here and finish the segment?
I'm good. Yeah. At least he called me a weasel to my face. I appreciate that.
Interesting. What's going to happen at 3 o'clock on the Killer Bees now?
I'm admitting that they made fun of me, and I'm not backing down.
You're not
from these
backing down
things.
for the.
Yeah, you shouldn't be you should be in lots of trouble.
So this,
you should lose your job.
You should lose your job.
I can start with losing your job.
Lose your job. Attempted murder.
I know.
Do we
I
have
said it. I'm not gonna back down.
Super DUI? Maybe get a super DUI.
Be attempted manslaughter.
I think that's actually what they were critical of with me. Now that I think back to it.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm not gonna. You told me not to back down from my takes, so I'm not gonna back down
That's
from
true.
this take.
Listen, I'm not telling you to.
Yeah,
that's good.
I like that.
Go to jail if you drink before you are scheduled to fly a plane.
I wasn't ready for that. But what about in the 50s and 60s? How would they have ever flown anywhere?
I know. This guy born in the wrong generation.
Yeah.
Touche.
Yeah, if you just having a martini back in the 50s and 60s. They were probably hammered all the time. And they actually had it was flying a plane was a little bit more difficult back then.
I mean, they were probably drinking and flying, to be honest.
Hell yeah, dude.
And letting people into the cockpit. They're also doing that.
Johnny, do you like baseball? Have you ever
Yeah.
seen a Roman gladiator, Johnny? There's a movie coming out next year, and it features very strong independent women. Sydney
Okay.
Sweeney and Anna de Armas. So I'm really excited for that. As a feminist, I'm going to, I think, check it out. Also, happy birthday to Anna de Armas, who turned 36
What's this movie?
yesterday, and she's single. Do I have a chance? Good question. The movie is called Eden. I think the real question with Anna is, does she have a chance with me? You know, my mom said I'm running out of options, and Anna, that's true. I'm running out of options.
So
You're
are
running
you.
out of options too.
Yeah.
You're a year older than me.
Yeah.
You know?
Except the problem is that there's always like for Hollywood, there's Leos out there.
Yeah.
She's probably too old for Leo.
Yeah, she's
Exactly.
like a decade too old for
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah. So, hey, I support strong, powerful women. Just wanted to say that.
Yeah, even when they're, sometimes Hollywood's like plan of put a bunch of hot chicks in a movie and hope people go see it doesn't work.
Well,
AKA Sydney Sweeney and everyone else in that last weird Madam Web Spider-Man movie that I heard is the worst movie of all time.
interesting. I figured you would have watched it. You're a big Marvel guy.
No, Michael Carroll said it was one of the worst movies he's ever seen. He actually told me to go see it. And
Yeah,
pay
that
for
actually
it
sounds
because
fun.
it's so bad that you should watch to see it.
That sounds good.
I think it's coming on Netflix pretty soon.
All right, Netflix it is. Not paying for it. All right, that does it for us.
Okay.
We're out of time.
I know. This last story, I don't want anyone to know about it. It involves Emmanuel Acho.
All right, tomorrow at 3 o'clock. If the Astros lose, that'll be our lead story. If the Astros win, we'll talk about Justin Verlander and a 4-game win streak. We'll be live at Wakefield Crowbar tomorrow from noon to 6. We'll see you there. Goodbye.
Peace.
Ooh, what up,
H-Town. Hey, how we doing?
Go ball. That ball hit pretty well to right. And there's a walk-off. A walk-off with 2 outs. Victor Caratini, the star of the game. The Astros, who have struggled in extra innings, walk it off. 10-9.
I like him a little dirty, and I like a couple of olives for the walk-off Caratini.
It's our good friend Todd Callis. He's Blank. I'm Brian. I'm Brian behind the glass. It is a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Don't call it a win streak, Blankers. Don't call it a win streak. The Houston Astros, for the first time all year, have won 3 games in a row, and it's a walk-off. A walk-off for the Astros.
It's amazing. I
It's
mean,
a walk-off. It's a walk-off.
now the fact that we can say that the good karma coming from Mexico City after that weekend wasn't a fluke. They found a way to win another one. Maybe this is the big momentum changer. Maybe finally this is the one that keeps them going in the right direction. You would hope so. It was not easy by any stretch of the imagination, and there were times that I was ready to turn it off, but I'm glad I didn't, and I'm glad they got the win.
When were you going to turn it off?
I was very frustrated, and I know I already thought about this because I hate having this conversation with you, but I was frustrated enough that when they blew the 8-3 lead, it got to 8-8, and then Abreu started putting the leadoff guy on again. I'm going, oh, please don't do this to me. Don't screw this game up now with a game that I thought was over. And then I thought that they were going to lose it in extra innings. I really did, because I didn't think that I'd see Josh Hader to come out for a second inning. I thought, well, here he's going to go to Seth Martinez again, or someone lesser than, and we're going to lose another game.
You were going to turn it off in a tie game?
No, I wasn't really going to turn it off. I was just extremely frustrated.
Yeah, that was frustrating.
Montero was where it started for me.
They should have gave him a clean inning. I didn't love Espada not giving Montero a clean inning. I didn't love him riding Hunter Brown another inning. I thought that was unfair to Hunter Brown. At the same time, you have this big lead, blah, 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 blah. Good win for the Stros.
Mm-hmm.
The Guards had the best record in the American League coming into that game yesterday. Like, they're currently 1 month into the year, the standard. They're the standard in the American League, and the Astros whooped up on them yesterday for most of that game. Guards came back, tied it. Astros win in extra innings. That was now the Caratini thing. Was it just me, or did you think that Caratini lined out to right? Like, as soon as he hit the baseball, I was like, okay, that's good wood. And then he, dropped it, and it kind of looked like he moped. Like, he kind of pouted. I was like, oh, great, that's right to the right fielder. And then it's like, oh, no, that was his bat flip. As soon as it came off the bat, and then his reaction, I thought it was a line drive right to the right fielder.
Yeah.
I thought it was caught.
I thought that it wasn't high enough to get out. I thought he hit it pretty solid. By no means was I thinking that was going to get out. I thought that was going to score the run, or it was going to get caught. I didn't pay that much attention to his reaction, because he didn't John Singleton it and really try and show out.
His reaction looked like he pouted.
Maybe a little. I knew he hit it hard. I just wasn't sure that it was high enough to get to the wall, and thank God it got a little higher than that.
Yeah, that was what a way to win it. I wouldn't mind seeing him play a little bit more, quite frankly. I wouldn't mind seeing him catch a little bit more. Yiner play first base. Now, Joe Espada dispelled that notion. Joe Espada said that's not going to be something that's happening. That's not an option. He mentioned that, Singleton's going to get a run of play. Reports are that Trey Cabbage is being called up, so maybe you see him over there a little bit. Mauricio Dubon was taking ground balls at first base. Maybe you see him over there a little bit against lefties. And then Joey Loperfido had the fat glove. He had the flat glove working on short hops and things like that. So I think those are your options at first base, although I wouldn't mind Yiner Diaz mixed in over there to get Caratini behind the dish, who is a better defensive catcher. Not that Yiner is bad, but Caratini's better. And then Caratini's been a find for you. He's really helped out. That was a shrewd offseason pickup that has paid dividends for Dana Brown and the Houston Astros. But vibes were good. It was good to see Joey Loperfido up there. I thought he was going to bat with the bases loaded every single time there for a moment. Had the 2 RBI single, had some moments. That was it, the third at bat where he takes the big swing at a fastball out of the zone and then watches 2 fastballs right down the middle. A little frustrating, but I like the fact that he was cool, he was calm, he was collected. Like, you're batting with the bases loaded, 1 out, your first ever major league start, and you're sitting there spitting at breaking balls in the dirt and then getting a good pitch and driving it into center field. I like the mentality. Like, yeah, he struck out twice. Yeah, he was only 1 for 5. But just one game sample. I'm not watching minor league baseball. You can kind of sense that he's a guy who puts together some solid at-bats. He's tough to get out. You might be able to strike him out, but he's a guy who's going to put together some quality ABs.
Oh, there's no doubt. When I watched him go into even his first at bat, you can tell he goes up there. He's got a plan. He's like you said, he's calm. He gets himself set. I think he's got a good idea, like from at bat to at bat, like what he's looking for. And yeah, we said it going in. He's going to swing and miss. It's just what he does. But it seems like he's got a good concept and a good idea when he goes to the plate. And I thought that the base hit he got for his first ever major league hit in that situation with the bases juiced was a fantastic piece of hitting, and he squared it up. So I'm excited to see more of him. I liked what I saw of him, except he did strike out, but we expected that. But overall, I just like the way he looks. He looks confident out there. He looks like he's under control, and I'd like to see more of him.
Yeah, I like that you like the way that he looks. But,
Okay.
yeah, I'm excited to see more of his plate appearances, more of his at-bats. I do think that he is a boost to this starting nine, obviously. I mean, you had a first baseman that was hitting .099. Chaz has been horrific. Jake Myers probably deserves to play a little bit more, but Jake Myers hasn't been fantastic. So excited to see him. It was nice to see Alex Bregman finally knock a ball out of the ballpark, his very first of the year, his only hit in 5 at-bats yesterday. But the timing was good. Like, you trailed 3-0 early. He comes to bat, 2 runners on, bottom of the 3rd inning, and he gets a hold of one. And I kind of had a feeling he was going to homer off Carrasco because he had a solid at-bat in his first plate appearance. He yanked that one foul. I was like, he's kind of seeing Carrasco pretty good. But good to see Alex Bregman. Hopefully he starts to get on a tear because I think that Alex Bregman has to be good for the Astros to be good.
He does. It was a get-well game in a lot of ways because that's a game they normally lose when they were finding ways to lose. You mentioned Bregman, but Singleton and Bregman both getting their first bombs, and that was much needed and way overdue. But they both gave you a little bit extra help offensively. But you just feel like there's a better vibe around the team right now. You feel like that they have a lot of positive energy, and you hear the stories from Jordan and everybody in Mexico City, and then trying to make sure that stayed with them when they got back home. They won at home again too, which is always a big story because they didn't do that as much as they should have a year ago. But the fact is, it seems like they've got some good mojo on their side right now. They've got a lot of momentum. They're getting pitchers back, and maybe they're getting a little bit more help offensively, no matter who plays first base, because you do have some more qualified big league hitters that you can go to kind of put in different situations that could give you, a chance for more production.
Yeah, I'm not a big believer in momentum. Like, I think that it carries some weight. I'm not a huge believer in momentum, but the vibes do seem better for the Astros. I think it was Mexico City. They probably listened to some mariachis, had a few margaritas. That makes everybody feel good. Anytime you have a margarita or two, you're listening to some mariachis for a few hours, how does that not immediately put you in a good mood? Like, whenever I want to get into a good mood, I listen to some Salinas. Immediately puts a smile to my face. So it's not a surprise to me that the vibes are better now that the Astros have come back from Mexico City. But good to see them get the win. 713-780-ESPN if you want to opine on the victory for the Houston Astros. 713-780-3776. J-Lo, we're not calling him that. What do you think of the nickname that the Astros are trying to put onto him? They're calling him Joey Cooks.
Yeah, I wasn't big on that.
I'm not a huge fan of that one either.
No,
it doesn't really roll off the tongue.
When I heard Blummer was thinking up a home run call for him, like his Martini Caratini, whatever he did, I was thinking that he's going to call him Joey from the block, just because I think he's going to try and tie in the J-Lo.
Oh, that will be interesting.
Yeah, that was the first. I go, don't tell me he's going to call him Joey from the block.
That would be interesting. If you call the shot on that, that would be very interesting. How do you feel about Blummer's having, like, that's basically a John Sterling thing, like where he has a home run call for all these guys. I'm not a big fan of it, if I'm being honest.
Sterling's was a lot more forced. At least Blummer gets a little bit more into the movies with the Vince Vaughn and the or whatever, the Meatloaf, or was that Will Ferrell? And you can get some of them, but I think you can. It has to come across natural. If there's any inkling that it's forced, then it's not worth your time because it just doesn't come off right.
Yeah, I don't really. But the difference between Sterling and Blum is Sterling's the play-by-play guy.
True.
Like
and
Blum's interjecting, and I know he's waiting for the call to be over. It's just, I don't know if I love that. Willie's asking us, did I just hear that Cabbage is being called up? That the reports are that Cabbage is going to be the move to replace Jose Abreu on the roster. Not surprising. I thought there was a chance it could be Hensley, so you can add an extra infielder, because it does now seem like there is a surplus. Like, now you have 3 left-handed guys who are capable of playing first base. John Singleton, Joey Loperfido, and Cabbage. Now, Cabbage and Loperfido can both play the outfield, but again, both left-handed. Like, it kind of feels like that's the same thing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And the Astros lineup is out for today, by the way. Just released. Altuve leads it off at second, Bregman at third, Jordan DHs, yes. Bats third, Kyle
Where are
Tucker
we on
and
that?
right. I think the pace is pretty close.
Okay.
I think the pace is pretty close, but I don't think that the Loperfido and the Cabbage stuff bodes
that
well
doesn't
for
help
you.
me. Yeah.
No, I don't think it bodes well for you. Tucker bats fourth and right. Pena in the 5-hole at short. Singleton's in the lineup again. Oh, this is interesting. Singleton's in the lineup again. He plays first base and bats sixth. Caratini catches, bats seventh, so no Diaz. Loperfido is in the 8th spot, playing left field, and then Mauricio Dubon's in center field, batting 9th. I don't know who's on the mound for Cleveland. That probably factors in. Oh, McKenzie, you're right.
McKenzie, yep.
I'm surprised Loperfido's batting 8th today.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
I guess Espada's he's rewarding Singleton and Caratini for homering, which I guess that's fine. That
And,
doesn't bother
and
me too
Yiner's
much.
getting a day off?
Yiner's getting the day off from catching.
Okay. Well, I mean, okay.
The Dubon in center again. I think Espada has borrowed a move from Dusty Baker where he's going to play center field when Justin Verlander's on the mound.
Yeah.
They like his arm.
Yeah, B-Mac and I have talked about this before. It was the unforced force, but now it seems to be it's a fact no matter what, that whether anyone wants to admit it or not, he's the personal center fielder.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the manager's call. Verlander said that he's never opined about who plays behind him or who catches him. He said the only time he did that was like 3 years ago. Who was the other catcher? Not Maldonado when they won the World Series.
It was
No, it wasn't Vasquez. It was the guy
Gaddis
before
and
that.
Brian.
It was after that era before Vasquez. I can't remember. He played on the Rangers for a while.
Oh, yes. I know exactly what you're talking about.
He caught Verlander in the Cy Young year, the
Yes, he
second
did.
Cy Young year in, I guess that would have been 18. Was Cole's last year 18 with the Astros? No, it was 17 because they went to the World Series. Or was that 19? No, that was 19.
19. It was 19.
2019, they had Maldonado and they had the catcher that I can't think of it. Chirinos. Chirinos was the Verlander's personal catcher that year. And the final game of the year, I would listen to Verlander talk about this because he said the only time he's ever told a manager that he wants a catcher or any position player was the final start in 2019. He was fighting with Garrett Cole for the Cy Young, final day of the regular season, and he said that they were going to catch Maldonado and not Chironis, or however you say his name. And Verlander's like, no, let's not mess with it. I'm chasing the Cy Young. Let's have Robinson catch me. He said that's the only time he's ever done that. But whenever we heard Dusty Baker talk about why he likes Dubon in center with Verlander, because he has a bigger arm. And Verlander's a fly ball pitcher. Yeah. He's thinking of runners tagging up and Dubon being able to limit the running game a little bit. So Espada has borrowed a move from Dusty Baker. He's also borrowed the Jordan batting third move from Dusty Baker and Jeremy Booth. So
imitation, most sincere form of flattery, and you learn something with the guys you work with. That's fine.
Yeah, it's interesting. So that's the lineup today. What's wrong with Espada's lineup? 713-780-3776 or at Jeremy Branham. Are we done with Hunter Brown? Are we done with him? We'll talk about that. How about Josh Hader wanting the baseball in the 10th inning? 2 innings from Josh Hader? That's not possible. Nobody believes that. We're going to be giving away a $25 Highway Cantina gift card coming up later in the program. Not telling you when. I'm not blowing that. You have to stick with us. You have to listen to us forever. What is your first month grade on the Houston Astros? All of that and more. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. 713-780-3776. We're on the Twitch. Some of us are. Twitch.tv/ESPN975 on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Blankers is at Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. And on TikTok, I'm at Jeremy J. Branham. All right, are we done with Hunter Brown? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. I'm done with potholes. Can't stand these sons of guns. That's why Third Rock Renewables is the best. You're tired of repairing these potholes. Of course you're tired of it. Whether it's a parking lot, a ranch road, lay down yard, truck parking, whatever, Third Rock Renewables is for you. You can just throw out a lay down yard. You can throw down a road. You can throw down a parking lot with mechanical concrete from Third Rock Renewables, and you can fix these potholes too, which are super annoying. Third Rock Renewables' patented technology, mechanical concrete, is the only low-cost, industrial-strength, sustainable base that turns these end-of-life tires into a virtually indestructible building product. It's fantastic. You can do it for your lay down yard, for your parking parking lots, to fix those potholes, Ranch Road, whatever. You want mechanical concrete. So call Third Rock Renewables 713-305-0507 to find out how mechanical concrete is for you, and also it's going to save you money. They're going to cut your maintenance costs by 75% or more. Why wouldn't you want that? If you mention ESPN 97.5, you'll also get a 20% discount. So call Third Rock Renewables 713-305-0507. Find out what they're all about. Fix these potholes. Throw down a good laydown yard. Throw down a good truck parking lot. Fix this road that you have. Fix all of it with Third Rock Renewable. 713-305-0507 or visit them online, thirdrockrenewables.com, thirdrockrenewables.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, Blankers, you know what today is? You know what it's going to be?
Yeah, I do, JT.
It's going to be May. Are we done with Hunter Brown? Yesterday, Hunter Brown, 6 runs, 5 hits, 2 walks, struck out 7, 5 1/3, gave up 2 dongs. Are we done with Hunter Brown? I heard some people talk about how they need to send Hunter Brown to West Palm Beach to build the confidence of Jose Abreu. Are we done with Hunter Brown?
I'm not. I'm not, because of the fact that I know that he's got a really, really good 1-2 punch fastball, and it's not really I guess it's a slider. It's a cutter. I'm done with this slow curveball. I'm done with whether you call it a knuckle curveball or whatever curveball he's throwing. More times than not, we talked about it earlier in one of his earlier starts when he got hammered. It just sits on the middle of the plate when he doesn't control it well enough. And one of the 2 bombs he gave up last night was another one of them. I think he's capable of being a reliever on this team. I think he's capable of giving you an inning and relying on those 2 pitches and maybe mixing a change. But I'm pretty much done seeing him as a starting pitcher right now for the Astros.
Yeah, I think that's a casual take, and I think it's a casual take of we're done with Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown was dominant from the 2nd through 5th inning yesterday. He ran into trouble in the first. He didn't give up much hard contact, quite frankly, in that first inning. You had 2 runners on, didn't get the ball hard once, and all of a sudden, he's in a 3-0 count to Naylor. That's where I'm the most critical of Hunter Brown. Stop getting behind in counts. But even the Naylor home run was a home run in one ballpark. That's a fly ball caught on the shy of the warning track at most places. Hunter Brown from the 2nd through the 5th inning against the Cleveland Guardians, who have a top 3 offense in the American League, was flat out dominant. He struck out 7 guards. He didn't give up a run from the 2nd through the 5th inning, And I think that Joe Espada put him in a tough spot coming back out for the 6th. I did not want him back out in the 6th inning because the start had been a grind. The first inning was hard to get through, and then he was pitching really, really well. And then he got through that 5th inning, hadn't given up another run since the first inning. Pull him. That's the spot that you take him out feeling good about his start. Didn't take him out. His pitch count went to 97. It's like, well, you're up by a good amount of runs. Let's try to buy another inning. That way we don't have to go to our key guys in the bullpen. Well, this is why you have a Seth Martinez. This is why you have a Taylor Scott. Get Hunter Brown out of the game when he's feeling good about himself. I thought it was a managerial mistake by Joe Espada. Forced him to throw 97 pitches, which is the most pitches he's thrown all season, and he ended up giving up, not all the 5 runs in the 6th inning were his, but he gave up 3 more. Rafael Montero picked up 2, which is another thing. Like, I don't want to use Rafael Montero with a big lead, but give him a fresh inning. Don't have him coming in these fireman situations. I thought it was managerial malpractice by Joe Espada to bring Hunter Brown back out for the 6th inning. Gave up 3 runs in the first. I feel like they were unlucky runs in the first inning. A couple of bleeders and then a bloop home run into the Crawford boxes. That was a home run in one place in the entire major leagues. Should have never been out for the 6th inning. I saw a lot of bright spots from Hunter Brown yesterday. I was super encouraged by his start.
That's great. I mean, I think, like I said, I think he's got major league stuff. But I think that he's going to be the odd man out once you start getting everybody back. And I think that they're probably better suited to try Urquidy when he comes back. And I think there's a spot for him in the bullpen. I'm not saying send him down to Sugarland, but I'm saying, you know what, for the time being and what we've seen, and because this team has dug a hole for itself and it's trying to dig its way out and starting pitching is going to be vitally important, then I'm not saying send him down, but I'm fine with him putting in the bullpen.
The next one's going to be Javier. The Astros announced their rotation for the weekend. It did not include Javier. It did have a TBA for Sunday, but I also heard Dana Brown on the flagship this morning say that they're getting Javier back next week. So maybe it's not this weekend for Javier. Maybe it is next weekend. Astros going with Blanco Friday, Fromber Saturday, and then TBA. He's had a good year on Sunday. So the next guy, Javier, whenever he comes back, who are you kicking out of the rotation?
So if Javier, Fromber, JV, Blanco, and who am I? Urquidy's not back yet, so who am I missing?
You're missing Eric Getty. You got
Eric
Brown.
Well, then Eric Getty's going down. Yeah, and Hunter Brown's still going to until you have the ability to bring Urquidy back. Then I think Hunter Brown will stay. But I trust Hunter Brown and his stuff more than I trust Spencer Eric Getty's.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to say that I think Hunter Brown's going to be a Cy Young this year. But there was a lot of encouraging things that I liked in that start yesterday from Hunter. We look at the 3-run bloop home run. Now, don't get behind 3-0. Like that's your mistake. Don't get behind 3-0. Get ahead of these hitters. Challenge a little bit early. Now, you got to make your pitch. You can't just leave it right down the middle, which he got in trouble with in Kansas City. But I thought he was really stinking good from the 2nd through the 5th, and I didn't love that Espada brought him back out there for the 6th at all. Are we done? I think he's done. Should have booked 2 to Florida. So this is kind of where everybody's at with Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown was 50-50 in his best year. I don't think he'll ever make it. Maybe in the bullpen because he's got some heat. He's also not good the first time out. Like in the first inning, he's been awful. So make him a reliever. He's good for 1 inning. In what world has he been pitching well in the first inning? If anything, give him an opener and let him be the follower.
Remember when Keuchel went through that? Keuchel went through that 1 year where the first inning you could tell the first innings where he's going to give up any runs at all, and then from the first inning on after that he was settled in. He was great.
Yeah, I don't really remember that. It must have been before the Cy Young year, huh? Or was it after the Cy Young year?
It was right after the Cy Young year. Greg Rajon of the Chronicle and I were tweeting back and forth about it because he was on the whole, Hunter Brown with the rough first innings, and I'm like, it reminds me of Keuchel in the year. It's a year or two after, I think, after the Cy Young, when he was still very, very good, but when he was going to struggle, he was going to struggle in the first inning.
He just labored through the first.
Yep.
5824, I'm not done with Hunter Brown, but I'm done with both hitting coach and pitching coach, not being able to elevate these players. That's been a popular trend where the Astros have been bad, too. 3106, as far as Hunter Brown, I watched the game. I don't know if you heard or not, but his velocity was actually up 1.5 miles per hour on the season average at 97, 98 a few times. I think he's still a project, but he has potential to be a stud if he can get his command together. He had a season-high 7 Ks. See, again, like, I'm not happy with the result. Like, if you go 5 1/3, I don't want you giving up 6 runs. It should have been 5 innings, 3 runs. A spot has screwed him over. But there were some bright spots. Like, it was okay. Like, this is the Hunter Brown that gives reason for hope. This is the Hunter Brown that, okay, you see some potential. Don't want the result, but I saw some things that were super encouraging. 6-0-3-0, yes, get him off my bad word team. And then Zach says he was solid yesterday. Espada shouldn't have left him in for the 6th inning. Where do you stand on him in the 6th?
I agree with you on the 6th. And I was watching the pitch count, and I think that he puts a lot of stress on himself too, and rightfully so. And he knows that he's another guy that I fully believe he has the passion. He wants to do better. He knows he's been off to a rocky start. So I thought he was pressing a little bit, and there was a lot of the mental side of it too, where I wouldn't have put him out there for another inning. But I believe that his first 2 pitches are above average major league pitches. I believe that he can pitch in the bigs, and I believe that there's a spot for him long term in the rotation. And so I'm not sending him down to the people that are. I just don't understand people's mentality that you can't see the difference between a guy that struggled with his starts and he's trying to implement a new pitch. But the fact that you're just willing to just throw him down to Sugarland and say, yeah, I'm done with him. It's not like pitchers like this with an arm like that grow on trees.
Yeah, it's a microwave society where you want everything immediately and you want it now. To your point about the curveball, that's been his worst pitch, other than his slider's been pretty bad too. In terms of like slugging, just slugging and expected slugging, the knuckle curve is by far his worst pitch. I think that you're onto something, just like flat out abandoning that pitch.
Yes.
Because he has been getting rocked on that pitch.
So some guys call the
baseball savant has it as a knuckle curve.
Do they? No, I agree with that. But do they separate the cutter and the slider?
Yeah. So they 5 pitches that they list on Savant for Hunter Brown is 4-seamer, cutter, knuckle curve, split, and slider.
I would, to be honest with you,
his slider's been atrocious too.
Yeah, I was going to say, but I was going to go with the cutter, the fastball, and the changeup for the time being.
That's probably a splitter. That's probably
the splitter.
He didn't
right.
have a change.
Right. So the split was about the same kind of action to it. I would just work with those 3 pitches. I think those are above it. Those pitches will get him through innings.
Yeah, he's getting hammered on his knuckle curve and his slider. The other 3 have been pretty good. His 4-seamer's not great either, but I think it's been location. Like, he's leaving it over the middle of the plate. Like, his fastball plays when he's spotting it. When he's leaving it middle, major league hitters are going to take advantage of that. When Javier's back, I'm with you that Arrighetti gets bumped out of the rotation. When Urquidy comes back, that's a difficult one for me. Like, I'm glad that we get to see like 2-3 more starts of Hunter Brown before we have to make that decision, because I think there were some promising signs with Hunter Brown yesterday. If he can all of a sudden get it going a bit, where he's putting together the 2nd through 5th inning like he did yesterday, as opposed to the 1st, which I think it was a little overrated, but the 1st and the 6th, then you have a guy that it's going to be difficult to kick out of the rotation. But if he's pitching more like the 1st and the 6th, it's going to be very easy to kick him out of the rotation. And quite frankly, how he's pitched all year. So
it's kind of what we said when we were talking about France before this too, that you can pitch for your spot. I'm fine with that if he's if he's working on things and eliminating pitches, and because again, his stuff is too good not to. And the other thing is, it's going to take a while for a key to get ramped up anyway, and you got to see where he's going to be and how long he can go regardless. But if he's got a couple more starts where he can fine-tune some things, because I agree with you, the control was another issue for me. If he could just spot the pitches that he has, and he doesn't need 5 pitches in his repertoire per se, I think he can get guys out.
Yeah, I mean, control is his issue. So, well, he's not very good at control. Like, he might not ever be. Like, it's always been his bugaboo, is his command. But I'm not ready to call it yet on Hunter Brown and Urquidy. Like, let's see what the next 3 starts look like before I'm kicking out, Brown or Urquidy out of the rotation.
In his defense, too, he got screwed on a lot of the low calls last night, too, where there was 3 or 4 that were legit strikes that weren't being called for him.
Yeah, that whole umpire had a bad zone, I thought. Angel Hernandez behind the dish tonight.
Oh, great. The guys were pumping him up, too, in the late innings, going, I thought he had a real fair strike zone. After they were critical of him during the game, I go, wait a minute. What you guys were saying all night he wasn't getting the low strike.
Yeah, I noticed that, too. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Chris, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Chris?
Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen. Best sports talk show in Houston going right now, so keep up the good work. A couple of things. Last night in the first inning, Hunter is getting squeezed by the umpire, I think, and you could see both the catcher and Hunter not happy with some of the calls. So I thought with 1 out, 2 men on before the home run, I know we're limited on how many times, the coach can go out to the pitcher's mound or the catcher, but I just think I don't care what inning it is, guys. If I see my pitcher struggling mentally, and we know Hunter's been struggling mentally, if it's first inning or not, I think that was a great opportunity there to kind of slow him down, let him catch his breath, let him, maybe do some Carl Correa mound visit talk and move on. And I had one other comment, guys. We've won 3 in a row, and I really do think the turning point of the season was the moment Jeremy kissed Kyle Tucker on the neck. That's when we started winning, guys. Take care, buddy.
Checks in the mail, Chris. I thought he meant me for a second.
Buddy. Yeah, I didn't know what you were. I thought he was referring to you as well, too.
I was like, who did I kiss? I don't remember this.
That was the thing last year, right, where Jordan was kissing Maldi on the neck?
I think they kind of kissed each other.
Late in the year.
Maybe.
I think that started to be a thing where after a home run, Jordan would kiss Maldi on the neck.
Yeah, un besito is what it was. I agree with Chris on the mound visit thing. Like, hey, you're limited on how many you get, but use them wisely. It's like a timeout, right?
Yep.
Like a basketball team has X amount of timeouts. Another team's on a roll. They're on a rally. What do? You take a timeout to kill the rally. I think that Chris is onto something there. Maybe Hunter Brown's got a little bit of Fromber going on upstairs. I haven't seen that much, but he does get, instead of getting like, how would I say it with Fromber? Fromber gets like frazzled.
He's rattled.
Hunter
Yep.
Brown gets
Yep.
more like mad, I think.
You could see, and to Chris's point, you could see him. He was talking to himself, and rightfully so. And that's one of those moments. Like the one thing I think about the mound visits, it's one thing if you're in a tight game late, but regardless, you don't want to leave any in the bank account at the end of the game if you don't have to. Don't worry about it when you might not need it late in the game or what might be to come. When you know that could be a turning point in the game, and you can see it. We all could see it. He was right. You could see him talking to himself, biting his lower lip, ticked off that he wasn't getting some calls. Well, go out and give him a minute.
Yeah, that's a good call by Chris. He's a smart guy, very smart guy. 9458, last caller must not know who John and Lance are. Okay, never text into the Killer Bees. No, we can't keep saying Brown is a project. He has not had control since he's been on this team. He's never had control. You don't just gain control. He'll never be a quality starter. Book it. I disagree. Last night he wasn't bad. Other than that 3-0 count, he only walked 2 in 5 1/3. Like, give me 7 strikeouts, 2 walks over 5 innings. Don't bring him back out for the 6th. Limit that damage to 3. But he's never had control. Yes, I do think he's going to be a quality starter in the bigs, and I saw good signs yesterday.
Mm-hmm. I don't disagree with you on that. I believe in his stuff. I'll say that. I just never want to see that stupid knuckle curve thing again.
Fair enough. I think you're onto something there. 713-780-ESPN. Josh Hader yesterday said, quote, "I won it." Does this dispel the narrative that he's only the 9th inning guy? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I thought Josh Hader was fantastic yesterday. Struck out 4 over 2 innings. I've gotten 38 minutes into the show, Blankers, and I haven't mentioned my hatred for the Manfred Man extra innings.
You did a good job.
So much.
You're
It's
pacing
so
yourself.
gimmicky.
I hate
Here
it
you
too.
go, team. Here's a runner at second base. It changes the dynamic of everything. You have Hader, who was dominant in the 9th inning, and then I thought he was dominant in the 10th. They gave up the little double into the corner. But, hey, pitchers work around 2-out doubles. But because of the Manfred Man, it scores a run. I hate the Manfred Man. Sorry, I got sidetracked. Josh Hader, I thought, was great. He struck out 4 in 2 innings, gave up the 1 run.
It's funny.
Unearned.
It's like one of those things that can unite Dodger fan, Yankee fan, Astros fan, all fans. I think that I've got a couple buddies. One's a diehard Yankee fan. One's a diehard Dodger fan. They all are in unison with us, with me, and I know how you feel. It's just it has no place in baseball. It just drives me nuts that he can be as good as he was striking out the first 2 guys, and you give up a hit and suddenly you're down a run, and it's like, well, that sucks. I know you're trying to save pitchers, and it's all about in the courtesy of time and trying to make things speeded up. It's not part of the game. It's not the way it's supposed to be played.
Just in games and ties. You know how I stand on that. Anyways, Hader was fantastic. Afterwards, Joe Espada said that the coaching staff approached Hader about going another inning, and according to Espada, Hader replied, quote, "I want it." Espada said afterwards, it's something I don't really like doing, of Hader throwing 2 innings. A few weeks ago, Joe Musgrove, former teammate of Josh Hader, a former Houston Astro, he was part of the trade that got you Garrett Cole. He said having a closer that you can go out there and rely on for more than just 3 outs is huge to us here, Musgrove said. He's always willing to take the ball, and we're grateful for it, which, of course, this was shade to Josh Hader, who, before he got his big contract, refused to go multiple innings. There was a thought that he refused to do that with the Astros. Joe Espada said that, he's going to pitch the 9th. You've had other people say that he's not going to be somebody that goes multiple innings. Well, here it was yesterday. The Astros looking for their first 3-game winning streak of the year, trying to close out what has been a terrible month with a victory, and you have your $19 million man saying, give me the baseball, and I loved every bit of it.
I love it too, and I love it for all the reasons you mentioned and so much more, because of the fact that he got off to a slow start. The team got off to a slow start. That the comments Musgrove made, whether he admits it publicly or not, he heard them, he knows. But I think credit to Blummer, too, who mentioned what we all were thinking, which we had heard with his time in Milwaukee and in San Diego, and that was that until he got paid, he wasn't willing, he didn't want to take the risk. He didn't want to go multiple innings. And Blummer said maybe now he got the money, he got taken care of, he's set, so he's going to feel more comfortable doing it. I don't care the reasons why at this point. What I care more than anything else is, to me, it seems like a guy that realizes the team got off to a really crappy start. They're trying to dig themselves out of a hole. They know that their record in extra innings has sucked. The pitchers they've gone to in extra innings have led to some of the suck, and that he felt good enough. He didn't throw a ton of pitches in the first inning out there. He hasn't been used that much either, because for all the fans that were clamoring and saying, well, you can only use Hader in safe situations, he only had 3, I think, to this point in the season, 3 or 4. So he hasn't hardly pitched that much either. All things in a perfect storm said he should go back out there if he wants to. He wanted to. I love it too.
Yeah, that was great to see, and it's not something that I want to see all the time. Like I don't need to see Hader pitch 2 innings in every single one of his appearances.
No.
But in a spot like it yesterday, you tie game, you're trying to get him to put up a scoreless 9th inning, and then you're trying to go win the game in the bottom of the 9th. Okay, didn't work out for you. You couldn't score off Clase, which you're not unique in that. That guy's a sick son of a gun, too. Mm-hmm. And then it's like, okay, well, Hader, he got through the 9th inning, even though he was being squeezed, like Dre says on Twitch, and boy, was he. I wasn't worked that hard in the 9th. I'm fresh. I'm good. Give me the baseball. I ended up getting the win. Somebody asking if that run that was scored in the extras goes against him. It goes against his run total, but it does not go against his earned run total, so it does not affect his ERA. And the question was, does it affect his ERA? It doesn't. But yeah, I think this does dispel the notion, though. Like asking the question in 713-780-3776, asking the question, does Hader wanting the ball yesterday in the 10th dispel the narrative that he's only a 9th inning guy?
I think it does. I think whatever the circumstances were previous, this is a new day. It's a different situation. He's going to be here for the long haul. But the bigger thing for me is I'm with you. Look, if this team gets on a roll, if it starts winning games, and if there's close games, and he's getting into a more consistent rhythm too, where he is saving games in the 9th inning, then you don't want him to do this as a frequent thing. But because of the circumstances of not that many opportunities to get out there, he had been basically sitting on the shelf for about a week. The fact of the matter is every circumstance is going to be different, but if they get rolling, absolutely not. I don't want to see these 2-out situations. In the playoffs, you never know, but the fact is that it's not an ideal all the time thing, but last night I believe totally it was the right thing.
Yeah, by need only.
Yep.
By need only. But to me, it does dispel this whole narrative of where, like, he's only going to pitch the 9th. He's only going to be a 3-out guy. He doesn't want the baseball. Because that's all we heard in the offseason, right? Oh, Hader doesn't want the baseball. There was a lot of things that went into that. Like, a lot of it was the fact that he was, in arbitration. They told him that, that we value saves. We don't value the 2 3-inning appearances that you're putting together. Okay, well, you hear that. You're messing with my money now. If you're telling me that your value is save, then my value is going to be saves as opposed to the multi-innings. The whole not taking the baseball with the Padres, like, they were all but out of the race, and it was in the regular season. It wasn't the playoffs. And Hader's went on multiple podcasts, and goes, look, if it's this playoffs, like, yeah, give me the baseball all the time. So I think that Hader gets a bad rap there, and I think that Hader proved that narrative is something that maybe it existed in the past. I'm not going to completely eliminate that. But I think that if you absolutely have to have him, yes, sure, you didn't absolutely have to have him. You would have liked to have him. I think he dispelled that notion, and I love that. Like, hey, this is your $19 million free agent acquisition. Things have been rocky. You only have had 3 save opportunities, like you pointed out, Blankers. Give me the ball. I want to win this game. We're going to beat the Guards tonight, and that's what I want. That's what I want from my $19 million closer.
No doubt. And he likes this environment. I don't know what environment he's coming from in San Diego, but the other thing, it's like when we talked about John Grenard and his ankle. The thing is that you can't mess with another man's money, and the sad state of affairs right now is, from a fan's perspective, you're supposed to be out there. No matter what, you're supposed to be out there, and you're supposed to be doing it. But, everybody is wired differently, and if it was something that he was thinking about until he got taken care of financially, then so be it. It sucks, but it is a reality in professional sports. But now he's in a good spot. He knows they've had a bad start, and he's willing to do whatever the manager is looking for him to do. And because we don't think it's going to happen on a regular basis, I'm for it. I like it, and I'm appreciative of his attitude.
He was nasty too. He was nasty.
He got squeezed. There's no doubt he was getting squeezed. Kudos to him for not having a little bit more emotion.
Right.
Because he almost walked off the mound twice thinking he had struck guys out.
And he didn't say a word. I was like, I would not have kept my composure there. I was shocked by that.
Well, what's funny too is because in the 9th, he should have had it, didn't get it, got it, and I thought, well, if this is it I thought this was it for him. So I thought while he walked to the dugout, he might have a few words for the home plate umpire. Instead, he sprinted right to the dugout, and lo and behold, he comes out the next inning.
That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see from Josh Hader. Now, he's probably not available today.
Right.
We know he's not available today. But cool to see that last night. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. So TK joins us, Todd Callis, the voice of the Astros on the Shin. Mm-hmm. He joins us each and every Friday. Well, TK said something last Friday that caught my attention. And is he right about what he said? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you're buying a grill from Texas Star Grill Shop, you're right about what you're doing. And if you're planning on buying a grill from Texas Star Grill Shop or from anywhere else, you need to talk with the people at Texas Star Grill Shop before you do anything else. And you also need to join the club. 975grills.com to join the club, or just mention it whenever you stop by their Houston locations, wherever you're going. As a member of the club, listen to this, you'll enjoy special in-store discounts that can't be found anywhere else. The best products in the outdoor cooking world, Texas Star Grill Shop, and they're giving you prices you won't see anywhere when you join the club. From Traeger to Weber to Napoleon, outdoor pizza ovens, flat top grills, whatever you want, and they'll beat any price if you're a club member. So be part of the club. It doesn't cost you anything either to be part of the club. You just get this information that isn't privy to people who aren't part of the club. Stop falling for the trick, too, of walking into these big box stores. You see these grills outside of these big box stores like, oh, this is good value. Yeah, but the grill's not any good. Shop at Texas Star Grill Shop and educate yourself in the grill game. If you're going to buy a grill in this town, you want to talk to Texas Star Grill Shop first. Also, how about full free installation? You don't have to worry about 100 pieces in assembly or a box that's unloaded on your driveway. Full free assembly and delivery if you're a club member. You don't want to have to put these grills together. I promise you. Let Texas Star Grill Shop do that for you. How about the outdoor kitchens? These are popular now because they're awesome. 975grills.com. They're the best in the business at outdoor kitchens. Club members will get special pricing on custom outdoor kitchen with free consultation, and the stuff they can do is incredible. Custom cabinets around the grill. It's beautiful. Head to 975grills.com to learn more. Join the club for the best barbecue grills at the best price.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You heard Joe, one half of the Killer G's, during the break there. We're going to be out at Wakefield Crowbar tomorrow. Come hang out with us, your friendly neighborhood bar. Looking forward to that tomorrow evening. We'll get to what TK said in a matter of moments. A couple of texts here first, though. 0002, what are the odds of Spada called Dusty for his lineup advice?
0.
Yeah, I don't think he called Dusty. I think it's 0-2. 2787, they should show these umps the calls they're missing between innings, and maybe it'll help with their zones. I feel like it would. See, this is what's interesting here. Like, I think we've went too far into the K zone is the strike zone. And by the letter of the law, it is the K zone. But each umpire is going to have their own unique strike zone. So, like, what are we umpiring here? What are we calling? Are we calling the zone? Are we calling the umpire's unique zone? Like, it's kind of become a little bit of a gray area where, like, the whole, like, when we were growing up, hey, 2 strikes, you better protect.
Right.
It's not really that way anymore.
No, it's not. And the thing is that, you know, most guys that have played the game will tell you you just want consistency. You just want the same zone both ways. And it looked like, again, and it's fair to call me a homer because everybody knows where my allegiance is if with the Astros, but at the same time, there was a point to be made last night if you just went half inning by half inning and looking at pitches that weren't being called low in the zone for the Astros, and the Cleveland pitchers seemed to be getting them. But the bigger issue is just the umpiring overall, because if you go across baseball, it's not just – and you're going to see a doozy tonight, I'm sure, if Angel Hernandez is behind the plate.
He is. He was at first last night.
So you got C.B. Buckner. He got ripped to shreds last night by Jim Palmer because he was atrocious behind the plate. But on top of that, let's take the third base umpire and talk about the check swings. There were two of them that were obvious that he wouldn't call, and it was almost like he got pressured into having to call the third one.
And they're all the same.
And they were. It was brutal that he was missing them that badly.
Espada did screw up a chance to challenge, though. Like if we're calling a spade, the ball that was ruled a hit by pitch when it looked like it hit the knob.
That knob, yep.
Yeah, like that was like, if we're gonna critique stuff, we got to critique
That's
Espada there. And he wanted to challenge it, but he had wasted too much time. Like, hey, let's put our foot on the accelerator a little bit with these challenges. That was a costly play in the game.
It was, and to the texter's point, look, it's not going to help anybody unless it's challenged that you can replay it and show the umpire between innings. But damn straight after a game, I want both those umpires looking at those calls, because that's the way a good league is run, is the fact that, look, just like
I think they do. I know umpires that they want to know. They look at it. I guarantee it.
Because I know a lot of, to your point, from an NBA perspective, they used to have the recorded game on the DVR in the locker room of the officials, because they knew which calls were controversial or they had questions about, and they would want to go back and watch it right away. But the league office does, in the NBA, the league office does critique every call in the final 2 minutes as well. I don't know how Major League Baseball works.
Yeah, they look at their zone. 3311, Branham, your point backs up using an electric strike zone. I used to be anti-electric strike zone. I've actually come around to it. The thing, I don't like the challenge system. If you're using a challenge system, that means you're using two different zones in a game. You're using 95% of the time, you're using the home plate umpire zone, and then for the few times that you challenge, now you're using the box. So like you're using two different zones in that specific game. If you're going to implement the challenge system that you see in minor league baseball, they should just go all in and have a 100% electric strike zone. And quite frankly, it benefits Jenner Diaz.
In Diaz's case, it does. I was curious how Verlander was going to do in the one start that he did using it, and they said that he seemed to be okay with it, and he let his catcher be the one that would question the calls, because the pitcher or the catcher can do it. But my big thing is just from a time-consuming perspective. As long as it doesn't take too much time, and it seems like they've got it to be pretty efficient, I'm fine with it if it's going to be getting the main thing to get the calls right.
Yeah. Yeah. So I would just go all in on it. 713-780-ESPN. All right, Todd Callis joining us last week. Here's what he said that caught my attention. I want to ask you guys, is he right?
For the most part, this team is who they were last year. It's the same faces. It's the same dudes. The guys are getting hits. They're just not getting hits at the time you need them. So everything that can go wrong for this team has gone wrong. You can call it snake bit. You can call it whatever you want. This has been a terrible 26-game stretch. And even with all that, the last I saw, Fangraphs had them at a 45% chance to make the playoffs. So I'm okay if people want to jump off the bandwagon, as long as you don't jump back on when things go well. I really appreciate the true diehard fans that stay with this team during the tough times, because we've had 7 years of amazing, incredible accomplishments to give up on this team that quickly.
Is TK right? If you're jumping off the bandwagon after what has been a disastrous April, are you not allowed to jump back on?
I think it's frustration in TK. I think that's not what today's sports fan is and what we're talking about. It's just it's a tough approach. I understand it. You always want the diehards. You want the through thick and thins, but you'll always have that. But there are just too many fans these days that wear their emotions every 24 seconds on their sleeve, depending on Twitter and what happens in a game. That just isn't how it works anymore, because you want all your fans and as many fans as you can get at the biggest points in the year. But yeah, it did catch my attention when he said it too. It was a pretty tough statement to make, especially from a team play-by-play guy. I liked it, but it's not realistic.
Yeah, I believe with everything he said. Like, it's okay to be mad at the team and okay to be frustrated with the team and okay to call for suggestions, but that's part of being a fan. Like, part of being a fan is living through the times that are frustrating. That's what makes like the World Series in 2017 sweeter, is that the organization never had a World Series and the times were extremely low as recently as like the early 2010s. I agree with Todd Callis. To be loyal doesn't mean that you always have to be sunshine and rainbows and everything is great. Being loyal is that's still your team. You're not turning them off for 2 months out of the year, or whenever they're 10 games under 500, that you're going to completely dismiss them and say, oh yeah, that's like, I'm so embarrassed, I'm not even going to say I'm a fan of that team. Like that I agree with TK. Hopping off the bandwagon doesn't mean that you're not mad at them. It's okay to be mad. That's part of fandom. It's okay to critique. It's okay to offer suggestions. It's okay to say that they're awful and they're disastrous and all of these things. What's not okay is like, okay, I'm done with the Astros. I'll see you later. I'll talk to you in 5 years whenever the Astros are good again. Or I'll talk to you in 5 weeks when they're in first place again. I 100% agree with TK. You shouldn't hop off the bandwagon because a team's not playing well.
You shouldn't, but it happens all the time. And
I think it's bad fans.
Well, that's fine. I mean, you look at Astros Twitter, and you know how quickly they get overly emotional, and they don't just wear it on their sleeve.
That's okay. It's okay to be emotional.
But a lot of people are saying the season's over. They're done. It's and ready to throw in the towel early in the season, because that's just how overly emotional some fans with their fandemonium get.
Yeah, that to me is fine. Like, I'm talking about the people that like just quit. They're done. And we saw this with the Texans. Now, the Texans had some pretty good reason, like the whole Easterby thing and all of that. But, like, you see it a lot in this city, quite frankly. When a team's not playing well or a team's not very good, it's like, okay, well, I forget that they exist. Like, we forget that the Astros, when they were losing 100 games a year, they were getting 0.0s on TV, and we're having no fans at the game. Which, again, like, I'm not saying that you need to spend your money. That doesn't mean that you're jumping off the bandwagon. But whenever you're just like, see ya, I'm done with them because they had a bad month, I 100% agree with Todd.
See, and that's where Houstonians get upset, because they get that fair weather fan moniker, it's because they turn on their team quickly when things aren't going well. And we've seen it across the board with all the big three. But then it's also not that you can just leave it lie. Once they are done with them, they're not done with them, because now they want to crap on them. And that's where it gets more dicey, because now they're on social media just absolutely looking to take shots at them, as opposed to saying, if you're done, you're done. Then go find another team.
Yeah, see, the shots to me doesn't mean that you're not a fan.
No, but once you've made the statement, I'm done with this team, they're not, because they may be done in terms of like being an Astros fan, so they say, but then what they're going to do is go on social media and every outlet that they can get and try and point fingers and try to crap on them more.
713-780-ESPN. Coming up at 4:30, we're going to give away a Highway Cantina gift card. We're going to need some people to call in. Man of the People, a new game that we're playing. So we're going to need some listeners, and you have an opportunity of winning $25 to Highway Cantina. Buy yourself some dinner on the Killer Bees. Man of the People coming up at 4:30. But coming up next, how many rookies for the Texans emerge into starters in year one? 713-780-ESPN 87.5 and ESPN 92.5. Mike Holly, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs. He's been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years. He used to protect the Heisman Trophy winner. Now he wants to protect you and your business. He's a great person. Chris Fisher over there, great people at HRP, and they're always going to put your interest first. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll as well. HRP will work with you, though, to customize a plan for whatever you need. You might need all of those things. HRP's got you. You might need one of those things. HRP got you. They're going to figure out a way to make it easy on your business and give you help where you really need help. Nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You're not ordering off a menu. This is going to be a customized plan for what you and your business needs. That way you can take the time that HRP is going to save you, spending it back into your business, growing your business, the stuff you really like doing. Their customer service second to none, too. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. Always someone that knows you, familiar with your company. Of course, we use HRP here at GAL, so I can speak to that customer service. Anytime I have a question, usually fire off an email. Always get a quick response. It's very easy to understand. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources, eliminate your HR burdens so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525 and let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Coming up at the bottom of the hour, Men of the People. Joel and I are going to have a contestant, a listener attached to us, and one of us is going to win our listener the Highway Cantina gift card. So make sure you're listening make sure you're listening all the time, but we'll unveil that game coming up at 4:30. How many rookies, Blankers, for the Texans will start in 2024?
Lassiter, Bullock at some point, because I expect Jimmy Ward to get hurt again. I think that might be it.
Okay.
2.
Now, if we're going to play the injury game, I think it will be more than 2.
Maybe Fish, maybe, but I don't think he's ready yet. I'll okay.
Well, I mean, I just don't think that Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard are going to make a collective 34 starts.
Right,
Like,
but I don't
think
know
either
if he's
one of
going to be
those-
first in line.
Yeah, I think he will be. I don't think that you draft him in the second round and he's going to be behind Charlie Heck. I think he will be your swing tackle, backup left tackle, backup right tackle. I think he'll be the first in line to start if one of those guys misses a game or two. And hopefully it's nothing serious, but what are the odds that both of them go through the entire year starting every single game? It's pretty low. Lassiter, I think Lassiter has a really good chance to be a starter week 1. I think he's going to be your nickel corner. I think he might be your nickel corner for the duration of his rookie contract. Whether or not he ever plays outside, I don't know. Now, I do think drafting Lassiter tips the Texans' hand on what they really want their base defense to be. This isn't a 4-3. This is a nickel. The Texans didn't draft a linebacker until the 6th round, and Henry To'o is currently your third-best linebacker. Meanwhile, they drafted their third corner, Kamari Lassiter, with the first pick they had in this year's draft. They're going to play more nickel than they are 4-3. So I think Lassiter will be a day 1 starter at the nickel. If he's not day 1, he's eventually going to start. I think that sometimes we look at what they currently have there and kind of overrate. Like King was cut last year. I don't think that they think too highly of him. Was he an upgrade over Tavier Thomas? Did they get that wrong initially? Yeah, probably. But I think that they view Lassiter higher than they view Desmond King. So Lassiter, a guarantee. I tip my hand with Fisher. I just don't see Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil making every single start. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that Laramie Tunsil makes every single start. I hope that Titus Howard makes every single start. I don't think that they will. I think the odds are on my side there, so I'll say that Blake Fisher starts in his rookie year at some point. I do think there's a little bit of a chance, too, that Fisher could play left guard. I don't really think that's the case, but maybe they move Titus Howard to left guard. I really don't think that's the case, but there is at least a greater than 0% chance on both of those fronts. Bullock's interesting to me. Now, you throw the Ward factor of him getting hurt. I think it's a good call. I've even seen it thrown around a little bit that I haven't heard the Texans say this. This is more like fan opinion, that maybe they tried Jimmy Ward at nickel early to see what he has there, and Bullock's a day 1 starter, or Bullock. I don't think the Bullock's a day 1 starter. I think it would require injury. I think Ward and Petrie will be your starters until one of them is hurt, more likely Ward, and then that Bullock will be thrown in because of injury there. So I'll give you that one. I actually like the way that Bullock complements Petrie's game. Bullock's more of a deep safety, whereas Jalen Petrie's more of a box safety. So I'll say Bullock, too. I don't think he starts a ton of games, but I do think he'll get at least 1 start. Cade Stover, are we going to count like if the Texans come out in a 12 personnel package?
That's the big thing. Yeah, because he's going to be physical and he's going to run block. But I think that he's the third man on the totem pole right now, maybe 4th, depending on Quentin Tarantino. But, I mean – if he's third tight end, I think he's got too many guys to leapfrog. I just don't see him starting.
See, and I think that it's kind of cheating if you come out in a 12 personnel, which is not really your base, offense, and we're like, oh yeah, look, he's starting. We're talking more like he's your number 1 tight end that week.
Right.
I think it would require – because I'm with you. I don't think that Stover's ahead of Brevin Jordan immediately. I think that he's going to have to leap him, which might not be difficult to do. So I'm going to lean no on Stover, but I think he'll play a lot. Not necessarily start, but play a lot. Jamal Hill, 6th-rounder, no. Jawar Jordan, 6th-rounder from Louisville. Hope not. I hope that he's not starting a game. And then 3 7-rounders, no. So I'll go with 3. I almost want to say 3.5 because of Stover, but I'll go with 3. I think Lassiter, Fisher, and Bullock all start at least 1 game this season.
Okay, I'm going to stick with 2. I just think that, based on the fact that they said that Fisher could have had, obviously, if he would have stayed in Notre Dame, there's a chance he could have been a first-round pick, but they said he was raw still. I think that no matter where he
Davis
was.
Mills.
But I'm saying, regardless of where he was picked, it's too hyper-important to put him out there if he isn't ready with a guy like CJ, and the fact that you've got so much on the line no matter what you do, that I think that if they don't see like what they see, or if he's not completely there yet, I think that they still will have another option, whether it's musical chairs along the line or they'll just throw a veteran that's still on the roster out there, because whether it's Charlie Heck or someone else, they know that at least they feel a little bit more at ease than throwing a rookie out there that might not be ready for prime time.
No, you're right in the sense that they're going to play who they feel is better that week.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think that they're going to feel that Blake Fisher is lesser than Charlie Heck. I mean, only time will tell on that.
Right.
Brian, where do you stand? How many starters do you have for this rookie class making?
I would go with 3. I mean, obviously Lassiter, and I agree with Bullock. I think with the idea of Jimmy Ward's not going to make it through an entire season healthy. I think there's, whether it's, as Jimmy Ward's playing some nickelback, whether it's Jimmy Ward misses his obligatory 3 games a season, I think Bullock will get some starts there somewhere along the season. Yeah, and Blake Fisher, I mean, same thing kind of with Jimmy Ward. There's nothing in the profile of their career for Laramie Tunsil or Titus Howard that would suggest they're ever going to play 17 games. Now, obviously, the argument then becomes who steps in, as Joel pointed out, and I obviously think it's going to be a veteran. It could certainly be that. I don't know. After what the Texans' offensive line went through last year with the musical chairs, everyone on the line was hurt. It felt like every week we were talking about some starter on the offensive line that we were absolutely terrified of. If they're willing to take him in the second round, even if he's raw, I think there's a chance with Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard probably missing 2 games each. I would expect that Blake Fisher gets a start somewhere amongst those 4 games.
Let's throw out the first 4 rounds. Let's throw out Lassiter, Fisher, Bullock, and Stover. So that leaves you with Hill, Jordan, Bird, Harris, Henderson. If we had to pick one of those guys to make a start, where would you put your money?
Running back.
You would go with
Kid
Jordan?
from Louisville, yep.
This is I heard Casario talking with PP on Highway to Hell.
Mm-hmm.
I went back and listened to that interview that they had with him on the drive here today. I didn't realize that he was actually the starter at Louisville and that he had a knee injury, but still, and missed a couple of games, but he still led them in yards over the Garendo guy, however you pronounce that guy's name, that went to San Francisco in the 4th round. So I found that interesting. You have 2 running backs who were drafted.
Mm-hmm.
One of them went in the 4th. The other one went in the 6th. You got the guy that went in the 6th, but the guy that went in the 6th was really the number 1 until injury and still outgained the number 4, the guy that went in the 4th round. And I'm not huge into college stats in terms of what it means as a pro prospect. There's guys in college who never got any run, and then all of a sudden they get to the NFL and they're fantastic, or vice versa. Guys who had unbelievable college careers, Tim Tebow, and you get to the NFL and they're not very good. So I just don't put a whole lot of correlation in college stats to their NFL prospects, but I do find it interesting whenever you look at depth charts, and Jordan was ahead of the other guy.
Yeah, that is very interesting, and maybe it's just some teams are extremely leery of guys with any kind of medical, and when they think they're going to be, are they injury prone? Are they going to do it again? When are they going to be ready, especially with a running back and a knee? But it seems like he has some confidence in the kid. But again, just like we've talked about with everything else, whether it be by play last year with the way it went down with Pierce and Singletary, or just injuries happen, I think there's a chance.
The other thing too is I think he has a real shot. Look, we're talking about a 6th-rounder here, so take what we're saying with a grain of salt. I think he has a real shot to be the second running back on this team.
I do too.
Where's the competition? Damian Pierce, I don't think he fits this scheme. We love our guy, J.J. Taylor, the reserve future guy, because, he's a friend of the show. Love him. I think he's got a chance to make the team, knock on wood. I think Jordan's got a shot to be the backup running back, so now you're a sprained ankle away from getting a start.
Yeah, and when you think about it, because of the fact that, there's going to be there's people that think that Dameon Pierce is going to come back and he's going to be pounds lighter
hope so.
and going to be in a totally different body type to be the kind of guy that they want him to be. I think at this point in his career, he kind of is who he is, regardless if he loses some weight or gets a little quicker or not. It remains to be seen, but I think there's a legit chance if you're just drafting guys now that are drafted to be in your system with this new coaching staff and Nick and his crew. I think there's a chance he could be the number 2 back.
Yeah, so I'm with you there, as you can tell. I didn't think that Dameon Pierce's issue was that he was heavy, though.
No, I'm just saying to improve his quickness. A lot of guys will lose.
No, I'm not saying that you're wrong because I've read that too.
Okay.
But it's just like if I had to pinpoint one area of why I thought Dameon Pierce was not very good last year, it wouldn't be weight. Like, he's in plenty of good shape. It's more that I don't think he's great at, like, reading the hole and being a one-cut back like this offense wants you to be.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of change of tempo either. He just puts his head down and he goes.
Yeah, do you have a different answer than us, Brian?
I think you're probably right, 'cause especially if Jordan is the backup running back. I mean, no running back plays 17 games. Joe Mixon, especially as a veteran, he'll be 28, but when training camp starts, he's going to miss a game or two. So Jordan's got a pretty good chance. But I also think Marcus Harris could have a chance, the 7th-round defensive tackle out of Auburn, just because there's obviously not a lot of competition, I don't think, at the second D tackle spot. I mean, Foley and Settle will get the first chances, but it's not like they're these amazing impact players that are locked in and completely entrenched into a starting role. So if Marcus Harris, who was undersized but showed a lot of pass rush ability in college, 11.5 sacks last season, or tackles for loss last season, that is, I think there's a chance that if Foley and Settle, maybe somewhere, game 10 or beyond, aren't getting the job done, they might give a look to Marcus Harris if he's playing well in practice and playing well in the sub packages.
Yeah, it could be as simple too as like he's your first down run plugger, and then like it's a 2nd and long, 3rd and long, he's not even on the field. So that's an intriguing answer there because he does intrigue me. I'm wondering if he does carve out a niche on this team. Hope he does. That'd be awesome. You're getting some value out of a 7th round rookie. It'll be fun. It'll be fun to see how the Texans implement their rookie class of 2024. Plus the Janke brothers. The Yankees win. I'm curious to see what they look like. Twins on the football field. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Man of the People coming up at 4:30. You're going to want to stick around for that. But when we come back, kind of dabbled into it a little bit there. What's the biggest hole the Texans have? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word for Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at the Neograft procedure. Look, Doc's office does a whole lot of stuff. He specializes in all kinds of plastic surgery, spa treatments, Botox. If you want to get your significant other a gift, always a great place to go. He's fantastic in everything that he does. I think he's the best in the business at the Neograft procedure because I personally had the procedure done. If you don't know what it is, but you've been losing your hair, you've had thinning spots, bald spots, and you just want to have your hair back, or you just figured the desperation has gotten too great and I got to shave it all off, you don't. And that's what Doc explained to me. He asked if he could meet with me one day. I was happy to do so. When he explained the Neograft and the fact that it's literally taking your own hair from spots, you're never going to lose it. And he explained how genetically you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other places. And he takes some of that hair, and it's like replanting sod. He puts it where you need it most. Maybe it's your hairline in front. Maybe it's the bald spot in back. It doesn't matter where it is. He can transplant hair that will be there and grow. And not only that, but it will be there with you for the long haul. Because one of the bullet points that I took away, 95 to 99% of all the hair that he's going to move is going to stay, grow, be with you for the long haul, and ain't going anywhere. And that's why I decided to do the procedure. When I did, it was painless. It was a fantastic operation at his office. The people that did the procedure were friendly, but also the best at what they do because they make sure the hair grows all in the same direction so that you can do the same things that you've always done with the direction you comb your hair and how you style your hair. It's all fantastic, but it starts with you getting in contact with them. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com. Most people off the street pay $150 just to get a consultation with Doc and his staff. Because you listen to us and you want to check them out, all you do is go to 975hair.com, set up a consultation. It's absolutely free. Nothing out of pocket, no signing on the dotted line, no commitment. Just you asking questions, getting answers, and them explaining the procedure to you. I could not be happier with the procedure. That's why I speak for them, because I think Doc is absolutely the best at doing it. Check him out today and tell him I sent you by, because I think you'll be glad that you did, and it's great information to know whether you do it or not, but I encourage you to get the Neograft. Check out 975hair.com.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Man of the people in 10 minutes. You do not want to miss this. I think I'm going to be Blankers. Whoever's on my side, dinner on me. Dinner on me. I'm sure Blankers feels a different way about it.
Yep, you know I do.
Either way, the listeners win because somebody's getting a free dinner, and it won't be us. But we're going to try to win for whoever gets assigned to us. That's coming up in 10 minutes. What are the biggest holes the Texans have now post-draft? Here was Nick Caserio on a couple of those holes before we dive into it. Nick Caserio asked about that second corner spot opposite of Derek Stingley.
Yeah, we'll see. It'll be competition. I mean, Jeff and CJ play a lot of football at a high level. So, I mean, they're both big and fast. They've been here in the off-season program here for the last few weeks, so they're working hard. DK, we re-signed Desmond. So I'd say Miles Bryant's a guy that has kind of a Swiss Army knife safety to nickel flexibility. Say Lassiter kind of corner to nickel corner. Bullock, safety to whatever else he could do. So you're going to need, 6 to 8 defensive backs that can go out there and play. And, I mean, look, you're going to have to cover people. So you have to be able to run, you have to be able to cover, you have to be able to tackle. I mean, somebody's going to have to chase Worthy down the field when Mahomes is launching a ball over his head this season. So, I mean, you need 5 or 6 defensive backs. It's a space game. It's a speed game. It's a tackling game. So what happens relative to opposite Derek, we'll find out. So there's nothing that's predetermined.
So he doesn't give you much there, but he does say that they're one of Kansas City's biggest rivals. He indirectly said that they're a Super Bowl contender. Why else is he talking about that? If he was expecting to win 3 or 4 games, he's not worried about Xavier Worthy in Kansas City. He indirectly told you, Blankers, that they think that they're a contender in the AFC.
I like it. I like him pointing out the best team in the AFC and the Super Bowl champs, and a team that they're gonna target. They're shooting for. So I'm all for that.
All right, here's another one about the defensive tackle spot. He was asked on post-draft about that one-tech defensive tackle, and here's how Caserio addressed that.
There's a number of players that we liked, and, we didn't have the opportunity to add them to our team. I think we're excited about the players that we've added. So, we've signed some players in for agency. We signed Foley. We signed Tim Settle. We signed Danico. We have some players that have some flexibility there in the front. So, like we talked about last week or whenever it was, if we had to go out there and play football, we'd be able to put a team out there regardless of whoever we drafted here. So
there you go. That was his thoughts on 2 positions that many people think are holes. What do you think are the holes that the Texans have?
I still think that it's going to be interesting to see the corner position. I think that there are veterans out there that could still come in and help this team, some of which have already spoken up and said they would like to be a Texan, like Xavier Howard. That there are guys that if you need a veteran and one of your own, and Stevie Nelson is still out there, that you still have a chance to fill that spot. Because I don't disagree with what we've been saying all along, which is defensive tackle and corner are going to be 2 huge issues. They drafted a safety, so maybe that's covered. The other one is one we just got done talking about. The other one to me is still that second running back position, because regardless of who you drafted, regardless of what you're hoping Dameon Pierce can be in year 3, the fact is you got Joe Mixon and you got a whole lot of question. And I think that that's something that they may not be done addressing yet. They may be looking at some other guys, and I think they might have to, because you need depth at the running back position, and you got to figure out if a rookie is ready to play. You got to figure out what, if anything, Pierce gives you, and if there's anything at all that's not there, you got to go get somebody else.
Yeah, those are mine too. Can you cover it up with Okudah and Henderson? Maybe they play a lot of zone. Maybe those guys are really good at zone. I'm not really worried about the other defensive tackle spot. I think that you have enough with Foley and Settle and even the guys behind them. I'm not worried about defensive tackle 1. Everybody wants this star-studded defensive line. You just need a guy that's going to take up a bunch of space and let those other guys eat. And I think Autry's going to play the 3-tech a lot, the second defensive tackle spot. So that one's not really a worry of mine. Corners up there. I'm with you on safety. Jimmy Ward's at least serviceable. Now he always gets hurt. Mm-hmm. And then you drafted a guy that has incredible potential. Now, will he be raw in his rookie year? Yes, of course. But his strong suit is coverage, and he's long, and he's fast, and he's speedy. So I'm not as worried there anymore. I'm with you on running back 2. Part of it's because I'm not 100% sold on running back 1. I don't think Joe Mixon's a great NFL running back anymore, and he's certainly not a bell cow. So I'm worried about what they have at RB2. At the same time, they have C.J. Stroud, and I wouldn't mind if they threw it 40 times a game. The Howard front I would sign Howard. I'm cool with that. I think that Steven Nelson's run its course. I feel like if they were interested in each other, that Nelson would be back. I feel like that's run its course. I think it's a relationship that needed to end. And not that Nelson was bad. I just don't see Nelson coming back to the Houston Texans from both parties. Now Nelson is unemployed, so he needs a job eventually. Howard, I wouldn't say Howard intrigues me, but Howard's past the back of his baseball card, that intrigues me. And if Howard's willing to come in on a veteran deal or a cheap deal, I'm willing to kick the tires there.
No
because
doubt.
if it's a 1-year cheap deal, veteran minimum, whatever, there's no risks. There's no risk there. You just cut them. Like, it's just the price of doing business. So Howard intrigues me in the sense if he's willing to sign a really cheap 1-year deal.
Yeah, and the reason why I bring up Stevie Nelson is because there's still veterans that, just to make the point, there's veterans that are still out there that are unsigned.
I think those are the top two, though.
And maybe they are. But, Xavier Howard, right from the get-go, once he departed Miami, was basically saying, yeah, I'd like to play for the Texans. Well, I mean, at this point in the offseason, if you're sitting there saying he doesn't have a team yet, and he's still very interested in playing football, and he's not going to pull a Chris Harris and just decide he's retiring, well, then I think that you have an option sitting there that's still a possibility for you if you need, or you see what you see and go, I think we need someone else.
There's one name that I forgot that I would like to kick the tires on, cheap 1-year deal.
Okay.
Stephon Gilmore. He's old, but his
there's
lack
another one.
but his lack of production is still high. And again, cheap 1-year deal, that would be something that I'm interested in too. Corner really is the only corner and running back are the only spots where I have any interest in free agents. Wide receiver, I've seen some people say that they should go get Odell Beckham Jr. Like, come on.
No.
Dude. These offensive linemen are kind of washed up. Maybe you could sign a veteran guard, kind of, maybe. Even that is not I'm not crazy about. Those 3 corners, I would at least kick the tire on, and I'm probably out on Nelson, where you're probably in. I just think it's a relationship that needed to end. Not that
I'm
he
just
was
going
bad.
on ability alone. You're right,
Sure.
the vest comments and all that, but at least the way he played last year tells me he
100%.
can still play.
No, 100%. I think he could still play too. I don't think that it's like a mutual thing anymore. But those other 2 guys, I would kick the tires there. I'm not giving them a multi-year deal. I'm not paying them top dollar. But I would have Howard here in camp. I would have Gilmore here in camp because there's a decent chance they're your second best corner on this team. Because I think Lassiter's a nickel. So that, I'm cool there. I'm with you on that one. Running backs, I'm also I wouldn't hate a veteran running back. The problem is the veteran running backs that are still available are terrible. You have Dalvin Cook, you have Cam Akers, you have Joshua Kelly, you have Kareem Hunt, you have Jerick McKinnon, you have Melvin Gordon.
God, if you had to take one, who would you take?
Maybe Akers because he's young and coming off of injuries, but he seems like he was a problem in L.A. because he never really got along with McVay. I think that Akers probably has the most upside. McKinnon's older, but at least McKinnon gives you a true third-down running back that can catch the ball. I'm really not interested in Dalvin Cook.
No, McKinnon's the guy to me that caught my attention just because maybe he's been injured, but not as much overall wear and tear, and he's got some quicks, and he can catch the football to where I would on the cheap. There's one that I'm not against taking a flyer on.
No, he would probably be the top of my list, but still, even he's long in the tooth. He kind of didn't really get a ton of production last year in Kansas City, but he would probably Akers you would need to depend on your scouting, and you'd probably need to do
and your
really,
intel.
Vet him.
Yep.
What is he like? Was it just he wasn't a scheme fit with McVay, or was it something more than that? I don't know. I couldn't tell you that. I'm not behind those closed doors, but he would be someone that I'm trying to vet. McKinnon would be more, does he have anything left in the tank? But other than that, there's nothing. There is nothing. Corner is far deeper in the free agents than running back is.
Did you find it interesting, too, in the Caserio quote about defensive tackles that maybe lends it credence to what was out there, which was they were trying to trade up in one second or third round to get a D tackle? There was a couple guys that they had their eye on. So that maybe says – yeah, they like what they got. Sure, to his point, they could put a team out there right now that you'd be okay with, but were they trying to upgrade the position? Probably.
Yeah, I think that. Well, I mean, everything's on the table. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think they're comfortable with their one tech. I really do.
Settle's a big run stopper. I mean, from my buddies that have watched every Buffalo Bill game in the last several years, they said you're going to love what he does against the run, and that made me feel better.
And
but
why do you need pass rush there? Like you have
You
Autry
don't,
that I
and
think is going
Autry
to be
is, yeah.
opposite of them,
Yep.
and then you have Daniil Hunter and you have Will Anderson opposite of them, like on the ends. Like you don't need a pass rusher in that spot. You need what you just said, a guy who's going to eat blocks and stuff the run, or at least take up blockers, and then allow Al Shire and Christian Harris to come make tackles.
and I think Foley can do the same thing. So I think they are set.
8863 disagree on Nelson. He got burned too often when was picked on a lot. Okay, I mean that's your opinion. I mean, we're talking about mediocre corners here. 9229. Yes, I'm a Titan fan. I'm not saying that the texture was wrong. It's just it's kind of bottom of the barrel here. 9229. Yes, I'm a Titan fan, but I'm telling y'all that you got two studs from us in Autry and Al. He says Al Shazier. It's Al Shire. It's Al Shire.
Yep.
Yeah, I like Autry and Al Shire's game quite a bit.
Me too.
I wish they would have got Al Shire last offseason, but better late than never.
No, I agree with you. And again, because at least with one guy, the familiarity with D'Amico and his system and everything helps too. But that just tells you that D'Amico saw plenty of ball and knows exactly what he can do. And if you talk to anybody that saw any of the divisional games against the Titans, they said Autry was constantly wreaking havoc on everything the Texans tried to do. So, good on them and good on getting good football players from a team that you hate.
Everybody says he's a dog. 8835, would you rather have Pierce or Dalvin? Oh, okay. He says, okay, would you rather have Pierce or Dalvin or Fournette or McKinnon?
I would probably say, it's like, I'll say Dalvin Cook because in short doses, I still think he has the most ability of those four.
I think it was the tandem, though. Like, would you rather have Pierce and Dalvin or Fournette and McKinnon? That's gross. I'd rather have Pierce and Dalvin.
I don't like any of that.
I don't either. If I had to pick one of the four, I'd probably go McKinnon.
Oh, for sure. Yep.
If I had to pick one of the four and just eliminate the pairings, if I get A, B, C, or D, give me D, McKinnon. E is throw the ball 45 times a game. All right,
it may be coming.
It might be. I mean, if Mixon goes down, you're in a tough spot. If Mixon, think about that. And, Brian just said it a minute ago. The chances that Joe Mixon plays all 17 games, and I know that he's been a workhorse and, he's been tough and he's played most of the games in his career. If Joe Mixon is hurt, your running backs are Dare, who's a better kicker than he is a running back, Damian Pierce, Jahar Jordan. I need to learn how to say his name. Those are your guys. That's
not enough.
That's dismal. That's not
Ain't good enough.
That's not great. All right, 713-780-ESPN. It's time for Man of the People. One caller will be on Blanker's side. One caller will be on my side. And then if Blankers win, well, the caller that's on his side is going to get a gift card. Caller who's on my side, if I win, you get a gift card. So call now to try to get on one of our teams. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Man of the People with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, the moment here for Bull Shirts. Look, I know Bull Shirts. I've known these guys for a long time. Bull Shirts are the best. Whether you have a company, you work for a company, and you're constantly using and needing promotional items, or maybe you got a family reunion coming up or some kind of an event coming up for your kids, and you need T-shirts or you need tchotchkes, you need promotional items, or a golf tournament that you need to get ready for. They take care of it all. And the great thing is they've been in business for a long, long time, literally since 1980, 40 years of service in the Houston area. So you're not going out of state. You're not shipping out of the country. You're not hoping everything comes in the right way and there's no way to fix it if it doesn't because it's coming from too far away. It's coming from right here in H-Town. Guaranteed top-notch quality and service. Printed playoff and championship gear for both your favorite baseball and basketball team over the years. And they ship anywhere to the United States, but they take care of Houstonians the best. Screen printing, embroidery, promo items. Like I said, anything from a tent for your tailgate or golf tournament to LED light-up products, and then all the other tchotchkes, coolers, lunch bags, backpacks, golf accessories, custom pop-up tents, all those things, and especially the T-shirts, because they always do a fantastic job on everything they do. Bull Shirts is a one-stop shop for everything you need promotionally, and the best thing you can do is look at the website. Go there right now, bull-shirts.com, and look at all the different ways they can help you. You see all these commercials on TV, but it takes too long. You don't know what you're getting, and if there's a problem, you can't fix it. They're local, so are you. Go to Bull Shirts. They'll take care of you every step of the way, and tell them we sent you by right here at ESPN 97.5.
The Killer Bees are back, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
Let's play Man of the People.
Yesterday was a big day for bees, by the way. Big bee day yesterday. All right, Man of the People. Brian, do you want to explain this game in 15 seconds to the people?
Yeah, basically, we'll be answering. There's a popular game show that I'm not going to name in case there's a legal issue here. We'll be asking Joel and Jeremy questions with multiple different answers. Whoever does better will get more points. We'll do 6 rounds. At the end of that, whoever has the more points will win, and the caller attached to them will get the gift card. We have caller Ryan, who will be represented by Jeremy, and caller Chris, who will be represented by Joel.
I think that game is hosted by Heave Starvey.
I think that is correct, yes.
It is
Friendly
a good time.
fight instead of a...
He might have a mustache and nice suits.
We've got a featured restaurant this week. It's Highway Cantina in Edo. Great Tex-Mex destination before and after ball games, certainly for Cinco de Mayo. Thanks to Highway Cantina, our featured restaurant this week. And we are playing for $25 to Highway Cantina. All right, who's going first here, Brian?
We will alternate here unless there is a tiebreaker, and then we will deal with that when we get there.
All right.
But let's
Age before beauty. Blinkers can go first.
So Joel will be our lead off here, and just so everyone knows the scoring, there will be 4 to 8 correct answers on this, just like that game show we mentioned. If you get the most popular answer, you get 3 points. If you get the second most popular, 2 points, and then any other answer on the board is 1 point.
All
and
right.
again, most points win.
Let's go.
All right,
Let's
number
go.
1.
We got this, Ryan.
Joel, you are first.
Okay.
What is a common fear that many people have?
Dying.
Incorrect.
That wasn't on the list at
It
all?
was not on the list.
How many things are on the list?
Not on the list.
How many are on the list?
There are 4 on this one.
4 each one. Public speaking.
That is
Number 1.
That is the
Boom.
third most popular answer. Yes.
That used to be number 1.
The number 1 answer was heights. Number 2 was spiders. Then public speaking, and then last was flying.
BS. Public speaking's always been number 1.
Yeah, it has been. There's an old Jerry Seinfeld joke about that. But dying should be on the board. Joel got robbed a little bit there. All right, Jeremy, you will be kicking off this question. Question number 2. What is a common item people forget to take with them when leaving the house?
Their wallet.
That is the third most popular answer. You will
third.
pick up 1 point. Joel,
Lame.
there are 3 more answers on the board.
Their
What
phone.
is it? Sorry?
Their phone.
That is the second most popular answer. So you have tied it up. You get 2 points for that answer.
This is
And it is
2024.
tied
Nobody
2-2.
forgets their phone.
What was number 1? Their keys?
Yeah, number 1 answer was keys, and the other answer on the board that you guys didn't mention was sunglasses.
Keys? You can't get anywhere without your keys.
I mean, you can't get the. I was thinking that's why I didn't say it, because you can't drive away without your keys.
Where did you get this information?
I don't want to give it away because then you could Google it.
Yeah, good point.
All right.
He would too.
Question number 3. Joel will be going first, and again, we are tied 2-2 currently. Name a household chore that nobody likes to do.
The dishes.
That is the second most popular answer. Joel picks up 2 points. Jeremy, what is a household chore that nobody likes to do?
Laundry.
That is the 4th most popular answer, so you pick up 1 point there. Joel maintains the lead.
I wanted to say cleaning toilets, but it seems like
cleaning the bathroom was number 1.
Ah.
Joel, you mentioned dishes. Jeremy said laundry.
Trash.
The one you didn't say, or the other one you didn't say, was vacuuming. That was the 3rd most popular
I
answer.
should have went with my gut. I'm sorry, Ryan.
Well, you're only down 1 point. We still have 3 questions to go, so you're still definitely not out of it. All right. Question number 4. What is a popular pizza topping? This one, Jeremy first.
Pepperoni.
That is the number 1 answer on the board. Jeremy picks up 3 points. Joel, there are 3 more options available. What is a popular pizza topping? That is the 3rd most popular answer.
That's your
Good
favorite
job.
one, isn't it?
What?
I said that's your favorite one, isn't it?
I see what you did there. All right, Jeremy takes the lead. 2 questions left. Jeremy, you are up 6-5 representing caller Ryan. And Joel is 1 point behind representing caller Chris. All right, 2 questions to go. Number 5. And this one, Joel will be leading for this one. Name something people do when they are bored.
They get on the internet.
Incorrect. It would have to be a little bit more specific. There's things in here that involve internet, but
Get
it's
on
not
your phone.
It's not
too
actually
late.
getting on the internet.
It's too late.
It's the same thing. You can,
My answer
It's
is
not.
playing
I'll
on your phone.
Say that again.
My answer is playing on your phone.
Also
Good.
incorrect. You're both incorrect.
Is read a book on here?
Read a book is
Dang.
one.
Watch TV.
Watch
was
TV.
one?
Watch TV is number one. Number
no, watch
two
TV
is
is number one.
Number 2 is play video games. 3, read a book. 4, take a nap.
Okay.
So we are still at 6-5 going into our last and final question. Jeremy will be going first on this one.
Let's go, Ryan.
And for this one, there are 6 options on the board. Name an occupation that begins with the letter J.
Janitor.
That is the number 1 answer
Boom.
on
You're
the
going
board.
to Highway Cantina, Ryan. Yeah, when you eat those fajitas and you drink those margaritas, think of Branham. Think of Branham, Ryan.
Just for fun here, Joel, what would have been your answer?
Jeweler.
That is actually the number 2 answer.
There you go.
That is the number 2 answer. So
Let's
you
go.
did quite well there. The other answer is jockey, journalist.
Jockey's ahead of journalist. This is why I don't say I'm a part of the media.
They're actually tied. They both were tied there. Judge and juggler.
Judge.
But jockey did get more answers than judge.
Congratulations, Ryan. When you speak of me, speak
Sorry,
well.
Chris.
Very
Chris,
close,
when
though.
you
9-7.
And when you think of the Killer Bees, Chris, speak nicer of me, since I'm not the one who cost you dinner. Blankers did. Yeah, think of that. Think of Brett Branham whenever you're sipping on that margarita, Ryan. Think about it.
25
I
goes
like
to
this
Chris,
game.
or goes to Ryan. Sorry.
I like this game.
Yeah, we can do it again. We got another gift card to give away tomorrow. I'm sure we'll have more.
I enjoyed
future
it,
weeks.
even though I didn't win.
Choked.
Shut up.
713-780-ESPN. J-Tag says, why are y'all playing Price is Right music while playing
I was thinking the same
Family
thing. You could
Feud
at least
game?
play the music. We talk about the other game show.
I wanted music, but I didn't want to use the music associated with the show again in case there are any legal concerns.
6860. What was the second answer on pizza toppings?
It was pepperoni and sausage.
It was sausage, I believe. Let me
Then
scroll.
mushrooms and onions, I would believe.
So pepperoni was 1, mushrooms 2, sausage 3, green peppers 4.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Well, there you go. Man of the people and my guy Ryan, courtesy of Branham. Thanks to Branham, going to Highway Cantina, $25 gift card coming your way.
P.T. Branham.
What's that?
P.T. Branham.
Explain the joke.
The ultimate promoter.
Okay.
Self-promotion guy.
713-780-3776. Grade the joke.
You didn't grade it.
Yeah. 1.2? If you have to explain it,
I
we know the
shouldn't
rules.
have had to, but okay.
We know the rule. I've never heard PT as promoter.
P.T. Barnum, it's all he did is promote the circus.
P.T. Barnum promote the circus.
Barnum and Bailey Circus, yep.
Okay. What team does LeBron James play on next year? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from my good friends at Allstate Siding and Windows. I love these people because Mary and her brother and the whole family have been involved in the business forever, and they are Houstonians. They are Houstonians through and through. They love their Houston sports, and they love taking care of you. And the greatest thing is that they do multiple things. They do everything with anything you need to do with windows, and they also do the most important thing in keeping your entire house and that outer shell protected, and that's they do siding. And you can get both of them done at the same place. It's phenomenal. They are the best at doing it, and the greatest thing is they will come to you and tell you how they can help, and it doesn't cost you a thing. They do free home estimates. All you got to do is get in contact with them like I did. I called them. I said, we're thinking about new windows. Mary sent her brother out. We started talking. He showed us the benefit. And the next thing you know, we got the new windows in. They are absolutely phenomenal. First, they're stunning from curbside view. They absolutely will upgrade the overall curb appeal and appearance of your house. But the more important things, they're going to protect you in hurricane season. They're going to keep the heat in the wintertime and the cool in the summertime. They are absolutely fantastic. The siding does the same thing. No more dealing with painting and repairs and all those things. Get siding in a variety of colors and understand you are protecting your number one investment. Right now, they got 30% going on 30% off on windows, $2,500 off on a complete siding job. All you got to do is get in touch with them, and they'll tell you exactly how they can help, what products are best, and what they recommend. 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936, where you can always take advantage of those specials and so much more, because they also have available discounts for first responders, military, and senior citizens. And the fact is, There's a ton that you can learn just by going to their website. Check them out right now, allstatesidingandwindows.com, and tell them I sent you by.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
0754, thanks, Branham. You're a true man of the people. Exclamation point. Thank you. Thank you. Keep the compliments to yourself, but thank you. Eric the driver says 6.2 on Blanker's joke. I understood completely fine.
Thank you, Eric the driver.
8807 says La Bad Words going to the WNBA. We're not going to read that sexism.
I knew somebody was going to say it.
We're not going to read that sexism on our show. 713-780 ESPN. Where does LeBron James play next year? 4548 says LeBron is going to be a New York Knickerbocker. And then 0613, depending on the run they have, I could see LeBron in Dallas. Where do you think LeBron James plays next season, assuming that he does play?
The easy answer is wherever Bronny gets drafted, because some team's going to draft Bronny or try to draft Bronny, including the Lakers saying they are going to draft Bronny because they know they don't want to lose LeBron. He wants to play with his son. He said all along he wants to play 1 year with Bronny, so the Lakers are probably going to try and hope that he falls to the second round and take him. But if he doesn't and he plays somewhere else, I think Philadelphia. I think Philadelphia, because you're losing Tobias Harris's contract, because you know you've got a stud and a great young talent in Maxey. You've got one of the two best centers in the game in Embiid. And, you know, Daryl has always been enamored with getting LeBron James, and he has a chance to win immediately in the East with that team.
Okay. My money's heavily on the Lakers, and I haven't looked at the odds on this, and I'm sure the Lakers are the heavy favorites here. The Lakers, it has been rumored, I don't think it's been reported, but rumored that the Lakers would be willing to draft Bronny James. Bronny James, of course, last year USC, entered the transfer portal, but declared for the NBA draft. I don't see him playing anywhere in college. I think he'll be in the NBA next year, and I think he'll be drafted by the LA Lakers. Now, what could be interesting here is, does another team try to block that? Because look, Bronny, I don't think Bronny's worthy of a draft pick. I don't think Bronny will ever be worthy of being an NBA basketball player. But could a team block the draft pick of the Lakers selecting Bronny just to make things messy? Maybe. I'm not entirely sure. I think the Lakers at the end of the day, though, will get Bronny. Like, LeBron can play his power game and have a power play where he ends up in L.A. The other caveat here is, ever since LeBron left Cleveland and went to the Lakers, I think LeBron has been trying to set up his post-playing career. Like, he built the house of his dreams in L.A. I think he wants to live in L.A. going forward. I think he wants to be there for the rest of his life. So, and LeBron, I know he had this quote. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. Well, at the end of the day, it's just about basketball. And I'm not saying that LeBron's not a competitor and he doesn't want to win, all of these things. But I think LeBron James is way more worried about staying in L.A. than he is like winning basketball games, just trying to, jump on the train of another team that's winning a bunch of games. So I think that he stays in L.A. I really don't see a scenario in which he leaves L.A.
Well, it could be the Clippers, too. Don't think about the fact that the Clippers, with their new arena, would like to play a game with the Lakers and try and block it, draft Bronny, and then just to see how it all plays out. I agree with you that I think the leader in the clubhouse is always going to be the Lakers. It was on SportsCenter, I think, today when I was leaving the house that the Lakers would take Bronny James if they have the opportunity, because they know that where their bread is buttered with LeBron, at least for one more year. I think you're right in the fact that his post-career is going to be in L.A. He's got his production company set up there now. He's got a ton of stuff that he always wanted to get involved with that's in L.A. now. But I think for 1 year to be able to play with your son if he goes somewhere else, I could see him. And I still think you can't discount the fact he's chasing MJ. He's chasing MJ in those championships, and he wants to try and get as close to, if not equal and or surpass him. And if he's only going to play a year or two, I think he's going to go to a really good team, and I think that he's still going to try and get as many championship opportunities as he possibly could have.
I don't think there will be another team in the NBA that drafts Bronny, because I think LeBron can let it be known before the draft, hey, look, you can try to play the defense game and draft Bronny, but I'm not signing with you. I think they can control where Bronny gets drafted. Part of this is that Bronny's not an NBA prospect. If Bronny was a top 5 pick, then somebody's going to call his bluff and be like, well, screw you. Bronny's a top 5 player in this draft. We'll just take Bronny. We don't need you. We can just have Bronny. But because Bronny's not an NBA player, it's very easy for LeBron to control where he goes. I don't see another team in the NBA like pick number 22, and LeBron's told him, look, I'm not coming there even if you draft Bronny, and then they select Bronny, and LeBron's like, okay, now I'll come. I don't see that happening.
Well,
and I also don't see the team doing it because LeBron, Bronny's not an NBA player.
But also consider who's the general manager of the Sixers and how much they don't value draft picks and how much they like to play the game within the game, to where I could see Daryl doing that. Whether it worked out or not, I could see, Daryl being the guy that tries to shake up the deck and say, okay, cool, we're going to take him.
Yeah. You think Daryl would waste a first-round pick on Bronny?
Yes, a late first-round pick, I do. He does not value late first-round picks.
Does he even have a late first-round pick?
I don't even know. That's what I was just thinking while you said that. He normally trades them all away. He might not even have a late first or a first-round pick, but I could see Daryl trying to do that because he's always been enamored. The same way he was enamored with Carmelo when he was good, and it stood there until he got him when he was bad. When he gets enamored with a player, it's like no one I've ever seen before where, and I made the comparison before, it's like when you were getting Apple stock when Apple first started. That's one thing, because it had unbelievable value. When you had to have Apple stock so bad that you bought it when it was priced through the roof, then your return on investment sucks. He still does that. He's one of those guys, but I could see him screwing with everybody and taking Bronny.
You think he's enamored with LeBron?
Oh, he's always been enamored with LeBron.
I mean, I think everybody kind of, how could you not be if you're an NBA GM?
I've been through 2 different free agent cycles where they threw everything at the kitchen sink at LeBron trying to get him here, and people thought it was because he didn't want to live in the city. And
where were you working?
Things. You know where I was working, and I'm not going to give you the satisfaction for your little fun and games.
You already
business.
did. You just did. You just did. Here are the odds, though, for LeBron's next team, according to FanDuel. The LA, this is astronomical odds. Lakers minus 150. Then there's a 3-way tie for second. Cleveland, Miami, and New York Knicks at plus 1,100. Plus 1,100 for Cavs, Heat, Knicks. Golden State's plus 1,300. Hawks plus 1,900. Chicago, Philly plus 1,900. The Rockets aren't even on the board. So, I mean, Lakers are the heavy favorite here. Minus 150. The next highest team, 3 of them, Cleveland, Miami, New York, plus 1,100. That's high. High odds.
You don't think that Bronny's ever going to be an NBA player?
No. I think he's not very good.
I don't think he's ever going to be his dad, but I think he could be a 3-point shooter or like a role player on a team if he matures more.
I don't see it.
I don't see it now. I think there's a possibility down the road a little bit, but the pressure is going to be.
He shot 27% from three in college, the college 3-point line. He got 19 minutes a game at USC.
He's coming
he
off
averaged
a heart
less than
issue,
5
too.
points a game. Does a heart issue affect his shooting?
It affects his ability, legs, cardio, how he's, the rehab process. I don't know what all went into it. I just know that he didn't deserve to be in McDonald's All-American, but at least in the McDonald's All-American game against top-level competition, I think he was MVP of the game, but he did make a lot of threes in that game to where.
That's a lot of stock in one game. Like, there's
It is.
25 college games that you can have inventory on where the
But I'm just not ready to
greater.
close the door and say he's never going to be an NBA player.
I mean, I think he'll be in the NBA because of his dad.
Well,
I don't think
early
he's
on,
ever going
yes,
to be
but
a
I think he
decent
could be
NBA player.
He could be on a team like a rotational player on a team someday.
I think he'll be in the NBA, just like Giannis's brother's in the NBA.
Right.
I don't think that he would be a rotational player on a good team. I just don't see it in Bronny. Like he's not that big. Like he's 6'4". Like he's not a point guard though.
No, he's
so
not.
you're going to be a wing at 6'4" that can't shoot. That's not incredibly speedy or athletic. I don't think he has an NBA profile. Maybe I'm a hater. Maybe I'm wrong. 713-780-ESPN. But I'm not sorry about it because I really don't care if Bronny's an NBA player or not. It's not Akeem's son. 713-780-3776. How many premium players do the Texans currently have? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. We are the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. How many premium players do the Texans currently have? Brian, you said that Lance and John and Dell were talking about this the other day, and they were counting them up and then using it to show how the Texans aren't quite there in
Yeah,
championship contendership?
I think it was a pushback from Dell to maybe some of what he perceived to be over positivity from John Lance on the Texans. And the number he ended up coming up with was five premium players for the Texans. And then they compared that to the other contending teams around the league. And Dell's point overall, or the point that he reached, was that they had far few quote-unquote premium players than teams like the Chiefs and the 49ers and the other top contenders. So I guess to say maybe we should slow our roll a little bit, that they're not quite at that level just yet.
Okay. How many premium players do you think they have, Blankers? Texans.
The premium player, because I think that, to me, I look at it and I say, I think Dalton Schultz is a top 10 tight end. Is that a premium player? Is that good enough? Because I think it is. It's one of the better tight ends in the league.
I put premium as top 10 at like a single position, like there's only one quarterback, there's only one starting running back. So top 10 at those, tight end would fall under that. And then any position with two, like edge rushers, tackles, guards, cornerbacks, I put it at top 20.
So that's
so basically
for me,
top third of starters.
So then I would say that there's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, name them. Don't just count them.
I'm just counting. I have a list, Jeremy. I'm just trying
to
say
the list.
I have CJ. It's not funny. I'm trying to see if I was going to eliminate one. CJ, Will Anderson, Tunsil, Stingley, Daniil Hunter, Schultz, and then I would say one of the two, Nico or Diggs. So I'm going to go, was that 7? 1, 2, 3, 4.
I think if you only did one of the wide receivers.
7. If it's just one of those two, then I got 7.
Okay.
That's interesting about the receivers. Because I think you might be able to make a case for more than one, and I think you can throw Tank into like a trilogy and then make it 2 of the 3.
But Tank's coming off injury, so I'm concerned about that. But you're right. Tank is definitely in the discussion.
Nothing. Fibula. I'm not worried about the fibula at all. Like, I recovered from a fibula, and I am a jabroni. Like, the fibula is nothing. It's a non-weight-bearing bone. Like,
he got shot. I hope it's nothing at all. I don't know. I mean, he just because you walk out of the hospital, you got to play football.
True. Yeah, that's true. I don't know where he was shot. Do you know where he was shot?
I don't. That's what I'm saying. Until you get more details come out, there's what you don't know.
Yeah, they said he's back in Houston and he's been in and out of the facility. So, like, that's good, right? Because, I mean, he was on a plane. Like, he was on a plane with some sort of wound.
Right.
Yeah, everything we've heard has been like, yeah, it's not going to be an issue. But, yeah, I mean, we don't know the 100% of it. I have Stroud. Stroud's definitely a premium player for me. Running back, no. Laramie Tunsil, yes. Anybody else on the offensive line, no. I don't have Titus Howard there. If you're counting top 10 tight ends, I think Dalton Schultz is in that conversation. I think he's right there. So I'll put him on that list. That's 3. I'm going to go with 2 Texan receivers. 2 of Diggs, Nico, and Tank, I think are top 20 receivers in the NFL. So that gets me up to 5, right? Nobody else offensively. Texans defensive line, Daniil Hunter, yes. Will Anderson, yes. I think Autry's borderline, but I'm not going to count it. I think Christian Harris and Al Shire both are. That gives me up to 9. Ooh. Stingley, 10, and that's where I'm stopping. And I don't care about kickers and punters. Do I think Jaime Fairbairn's a top 10 kicker? Yes. Do I think he matters on premium positions or premium players? No. So I do think he's a top 10 kicker, but I don't think he counts as a premium player. Just like I think John Weeks is a top 1 long snapper and put him in the Ring of Honor, but he's not a premium position. So I have 10 for the Houston Texans.
You think Harris and Alshire are top 20
really
linebackers in the NFL?
I do. I think Christian Harris has emerged into a top 20 linebacker in the NFL. Yes, I absolutely do. And I think Alshire is there as well. Yes, 100%.
Okay.
So give me 10.
It's a lot.
So yeah,
Brian, what do you got?
I do think the Texans are a contender. Like I think we sell short some of those fringe. Are they premium? Because I think that they're there, and I think people have trouble putting a younger player who hasn't been there a while on their list. People, Christian Harris only done it 2 years. So what? He's playing at a top 20 level. So premium player, yes.
No, my thing was just if I could name 20 players in the NFL, 20 linebackers in the NFL before I get to Christian Harris.
Back a baseball card, probably. I think playing over the last 4 games of last season.
You know, the back of his baseball card.
Yeah, back a baseball card, you probably could. If you want to go look at the last 4 games they played, I don't think there's 20 linebackers better than Christian Harris.
Okay, it's your opinion. Brian, what do you got?
I've got 9, but I did include Kaimi Fairbairn in mine. So I get Jeremy's point that even if the kicker is premium, it doesn't super impact the results of the game compared to the other positions. But I still think he is a upper echelon kicker and deserves to be in the conversation. So my 9 are C.J. Stroud. That's obviously the one that you have to include. I do have Diggs and Nico, Laramie Tunsil, Will Anderson Jr., Daniil Hunter, Stingley, Fairbairn, and then also Christian Harris. I didn't include Dalton Schultz, but otherwise we pretty much agree, other than the inclusion or not including Kaimi Fairbairn.
So if you take just the average of us, we have over 8.5.
Yep.
Like, how many do you need to have? Because we can argue a couple, and it's not really pointless. It's pointless to this exercise. Like, what is the number for you to be a contender?
Well, without going through every team in the league, would they say that you have to have like 9 or 10?
Who are you referring to?
Like,
John Lance?
Yeah, John Lance and Dell.
I don't think they. If they did, I missed it. I don't think
if Dell
they
was
qualified.
pushing back, well, you said Dell was pushing back, saying that's not enough.
He said they only had 5.
So a contending team has how many? Because if you think about whether you go Chiefs or you go Niners, you can go. We can take one of those teams and just start breaking them down, and I think we'd probably come up with a similar number to what the Texans have.
I think you would have to have 7 or 8. I'm kind of thinking of like one at basically every level. So like quarterback, running back, one offensive lineman, wide receiver, defensive line, linebacker, and then secondary. So like 7 or 8, like where you have a difference maker basically in every kind of group or position of the field.
Well, you look at McCaffrey, you look at Ayuk and or
I would say both.
Debo,
Yeah,
right? So you got 2 there.
And Kittle.
You got Kittle. You've got one of the best left tackles in the game, regardless of whether you rank him number 1 or not. So
Sure.
that's 5. Your D line is going to have Bosa. Your middle linebacker in Warner. So there's already 7. You start looking around the rest of the field in terms of the rest of their defensive linemen who have been pretty stellar. I think you're talking about the same number as the Texans and corners and safeties.
Yeah, I wouldn't put the Texans roster ahead of the Niners, but in terms of like, are they in the ballpark with the same number of premium players? I would say yeah.
Yep.
I think 5's too light. Like, I would love to know Dell's list of the 5 because he's sleeping on some guys there, I think.
Yeah, there's no doubt, because you look at Philly's not a quote unquote Super Bowl contending team. If you look at last year, they had 10 wins early in the season, but you can go Philly and get to the same number. You can go with multiple teams right now off the cuff and go, the Cowboys could probably get close to that number.
Yeah, see, because you were on the low end of ours, but let's just say that you're right. Like, 8's still enough.
Yep.
8's still enough. So I think that they have enough premium players to be like on this contender list. 2585 Tank is not a premium receiver yet. He has tons of potential, but the dude's played like 10 games in the NFL. So what? So C.J. Stroud's played 15 games in the NFL. Is he a premium? Like, why does it matter how many games you played? We're talking about guys right now, this moment. Like, this text is back of the baseball card.
It's what you've done with the plays that you were given, and what he did was, until he went down, prove that he was one of the better wide receivers in the entire game.
And he was on pace for 1,000+ yards and surpassing Andre Johnson's best season ever for receiving touchdowns.
And look, some of it might be because of C.J. Stroud. Like, C.J. Stroud's going to elevate the player, right? Like, Nico Collins got elevated. What was Nico Collins with Davis Mills? He was a
500 yards a year
NFL player. Like, he wasn't a starter in the NFL. Then all of a sudden you get C.J. Stroud, and it's like, oh, Nico Collins is going to demand a lot of money. Oh, Nico Collins might be in the same conversation as Amon-Ra St. Brown. Oh, like, so yes, C.J. Stroud's going to elevate the talent, but that's part of the calculus here.
Right, there's no points taken off.
C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, there's no points taken off because you've got an all-world quarterback. That's part of the process. You're having that season because of the team you're on and the guys you're playing with.
Like, if you put Tank Dell on the Raiders and he had Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell, would I include him as a premium player? No, I wouldn't. But he has C.J. Stroud. He has that luxury. I'm not going to disqualify him for having a good quarterback. Like, you never did that with, receivers that like Manning had. You never did it with receivers that Brady had. Was Julian Edelman a top 20 receiver outside of New England? No. Was Wes Welker? No.
Nope. Not at all. No.
So, like, that's part of the equation here. I don't feel like you can dismiss that. 4631, people sleep on Christian Harris. Dude made plays. He came on last year. Started last year, he was nowhere close.
Yeah, but Jeremy, I've been a fan since he came into the league when they drafted him. I'm not questioning his talent and his ability, and he's going to get there.
It wasn't an attack on you.
No, I
I'm
know,
just
but I'm
just
saying
read the
I'm a
text.
fan of his too. I just wasn't ready to put him in that list yet.
713-780-ESPN. 7 top players easily, says 0891. You just made the point. He's not premium if he's fringe without that quarterback. Okay, but he has that quarterback. He has the quarterback. So you don't discount him. You don't take away points because he has the quarterback. You can't do that.
And
Is he going to play for the Texans? Is he going to have C.J. Stroud? The answer to both of those questions is yes. So that's part of the equation. It's factored in. It's baked in to the question.
And you also can't, I mean, if you want to make the argument, well, Tank Dell is, not a premium player without C.J. Stroud, okay, fine, but based upon what? Because we haven't seen Tank Dell without C.J. Stroud at the pro level. So you can guess that he wouldn't be good, but you don't know that for sure.
Yeah. You're almost using another player because of it. You're almost using the Nico Collins impact because of it.
I think their number is very low, though, because I think most of the playoff teams you can rattle off 7 or 8.
You think the Texans numbers?
No. Dell and whatever Dell's the basis of whatever Dell was saying because they're light thinking they only had 5.
Yeah, I would love to know his 5. If I had to venture a guess,
I can look that up during a break.
If I had to venture a guess, it's definitely
CJ and Will.
It's definitely CJ. Like if you just go around the horn offensively, it's probably Tunsil.
Yep.
Tunsil's there. I bet you Donnell Hunter's there, and I bet you Will's there. So that's 4. Maybe Stingley. Maybe Stingley would be his 5th. That's my answer. I think I just named all 5.
I think that's probably right.
Like, is there another one that you think that he would go with? I don't think he would go Nico. I don't think he would go Tank. I don't think
Schultz
he would
is
go
the only
Diggs.
possibility.
I don't think he would go Schultz if he's only naming 5, though.
Right.
Like, is Schultz greater than Derek Stingley?
No.
Eh,
well, but unless he argues the injuries.
Yeah, I guess he could argue the injuries. Yeah, I wonder if he would sell Will Anderson short, just because I don't think he would.
I don't think so either. Not the way he, what he did. He won Defensive Rookie of the Year. I don't think you can sell that short.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. On the flip side of that, CJ can make guys elite, then that's great too. Yeah. I think that's part of the equation. Like it's what you have around you. Absolutely, it comes into play. We're talking about production.
It's a rare trait that only a few people have in this league, and if he's one of them, then you just thank your lucky stars and you keep him upright.
Yeah, it's way better than having Deshaun Watson.
No doubt.
713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. What is your first month grade on the Houston Astros? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, I want to mention another word for my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business. I love Doc Linville because he did my NeoGraft procedure, and it was all his doing. He asked me if I would sit down with him, and once he did, he explained to me what the NeoGraft procedure was, and I was all in. I loved it because of the fact that the NeoGraft procedure was getting my hair back. My hairline had gone up, my forehead become an 8 head. I was looking at it going, yeah, this ain't even close to what I used to have in terms of hair and coverage. He changed all of that with the NeoGraft, and he could do the same thing for you too. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com. You get the consultation with Doc Linville and his staff for free. You go in, you sit down, you ask questions, you get answers. They explain the procedure to you, and there's nothing out of pocket, no signing on the dotted line, no commitment from you. Just a question and answer session that you get for free. Everybody off the street pays $150 for that. You get it because you listen to us. We love our listeners. He does too. He wants you to explore the opportunity to possibly be the next in line to get this great procedure. You never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. That's where he takes some of it and puts it where you need it most. And because you never lose it and the area he's taking it from is always going to be there, wherever he puts it, it's going to be there too. 95 to 99% of the follicles are going to stay and grow, be with you for the long haul. So it's a fantastic opportunity for you to get your hair back, and you're going to be glad you did. The procedure is painless, but boy, the results are fantastic. I can't speak highly enough about him, but check it out for yourself. Just go to 975hair.com and set up your appointment today. Tell him I sent you by.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
What would you give the Astros in the first month of the year? Letter grade, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. What is your letter grade for the Astros, Blankers?
Well, I struggled with this one. To me, the injuries play into this, but just because of the first month and how badly they found ways to lose, I'm going to give them an F. I'm going to give them an F because of the fact that you were one of the top 4 teams favored to win the World Series at the start of the year going into the month, and you left the month as one of the worst 4 teams in baseball, along with teams like the White Sox, Colorado, and Miami. And that is just not acceptable for a franchise that has won like it has, that has a roster like it has, that has the talent that it has from top to bottom. And it's painful to say it, but it was painful to have to watch and endure it, too. So that's where, after 1 month of the season, I'd have to give them.
I'm a little surprised that you struggled with coming to an F.
Well, because of the fact that you can sympathize with the fact that there were a buildup of injuries. When you lose your top 3 starters in the rotation, it's not like it's fixable. There's guys that are going to be coming back. And also, when you don't have those top 3 guys and you saw what they had to roll out there, any good baseball team can have their struggles.
Yeah, I give them an F pretty easy. You are what your record is. You have to endure injuries. No team in baseball is going to be healthy 100% of the year. Certainly the Astros have been more injured than others, especially with their starting rotation, but I don't grade on a curve. Like, the reality is you are what your record is. You play the 162 games, and your record really dictates your grade. And the Astros had an awful month. The Astros had, I believe, that was the worst month in the golden era since 2017. The Astros were in such a hole that only one team with the Astros record, I believe, before this 3-game winning streak, has ever made the postseason with the record they had. So this, for me, is pretty easy, an F. 713-780. Now, you did finish strong with 3 wins in a row, which gives you hope going into the other months, but to me doesn't save the grade. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HR listener line. Golden Triangle, Aaron from Nederland. What's up? You're in the Hive.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, man?
Love the show. Long-time listener, part-time Twitcher, first-time caller. I agree with you guys completely. I don't think you cannot not give them an F. I mean, the only positive thing we have going right now is the group of 4 starting pitchers that are, 7-0 with around a 2 ERA, and the rest has been pathetic. I mean, I don't know how you can't give them an F. I think they may be coming around after Mexico City, but that first month of the season was something else. So y'all pretty much took the words out of my mouth in this segment just before y'all took my call. So,
Aaron, appreciate you listening.
That's really all I got.
No, thanks a lot for the support, too. Appreciate you. Look, I think the other thing, too, that we have to throw in here is it's not just the team on the field and the manager that calls the shots. It's the entire organization. And after 1 month of the season, the front office failed them. The front office failed them miserably because of the fact that maybe they didn't do enough. Maybe where they spent the money was ill-spent in the wrong direction. And also maybe because of the fact there's still lingering effects for the guys that they signed last year that are still around, mainly Jose Abreu. But, that's the main one that's going to linger with everybody. That was an absolute embarrassment at first base. And the fact that the guy backing him up wasn't any better.
Yeah, it's been one of the worst productions for first base in the history of the game. Until yesterday, you didn't have a homer from first base. And the OPS is the league's worst, and the WAR at the position's almost double than league worst coming into yesterday's game. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. Back out to the HRMP listener line. Rob from the Southwest Side. You're in the Hive with the Beast.
Hey,
What's up,
guys.
Rob?
Appreciate you taking my call. I would think you give them an F.5 from top to bottom. I think the upper management's done a terrible job. I think the roster construction coming out of spring training is terrible. Keeping Singleton around, we don't really have a quality. Dubon is a great utility, but I don't think we have a quality utility infielder other than him. And if he's in the outfield, you can't use that. The bullpen construction was really bad. And then I think you've got a lot of guys underperforming. I think the lineup construction is terrible. I know you and I disagree with where Bregman should hit. I'd put him in the 7-8 hole. If his name wasn't Bregman, that's where he'd be. The stars haven't done what they need to. Presley gets an F. Abreu gets an F. Hader gets an F. I think guys that we expected to step up haven't stepped up. J.P. France, Hunter Brown, and then I think Espada's done a fairly poor job, and obviously he's had a lot of injuries to deal with. But I think a lot of calls that he hasn't made or made too late. Last night's a great example of him not getting a review on that hit by a pitch, turns into a 3-run home run, ties the game. The game should have never been tied to begin with. So not just an F, but an F and a half, definitely on the Astros level.
Good one, Rob. Racket.
Yeah, I've never heard of the F and a half, but I liked it. I've never heard of the F and a half. F minus, but I agree with everything he had to say. Yep. Players haven't stepped up. You know, Bregman wasn't named Bregman. It's more back at baseball card, but it's really two different ways to say the same thing. They got to get them going if the Astros are going to be good. That's why we disagree there. But I agree with the call. Espada to me hasn't. I don't think Espada is the reason for their poor record, but am I enamored with the most interesting manager in the world? No, I think obviously Dusty's better at this point in Espada's career. Now I think Espada's kind of learned a lot of things the hard way, like the whole batting Jordan second thing. Well, it seems like that's already out the window, and probably for the better. I'll concede that. The bullpen management is what it is. That's kind of the roster he was handed. But I agree. I don't think that the Astros had a very good offseason. I don't think they would have had Hader if Graveman was healthy. So now you're talking about a depleted bench. And look at today's bench. You have Yiner and 3 first base outfield types on your bench. It was not a very well constructed team. Nope. The good news is that you have a foundation that you can overcome it if you get healthy, because the rotation's going to be good when it's healthy. The big three, if they pitch like the big three, is going to be really good, like we've seen the last few games. And then all of a sudden, Seth Martinez has been a find, Taylor Scott's been fine, and then you fill out Montero's been okay. He's not been great lately. So your bullpen is going to end up being okay at health, and now you're working to make it a more complete lineup. So your talent base is good enough to overcome all of that, but you do have to stay healthy, and you are going to have things go the right way.
Yeah, no doubt. There's no questioning the fact that going forward, their grades could be significantly better as soon as this month of May, and it continue to be good the rest of the season. But you can't, turn the other cheek and just ignore everything that's gone wrong in this first month that no one could have predicted. And the roster's too damn good to have a record that bad, no matter who's hurt. And no matter what they didn't do, because a lot of this should go on the front office. Because, again, we knew Espada was going to make some mistakes. It's his first time ever doing this thing. We knew there were going to be hiccups. But the hiccups became throwing up all over yourself because of the ways they found ways to play bad baseball, give up games. They weren't getting their doors blown off, but they were finding ways to lose, and that's a sign of a bad team.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. So Brian Crack research staff that he has, just him. He found the premium players that they mentioned.
Okay.
John said 7, Dell's 5, maybe up to 7. He had CJ, Tunsil, Hunter, Will Anderson, Nico Ordiggs, and they had Fairbairn. So those were his.
Dell only had 5. That and Fairbairn was one of them.
So he left out. He had a receiver, but he didn't have more than one receiver. He didn't have Stingley.
Well, Fairbairn would be
Harris
on his list if he went up to 7. He said 5, maybe 7, and Fairbairn would be on the list if he went up to 7.
So no Stingley, and no Harris.
And no
Schultz.
Schultz.
No Stingley, no Harris, yeah.
And no Schultz.
And no Schultz.
Yeah. I think that's where the argument's at. I don't think that's an awful list. I'd obviously disagree, but
yeah,
I don't think it's crazy.
A lot of it, too, with the Texans is just it's health with Tank. It's health with Stingley. And then you just want to see a little bit more from guys like Harris and another season from Nico.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. 7308, first month grade for the Astros, F-. I would give them a Z- if possible. F, the schedule hasn't played in their favor, and they have injuries, but if they are a true World Series contender, they have to find ways to win. D, Blanco saves them from the F, so it's the only non-F. Here's another non-F. Grade for the Astros, D, not the worst team in the league. Okay, that's the bar.
Pretty close.
Obviously an F, but I truly believe they'll be okay. Espada isn't doing amazing, but it's also a learning curve for him as a manager. That's about where I feel, too. I think they're ultimately going to be fine. 0002, would you rather have A.J. Hinch and Luno back or Papa and Click back? That's a good question.
Ooh, I like it. I would say just at first blush, I'd take AJ and Luno back.
Yeah, I would go AJ and Luno too, but I would be perfectly happy with Papa and Click. It's very, very tight to me. I think you win a lot of games with either one. Dusty's a great manager. So is Hinch, I think.
You just have you'd have more personality conflict with the Click Dusty matchup than you would with the synergy between AJ and Luno.
There's no doubt about that. Yeah, that's probably the reason the Click's not on the. Well, it's not only the lack of chemistry between those two. I think it was also
Crane.
lack of chemistry between Crane and also like his advisors, Bagwell, Reggie. I think Click was a little bit insulted that Jeff Bagwell's got equal say as James Click, which I don't blame James Click for that because Jeff Bagwell should not have equal say as James Click when you're talking about building a baseball roster.
I agree.
All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. What is your later grade for the Astros? Also, by the way, Chandler Rome tweeted this out a little bit ago. Joe Espada pregame. Chas McCormick's hamstring is still bothering him, and the Astros are considering placing him on the IL. If this is where he's at, they should have already placed him on the IL.
Yes, they should have.
These hamstrings are problematic. They don't get better overnight. It's still early in the season. Let's see a run of play of Loperfido in left field. Let's see a run of play of Jake Myers in center field. You don't have to have Chas McCormick at 70%. If his hamstring's messed up, get him 100%. Put him on the IL.
Well, he's scuffling, and then you have to question, was Kessinger really hurt? Because if he wasn't, and you went and did this, but you didn't do that, and you knew Chaz was, dinged up, you could have already brought up Cabbage and or to handle both, and then you wouldn't have had to lose your backup infielder.
Yep. Yeah, they need to go ahead and put him on the IL, though. Hamstrings are tricky. Hamstrings are super tricky. All right, what's your most delusional / overinflated ego take on your own sports ability? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, right now, before we go to the break, tell you about the good people at X Golf. X Golf and Katie, they're fantastic. Chris and his staff, they're unbelievable. But the best thing about it is it's a great spot. If you're a golf fan like me and you love to play golf, well, you love to play golf, and there are times when you're wishing you could play golf if the weather was bad or if it's at nighttime and you're not close to a range. Fact is, you can go to X Golf and Katie anytime, get on the golf simulators, and they're the best simulators I've ever been on. But it's the best combination because it's a golf simulator place with 8 top-line, top-notch, first-class simulators. It's also a sports bar with unbelievable food and drink, tons of TVs, and a great environment. And it's clean, and it's perfectly located right there at I-10 and 99 so that you can get to and from it really easily, but there's going to be a lot of traffic in there and a lot of golf fans and sports fans too. The simulators, like I was talking about, they are unbelievable. They're going to track every shot, the distance, the spin, the direction. It's even your chip shots and your putting, and the putting is realistic. I get that question so much because there are so many simulators out there where you just rule out putting. You play 18 holes of golf there because the putting's realistic, the chipping is realistic, and the golf from start to finish is 18 holes of real golf. It's fantastic. Play day or night in any weather conditions. And then you can also tap into the fact that you're not going to have to walk to get your ball, spend all the extra time getting to and from shots. So therefore, an 18-hole round of golf on 50 of the best courses worldwide is only going to take you about an hour and 15 minutes. And then the rest of the time, you can either continue to hit balls or you can hang out in the sports bar and get some food and beverage and mingle with some people and some friends. It's fantastic. Tell them I sent you by because if you've been there once and you're a golf fan, you're going to be there again and again. If you're looking for a great sports bar in the Katy area, you'll do the same. It's X Golf and Katy. Look them up online right now.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
So Micah Parsons and C.J. Stroud are fast friends. I think Micah Parsons will be a Houston Texan in the next couple of years, by the way. But they argue like they're brothers.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, it would. Here was Micah Parsons. I mean, he thinks he's a baller. I mean, he's obviously a really good NFL football player, so he probably thinks very highly of himself. But here was Micah Parsons talking about how many points a game he would score in the NBA.
How much would each you guys score in an NBA game?
I'm averaging 20. I would say I would be lucky to hit a 3 or 2. I'm
realistic,
he calls himself
fam.
a shooter? He's a cowboy. He's a cowboy. He's naturally delusional.
So he could average 20 points a game.
So you win the MVP of the NBA All-Star Weekend Celebrity Game, and now you're going to average 20 in the greatest league in the world?
And he said 20 very confidently.
Yes, he certainly did. Well, he's a very confident individual, as we know. But come on, man.
CJ, if you couldn't hear it, said maybe I'll hit a 2 or a 3.
Yeah,
he's taking one shot or making one shot.
Yeah, he said like 2 or 3. He said he can make like 2. He said like 5 points a game or whatever because he would knock down a shot or 2. How many points do you think you would average in an NBA game?
None.
None?
Yeah, zero. I would average 0.
I'd get at least 15. No, I'm kidding. I would have trouble. I would have trouble making a shot. Period. Like I don't know if I could get my shot off. Quite frankly,
I think that's the biggest problem we would have is getting the shot. I think we could make a shot if left open.
Yeah, if they leave you open, it's one thing, but it's only because they think that you suck that bad and that hopefully the ball finds you when they're double teaming somebody else. But yeah, I mean, let's be realistic. I mean, they're the best at what they do, and they're in unbelievable shape, and they're in their prime.
So what irrational, delusional, overinflated ego take do you have on your own sports ability? 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. For me, if I was 7 feet tall and I had my current skill set, nothing else changed, other than me being 7 feet tall, I think I could play in the NBA.
That's a lot of prerequisites, though.
That's one prerequisite. That's not
it's
a lot of
prerequisites. It's
It's
one
a
big
very
one.
big one. But that's where I'm at. That's
Well,
what
you
it is
could
for
be
me.
ashamed to be.
My overinflated ego is that with my current skill set, if you gave me a 7-foot height and maybe decent weight, I would be in the NBA.
And how many points per game are you scoring? Branham at 7 feet tall, what are you scoring?
My skill set offensively is pretty good. So if I have 7 feet, I have no problem getting my shot off here. I would give you double digits. 7 feet.
Whoa.
I don't need anything else. I'm going to give you double digits. 10 points. 10 points a game if I'm 7 feet tall.
Okay.
There you go. That's mine. What do you got?
I got nothing. At my age, as you guys have pointed out, at this point in my life, I got nothing. I don't have anything to where I'm stupid enough to believe that I can compete with professional athletes. I know back in the day, I thought that I could shoot as good as some players in the NBA at shoot three-pointers. But again, that's just like doing three-point competitions with no defense, which is totally different than playing the sport on an NBA floor.
All right. You have anything, Brian?
Yeah, I think I could shoot like 75-80% from the free throw line.
So you're a shooter then?
Yeah, I know.
I was not aware of this.
I don't have good depth perception, but when I'm face up on the basket and I'm like just set shots, completely old man YMCA game, I can knock him down at a pretty good rate.
Okay.
I think I could shoot 75-80% from the free throw line.
What else do you guys have? 713-780-ESPN. 1029. If I played golf more, I'd be good. I'll never be good. Total Arlington. My backhand in tennis is the best. Okay. Yeah, right
Try
up there with
pickleball,
Sampras
TD.
and
Try
Agassi.
pickleball, yeah.
I'm sure that backhand's great. 7308. I'm convinced I could surf one of those 120-foot monster waves in Portugal. I
He would die trying.
I think that's probably true.
9240 says, I don't have a doubt that I could equal Jose Abreu in batting average.
I don't know.
You would have to
What
get
is he at? 069?
099. So basically, you have to get one hit every 10 at-bats.
The Cologne line.
I don't think that he could. I don't think 9240 could get a hit every 10 at-bats. If you gave him 100 at-bats against big league pitching, I don't think he gets 10 hits.
No way.
I don't think he gets 10 hits.
No way.
Yeah, I'm calling BS on that one. 3338, if I had played football growing up, I'd be an all-pro tight end. Okay. This guy says if I was 7 feet tall, I would score 20 a game in the NBA. So he's trying
Slow
to
down,
one-up me.
Micah.
He's trying to one-up me.
Yeah.
I could step in with the game on the line and hit a 40-yard field goal. Okay, I could see somebody doing that because, like, either you have the leg or you don't. Certainly, you can have the skill set to do that, and you don't need, like, you're not going up against real competition.
Like if you played
You would have to
soccer.
handle the pressure, though. The pressure would be the thing that would be the most challenging thing there.
Yeah, I don't doubt that they could kick the football the proper way and kick it 40 yards, but then you factor in the variables of a crowd, pressure, and the goalposts, and I think that that's a different challenge.
And it's not just 40 yards. You also have to get it over the lineman too. So you actually are with the height that you're kicking and the angle that you're kicking, you're going to have to put more than 40 yards on it.
2920 says mine is I can take Blanker's 450 dead center from the meatballs he probably threw in college.
Okay, well, you know what? Keep propping yourself up, Mr. Cowardly Keyboard Warrior that probably played Griffey Jr.
I like how that got.
I played Griffey Jr.
Best baseball video game that's
a
ever
great game.
existed. I'm fairly certain that I could score a PK against any goalkeeper in the world. Ooh, that's interesting. Now, if you're
I once scored a PK when I was at the Highway to Hell. We did a thing on the field before a Dynamo game.
Oh,
once.
yeah.
You remember this, Jeremy?
I do. I was in the booth.
Oh, that's right. You were in the booth, but they had us all kick PKs against. I think it was the Dynamo under 17 players. I think that's who it was. But only two of us made the PK, including yours truly.
Yeah. If you're a good soccer player, I think you can do it. Like, and not even like a world class soccer player. Like, if you played college soccer, I think you could do this. Because like obviously the guy taking the PK has a much bigger advantage than the goalkeeper. So I believe that one's doable. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pena, you're in the Hive.
Hey, what's going on? So I think I can give the Texans a good onside kick, and I can for sure take Blankers' ankles up with a crossover. Thank you. Have a great day.
Ooh, he could cross you up there, Blankers. Break the ankles on you.
Well, I could also put a forearm shiver into him when he tried to do it and break
Why
something
would you
else.
do that?
Well, because
that's not very. Why are you dirty?
Pena's cocky. No,
So
if
you're
gonna
saying
try,
he's
sending
dirty.
him
You're
to the
trying to
line,
embarrass me, I'll embarrass you. It's that
Draymond
simple.
Blank. He's getting crossed
Damn
up, and then
right.
all of a sudden he's throwing an elbow into the ribs. That's poor
right.
sportsmanship
Meet the
there,
floor,
Blankers.
kid.
Sheesh.
Maybe that's why you're
And
so
you were-
against Dylan Brooks. You're more like him than you lit on.
That's not
Yeah,
true.
and he was getting on to me for saying that I would want to hurt Lamar Jackson in a playoff game, and you're throwing a rib at Payne. You're throwing an elbow at Payne just for crossing you
Pena's
up.
talking too much.
Man,
I'll tell you the good one that I experienced one time to show you like how many people really believe the overzealous confidence in themselves. We had a buddy of ours that was trying to be on the Hooters tour that played a ton of golf. And the golf tournament was in town. The PGA tournament was in town here in Houston. And we were all pulling for this guy to actually have a career in golf. So everybody was trying to do everything could to help him. And Charles Barkley decided that he was going to get one of the pros. I won't say who it was, but there was a tour pro that was going to come over and give him a private lesson and tell him the things he had to work on so he could possibly make it on tour. The guy comes over. They're in Charles's backyard. And the first thing he does is he says, okay, tell me just realistically, is your ball flight right to left or left to right? He goes, it's easy. I hit it straight. He goes, okay, I'm going to try this again. Is your ball flight left to right or right to left? That's the first thing we need to know when we start working on your swing. He goes, I already told you. It's straight. And he goes, Charles, he's unfixable. He's never going to make it. And this is the kind of mentality of people that shouldn't be playing on tour. And he walked away. And we were like, oh, my God, you just had a perfect opportunity and you just peed all over yourself.
Charles Barkley you're talking about?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Make sure you know it because he's still my friend.
It's. I like how you got offended by the one that would say that I'm going to cross you up and I'm going to take you 450. You didn't like those, I noticed.
It's okay.
6860 inflated take. If I was 7 feet tall, I could dunk the ball. 1429.
That's not really an inflated take.
I think that's the comedy of it. I think
that's just the science of your height.
But I think it was the comedy of the text. I appreciate it. I think I could average 3 yards per carry or more behind a good offensive line. Okay. That could be doable if you're like a good athlete with a little bit of speed.
You'd have to have speed to even get to the line before they break through.
Well, you have to have a really good line, but I think there's enough athletes in the world. Like maybe he's a really good athlete. I certainly couldn't do that. If my dad was an offensive line coach, I could be a preeminent draft expert. That's pretty funny. Honey Glaze Branham, if my mom could afford Little League and baseball training, I'd be the white Jose Altuve. Who was the actress that got – was it Denise Richards that got in like trouble for putting a GoFundMe up to like raise money for like her kids' select ball?
She did?
I think so, yeah. I think
Charlie
crushed.
Sheen's broke?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think they're together anymore.
Right, but he's got to pay child support, doesn't he?
I don't know if it was that kid. I don't know. I can eat 50 chicken wings in 30 minutes. That sounds like a good time. I can win a hot dog eating contest. I could par 18 at Augusta with a one-shot lead to win the Masters, says Eric. No chance.
No,
You're full of a
parring
whole lot.
Augusta? No way.
I could make one tackle in a pro rugby game. I doubt it. I would
No.
be a top-notch F1 driver. I do believe I'd be a good F1 driver with the proper training.
Did you see Gary Player crush Tiger?
No, what did he say?
He said that Tiger screwed up his whole career when he hired Hank Haney and Butch Harmon because he said that he was taking golf instruction after winning 14 majors already from guys that couldn't shoot 85 at Augusta.
I don't think it's a terrible take. Tiger got a lot of coaching whenever he was dominant.
He did, but those don't play coach, and sometimes you get good coaches that can see things.
Yeah, I mean, it's an unnecessary jab to Harmon and then the other guy. But Tiger, I'm going to go fix my swing after I'm winning Augusta by 10. It's like, just go win Augusta every year. I could be a better left tackle for the Texans than Tony Baselli. It's probably true. It was Alyssa Milano, not Denise Richards. Alyssa Milano did that. I got those confused. My bad. I can get shut out playing goalie for the best MLS team. I don't know if you got a clean sheet in you. Robert in Orange said the GoFundMe was Selma Hayek. It wasn't Selma Hayek. It was Alyssa Milano. It wasn't the first one I said, but it was Alyssa Milano. Yeah, my bad. Thanks for the correction there. All right, so what is the most delusional, overinflated ego take on your own sports ability? That was fun. Also, when we come back, car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
If you ever want to know how many people are listening, say the wrong actress's name. My mom texted me that it was Alyssa Milano. My mom just put me on Bad Take Boulevard.
Wow, way to go, Mom.
All right, what is Verlander doing tonight, Blankers? You were pretty close on Hunter Brown yesterday, but a spot ruined it. A spot ruined it for you.
I'm going to go. Verlander's going to give you 6, and he's going to give up 2.
I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take that. Brian, you taking that?
Yeah, 6 and 2. I would definitely take that.
Yeah, give me that. I'll take 6 and 2 for Justin Verlander. I think it's in play too. Should be a lower scoring game than yesterday. And I know yesterday kind of got out of hand, but better pitching matchup. Verlander 1-0, 174. Tristan McKenzie 2-2 with a 4.91.
Tristan McKenzie's he normally has the Astros number. He's
That's a
pitched
good point.
some doozies against the Astros.
He's 2022. He was incredible, and he destroyed the Astros in 2022. He had a sub-3 ERA in 2022. And then he had a bunch of arm injuries last year. Only started 4 games, and this year he's not been the same. So maybe it's a different Tristan McKenzie. Maybe. But he does have the Astros number in the past. He was dominant in 22. I thought he was like a future Cy Young. And then it's boom, Tommy John, career looks a lot different, which is like every pitcher in
Yeah,
Major
he
League
was
Baseball.
lights out against the Astros one season.
He was lights out that whole year.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was. I think he like hit one hit the Astros.
I think that's right.
Like that. All right, what are we nominating for our? Well, not before we nominate things. So let's take it to Car Wreck of the Day. All right, what are you nominating for Car Wreck of the Day? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what you got?
First one for me is the Indiana Pacers. The Indiana Pacers, again, had a chance to eliminate the Bucks. No Giannis, no Dame. Not only do you lose, but you lose by 20. That's not a good look for a team that's looking to prove they belong and advance to the second round.
Do you think that Dame comes back for Game 6?
I think Dame's going to play for sure. I think there's a chance Giannis plays as well. And I think there's a legit chance Milwaukee still could win that series.
I don't think that it's out of the equation. I definitely think that they let them back in the series yesterday, and I agree with that. I think it's a really good Car Wreck of the Day nominee. Yesterday, did you see the fight with Jose Siri and what was I forget the Milwaukee pitcher's name, but Siri hit one like 450 feet. He didn't even really peacock it that much. Like, it was, for Siri standards, it was pretty tame.
Yeah, because he normally goes way above and beyond.
Yeah, like for Siri, it was pretty tame. But Milwaukee apparently took some objection to it. Peralta on a 3-0 count, he hit him with a fastball on the hip. Like, it was below the belt. And the home plate umpire freaks out, goes crazy. He's like, I'm throwing the pitcher out of the game. Murphy got thrown out of the game. And then later, in a later at-bat for Jose Siri, he grounds out. He's running to first. The pitcher kind of gives him the little shoulder nudge. And then they start talking a little bit. And then they both throw some haymakers that they both missed on. Here are the Rays announcers talking about the brawl.
Well, that again, listen. You don't like the way that Jose Siri went about taking his trip around the bases. I understand that. You drill him the next time. Okay, it's over. It's over. Now you pull that stunt. That's bootleg.
Bootleg? What?
Bootleg?
It's bootleg? What does that mean? It's bootleg.
It's LimeWire?
It's bootleg. What is he talking about?
Yeah, what exactly is that?
I've never heard bootleg.
Bootleg.
I assume he's trying to say Bush League and just.
I think
probably
he got
right.
I think he got excited and like he was, he was probably shaking a little bit. It was a heated moment. He's taking he's taking shots at Milwaukee, so he's all fired up. He's not really thinking clearly, and I do think that he meant to say Bush League, but he said bootleg. This is bootleg what they're doing.
I'm glad you saw what I saw too, because I had a buddy of mine arguing with me on the way here today, saying that the pitcher from Milwaukee actually landed a punch. I was like, neither guy landed a punch.
Yeah.
Rhys Hoskins got the worst of that. His pitcher pushed him down.
Yeah, he did. He he went to he stripped. Was it his pitcher that got him in the back?
Pushed him from behind, yeah.
That cracked me up so much whenever he said bootleg. I was like, bootleg? What in the world? That's not what he meant. What do you got, Brian?
everyone saw this by now, but a baseball game last night between the Diamondbacks and Dodgers got delayed 2 hours because of a swarm of bees. But what is definitely, I think, redeeming about it, not only because Beekeeper came out to save the day, again, see Beekeeper with Jason Statham, quality movie, but then the Beekeeper got to stay out there and throw the first pitch.
It was awesome.
Yeah, but a Major League Baseball game being delayed 2 hours by bees, definitely worthy of a car wreck of the day nominee.
Jeremy, late edition. The car wreck of the day is now Brian McDonald, because working on the Killer Bees with an opportunity to promote the Killer Bees in the Hive, he instead went to his matinee idol of Jason Statham and the Beekeeper.
No, man, he's box office, man.
The
Come on.
Beekeeper was peacocking more throwing the first pitch than Jose Siri was when he hit that home
he
run.
acted like a wrestler.
He
like,
went out there with the hat on and everything.
When he whipped off his hat and threw his arms to the sky, he was totally going pro wrestler.
He's like a member of Cirque du Soleil. Like, with as much as he was getting everybody involved was theatrics. Oso says that bootleg equals it's cheap.
Huh.
I've never heard that.
Bootlegging is like what you get, like moonshine or alcohol, or like CDs when they used to do bootleg CDs that you got extra cheap.
Or something, it's kind of – you do something on the cheap end. Like, instead of buying, real ketchup, you buy, Walmart brand.
Right.
I wouldn't say that's bootleg.
No.
I don't think –
I think he meant Bush League.
I think he meant Bush League, especially like a old white baseball player. What's winning here?
Speaking of that, by the way, if you want to hear great commentary on old white baseball player, Jim Palmer on the umpire, C.B. Buckner last night was fantastic.
What's winning here?
Your guys'
bootleg.
Call. Bootleg?
I think bootleg.
Okay,
bootleg.
that's fine.
Let's go bootleg. All right, congratulations, bootleg guy. You win. Soccer Matters coming up at 6, Hall of Fame at 7, Space Cowboys at 7:35, Glenn talking Champions League, and Dynamo versus St. Louis preview. It's going to do it for us. Thanks to Brian for doing all the hard work. He's Blank on Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow from Wakefield Crowbar. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters, up next on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
All right, we're off and running here tonight. Voice is coming back. So I know a few people were mentioning I had a scratchy voice the other night. That's true. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5 is always presented by the Daspit Law Firm. We are on the air tonight. The call-in number is 713-780-3776. Producer Guillermo here. By the way, Guillermo, be ready. We are going to give some tickets away to the Dash and Kansas City this coming weekend. So women's soccer fans, Kansas City's off and running. The Dash coming off a draw in Utah. We'll give some of those away tonight. Of course, the Dynamo are in action against St. Louis. That is a game that will be on Apple TV, but it'll be down at the stadium. Dynamo need a bounce back. They have lost 2 in a row to teams we don't like to lose to. That is Austin FC, who the Dynamo outplayed, and then the loss to FC Dallas as well after the early red card. So we'll talk about that tonight. We have from the Dynamo Faithful podcast, Chris Sinski will be in here tonight. So appreciate Chris. Chris came into studio tonight, so we're happy for that. And we will banter some Dynamo and supporters talk with him in segment number 2. Big thanks to Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. That's where you get your tickets to the Copa America. Pitch 25, Hugh O'Connor's Pub, Danish Inspirations, Cactus Music, Lamont Brands, and Capelli Sport. All right. We have later tonight the Columbus Crew at Monterey. Crew have a 2-1 aggregate lead. We'll get Guillermo's thoughts on that. But the first leg was in Columbus, a 2-1 victory in that one. They're down at the Estadio BBVA tonight. That's a later, I think it's 9:15, Guillermo, I think is the TV time for that tonight. That's a good watch. That would be very important for an MLS team to move on to the final. It's not going to be easy down there because Rayados have knocked out Inter Miami and FC Cincinnati. And, of course, they've got Brandon Vasquez, who moved over from Cincinnati. I would say, for me, Guillermo, Columbus needs the first goal down there tonight in Monterrey, Mexico.
Yeah, they're 2-1 up right now. If they can get that goal, it would put them in a really good position. But this game just means so much for the MLS and for Rayados itself as well.
Yeah. Anything else coming out of Rayados? They have had some trouble in games where they have conceded the first goal.
Yeah, it's been a rough couple of results, but this past weekend we were able to pull it over Necaxa 5-2. So I think it puts us in a good position to be able to bounce back against Columbus because we will be facing Tigres next week. So we have to stay strong.
Quarterfinals, Clausura, they'll play Tigres. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better matchup. How does that happen? Monterrey and Tigres get matched up in the Clausura. By the way, Necaxa, as we mentioned on the last show, is full of all these celebrity owners. I don't know how much they're putting in, but they got a whole bunch of differing owners that are big-name celebrities involved. By the way, Pachuca knocked off last night Club America 3-2 on aggregate. They beat him 2-1. So Club America is out. The Tuzos of Pachuca, youth is king. Young guys getting it done for Pachuca. That's good stuff.
Y aquí viene Emilio nuevamente, Rodríguez quiere el segundo Pachuca, Emilio recorta, vamos a ver, tocó para Chiquito el disparo, lo tapa Malagón, contra remate de Osa, gol de Pachuca.
I believe that was Miguel Rodriguez on that goal. That was in the 12th minute. That put them up 2-1 on aggregate. Then they would go up on aggregate even further. Nelson Diosa, the second goal for Pachuca. And this, at this point, puts them up 3-2 on America. That would be the final. So here's what the goal call sounded like.
Ojo, disparo, debajo de la pelota, Rodríguez.
All right, so let's move on now to well, let's start with yesterday first of all. Let's start with Real Madrid and Bayern Munich. Vinicius Jr. scoring for Real Madrid in the 24th minute. Now, I put something out on Twitter today that Aliou could learn something from that run of Vinicius Jr., and I mean this respectfully. And basically, I'm getting at that we need to see a few more central runs at time coming across the face of defenders from Aliou and then bent in like that. That give you a direct line and path to goal. So you're shooting at a lot of goal. It's not always Aliou Ibrahim in the corner trying to cut it in on his right. So I would love to see Aliu at times just go to the right side of the field, move around a little bit more instead of hugging the left side of the field the whole game. I know there's a lot of reasons for that, not second-guessing anybody, but I think you come from the blind side, you come across the face of a back four sometimes, and you bend a run in there, and you're straight on goal. That's what happened with Vinicius Jr., and Tony Kroos hits an amazing ball. Now, Kim, the defender, I don't know what you know what I was about to say he was doing, because every defender gets teased by strikers. You either follow him into midfield or not, but this was overly aggressive. In this case, you hold your position, in my opinion. It's easy to say now, but he was way overcommitted and made it too easy. And he opened up, it was like the parting of the Red Sea. There was so much room for a player of the caliber of Tony Kroos to put it into. So here's the goal in the 24th minute. This would make it 1-0 Real Madrid.
Slip through towards Vinicius Jr. And that's what they can do to you. Out of nothing, Real Madrid conjure up a magical goal and strike first in the semi-final.
Yeah, I beg to differ. That's not out of nothing. That's called being ready to take advantage of a massive individual mistake. That's not out of nothing. That is out of a massive individual mistake. And that level, Vinicius Jr. and Kroos, Tony Kroos, you're punished. You're punished. You're not always punished in every other league. That level, you are punished. Here's Leroy Sané, 53rd minute. This is a great goal, fantastic goal, and he blasts this one in to make it 1-1.
Sané. Just to get it, Mendy. Sané! Oh, pick that up! Bang! He just changed gear there, and he's changed the whole mood inside this stadium. It's a stunning goal from Leroy Sané.
Yeah, it's a good call. Did change the mood, and then 4 minutes later, they get a penalty. Harry Kane to the spot.
He's 6 out of 6 for Bayern this season. He can take all kinds of penalty. Lunin Hussein from Bernardo Silva and Mateo Kovacic in the quarterfinal shootout against Harry Kane. So cool. And nobody has scored more goals in this season's Champions League now.
Harry Kane is the joint top scorer across Europe's big 5 leagues right now. 43 goals, level with Mbappe. He has now the most combined goals and assists of any player. 43 goals, 11 assists. He wants a trophy bad. He wants a trophy bad. Vinicius Jr., though, would go to the penalty spot. He would tie it up for Real Madrid.
Tens of thousands behind the goal. Kane didn't have this man facing him either.
To the stars of the world game. Vinicius Jr. versus Manuel Neuer. The greatest team game on earth becomes an individual contest, which Vinicius Jr. wins.
He has been directly involved in more goals in the Champions League than any other player, Vinicius Jr. 16 goals, 15 assists. He'll be with Brazil in June, up in College Station. You can go to that match and see them play Mexico. And that, you can get your tickets at lsse.net, Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. You can also get them for all the Copa America matches. We've talked about Colombia, Paraguay. We've talked about the Leagues Cup also. You can get your tickets there, lsse.net. Leagues Cup with Inter Miami and Lionel Messi. We played some of Messi's goals. He drew over 60,000 at Foxborough Stadium. So 52% of the possession for Bayern, 48 for Real Madrid. The Bayern Munich had 14 total shots, 5 on goal, 10 shots, 4 on goal for Real Madrid. I mean, not a lot of fouls, 21 fouls, 11 corners between the two teams. And here is the manager, Carlo Ancelotti, post-match. A 2-2 result for them going back to the Bernabeu is a good result.
It was an interesting game, open game, of course. As has to be a semi-final. I think that we could play better. I think we didn't play our best version. And we had problem in the first half with a low block, too deep. Second half, when we start to put pressure to equalize the game, it was much better.
So you heard him there. He said we defended too deep, basically in a low block, too deep. They do go in a low block, but he said they were too deep. So these are the things that managers point out. And then I saw another quote. He said Vinicius is starting to understand how it's important for him to move inside the pitch, like I was saying with Aliou, and not only close to the line. He learned really well how to move. So differing movement in differing areas of the pitch for Vinicius Jr. Plus, when you bend a run-in from a central position, it's a direct line to goal. It's not an angle. You can get there faster, especially that guy. And I think Aliou can too. I want to see Aliou getting put in, but from more central positions in the future. By the way, shout out to Seven Lakes, 6A state champions. They repeated 2 years in a row. You knocked out my good friend Bill McDonald. And, well, I don't think they got to play him in the playoffs, but I think you knocked him out last year at Strake. But congratulations to Seven Lakes. Okay, let's go to Thomas Tuchel, post-match, the coach of Bayern Munich.
We're not the first team they do this to. They can score from 2 chances. They score 2 goals. We had a lot of opportunities, especially in the early start of the match. Then we lost our rhythm and fluidity. I don't know exactly why. I think they changed the shape in defending. Then we conceded, and our self-confidence was gone. We played too slow and could not create chances anymore. Second half was good. We scored early. That gave us a lot of confidence. Scored a second one. Had the opportunities to score a third one, and we were a bit naive in defending. Gave a penalty away, and that's why it feels a little bit like a loss. It is not. We have a draw and go to Bernabeu to win.
There you go. So that's Thomas Tuchel. So Bayern, by the way, after the Harry Kane penalty, they were pouring it on. They had like another 2 real good quality chances, maybe even a third. They could have got the third goal. That would have been something going back. Today we had Dortmund, and Dortmund got a 1-0 victory over PSG. Let us go to Niklas Füllkrug. This is a fantastic goal. His first touch is absolutely razor sharp, which makes him a favorite to score here in the 36th minute.
Schlotterbeck going directed towards Füllkrug. Füllkrug is in. Füllkrug! Oh! Absolutely magisterial! There's no other word for it! It's a fabulous pass over distance! But Niklas Füllkrug...
Breathe deep, Guillermo. Breathe deep. That was a game winner, by the way. It was a great goal. You could hear the excitement of the commentary team. Edin Terzic, the Dortmund coach. Here's some sound from him post-match.
Talk about the performance first. I think it was a very good game, a very intense game, with a result that I think that we deserved to win. I think it was a period where we've been a bit lucky, but we created good opportunities. We showed some good stuff, and now we're taking a small, tiny advantage into the second leg. Nothing less, nothing more. But I think it was a very, very good performance from our side.
I was, again, like with Dortmund, I was hoping they would get a second goal. How about thoughts on the Champions League? 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. If you got some thoughts on the Champions League. You know, by the way, on my way here, I stopped at Cactus Music because Charlie Crockett, one of the great singer-songwriters, was in there. And they have these great events where he'll come in, he'll do a few songs in front of a crowded room, and then he plays in his larger venue, you know, either tonight or tomorrow, I think. I think he's playing the Armadillo Room, which is where Mick Jagger was standing outside. But that was fun, popping in there and seeing people before coming over here. Mexican players on relegated teams. Cesar Montes, Almira. Guillermo Ochoa, Salernitana. What is happening with the Mexican player in Europe? Not too many of them. Now, we have Oribe Peralta at AEK Athens doing very well. Chucky Lozano has had an outstanding career. PSV, 2 titles. Napoli, Scudetto, and a cup at Napoli. And reports are saying he could come to San Diego FC. Chucky, we would invite you to Houston. Chucky Lozano. So let me ask you a question, Guillermo. What do you think is going on? Why aren't there more Mexican players like U.S. players now thriving in Europe, taking the chance to get over there? I have to mention Santi Jimenez, obviously, with Feyenoord. But what do you think is going on there?
I would say it's two things. First, I would say it's the mentality. I feel like to be making that jump into Europe and to be staying there and consistently be playing there and to be constantly fighting to be the best really requires a certain mentality. And it's also
whoa! You got to stop right there because you're slamming the Mexican soccer players' mentality right now.
I am.
You're slamming.
I am.
Okay.
I am.
So too cushy. Get paid too well at home.
Yes.
Mama's cooking.
Yes.
It's all good. We got our buddies. Don't want to take the risk over there. Don't want the unfamiliar nature of it. You really think that's what it is?
I really do think that's what it is.
And we've heard that for a lot of years.
Yeah, and it's just really easy to come to the MLS or to Mexico where they'll treat them like, idols and stuff, and they'll get paid really well. So that's what I would say it comes down to.
You know what I loved? Here's what I loved. I loved, and we're going to hit a break here, I love when Stuttgart won it with Pavel Pardo and Ricardo Osorio. Pardo actually even captained Stuttgart. That was an amazing moment for a Mexican player that I don't think gets enough attention. Everybody talks about Hugo Sanchez. I would also say, why didn't anybody tell us Pavel Pardo was in town yesterday? We could have had him talking about the World Cup in studio here, English language. He speaks great English. I've met Pavel over the years and interviewed him. I mean, why is this stuff secret? He went to the Mexican consulate. Why aren't we putting these people out there? Especially somebody who's played in World Cups that we could really do some really amazing in-depth interviews with. I shake my head. This is the Rolling Stones' Rocks Off. They played this in concert at Energy. We're going to take a quick break here. First thing I want to say real quick here before we go to break, Pitch 25. A lot of big things happening down there. Paramount's coming in there for Brian Ching. I saw an article. They're going to get a lot of more great exposure. But get down there. They have over 100 beers. If you want to kind of relive like being at a game in an atmosphere with people and the jerseys and all that, it's where you want to be. Pitch 25 right in the shadows of Shell Energy Stadium. They got a soccer field in there as well. Probably could put a full-size field in there. The place is massive. But it is Pitch 25, proud sponsors of Soccer Matters. Take a break. We'll come back.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, I'm not publicizing this. You shouldn't publicize this when you're getting to where I'm at. But LamontBrands.com, Soccer Matters T-shirts. Today is my birthday. It's May 1st. Even I can't forget that. LamontBrands.com. You want to do something for my birthday? If you want to, pick up a Soccer Matters T-shirt, only $20. Get a hat. I would suggest the black and gray hat. That's cool because there's a little color differentiation. But anyway, if you were to buy one of those, all the proceeds go to the 501c charity Snowdrop Foundation. LamontBrands.com. Also, big shout out to Hugh O'Connor's Pub, I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center. Whiskey, beer offering, off the chart. Great traditional English pub food, bangers and mash, fish and chips. Get in there. Say hello to David. Say hello to Goose. And with that,
There's a lot of strange stuff that happens in the world of soccer.
It's clear something strange is happening.
So much so that Glenn ended up buying out a theater to showcase all of the weird stuff. It's time for Glenn's Theater of the Bizarre. Ooh.
All right. The famous Hernando Silas Stadium in Bolivia is at incredible altitude. In fact, I remember calling a Copa America, and guys were shooting from the halfway line, the Bolivian national team players, because the ball just flew through the air. The altitude is crazy. It is the largest stadium in Bolivia, but they have had multiple ghost sightings in the stadium during games, which is perfect for the theater of the bizarre. But CCTV footage caught a shadowy figure sprinting through the stands during one of the games strongest against San Antonio in Bolivia recently. But if you go back even 10 years earlier, the 91st minute of the Libertadores Cup, another shadowy figure. So these guys would be using their cameras on the game, and they'd see these weird figures just like running through the crowd. Kind of a spooky stadium. That's our Theater of Bizarre today, Hernando Silas Stadium in Bolivia. Ghost sightings.
Yep, that was weird.
All right, this isn't weird. From Dynamo Faithful, he's Chris Sinski. He's joining us in studio. We're going to do a little Dynamo talk. We're going to talk some MLS, and we're going to talk some podcasts. So, Chris, thanks for making it into studio. I appreciate that. It's always fun to have someone in here.
I'm glad to be here, Glenn. Thank you. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me on. It's an honor.
All right. You're repping all the Dynamo Faithful guys. First off, talk a little bit about your podcast, what you do with it, the fun you have with it, and how it connects with Dynamo supporters.
Yeah, we get the guys together twice a week, once for a full episode, and then another time after the games to give our immediate reactions, and that comes out the next day usually. It's just a lot of fun. We talk about the previous matchup. We go into that in detail, stats, strategies, things that we saw that we didn't like, things that we loved. We have a Ben's Bestie segment where we talk about like which player does Ben owe a lunch to for that game. That's a lot of fun. Then we talk about league news, Dynamo news, mostly Dynamo news. We're not super in-depth in the league, but then we like to preview the next match or the next matchups before the next episode.
Guys seem to have a really, really good time. We're talking to Chris Sinski of Dynamo Faithful podcast. All right, some thoughts after the last two games in general from you guys. I mean, those couldn't be very happy shows.
No, depressing maybe, the instant reactions, you might say. There was a huge Scroggins rant. If you haven't listened, find Dynamo Faithful on Spotify or on Apple iPod podcasts. And listen to that because it's gold. But I don't think any fans are super happy with the last two games. In-state rivals, can't find the back of the net, a red card 5 minutes in. It was just disappointing, frustrating, very frustrating, but hopefully just a blip, right? We've seen a lot of good stuff from the team this season. Hopefully that's just a small blip on the radar and we can right the ship with St. Louis.
It hurts more, though, that it's Austin and FC Dallas. Let's face it. I mean, Austin kind of was dead and buried. We were on the rise. I mean, I think 2 weeks ago I said, look, The best team playing football right now is the Dynamo. The best team drawing fans is Austin. And the best team in the past developing players is Dallas. And now all of a sudden Austin's playing the better football. They got a win over the LA Galaxy, and we've lost to FC Dallas. So this is how quickly MLS can change, I guess.
Especially the West. I feel like the Western Conference, everything's always so tight that a win pushes you up and a loss really drops you down quickly. And Austin got a couple of big wins, and we got a couple of huge losses. So.
All right, so Chris, we got to talk about this because Guillermo cut a piece about me talking about what I think is very obvious. I think everything I said in here is very obvious about where the Dynamo are and that its strengths are obviously collective defending. And, well, that wasn't the case against FC Dallas, but it was a blip. Most of the year, they've been a great defending team, great possession team. Yes, we're waiting for Hector Herrera. Yes, we have high hopes for Sebas Ferreira. But it does feel kind of the same, almost as last year in a lot of ways, in a lot of games. Where are the goals going to come from? And if you look around MLS, you got Leo Messi with 9 goals. By the way, that's only in 585 games. 85 minutes, excuse me. Christian Arango, RSL's got 8. Benteke's got 8. Lewis Morgan's got 7. Suarez 7. Bwanga's got 6. Are we in a sense of urgency to get a goal scorer now? Or where are we, and what do you see, and what do you think is our biggest hope when it comes to scoring more goals?
Okay.
It's a lot to cut out there.
Are we in for a goal scorer right now? All signs point to no. I don't think we are. I don't think the Houston Dynamo are looking for a striker right now. I wish they were. I think every fan is like begging. But it really seems like someone up there said Sebas is going to be the guy. Ben seemed a little bit frustrated with Sebas' injury. I don't know. You can read into that or not. I don't know if he's just frustrated that there's an injury or with what his options are to replace him and things like that. But when your replacements are Gabe Siegel, young kid, Aliu, who is replacing another player already, and then...
Yeah, that's a good point. We do have to bring up the loss of Nelson Quinones. But again, we don't have a real goal scorer in the front players. Nobody historically does. I think Aliu probably more than anyone. But historically, we really don't have anyone. So carry on.
Yeah. Well, I think the hope is that Sebas Ferreira gets healthy. Ben said that he does fit the system, although last season I think we all could tell that didn't seem like the case. It's been a year. Things can change. He's maybe learned a lesson overseas or down south, I guess, and not really overseas, and comes in ready to play once this injury comes back. But that 20-minute little showing he got with 8 touches during the game in 20 minutes and did nothing inside the box, I think 1 touch in the box, it doesn't look good. And I don't know if they're just praying that Sebas will catch fire and score some goals, but right now that seems to be all it is a prayer until summer window.
It's kind of interesting because he had 13 goals on a team that did not have the roster turnover and the quality that this team has. So good sense would say, he should score goals. But I think it's disturbing that he's got injured twice already. That to me is disturbing. I don't think the system, and I've said this repeatedly on the show, so I apologize for everybody out there throwing something against the wall, but it is a narrow system. Everything is carried in towards him. And he's constantly besieged by defenders. Yeah. Dynamo don't get a lot of corners because they don't get to the end line that much, and they don't earn a lot of corners. So everything flows in, and there's constantly bodies around him as the Dynamo are knocking the ball around the 18. And his game is not back to goal. His game is to be able to attack something that's in front of him or run on to something that's in front of him. So I see it as difficult. I really do.
I do too. And I'm really hoping that the front office sees that when he gets back in and plays some games. They use the summer window to their advantage. There's that new DP system, U22, young DP. It's really confusing for me. There are people out there who get it, but there's a change, and hopefully we can take advantage of that and get a guy who can make it. But right now, it doesn't look like that's what they're trying to do.
I get the sense from my interviews with Pat when he was in here, Pat Onstad, the Dynamo general manager, that they're leaning more towards 2 DPs and going to a fourth, using the slots for four under 22 initiative type players, young players. So I don't know if you're going to get any kind of seasoned veteran. And I do think I agree with you. I think the emphasis is on Sebas Ferreira. But if you look at guys now, what are we getting close to the third mark in the league?
Through, yeah.
You got teams with 9 goal scorers, 8 goal scorers, 7 goal scorers, 6 goal scorers. We got a 3-goal scorer. We are, out of all the teams in MLS, us and Dallas, I think, have 9 goals. The only team worse is New England. This is a problem. Now, is it a problem that has to be addressed right away? Absolutely not, because Major League Soccer, 62% of the teams make the playoffs, and you can hang around and have something really break for you, like last year with Griffin Dorsey, and the team takes off.
But look at Griffin Dorsey now. Teams figured that out. They know what we're trying to do with him, and he's been pinned back all season long.
Yeah, and even when he's gotten forward, I don't think his quality in the final third is the same. He's still looking for that first goal.
Yeah.
I mean, he was such an amazing revelation last year. I actually think, and I said this, and some people didn't like that I said it, but I said I think it's good that he's going to miss this game. He needs a reset. He needs to look at it, and I agree with you. I think they're keying on him. They're keying on Aliou, and somebody else has got to be a threat central to score goals. I know Kowalczyk scored a great one at Minnesota, but, I mean, we're playing with 2 withdrawn forwards. We're not even playing with a real striker right now.
Yeah, that's a big pain to watch when you're just watching everybody pass around in front of the box. Nobody's getting in there. And when people do get in there, we don't have great passes to them. Like, who's creating the shots for them? I think we need a striker, and then I think we need either Bossy to step up his creation game, or we might have to find another creator too. With Quiones out, there's a lot of trouble.
I mean, you're also hoping somebody's going to emerge. But, historically, if you look at the front players, they're technically good players, but they're not historically goal scorers. And you just don't have that. You don't have a Christian Arango. You don't have a Benteke. You don't have a Bouanga. You don't have some of these guys that just have this insatiable drive to want to score goals, that even if they win, they're pissed off when they leave the field that they haven't scored a goal. We don't have that guy. And if you look at MLS Cups let's go to 2023, LAFC, you had Bouanga and Vela, right? 2022, you had Castellanos, who's now the Argentine who's at Lazio in Italy. He had a hat trick against Real Madrid, by the way, when he was on Girona. Columbus, Zelarayan had 12 goals. He was more of a playmaker, but Zardes picked up 9 or 10 that year in 2021. 2020, it's Raul Ruidiaz and Ladero.
Yeah.
You have to – there just needs to be somebody that has that drive to want to get to goal.
And that's the league that we're in now. It's not the MLS of yesteryear where a mediocre player is enough. Mediocre talent isn't enough for the MLS. We brought in Lionel Messi. And when Messi's playing – your team has got to raise the bar as well, or else you're going to struggle. And I don't think the Dynamo have made that jump yet. They're banking on youth, and they're hoping to bring in probably another U22 type player. But I think we really have to bring in somebody who knows how to score goals, who's proven it either in this league or in another league, and can come in and get us 15 goals or maybe 10 if there's.
All right, Chris Sinski, Dynamo Faithful. Does that bother you and the guys on your podcast? I mean, do you say, well, how come that we don't have a more definitive striker now? Why don't we have a Gadstag? Why don't we have a Bouanga? Why don't we have a Joveljic? Why don't we have a Rui Diaz? What about DC's? Got Christian Benteke. Does that bother you guys? I mean, what does that symbolize to you? Because there are great elements that have been put together. The staff has done a good job, but can you imagine plugging in somebody like that? Now, I know it's Sebas right now, but let's face it. Sebas got offloaded to Vasco da Gama because people didn't think it was good enough to do it for him last year. So does that bother you guys?
That does bother me. It bothers me even more that the club he went to didn't think he was worth it either. He got very few minutes when he was there. And then he comes back, and we're supposed to put our hopes on him. And, we have Hector Herrera, one of the best midfielders in the league. The Dynamo did an incredible move for him. But you have to supplement him. He's not going to score 10 goals.
Were you a little disappointed that he didn't seem to platform off the Austin game? I thought that was a good start getting him back, the Austin game. But against Dallas, he didn't look very engaged to me.
Yeah. Austin, there was like a 10-minute spark, I felt like, where we
felt
looked like
Yeah.
that playoff-bound team from last year.
Yep.
But this year, and I'm putting it mostly on he's coming back from a major injury that was downplayed as a minor injury, but I'm pretty sure it was much bigger than they were saying. He was out a long time. And he's probably nervous, trying not to hurt anything, making sure, is that leg, is everything as good as it was? And then hopefully we see a better performance. But yeah, a little disappointed, a little flat, but they did such a good job of changing the mentality. I'm just worried that our team is going to go back to that we're bottom of the barrel mentality.
I don't think so. There's too many new guys, 17 players turned over on this roster. I think it's a winning mentality, but I do think mentalities can erode if you're not scoring goals and you lose a few games. It's a lot of pressure to play under when you're only scoring 9 goals and you're having to win games 1-0 every time. It's not easy. By the way, nobody out there needs me to really tell you that that Major League Soccer is a forgiving playoff system. You don't really need me to remind you. It all took off in July last year in Leagues Cup. And let's be realistic. You don't have to be that urgent right now to solve problems yet. We still want to talk about this. I kind of laugh when there are commentators on TV going, it's a must-win game. No, it's not. It's not a must-win game in April and May. All right, we're going to take a break. Chris, thank you so much for coming in. Chris Sinski of Dynamo Faithful, thank you for coming on tonight.
Glad to be here.
All right, Chris passes with flying colors tonight, Guillermo. We'll take a break. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5. We're going to talk about the summer of soccer coming up when we come back.